Chapter 2281, Carrot and Stick. Looking at his new world, Yi Yuan's face could not help revealing a wry smile. Even if expanded 100 times, my world is also just a drop in the ocean compared to the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan's internal world was not the slightest bit inferior to the Heavenspan world in terms of quality. But in terms of scale, it was far inferior. Compared to the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's internal world could be said to be a pocket-sized world. However, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. The Heavenspan mountain was a complete world, while his world still had a lot of potentials which could keep on being tapped. He believed that one day, he could create a world that could be on par with the Heavenspan mountain. I just broke through to the world realm currently, but the thickness in terms of divine essence is already not inferior to peak first firmament heavenly emperor. Coupled with time freeze and other divine abilities, even if I run into third firmament heavenly emperors, I have the power to fight too. The breakthrough this time, the increase in strength was tremendous. When he was at peak chaos realm, he could cut down a first firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse. Now that his strength soared, being able to rival third firmament heavenly emperors was not incomprehensible. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and he cried out in shock, "Damn it, here it is again." The 8th Nirvanic tribulation arrived as promised. Every inch of Yi Yuan's body was becoming decayed and aged. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that the Nirvanic tribulation this time actually could not be defied. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a cold snort, "So what if it can't be defied? I have an entire world as my backing. Can't I pull through a measly little Nirvanic tribulation? Heaven and earth law, impose on my body." Yi Yuan established a connection between his fleshy body and the entire Chaos world, drawing on the Chaos world's power endlessly. Those necrotic muscles were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the rank 8 Nirvanic tribulation was indeed terrifying. Even if he drew the power of the world, it could only barely manage to let the speed of regeneration catch up to the speed of necrosis. However, Yi Yuan's Chaos world could draw the outside world's heaven and earth spiritual energy inexhaustibly to replenish. It was equivalent to Yi Yuan borrowing the power of the Heavenspan mountain to tide over the Nirvanic tribulation this time. No matter how strong your Nirvanic tribulation was, it was also impossible to be stronger than the Heavenspan mountain. No idea how long time had passed, and then the Nirvanic tribulation finally stopped. The speed of regeneration finally surpassed the rate of necrosis. His fleshy body was rapidly recovering. Finished transcending the Nirvanic tribulation, Yi Yuan felt lingering fear too. No wonder no one dared to cultivate the perfect 9 transformations golden body. This rank 8 Nirvanic tribulation isn't some Nirvanic tribulation, but a certain death tribulation. My Chaos world is so powerful and I was still in such perilous danger. If it were others, they would have long died 10 times over. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. But the more dangerous, the greater the benefits obtained naturally. Currently, Yi Yuan's fleshy body obtaining the blessing of Heavenly Emperor could forcefully contend with Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. His casual punch could blow up a first firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. The fog gathered by heaven and earth's spiritual energy finally scattered away, revealing Yi Yuan's figure. Turns out that it's a first firmament Heavenly Emperor little baby. Punk, you're deliberately causing trouble, right? Impudent brat, if you don't give this emperor an explanation today, this emperor will definitely make you regret being born in this world. Punk, you simply incur the wrath of gods and men when you do things. Do you know that you've already offended all of the heavenly emperors on the mountain? The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he was drowned by spittles. A large group of heavenly emperor powerhouses surrounded, all scolding with flushed faces, filled with righteous indignation. In the crowd, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly rushed in front of Yi Yuan, pointed at Yi Yuan's node, and said viscously, "Punk, this Heavenly Emperor has remembered you. Just you wait, after going out of the Heavenspan mountain, this Heavenly Emperor will hunt you down till the end of the world." The moment Heavenly Emperor Just Bright spoke up, the rest quietened down and used a very pitiful gaze to look at him. This guy was too tragic. Finally managed to corroborate the path of 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor Supreme Realm. In the end, the spiritual energy was directly drained by Yi Yuan, forcefully interrupting his breakthrough. No idea when would be the next time he found this opportunity. Right, kill him. Not killing him, this old man can't stomach this anger. Kill him. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "Senior, how did I offend you? There's no need to be so cruel, right? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright stomped about in a frenzy and said, "How did you offend me? How did you offend me? You just offended me." Actually, it was not like this mountain full of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not struggle before. When Yuan plundered the spiritual energy, they also attempted to absorb spiritual energy. But, no matter how high their realm was, they could not win Yuan at all. Yuan this side was like a vacuum zone, the heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over here frenziedly. No matter how hard they worked, it was all useless. Yuan's expression was odd. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "Since everyone wants to kill me, then I can't let you all go out of the Heavenspan mountain." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said with a disdainful look, "Not letting us go out." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's words were said halfway when it abruptly stopped, his face already struck by Yuan's fist, fresh blood pouring. Yuan's aura skyrocketed, one punch after another pummeling the group of Heavenly Emperors until they fled helter-skelter, wails of doom filling the lands. No matter how strong they were, they could not escape Yuan's violent hands at all. Why isn't he restricted by the Heavenspan mountain and can attack at will? Heavenspan mountain, open your eyes and smite this guy. Damn it, why doesn't the Heavenspan mountain have any reaction at all? The Heavenly Emperors all shouted frantically, but the Heavenspan mountain still did not have the slightest bit of activity. Before long, the strongest group of people in this world fell to the ground. They did not dare to fight back and could only get beaten. Yuan did not kill but beat until they cried for their father and mother. 8th transformation perfect golden body was no joke. Yuan grabbed Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and smashed a fist on his face again and said, "Still want to kill me? Kill. Blocking one's breakthrough is akin to killing people's parents. Kill me today if you have the ability. Otherwise, this Heavenly Emperor will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the world." Still killing or not? Killing. Not killing anymore. Not killing anymore. You. Stop hitting me. Yuan let go of Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and said with a sigh, "Wouldn't there be no need to suffer so much physical hardship if you say it earlier? Swear a Heavenly Tao oath then." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had an appearance like his parents had died. Under Yuan's despotic power, he swore a Heavenly Tao oath. Yuan did not kill. He only beat these guys until they were in pain, and then forced them to swear a Heavenly Tao oath one by one. After everything was settled, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being hunted down by the mountain full of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses was not a fun thing. After he finished forcing everyone to swear the Heavenly Tao oath, Yuan arrived before Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and patted his shoulder. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright jumped in fright and said with a mournful face, I already swore the Heavenly Tao oath." Yuan smiled and said, "Elder brother, today's matter was my fault. In order to compensate you, this Yi can refine a 9 refinements cloud heaven pill for you free." Chapter 2282, Well Beaten. 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. You know how to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. Hearing the name 9 refinements cloud heaven pill, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's breathing could not help becoming tense. But very soon, he smiled coldly and said, "Continue bragging, kid. Don't talk about the fact that you just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm. Even if you cultivate to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor, it's also impossible to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. Rank 8 divine pills were too difficult to refine. To Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, even the most rubbish medicinal pill could make them excited for many years. Rank 8 divine pills were supreme level medicinal pills. Without the strength of Ancestor Realm, there was no way to touch it at all. But even if you had Ancestor Realm strength, it also did not mean that you could refine rank 8 divine pills. Therefore, the number of 8-star alchemy gods was few and far between. Furthermore, the further 8-star alchemy gods went up, the more difficult it got. A 9 refinements cloud heaven pill was a level 7 difficulty and above rank 8 divine pill. The refining difficulty could be imagined. Even some 8-star alchemy gods with extremely deep qualifications could not refine it, let alone talk about a brat who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor. 8-star alchemy gods that could refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill, each one was a supreme level figure of the Heavenspan world. In terms of status, they were much higher than even Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, this 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. A kid who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm said that he wanted to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. Wasn't this a joke? Hoo, kid, you got to run it through your head when you're boasting. If you can refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, then I can eat the Heavenspan mountain. Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of the medicine ancestor, able to refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill the moment you broke through. Yi Yuan's words immediately drew a wave of ridicule. Yi Yuan did not care and said with a light smile, "Brother Just Bright, this Yi isn't joking with you. Later, you come to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find me. However, you have to gather the rank 8 spirit medicines yourself. This Yi isn't so loaded." Finished talking, he turned around and walked towards the transmission array, and went out to the Heavenspan world. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, this name is so familiar. Ah, it's him, Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan cried out in surprise. The others had baffled looks, not knowing what this guy was yelling about. The name of this Bodhidharma, they had never heard before. It was clearly a minor faction. Kicking up a big fuss for what? Southern border, that kind of small place, what major faction can there be? Being all startled. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright wiped the blood on his face and said unhappily. Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan said, "You all have been in retreat here for many years and completely don't know how terrifying this person is." When everyone heard it, they could not help becoming interested. Someone said, "It's just breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, what's there to be afraid of?" But his cultivation method is indeed rather sinister, to actually drain all the heaven and earth spiritual energy above 100,000 miles. But so what? In the outside world, I can smack him to death with one slap. But Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan became more and more excited, and he said, "The significance of him breaking through to Heavenly Emperor is extraordinary. Lord Just Bright, your beating wasn't in vain, you made a fortune." The moment Heavenly Emperor Just Bright heard this, he was greatly enraged and said, "Punk, this emperor remembered you. This emperor can't do anything to that punk, but could it be that I still can't do anything to you?" Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan's expression changed greatly. He was just a first firmament Heavenly Emperor, so how could he stand being marked by Heavenly Emperor Just Bright? He waved his hand repeatedly and explained in a fluster, "Lord Just Bright, calm your anger. Hear me say it entirely first. This Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma is a new faction that just rose up in these recent few centuries. But no one dares to ignore this faction in the Heavenspan world anymore. That kid earlier is Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's leader. And he also has another identity. He is the Priest Temple's second sage. Second sage, Sacred Ancestor High Priest is in existence second only to the Medicine Ancestor. He's the Priest Temple's second sage." Then, when everyone heard this name, their faces finally became solemn. This second sage was not what anybody could take on. This title could only be recognized by the Sacred Ancestor High Priest himself. Furthermore, once he acknowledged it, it was equivalent to saying that Yi Yuan had strength that was not inferior to him. But, a brat who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm, how could he possibly stand on equal footing as Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan nodded and said, "Not long ago, when he was still a 7-star alchemy god, he refined an end spirit divine grade 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, and forcefully created a Heavenly Emperor. At that time, he was hailed as the next medicine ancestor. Now, he broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor." The words at the back, Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan did not speak, but the meaning was already very clear. This guy was remarkable. This kind of supreme level 8-star alchemy god would become the target of all Heavenly Emperors to suck up to. The Heavenly Emperors present were already stunned by Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan's words. A 7-star alchemy god refining an end spirit divine grade 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. This level of skill was simply an accomplishment that surpassed ancient and modern times. Now that he broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm, wouldn't it be incredible? 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill was indeed hard to refine, but to Yi Yuan, it did not seem to be something beyond comprehension. "Ha ha ha, well beaten, beaten too well." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly burst into laughter and said 3, well, beaten, in a row, and said agitatedly, "Kid, what you said is right, this beating was indeed not in vain. This emperor won't hunt you down anymore, and even have to thank you well. If that boy can refine an end spirit 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, this emperor will also have more confidence in transcending the Diva Blight tribulation. Well beaten, really well beaten, ha ha ha." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright laughed crazily, but everyone understood his feelings very well. Breaking through to become a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor was nothing. The scariest thing was still the Diva Blight tribulation. End Spirit 9 Refinements Cloud Heaven Pill was much more helpful to Heavenly Emperor Just Bright than breaking through to 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. At this time, everyone could not help looking at Heavenly Emperor Just Bright rather enviously. This beating, he took it too beautifully. If they could, they would be willing to be pummeled into a pig's head by Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright did not break through to become a 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor this time, but he had blessings come to him in the disguise of misfortune. Haha, still cultivate my ass. This emperor will go out right now and quickly collect the spirit medicines and find that find that master to refine the pill. Everyone, goodbye. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright left with a big laugh. Yuan left the Heavenspan Mountain through the transmission array and arrived at the Heavenly Fate Town where Heavenly Emperor powerhouses climbed the mountain. Returning to the Heavenspan world, he could teleport and return to Southfoot Town swiftly. Breaking through to World Realm, Yuan's divine essence was incomparably thick. A greater teleportation was the distance of 1,000,000 miles. But when he was just about to leave, he heard somebody shout behind him, "This younger brother Yuan." Yuan turned out and looked. Who could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Just Bright? But seeing his fawning look, he clearly already knew his identity. It's brother Just Bright, huh? Why did you come out so quickly? Heavenspan Mountain Dao comprehension is the optimal place to break through, Yuan said with a joking look. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's old face was thick and he said with a smile, "With you, this great deity around, still cultivate my ass. This old man will go and find spirit medicines right away, and then I'll go to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find you later. You can't renege on what you promised me." Chapter 2283, Old Friend. Yuan thought about it and said, "If you're looking for spirit medicines, might as well take a trip with me together to Cloudheart Realm. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is hosting the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. I believe that there won't be a shortage of rank 8 spirit medicines." Although he did not deliberately interrupt Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's breakthrough, this consequence was indeed caused by him. With Yuan's personality, he would naturally make up for it. Moreover, this matter was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him. Cloudheart Realm was the medicine ancestor's bodhidharma. The medicine ancestor opened up a world of his own and was aloof from worldly things. The Heavenspan world's alchemy path powerhouses all took pride in being able to enter the Cloudheart Realm. It was just that the difficulty of entering Cloudheart Realm was too high. Those with ordinary identities could not enter at all. Cloudheart Realm was the well-deserved #1 alchemy holy land of the Heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was surprised when he heard that and said, "There's actually still this sort of thing. Cloudheart Realm hasn't had any major activities in very long. Why did the medicine ancestor suddenly think of hosting this sort of grand event this time?" He was in closed seclusion for many years and completely did not know about this. But with Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's status, he naturally knew about the moving direction of the Cloudheart Realm. The Cloudheart Realm had always been aloof from worldly affairs. It would not care about everything in the secular world at all. Even if they really organized something like an alchemy conference, it would also be held by his disciples in the secular world. They would not go to the Cloudheart Realm at all. Yuan smiled and said, "If I said that it was organized in order to take a hit at me, will you believe me?" Heavenly Emperor Just Bright laughed loudly, his expression suddenly reining in as he said, "I won't believe even if you beat me to death. What kind of status does the medicine ancestor have? Why would he personally make a move to take you, a junior, down? Even if you're the priest temple's second sage, with your current strength, his disciples giving you a blow is more than enough. Why would he need to drag in so many people?" Even though he knew that Yuan was the second sage, he did not have a clear understanding of Yuan's strength. Even if Yuan could refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, wanting to reach the level of Dao Ancestor's realm, it was still too far away. Dao pills, that was the highest pinnacle of the alchemy path. And this step was virtually impossible to take. Since time immemorial, how many astonishingly talented alchemy powerhouses had attempted to reach the level of Dao pill? But they all did not succeed. Now, the Heavenspan world's Dao pill powerhouses were far too few. Yuan still had to continue working hard to prove his strength. It was just that he did not know that Yuan had long already refined a Dao pill. If not because of this, why would the medicine ancestor take up arms and hold the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time? But Yuan could not be bothered to explain these. He just shrugged and said, "Come on. The two people left Heavenly Fate Town and were just about to teleport away, but discovered that there were some tiny black dots in the distance. Looking at the appearance, it was a group of people besieging a person. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright frowned and said, "A bunch of little guys, a small squabble, no need to care about them, come on." He looked over towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, his entire person already stepping out on the sky, and went over there with one step. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Spatial law. What swift speed! This boy is indeed very peculiar." Several streaks of sword lights flashed past, there was instantly only one person left on the battlefield. When a woman in blue garments saw Yi Yuan, it was as if her entire person was drained, falling down softly. Yi Yuan's expression changed, hurriedly going up to support. At this time, he was incomparably surprised in his heart. This girl in front of him was the Shadow Moon Sect's senior apprentice sister Baili Qingyan when he was in the Bamboo Groove Void Realm. This girl who should be in the Bamboo Groove Void Realm actually appeared in the Heavenspan world. Seeing Baili Qingyan, Yi Yuan's head suddenly exploded. When he was comprehended Dao on the Heavenspan mountain previously, Baili Qingyan seemed to have called out softly in the crowd. But at that time, all of his body and mind were immersed in comprehending the Chaos Heavenspan canon and did not hear at all. But when Yi Yuan's consciousness at that time fused into Heavenly Dao, he naturally saw everything around him clearly. Looking back now, wasn't Baili Qingyan above 10,000 miles? She came to find him. Yi Yuan made his judgment straight away. If not for seeing Baili Qingyan here, Yi Yuan would have even forgotten this person. Regarding Baili Qingyan's affection, Yi Yuan naturally knew about it. But his heart could not accommodate other women at all anymore. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that Baili Qingyan was actually so deeply in love, secretly running out of the Bamboo Groove Void Realm. Furthermore, looking at her appearance, Baili Qingyan should have run out very, very early on. Otherwise, with Baili Qingyan's aptitude, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate the Empyrean realm in the Bamboo Groove Void Realm. Only by coming to the Heavenspan world and having fortuitous encounters time and again could she cultivate to the Empyrean realm within such a short time. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of many things. When Baili Qingyan saw Yi Yuan, her face revealed a trace of a slight smile. Using all of her strength, she said, "Being able to die in your arms, I'm perfectly contented." Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "With me around, you won't die." The current Baili Qingyan, her life force was already severed, her life fading away rapidly. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright already arrived too. Taking a look at the injuries on Baili Qingyan's body, he shook his head and said, "It's useless, her life force has already been thoroughly cut off. Even if you're the second sage, there's no way to save it all. Unless the medicine ancestor comes in person." Yi Yuan turned around and shot him a fierce glare, and said in a cold voice, "Shut up for me. Come over, use your longevity to channel chi to her." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's expression changed and he said, "Rubbish. This Emperor's blight tribulation is about to arrive soon, using longevity to channel chi to her, isn't it courting death? Moreover, even if I channel chi to her, it's also just delaying her death, it can't save her at all. This kind of loss-making transaction, this Emperor won't do it." Yi Yuan bellowed, "Enough crap. Your loss in longevity, I'll help you make up for it. In addition, not counting refining the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill this time, I'll owe you a favor." When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright heard this, his eyebrows shot up and he said, "Is this for real? If you keep on talking fucking nonsense, do you believe that I won't even help you to refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill anymore?" Yi Yuan exploded with a rare swear word. Baili Qingyan's life was rapidly dissipating, continuing to delay, and it would really be hopeless. He was burning with anxiety and this guy was still rambling nonsense, how could he not be angry? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright did not dare to talk rubbish and hurriedly came over to use his longevity to help Baili Qingyan extend her life. Yi Yuan let go of Baili Qingyan and immediately went to one side to meditate, his entire person entering a state of emptiness. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw this scene, he could not help saying very curiously, "What is this boy doing? Can meditating a bit save this girl? This kid wouldn't be swindling me, right?" 100 breaths. 100 breaths later, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, both hands pointing out in the void non-stop. An incomparably complex grand array quickly formed in the void. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was greatly astonished. Such a complicated and elaborate array formation was absolutely not what 8-star formation gods could set up. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had never seen before the scene of Yuan refining the Chaos Samsara pill. If he had seen it before, he would know what Yuan was doing. He was going to refine a Tao pill. Chapter 2284. Things still remained the same, but the people were no longer the same. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had broad and profound knowledge, and he had naturally heard of Tao pills before. Except, it was merely limited to hearsay only too. Tao pills were too rare. Forget about him, a Heavenly Emperor expert, even if it was a Diva realm powerhouse, those who had actually seen before Tao pills could be counted on one hand too. And the value of a Tao pill was already impossible to measure using divine essence stones. The array formation that Yuan set up became more and more complicated. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright became more and more alarmed as he watched. Actually, prior to this, he more or less still had some doubts. That Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan's words were indeed too fantastical. After all, Yuan's realm was too low. But witnessing Yuan's inconceivable means one after another, he finally believed it. Yuan, this second sage title was well deserved. And this also greatly increased his confidence towards Yuan. Suddenly, an aura of great Tao source suddenly descended, making Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's pupils constrict. It was only to hear Yuan give a cold cry. The grand array erupted with an extremely brilliant light. The aura of great Tao source suddenly entered the grand array, fusing together with those spirit medicines. Tao pill. Absolutely won't be wrong, this must be a Tao pill. It must be a Tao pill. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's voice suddenly became agitated. He was an old monster who had lived for 1 trillion years. But Tao pill, this sort of thing, it was still his first time seeing one. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said in shock, could it be that what he said was true? Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is really only organizing the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time because he dreads him. This is also too inconceivable. Talented people will be born to take over the previous generation, each leading a domain for 1,000,000 years. Looks like the medicine ancestor really encountered his match this time. Seeing Yuan refine the Tao pill, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly associated it with many things. Only at this time did he truly understand how serious a promise from Yuan was. Helping him refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, he really picked up a treasure. Some longevity in exchange for a favor from Yuan, this deal was really a bargain. Freaking hell, this emperor is really too lucky to actually run into such a good thing. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright could not resist swearing. Very soon, the light faded. A lustrous golden medicinal pill suspended in the air. Yuan reached his hand out and seized it, bringing it over. Baili Qingyan had long already lost consciousness. Yuan pried open her mouth and sent the medicinal pill in. Master Yi, what medicinal pill is this? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright asked with a curious look. No name, Yuan said without even looking at him. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said in surprise, how can a medicinal pill not have a name? Why must a medicinal pill have a name? Ah, you were meditating just now, could it be in order to create a new pill formula? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yuan did not speak, declining to comment. But by the side, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was shocked speechless. Meditating for 100 breaths and creating a Tao pill. Just how monstrous was this guy? Baili Qingyan let out a groan in her sleep. Gradually waking up, I'm not dead yet. She was a little surprised as she said. When she saw Yuan walk into the realm fog, she knew that Yuan would probably come out of Heavenly Fate Town. Hence, she decisively went down the mountain and killed all the way over from another town. But these people's strengths were too strong, she used too many spells that stimulated her potential along the way. When she saw Yuan, she was already severely wounded. Coupled with the sequela caused by stimulating her potential, she was already on the verge of death. But Yuan's medicinal pill forcefully dragged her back from the god of death. With me around, you can't die, Yuan said smilingly. Baili Qingyan forced a smile and said, not seeing for close to 2,000 years, you've already become so formidable. Yuan smiled and said, you also became a lot stronger. Baili Qingyan stared at Yuan and said with a multitude of feelings, I thought that I would never see you again. Heaven took pity on me, I actually saw Yuan in a hopeless situation. Yuan sighed slightly and said, silly girl. Bailey Qingyan smiled and said, I know that I'm silly, I clearly knew that it wasn't possible, but I still couldn't control myself from wanting to see you. Therefore, you guys just left and I already followed you guys out. I thought that I could find you, but I didn't expect that this parting was close to 2,000 years. Yi Yuan was slightly moved and said, what in the world did you experience these 2,000 years? Who were the people hunting you down earlier? Dao pills were Dao pills. When talking, Bailey Qingyan's complexion already improved a lot. When Heavenly Emperor just bright by the side saw this scene, his eyes went wide. This lass was clearly a person who was about to die just now. In a twinkle, she was alive and well. Was this the power of a Dao pill? Dao pills, he only heard before how magical it was. But it was still his first time truly witnessing its might. This kind of means simply transformed the rotten into something magical. With Yi Yuan around, it was really hard to die even if one wanted to. Bailey Qingyan slowly sat up, an additional hint of determination in her expression. Previously when she saw him, her eyes were full of tenderness. But at this time, when her injuries got better, this hint of determination was revealed unnaturally. Yi Yuan discovered that Bailey Qingyan was different from before. When in the Bamboo Groove Void Realm, she was just a genius disciple. Although her talent was decent, she was like a flower in a greenhouse. But now, there was an additional strong murderous air in Bailey Qingyan's eyes. This showed that she had experienced no idea how many killings in these few years. Bailey Qingyan was neither too fast nor too slow, slowly recounting her experiences over these few years. But Yi Yuan's expression gradually became gloomy. The ordeals that Bailey Qingyan experienced these few years were simply unimaginable. To a girl, for her to be able to pull through was simply a miracle. How many times, I wanted to die to end it. But, not seeing you, I'm still unwilling. It's precisely this unwillingness that supported me to this day. Originally, seeing you, my wish was already fulfilled and I could die with my eyes closed. Didn't expect that I was saved by you. Talking up to here, Bailey Qingyan's eyes turned dim. When in the Bamboo Groove Void Realm, I couldn't help falling in love and didn't think that much at all. But after arriving at the Heavenspan world, experiencing life and death countless times, only then did I gradually understand that it's simply impossible between us. However, I'll still want to go and find you uncontrollably. It's just that I was controlled by them and couldn't escape at all. Originally, dying was my best option. That way, at least I can occupy a place in your heart. Yet, you brought me back to life. The present Bailey Qingyan was no longer the Bailey Qingyan back then long ago. However, her heart towards him had never changed before. Yi Yuan did not say anything, he had no way of promising Bailey Qingyan. Just as Bailey Qingyan said, his heart could not accommodate her. Except, everything that Bailey Qingyan endured was all because of him. On this aspect, he could not sit by idly and remain indifferent. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said, Senior Apprentice Sister Bailey, lead the way. Bailey Qingyan was taken aback and asked, where to? To kill. Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Chapter 2285, Killing People. Middle Realm, Riverson Great Imperial Capital. In a certain underground palace, a man in white was currently playing with two concubines. A subordinate came in hastily and reported, Lord Branch Head, the few Empyreans who were pursuing Bailey Qingyan that lass, their soul tablets have all shattered. They should already be all dead. What? 5 9th Firmament Empyreans hunting down an 8th Firmament Empyrean actually died. When did that girl become so powerful? The man in white almost jumped up. The subordinate said with difficulty, about this. Subordinate doesn't know. The man in white was silent and did not speak. Suddenly, he said, go and get her soul tablet over. Looks like this emperor is going to take action myself. Gigi, this lass is really feisty, to rather die than submit to this emperor. This emperor wants to see where she can hide to. Before long, the subordinate came over carrying Bailey Qingyan's soul tablet. The man in white took the soul tablet, a look of amusement on his face. His divine sense sunk into the soul tablet. Suddenly, his brows knitted tightly together. The man in white said with a strange look on his face, hang on, why do I sense that she's currently very near to me? You didn't sense wrongly, she's indeed right here. At this time, a calm and collected voice sounded out. Following that, 3 figures slowly walked out of the darkness. One of them was precisely Bailey Qingyan. And among these 3 people, that old man gave him a feeling of extreme danger. What a powerful aura! Virtually without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly stomped his foot. The void trembled, his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, and his aura also became illusory. Heavenly Emperor Justbright's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Concealment arts. Not good, he's going to run away." However, his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Everything suddenly paused. Heavenly Emperor Justbright looked at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly and stammered, Heavenly Tao true word. You, just how many trump cards do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, don't worry, you'll see it little by little. As he said, he slowly walked into the darkness and pointed. The man in white was like a deflated ball, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. The man in white was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. To Yi Yuan, killing him did not need the slightest effort at all. Yi Yuan carried him and directly threw him in front of Baili Qingyan, and said coolly, you do it yourself. Baili Qingyan looked at the powerful heavenly emperor, he could not even make a move in front of Yi Yuan, and she could not help feeling a burst of pride. The present Yi Yuan was really too strong. Baili Qingyan looked at the man in white and said with a cold smile, Rui Qin, you didn't expect that you'd have today, right? Rui Qin's face changed, and he said, Baili Qingyan, don't you forget, you still have the Death Soul curse that isn't dispelled. If you dare betray the Death Soul gate, you'll die without a burial ground. Baili Qingyan said disdainfully, very regretfully, my Death Soul curse has already been dispelled. Rui Qin laughed loudly when he heard that and said, ha ha ha, the Death Soul curse that even heavenly emperors can't undo, just the likes of you can undo it. I naturally can't dispel it, but he can. Baili Qingyan pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Rui Qin still did not believe and said with a sneer, the Death Soul curse is the Death Soul gate's unique curse. Even ninth firmament heavenly emperors can't undo it. Just the likes of him, a first firmament heavenly emperor, also wants to dispel it. Baili Qingyan, could it be that you take this emperor to be a fool? But Baili Qingyan said coolly, you should have heard of his name before, the priest temple's second sage. This time, Rui Qin's expression finally changed. He turned his head to look at Yi Yuan, his gaze full of horror. Your second sage Yi Yuan. How can it be? How can it be? I have no grudge nor enmity with you. Why are you? Not so long ago, the higher-ups just issued an order to let the Death Soul gate never provoke Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that he did not provoke Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan paid a visit himself instead? Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, because she's my friend. Your Death Soul gate's people deserve to die. Baili Qingyan's experience during these 2,000 years was precisely having fallen into the Death Soul gate. In the Death Soul gate, Baili Qingyan received the most brutal, killing training. She forcefully carved out a bloody path from among hundreds of thousands of Divine Lord realms. Using other people's blood to forge her present Empyrean realm strength. For 2,000 years, she wandered about the borders of life and death countless times. If not for this thought of seeing Yi Yuan supporting her, she would have long died. But it was also precisely because of this that the strikingly beautiful Baili Qingyan became a cold killer. Only in that moment when she saw Yi Yuan did her heart that she already sealed for a long time finally thaw. Baili Qingyan was assigned to the Riverson branch and put under Rui Qin. But this guy actually coveted Baili Qingyan's beauty. Rui Qin originally wanted to use force, but he did not know that Baili Qingyan had long made preparations for this day. She actually used a secret art and escaped this calamity. However, Baili Qingyan's Death Soul curse was still grasped in Rui Qin's hands. These few years, she had to suffer the torment of the Death Soul curse every day. But Rui Qin had coveted Baili Qingyan for a long time already and did not want to kill her. Instead, he sent subordinates to hunt down Baili Qingyan. Baili Qingyan was helpless and could only hide on the Heavenspan mountain. At that place, those assassins did not dare to take action. But she never thought that she actually bumped into Yi Yuan there. It was also considered meeting with life in a desperate situation. However, it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan thoroughly rampaged against the Death Soul gate. How did this happen? How can this be? You guys can't kill me. If you kill me, the Death Soul gate won't let you all off. Rui Qin roared. Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, you all are merely the divine race's lackeys, yet, you still don't know it, truly lamentable. Rest assured, the Death Soul gate can't jump around for more than a few days anymore. A cold light flashed, Baili Qingyan already attacked with her sword. Rui Qin's divine sea was thoroughly sealed by Yi Yuan, and he was completely unable to make use of world power to protect his body. This sword was neat and tidy. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed forward, grabbing Rui Qin's divine soul in his hand. An overbearing divine sense suddenly crushed over. He wanted to soul search. As a heavenly emperor, Rui Qin definitely knew quite a bit about the Death Soul Gate's secrets. However, a cloud of black energy suddenly erupted, attempting to extinguish Rui Qin's divine soul. This was the seal added in Rui Qin's divine soul. Once someone searched the soul, he would be directly annihilated, and cause a fatal blow to the soul searcher. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Playing this in front of me, you're just showing off in the presence of an expert." His divine soul suddenly turned into a large hand and directly grabbed at that seal. Then, under this large hand, that seal was actually forcefully pressed back down. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright stared dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. This kind of divine soul fight was the most dangerous. Yi Yuan's divine soul was even more tyrannical than his divine essence. It was completely unreasonable, directly pressing the seal back and forcefully searching the soul. What this kind of exchange competed in was not just soul force. There was also comprehension toward the divine soul. Yi Yuan had clearly already reached the acme of perfection in the path of divine soul. Chapter 2286, Pulling Up by the Roots. Have you guys heard? In a short few months' time, the Death Soul Gate's major and minor branches already have several dozen of them destroyed. The Death Soul Gate has committed all sorts of evil and finally brought retribution upon themselves. How gratifying. I really didn't expect that even Cloudlink Mountain Range is actually the Death Soul Gate's assassin base. I heard that there were 3 powerhouses who went over and directly wiped them out all at once, rescuing hundreds of thousands of martial artists. No idea who did this either, but it's truly the greatest good. Those martial artists who escaped said that the leader was a youth in white. When he charged into Cloudlink Mountain Range, he used Heavenly Dao True Word and froze space-time. Being able to use this move, it should be Second Sage Yi Yuan, right? It's actually him. Second Sage really did a great thing. A short few months' time, Yi Yuan destroyed a large number of major and minor Death Soul Gate branches. This organization's structure was extremely secretive. If not for Yi Yuan opening up a gap from Rui Qin, he could not find the way at all. However, once this gap was opened up, it was like a breached bank. Yi Yuan killed all the way over, and searched souls all the way, and grasped more and more secrets. In the end, he finally touched the killer base of the Death Soul Gate, and then he brought Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and pushed over. Cloudlink Mountain Range's killer base was precisely the place where Baili Qingyan was trained. Except, each time Baili Qingyan went in and out, she could not figure out the direction at all. Hence, there were countless killers who walked out of here, but no one knew that this place was the Death Soul Gate's training base. And this place also had white bones buried in the hundreds of millions. Fortunately, Yi Yuan tracked down by following the clues and finally found this place from a Death Soul Gate upper echelon's body. This time, Yi Yuan virtually pulled the Death Soul Gate up by the roots. As the divine race's lackey, the Death Soul Gate's master was also merely fourth firmament Heavenly Emperor cultivation. After all, the divine race was also unable to control Heavenly Emperors that were too powerful. Under Heavenly Emperor Justbright's formidable strength, they could not stand up to a single blow at all. The reason why the Death Soul Gate was powerful was precisely because of its mysteriousness and unknown. And once this secret was revealed, the Death Soul Gate would also become fish on the chopping board, being placed at the mercy of others. Inside the hidden lineage's small world, Third Elder Ru Feng was angered until he stomped his feet in anger. It's this brat again. It's this brat again. This time, I must tear his corpse into countless pieces. Ru Feng said in a thunderous rage. By the side, Divine Daughter Rong Ziyu also had a solemn look as she said, the Death Soul Gate being uprooted, it's equivalent to our hidden lineage losing its eyes to monitor the Heavenspan world. This is very bad news to us. Head Elder Ji Ling sighed and said, in order to establish the Death Soul Gate, this old man expended a lot of effort back then, using means to deceive everybody, establishing it under the eyelids of the human race's major powers. In order to prevent news from being leaked, I even specially added a divine soul seal to each Heavenly Emperor. I didn't expect that that kid can actually crack the divine soul seal, and track down by following the clues. Sigh, really underestimated him. The human race had quite a number of major powers that came from the previous era. These people were extremely guarded against the divine race. Even Ji Ling, this level of powerhouse, did not dare show his face easily too. Otherwise, what awaited them would be a catastrophe. Death Soul Gate could be said to be Ji Ling's painstaking effort. He did not expect that it was actually wiped out in one fell swoop by Yi Yuan. Ru Feng said fiercely, "Head Elder, I'll go and kill this punk. Not killing him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." Ji Ling shook his head and said, "At this time, we can't stir up unnecessary incidents. The Divine Martial Hall's lords will be coming out of seclusion very soon, and the Two-World Seal has already loosened too. The opportunity for our divine race to rise up again is already ripe. This time, with our high-level combat power, coupled with the help of the Abyss Devil race, we'll surely be able to completely defeat the human race. If something goes wrong at this time, then all previous efforts will be wasted, better to bear with it." Ru Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said in a cold voice, "Humph. That punk got off lucky. After our divine race returns anew, the first one that this elder is going to kill will be this punk." Seeing Yi Yuan again, Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu felt jitters. This person was very dangerous. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu was greatly shocked in his heart. When Yi Yuan went on a trip up the Heavenspan mountain, his strength was actually already so terrifying. Ha ha ha, younger brother Yi truly brings great joy to the masses. This Death Soul Gate is like a fly, plaguing the Heavenspan world for no idea how many years already. Many people wanted to get rid of them. But these guys were too mysterious. People couldn't find their lair at all. It's still younger brother Yi who's impressive, pulling them up by the roots the moment you make your move. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu sighed with admiration as he said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The Death Soul Gate is nothing to be scared of. The divine race behind them is the most terrifying. In an epic's time, the divine race has accumulated God knows how formidable a strength. Once it erupts, the Heavenspan world will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering." Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu said in puzzlement, "The divine race?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The Heavenspan world's former ruler. In the last epoch, the divine race was defeated by the human, demon, and fiend races teaming up. The divine race then retreated to the abyss world. Before long, they will stage a comeback." Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu sucked in a cold breath. This kind of secret, it was still his first time hearing. Yi Yuan said coolly, "These few days, many thanks to brother Xin Yu for taking care of senior drunkard. In order to express thanks, this Yi will refine a medicinal pill for brother Xin Yu." Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu's entire body trembled, and he immediately burst into ecstasy. Only when old drunkard saw Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu's reaction did he know how high Yi Yuan's current status was. He also finally understood what Xin Yu said to him meant. "In that case, I really have to thank younger brother Yi very much." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the era of great struggle, an additional portion of strength is an additional portion of protection. Brother Xin Yu, treasure it." Yi Yuan helped Xin Yu finish refining the medicinal pill, then took his leave. After Yi Yuan left, a figure slowly appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu. Xin Yu bowed in salute and said, "Lord Sword Time, how is this boy?" This man was precisely the Diva 4th Blight Supreme Powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Sword Time. Heavenly Emperor Sword Time slowly opened his mouth and said, "He discovered me." Xin Yu was startled and said, "How is this possible? If a Diva 4th Blight Sovereign had the intention to hide, even 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperors had no way of discovering too." Yi Yuan just broke through to Heavenly Emperor and he could already discover Heavenly Emperor Sword Time's spying. His understanding of Heavenly Tao already exceeded your imagination. This boy will surely achieve great things in the future. It's just that I don't know if there's time for him to grow or not." Sword Time said, deep in thought. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu's face changed and he said, "Your Excellency, why are you also? Could it be that this divine race is really so terrifying?" Sword Time's expression was solemn as he said, "More terrifying than you think. Doomsday battle isn't just casual talk. Once the war starts, it will obliterate the heavens and decimate the earth. Even a Tao ancestor, that level of a powerhouse, will find it hard to not get involved too. Because the divine race has existences rivaling Tao ancestors too." Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu's mind shook wildly, his gaze being full of astonishment. Chapter 2287, Afraid that you can't clean up the mess. The clouds and fog were so heavy that one only knew that they were in the mountains. What it was referring to was the Cloudheart Mountain Range. Cloudheart Mountain Range was an extremely huge mountain range around the Heavenspan Mountain, heaven and earth spiritual energy extremely abundant. The entrance of the Cloudheart realm was in the area where Cloudheart mountain range's spiritual energy was the thickest. Normally, no one would come here. This place was the medicine ancestors' bodhidharma, no one dared to profane the medicine ancestors' invincible might. But now, Cloudheart mountain range was crowded with people. Many powerhouses were flying towards the depths of the mountain one after another. Tisk tisk, the medicine ancestor occupies this level of spirit mountain and great river, truly remarkable. If not for following you, this emperor wouldn't dare approach this place too. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said with vicissitudes of emotion. Thinking of how he was 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor, he was also an apex existence in the heavenspan world. But Cloudheart Mountain, this sort of place, he would never have dared to come. Cloudheart Realm's background was far deeper than the priest temple. This place had powerhouses as plentiful as clouds. Even Diva Realm super powerhouses also did not dare to act wildly here, let alone Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, an 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. Sensing the oppressive spiritual energy, Yuan nodded and said, "This place is close to the Heavenspan Mountain, it's likely one of the bodhidharmas with the richest spiritual energy. With the medicine ancestor's ability, he can live up to this place." Although very disdainful toward the medicine ancestor's character, Yuan did not have any doubts about his strength at all. What a pretty beauty. A young man next to him suddenly stopped, eyes staring right at Bailey Qingyan, with a lecherous look. Behind the youth, an old man with a white beard and hair followed. The old man's body emitted powerful undulations. He was clearly not mediocre. Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly but did not pay attention to that young man. Yuan, let's go, Bailey Qingyan said. Yuan nodded his head and was just about to continue ahead, but that Yu's figure moved, blocking the few people's path. Hoo, what a feisty beauty. This young master, I like it. Beautiful lady, I am the most outstanding 7-star alchemy god of the Purple Azure Realm's Leng family, Leng Tianao. In the future, I'll be entering the medicine ancestors' tutelage. If you follow me, you'll have endless glory and wealth. Leng Tianao said these words very confidently. He felt that as long as he brought out the Leng family's name, Bailey Qingyan would definitely be moved. Purple Azure Realm's Leng family. Yuan and Bailey Qingyan did not have much reaction, but Heavenly Emperor Just Bright got a shock, a look of dread on his face. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's reaction, Leng Tianao's face was even more proud of himself. Why, is the Purple Azure Realm's Leng family very famous? Yuan asked curiously. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright nodded slightly and said, the Purple Azure Realm is an alchemy ancient family with an extremely distant legacy, its background extremely deep. The Leng family's ancestor himself is a peak ancestor realm alchemy master. The Leng family's Leng Tianqi even went under the medicine ancestor's eldest disciple's tutelage, and as the medicine ancestor's grand pupil. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had lived for a long time and knew about these reclusive families of the heavenspan world like the back of his hand. Moreover, this Leng family was an extremely formidable alchemy ancient family in the first place. Hearing Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's words, Leng Tianao said smugly, "Hey, Leng Tianqi is precisely my elder brother." Yuan gave an "oh," and did not express much. Little beauty, there's no future following this kind of poor and pedantic boy. Following me, not only can you enjoy wealth and glory, reaching peak Heavenly Emperor in the future is nothing difficult too. How about it, consider it. As Leng Tianao said, he actually reached his hand out to grab at Bailey Qingyan in front of Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's faces. Bailey Qingyan's gaze turned cold, figure flashing, avoiding this touch. Leng Tianao did not care in the slightest and said smilingly, little beauty is shy. Relax, big brother will dote on you well in the future. A surge of killing intent welled up from Bailey Qingyan's body and she said in a cold voice, Yuan, I want to kill people. Yuan said coolly, kill for what? A guy whose head is swimming with sperm, castrate him. Bailey Qingyan smiled sweetly and said, good idea. These two people chatted as if there was no one else around, but the old man opposite became alert. A powerful and unmatched aura suddenly released, enveloping the three people. A cold light flashed, Bailey Qingyan's sword was inconceivably fast. However, the old man opposite was an 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor supreme powerhouse. How could he give Bailey Qingyan the chance to draw her sword? However, before he even made a move, Yuan opened his mouth calmly. A terrifying wave of heavenly Dao Law suddenly descended, restraining the old man. An 8th firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse, Yuan was unable to restrain him for too long. It was just for a moment in time. But just this moment was sufficient. An astonishing cry reverberated throughout the clouds. Lang Tianao clutched his lower body in pain. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he said with a furious roar, "You guys dared to cripple young master. This emperor will make you pay with your lives." Done talking, a terrifying aura erupted once more. The old man rushed toward Yuan. But right at this time, a figure interjected in the middle of both parties, blocking the old man's path. The arrival was a middle-aged in azure robes, his aura extremely strong, even above the old man. He looked at the old man and said in a cold voice, "Those who attack within the Cloudheart mountain range, kill without mercy." Before the old man spoke yet, they heard Lang Tianao's pig slaughter-like voice sound out. He said, "It was them who made a move first. Taoist brother Azurefeather, I'm Lang Tianxi's younger brother. You have to uphold justice for me." When he was talking, cold sweat poured profusely. Clearly, he was in immense pain. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather turned to look at Yuan and said in a cold voice, "It's forbidden to take action on Cloudheart mountain range, didn't your family's grown-ups teach you before coming?" Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, "With your shrewdness, can't you tell what's going on? Questioning me like this, is it that you think I'm easy to bully?" Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather was sent to patrol the mountains. He was naturally a character adept at dealing with people. He came over and took a look, and he immediately understood what was going on. It was just that Lang Tianao mentioned his family, and that was his own people. He naturally had to side with Lang Tianao, but he never thought that Yuan actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. This boy was clearly very young. Why would he have such meticulous thoughts? Humph, no matter how glib your tongue is, you attacking is real. Could it be that this emperor can't deal with you? This emperor gives you a chance. Cripple your own divine sea, and I can spare you from death. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly. He knew most of the Heavenspan world's various major families' alchemy experts. But regardless of whether it was Yuan or Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, both looked very unfamiliar to him. So he determined that Yuan was merely a small faction's genius, that was all. His Cloudheart realm could afford to offend. Ha! Cloudheart realm's people are truly awe-inspiring. It's just that if you flaunt your power in front of me, I'm afraid that you can't clean up the mess in a while. In a while, you'll probably be kneeling in front of me and apologizing, Yuan said with a cold sneer. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather was tickled the moment he heard and laughed in spite of himself and said, "Snotty brat, probably never seen the world before, right? There have only ever been others apologizing to Cloudheart realm's people. Cloudheart realm's people will never apologize to outsiders. Just the likes of you also want to make this emperor apologize. Now, this emperor gives you 3 breaths of time. If you don't take action, this emperor will do it. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 2288, Kneel and Apologize. Looks like this emperor still has to do it." Seeing that Yuan did not take any action, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather calmly pointed a finger out and was about to eradicate Yuan. But right at this time, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Yuan and casually waved his hand, extinguishing this attack. Seeing the arrival, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's pupils constricted, and he said with a bow, "Lord Zijin." Zijin ignored him. He turned around and gave a bow toward Yuan, saying, "Medicine Ancestor's disciple, Zijin, offers greetings to Second Sage." Hearing the name Second Sage, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's expression changed wildly. Who in the world did not know him? This alchemy world's upstart, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather had long heard of his name like a thunderclap piercing the ear. But he had not seen Yuan before. A chill ran down Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's back. Only then did he know that he caused huge trouble. The commotion at this side was blown up very big and already attracted quite a number of powerhouses to stop and watch. Hearing Zijin's words, everyone looked toward Yuan, extremely surprised. He's the legendary Second Sage. I really couldn't tell. So young and he's actually already so impressive. I heard that Second Sage's alchemy strength can already rival peak 8-star alchemy gods, wonder if it's true or fake. Tisk tisk, Lord Azurefeather was too much just now. This matter probably can't be settled. The name of Second Sage had long already been resounding like the roar of thunder in the alchemy world. It was just that the people who had seen Yuan before could be counted with one's fingers. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hu, your Cloudheart realm's way of hospitality, this Yi is considered to have experienced it." Zijin's gaze flickered slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Azure Feather, why haven't you come over and apologized to Lord Second Sage?" Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather could only toughen his scalp and come over. Giving a bow toward Yi Yuan, he said, "Azure Feather didn't know that Second Sage has arrived, resulting in offending Second Sage. Please pardon my offense." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Brother Azure Feather, what did you say just now?" This Yi didn't hear clearly. "Can you repeat it again?" Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Yuan's warning was still ringing in his ears. Just now, he still did not feel anything. But currently, his face felt burning hot, like he had been slapped twice. Of course, these 2 slaps were dealt by himself. He postured too much earlier. Just finished saying that Cloudheart Realm's people would never apologize to outsiders. In a blink, he slapped his own face. Azure Feather had eyes but failed to recognize Mount I. "I hope that Second Sage can calm your anger." Azure Feather was helpless and could only apologize once again. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you don't deal with affairs fairly and show off your power, forget it. But just now, you had killing intent toward this Yi. You wouldn't think that this will slide with such a light and floaty sentence, right?" Azure Feather's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Lord Second Sage, this Emperor is at any rate 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor too. You don't need to be so persistent, right? Don't be too ruthless, so that we can meet on good terms in the future." A 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor naturally had the pride of a 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This level of a powerhouse was already standing at the summit of the Heavenspan world. Diva realm powerhouses mostly remained reclusive, very rarely did anyone show their face. And 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperors could be said to be existences that rule a region of the world. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather knew that Yi Yuan's status was extraordinary, but he was only a little guy who just entered Heavenly Emperor after all. Him apologizing to Yi Yuan was already giving adequate face. He was actually still not satisfied. Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Zijin and said with a smile, "Brother Zijin, what do you say?" Zijin's expression was also ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had not entered Cloudheart Realm yet and both sides already fell out so badly. To be honest, he also did not know why Master regarded Yi Yuan so highly. But Master gave the instructions, to have him make sure to settle Yi Yuan down well. In contrast, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's face was nothing. "Azure Feather, kneel down," Zijin suddenly said in a solemn voice. Azure Feather's expression changed drastically and he said, "Lord Zijin, kneel, apologize." Zijin's tone became unprecedentedly harsh. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather had a look of unwillingness on his face. Looking at Yi Yuan fiercely, he wished to kill him. But, under Zijin's powerful pressure, he could only grit his teeth and kneel. Following Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather kneeling down in the air, a series of exclamations came from the sides. A 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor actually knelt down toward someone. This level of existence had always been high and mighty in their eyes, akin to gods. But now, a godlike existence in their eyes actually knelt down. If Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather knelt to a diva realm, they would not be so surprised too. But, the target of his kneeling was merely a little guy who had just entered Heavenly Emperor. No matter if Yi Yuan was the second sage, he was too young after all. Not everyone had the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest's level of judgment, being able to discern Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. In the hearts of the vast majority of the people, Yi Yuan was merely just a genius. That was all. A genius and a powerhouse were two totally different concepts. A powerhouse, that was a leviathan who truly commanded a region, his every movement and action could affect the direction of the Heavenspan world. While a genius only had the potential of becoming a powerhouse. Before growing up, geniuses were merely just geniuses too. But such a person actually pressured a 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor into kneeling and apologizing. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather and said coolly, "Looks like Brother Azure Feather is very unconvinced." Azure Feather glared at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Today's matter, Azure Feather has noted it down." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you very confused? Doesn't matter, you'll understand very soon." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned to Zijin and said, "Brother Zijin, how to deal with those two?" Over there, Leng Tianao was long already frightened silly, even forgetting his pain. Who was he posturing in front of just now? Second Sage, his big brother. Leng Tianqi was indeed formidable, but he was also merely the medicine ancestor's grand pupil. While second sage was in existence on equal footing as the sacred ancestor high priest. Even his big brother's master was a junior in front of Yi Yuan too. He actually said to Baili Qingyan just now that there was no future in following this boy. Zijin gave Leng Tianao a glance and said coolly, cut off both hands and punish him by confining him back in the clan for 5,000 years. Wonder if second sage is still satisfied with this punishment. A cold light flashed. Leng Tianao's 2 hands were severed at the wrist. Ah, my hands. Leng Tianao screamed miserably. With Zijin taking action, the wounds carried the power of source. Wanting to regrow a pair of hands was probably not so easy. An alchemist losing both hands was tantamount to cutting off all of his future. This punishment could not be said to not be heavy. Bring him back and confine for 5,000 years. If anyone in the Leng family is unconvinced, say that this is my verdict. Zijin looked at the old man and said coolly. His level of status and strength, a single word was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He said to confine for 5,000 years, the Leng family absolutely would not dare to let him out at 4,999 years. The Leng family's ancestor's strength was strong, but in front of the medicine ancestor, he was nothing. Furthermore, legends had it that the Leng family's ancestor was originally a nominal disciple of the medicine ancestor. Regarding Zijin's words, the Leng family absolutely would not dare to defy. Everyone was extremely puzzled when they saw this scene. They did not understand why Lord Zijin would be so respectful towards second sage. The old man's expression changed several times. But in the end, he still brought away Leng Tianao, who was wailing in pain, and left. Chapter 2289, Boiling Water, Brewing Tea. Lord Zijin, I'm unconvinced. An exalted ninth firmament heavenspan world actually knelt down and apologized to a brat who's still wet behind his ears. After today, I, Heavenspan World Azurefeather, will probably become the laughingstock of the entire Heavenspan world. Settling Yi Yuan down well, Azurefeather went to find Zijin and strongly expressed his indignation. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this kind of grand occasion, it was hard to come by once in a million years too. The various regions' powerhouses present at that time were not in the minority. This matter could not be hidden at all. The moment Azurefeather dropped to his knees, what dropped was his dignity as a ninth firmament heavenly emperor. How could he endure it? Zijin gave him a glance and said with a sigh, I'm sorry. Actually, I really don't understand it either. But this was instructed by Master. I had no choice but to do it like this. Azurefeather's face changed, and he said in confusion, the priest temple might be sitting high up in a leading position in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of our Cloudheart realm, what do they count for? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Zijin said, Master naturally has his own reasons for doing things. So it's not up to us to question it. If you want to blame that you shouldn't have offended him. No matter what, for him to be able to be valued highly by sacred ancestor high priest, he naturally has his saving graces. Azurefeather's expression flickered incessantly and he gritted his teeth and said, I can't swallow this grievance. If I get the chance, I definitely won't let him off. Zijin said coolly, you don't have to worry about this. The alchemy geniuses that came to Cloudheart realm this time are plentiful like oxen hair. Among them, there is no shortage of existences whose talent won't lose to him. He's occupying a high position. So he'll naturally become the common target for public scorn, you just have to wait and watch a good show. Azurefeather's eyes lit up, his mood immediately improved by a lot. Yeah, so what if second sage? The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time gathered the top-notch alchemy geniuses of the Heavenspan world. Some of their backgrounds were not even worse than sacred ancestor high priests. How could their disciples be amateurs? If Yi Yuan was sacred ancestor high priest's disciple, then forget it. But he was second sage. Those geniuses were a generation lower than Yi Yuan for no reason. How could they endure this kind of insult? Zijin gave him a glance and said, didn't Yi Yuan cripple Leng Tianqi's younger brother? He should currently be simmering with rage. You go and find him. Have him incite some genius disciples. There will naturally be someone who goes and find trouble with Yi Yuan. As long as our people don't provoke him, I believe that Master shouldn't say anything. The moment Azurefeather heard, he was overjoyed and said, why didn't I think of that? It's still Lord Zijin who's impressive, rousing the dreamer from his sleep with one word. Would ever dog fart second sage, I'll definitely make him reveal his true colors. At this time, Yuan arrived at Cloudheart Realm's Feather Mountain. This place was the place where Sacred Ancestor High Priest was staying. Second Sage, Jimo said with a respectful bow. Now, Jimo already treated Yuan as his teacher. Yuan nodded and said, "Lead the way then." Jimo turned around and led the way, entering a large hall. The hall was very empty, without even a guard. A middle-aged man in plain clothing, his face firm and determined, was seated in the middle of the hall. In front of him was a tea table. Not far from the middle-aged man, 10 unfathomable powerhouses were standing around respectfully, their attitudes very respectful. At the first sight of this middle-aged man, Yuan felt that he was unfathomable. That sort of feeling was even more stately than those god statues he saw in the divine race. The middle-aged man did not speak, he was very busy. A ball of water was currently flowing in pace with his 2 hands. Inside the water ball, green leaves appeared indistinctly. The movements of the middle-aged man carried the thick lingering charm of great Tao. That ball of water in his hands gradually evolved to become a world. Using the method of great Tao pill refinement to boil water and brew tea, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's means were truly inconceivable. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's palm shook. That ball of water traversed through the void and arrived in front of Yuan. Yuan was taken aback at first, but he immediately reacted and reached his hand out to beckon, catching all of the water droplets without leaking the slightest hint. This was a medicinal pill that had yet to be perfected, it could collapse at any time. But the function of this medicinal pill was to bring out all of the medicinal effects inside the spiritual tea. Said that it was brewing tea, but in reality, it was refining a pill. It was just that those able to brew tea with the method of alchemy, one probably could not find more than a few in this world. Yuan understood that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was testing him. It was not easy to be the second sage. Whether or not he had the qualifications to walk into this hall and sit opposite of Sacred Ancestor High Priest, it would have to be put off until after passing this test. If he did not pass this test, Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not mind chasing him out. A lingering charm of great Tao similarly erupted on Yuan's body. Yuan held the ball with both hands, a Tai Chi diagram emerged behind Yuan. When Wing saw this scene, his eyes glimmered slightly, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. At the same time, his disciples became unsettled. Although Yuan this name had sounded out in their ears no idea how many times before, it was still their first time truly meeting Yuan. In their hearts, they were naturally somewhat disapproving of Yuan, this rising star. Even if they knew that Yuan was not an ordinary person, this was human nature. Before seeing it with your own eyes, no matter how exaggerated the tale, there would always be that trace of doubt in the heart. But now, they finally understood why their master would choose Yuan. Looking at the great Tao power contained in this Tai Chi diagram, they were actually unable to see through completely with their realm. The current Yuan actually gave them a feeling of profoundness and mystery. That sort of feeling was like facing their own master, even though Yuan's great Tao still appeared somewhat immature, being far from as vigorous and solid as their masters. But Yuan had indeed already walked onto the same great Tao. Concerning this point, they were well aware in their hearts. Yuan's actions possessed natural grace, akin to floating clouds and flowing water. It was natural and smooth, giving people a feeling of gladdening the mind and refreshing the spirit. Suddenly, his fingertips guided, the spiritual tea flew back with a whoosh. Wing smiled slightly and reached his hand out to catch it effortlessly. He continued refining. His refinement was steady and composed as if the Heavenspan mountain was suppressing in front, being vastly different from Yuan's style. Suddenly, he shook again. The spiritual tea flew over once more. Yuan caught it, refined it again, and returned it again. These two people, going back and forth, fought with great pleasure. By the side, the group of disciples was long already stunned from watching. This guy could actually catch the Ti-Dao world that Master refined. Normally, Wing would also occasionally play this game with them. As disciples, they had followed Wing for tens of millions of years. But it was impossible to keep going. This refinement seemed simple, but actually, the more toward the back, the more complicated. Often, when they caught it at the back, it would make the entire world collapse, making the tea water all spill out. But Yuan fought with Sacred Ancestor High Priest for dozens of rounds and actually did not fall into a disadvantageous situation in the slightest. No matter how Sacred Ancestor High Priest refined it, Yi Yuan could catch it, and continue refining, then throw it back. Ignoring other things, just this action already surpassed all of them. Suddenly, with Wing's fingertips guiding, the spiritual tea entered the teapot without spilling the slightest bit. Immediately, fragrance greeted the nose, suffusing the entire hall. Then, it was the entire Feather Mountain. At this time, no matter which corner of Feather Mountain, this thick tea fragrance could be smelled. Chapter 2290, First Lesson. Ha ha ha, splendid. Wing clapped his hands and laughed loudly, seemingly very delighted. Clearly, he was satisfied to the extreme with Yi Yuan's performance. Wing made an inviting gesture, indicating for Yi Yuan to take a seat. This meant that Yi Yuan had the qualifications to sit and debate on Tao with him. The title of Second Sage also became in reality as well as in name. Senior Sacred Ancestor's strength is what broadened Junior's horizons. Yi Yuan sat down opposite Wing and said with a smile. Ever since entering the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan was virtually ever triumphant in alchemy. He had never encountered a match before. But this time, Yi Yuan knew that he really met his opponent. The Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were the two great peaks of alchemy Tao, the apex of the world. Wanting to surpass them was immensely difficult. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended the source of great Tao, and touched the level of Tao Pill, there was still a considerable gap compared to them. Those few moves earlier in Yi Yuan already deeply felt that might of Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was as if what was in front of him was an insurmountable mountain. Of course, Yi Yuan was too young. Regardless of whether it was the Medicine Ancestor or Sacred Ancestor High Priest, the time that they researched on alchemy had already been too long. Wing filled Yi Yuan's cup with tea and said smilingly, I indeed didn't misjudge. You didn't let me down. It has only been a short 2,000 years and your alchemy strength is already so terrifying, far exceeding my imagination. Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, from the first time I cracked Ask Not, you knew that there would be this day, no? In alchemy, this junior is confident that I'm not inferior to anyone, even if it's you or the Medicine Ancestor. Yi Yuan had extremely strong confidence in alchemy path. This was exchanged from his trillions of tempering and tens of millions of victory. This kind of confidence was already deeply engraved in his bones, nobody could shake it. But the moment these words came out, the faces of all the disciples changed. The third person among the 11 disciples said in a solemn voice, impudent. Even if Master conferred you the title Second Sage, before you reach Diva Realm, you don't have the qualifications to be so unbridled in front of Master too. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, this isn't insolence, it's a hero valuing a hero. This Yi respects Senior Sacred Ancestor's breadth of spirit. So beating him is the greatest respect towards him. What he needs is not yes men, but a powerful opponent. How can someone who behaves respectfully and is a yes man be fit to be his opponent? The third disciple smiled coldly and said, preposterous. For you to have today's accomplishments, isn't it still because Master deliberately nurturing you? But when you come before Master, you don't have the slightest gratitude, simply showing ingratitude for kindness. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, you guys seem to have some sort of misinterpretation of the meaning of nurturing. That's right, I'd indeed borrowed Senior Sacred Ancestor's power these few years. But in terms of nurturing, I'm afraid that this Yi can't compare to 1/10,000th of you all, right? When the disciples heard that, each and every one of their faces became extremely ugly. The implied meaning of these words was that you guys were too weak. You all, these disciples, which one wasn't personally groomed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest? They enjoyed the priest temple's resources, consuming countless of them. But up until today, they did not have the qualifications to sit opposite their master too. This was the disparity between them. This Yi have today's accomplishments. It wasn't by relying on anyone's nurturing, but it was exchanged for by relying on my own efforts. Relying on other people's grooming, one will never become a true powerhouse. You guys are like this, and the Medicine Ancestors, those disciples, are similarly like so. No doubt that walking other people's paths are shortcuts, but not being able to walk your own path, you guys can forever only stand there. But I can sit here. Apart from Mo, the other disciples, expressions changed drastically one after another. Too wildly arrogant, this guy actually still dared to be so rampant in front of their master. Second disciple said in a solemn voice, Master, this boy is too condescending. He doesn't show any respect for you at all. In the future, when he achieves supremacy, he'll surely be our priest temple's mortal calamity. Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not speak all along. He just drank tea quietly, allowing Yi Yuan and his disciples to cross swords with words. He put down the cup and said, with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, you all are wrong. Not only will Yi Yuan not become our enemy, but he'll also become our most powerful ally instead. Or should I say, he'll forever be the priest temple's second sage." Second disciple was perplexed as he said, "Master, this is impossible. Such a conceited person, this disciple has seen before no idea how many. How can this kind of person possibly become our ally?" Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a glance and said, "What Yi Yuan said, each word is a gem. It's just that you all aren't able to understand, that's all. Didn't you all discover that these few days, number 7 changed a lot?" All the disciples were startled, looking toward Jimo one after another. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not say, they really would not have noticed it. With him saying this, they noticed that it was really true. These few years, not mentioning about Jimo's great improvement in strength, his entire person's temperament and aura also changed greatly. Could it be that these changes were all because of Yi Yuan? Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled and said, "Not only is Yi Yuan not disrespectful toward me, but he's actually very respectful toward me. I didn't choose him because I want him to be obsequious in front of me, but because I want him to become a true powerhouse. I want him to help me break the shackles. He doesn't owe me anything. For him to be able to have today's achievements, it was by relying on his powerful willpower and strength. From that moment he sat opposite me, our confrontation is considered to have officially begun. Every movement, every word, even action, are all a competition between us. Since it's a competition, then one can't lose on aura. If he's reverent and respectful in front of me, then there's no need to compete. He already lost. What Yi Yuan said is right. He can sit opposite me calmly, but you guys, which of you can sit in front of me and regard with equanimity, drink tea calmly, and debate on Tao?" The group of disciples all had ashamed looks on their faces. What their master said was right. Making them sit opposite him and drink tea indifferently and calmly, none of them could do it. Even the eldest disciple, High Priest Green Nether, who followed their master the longest, could not do it too. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled and said, "This is the first lesson that second sage taught you guys. Think about it properly. His appearance might be a turning point in your lives." Everyone's heart suddenly trembled. No wonder their master brought all of them with him. At first, they even thought that it was bringing them to witness the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Only now did they suddenly come to realize the truth. It turned out that it was for Yi Yuan. Their master's action was well-intentioned. Sacred Ancestor High Priest poured tea for Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "Hoo-hoo, I naturally know that you have this potential and strength. Except, I won't lose either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Losing and winning is very important, but it's also not important. Losing, need to see if the loss is worthwhile or not." Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and let out a sigh as he said, "You're stronger than me." This logic, I only understood it after a very, very long time. But it looks like you're already prepared. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Understanding now isn't too late either. The strong will always become braver in the face of setbacks." Chapter 2291, Sit and Debate on Tao. Yi Yuan sat and debated on Tao with Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The group of disciples by the side listened like they did not fully understand. Among them, there were some who were long already Diva Realm Supreme powerhouses and had also already reached Grand Completion Ancestor Realm in Alchemy too. But without taking the step of refining a Tao pill, one would never be able to take part in the two people's discussion. They discovered that the things Master and Yi Yuan debated on already exceeded their understanding and reached another level. Medicinal pills were different from other cultivation practices. It was a Tao with spirit medicines as the foundation, and it needed to be expressed through specific materials. Furthermore, heaven and earth spirit medicines had different attributes. It could be said to be all-encompassing. To the vast majority of alchemists, their pill refinement all stopped on the material level. This path was especially difficult to go from the metaphysical and reach the level of Tao. Reaching this level, it was all about understanding spirit medicines at the level of Tao. The perspective was totally different. The 11 disciples' understanding was from bottom to top, but Yi Yuan's and Sacred Ancestor High Priest's understanding was from top to bottom. It was an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Even though the two of them were not truly towering at the summit, it was not a height that the average person could reach. Gradually, above Feather Mountain, Tao melody reverberated, lingering incessantly. On the entire Feather Mountain, it reverberated with the lingering charm of Tao. Even though the 11 disciples were unable to fully understand things, their strength also stood at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. This level of Tao debate naturally benefited them a lot. Ha ha ha, brilliant, truly brilliant, Yi Yuan, your view really let this emperor become enlightened at once. Wing said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, likewise, senior sacred ancestors' brilliant ideas made this Yi also have a feeling of being enlightened. Suddenly, Wing reined in his expression, and said seriously, Yi Yuan, although your Tao is still very immature, it has already revealed its sharpness. As long as you keep walking all the way, you might walk even further than me and the medicine ancestor. With this round of Tao debate, the shock in Wing's heart could not be greater. The depths of Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao, the incisiveness of his insights, all of them were not like what a fledgling kid should have, but rather he seemed to be like an expert with deep accumulations. Even though this was also within reason, he discovered that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. Especially when Yi Yuan talked about his 60 years of Tao enlightenment, gathering the essence of a myriad alchemy Taos, making him be remolded thoroughly anew. Often, some of the insights that Yi Yuan said were all things that he had not even thought about before. At a young age, he could actually have such profound insights, it was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, foods need to be eaten bite by bite. Ever since comprehending the source of alchemy Tao, my alchemy Tao progress has evidently slowed down. The moment these words came out, the faces of each and every one of the disciples revealed strange looks. These words were too pretentious. Other people cultivating alchemy Tao, which one did not calculate in tens of thousands of years. Your 2,000 over years of Tao enlightenment already beat other people's tens of millions of years of comprehension, you were still not satisfied. The hardest thing in alchemy Tao was comprehending the power of source this step. This punk already opened the gates and actually still complained that it was too slow. Wing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, you punk, if these words are said on Feather Mountain, then it's fine. If you go outside and say it, you will probably drown in saliva. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this time, I came precisely to spar with the Heavenspan world's top powerhouses. It's just, I don't know if that person will lower himself and have a match with me, this junior. Wing smiled and said, that will have to depend on your ability, whether or not you can force him out. But you don't look down on the heroes of the world too much either. This Heavenspan world isn't just a medicine ancestor and a sacred ancestor high priest. Although the people who comprehended alchemy Tao source are very few, it's also not like there aren't any. Yi Yuan nodded and said, senior, rest assured, this Yi has an idea in my heart. Wing nodded and said, MN, I naturally feel assured about you. If you were short-tempered and had a personality that doesn't know the proper way to act, you also wouldn't have today. With the two people's Tao debate coming to an end, both parties benefited a lot. Yi Yuan was originally only muddle-headed about Tao pills. But Wing's Tao debate opened up another door for Yi Yuan. These things were sufficient for him to digest for some time. Finished chatting about these, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and asked curiously, senior, may I be so bold as to ask what's your realm? Towards the realm division above Diva realm, Yi Yuan was not clear about it. Seeing Wing this time, he naturally had to resolve the doubts in his heart. Wing smiled and said, this emperor has already transcended 4 blight tribulations, and is Diva 4th blight realm. Yi Yuan said in surprise, with senior's strength, you're only Diva 4th blight. Wing laughed in spite of himself and said, Diva blight tribulation isn't as simple as you imagine. The further to the back, the more terrifying. Diva realm powerhouses obtain eternal life and violate heavenly Tao, resulting in heavenly Tao sending down blight tribulations. The goal is to kill martial artists. Therefore, many people can transcend the first blight tribulation, second blight tribulation, but after the third time, there are very few. Even the medicine ancestor is also merely 4th blight realm, that's all. Yi Yuan's mind was in upheaval. Turns out that the existence of the blight tribulation was actually such a purpose. He had always thought that Wing and medicine ancestor were both Diva 5th blight supreme powerhouses. Did not expect that they were only just 4th blight. Then just how strong are Diva 5th blight powerhouses? Can they rival Tao ancestors? Yi Yuan asked. Wing shook his head and said, Tao ancestors control the rules in a region. That's bestowed by heavenly Tao. Even after transcending Diva Fifth Blight, it's also impossible to be their match. Of course, among Diva Fifth Blights, there are still some extremely terrifying existences. Their strength might only be a hair's breadth away compared to Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan said in surprise, there's actually still this kind of powerhouse. Does Senior know which powerhouse in the Heavenspan world has such strength? Wing smiled and said, this emperor knows that your relationship with the Jian family is pretty good. The Jian family's ancestor, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, is such a terrifying existence. The present Diva Fourth Blight, Fifth Blight powerhouses, were mostly only gradually born after the Doomsday Battle. But I heard that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets is an old monster who survived from the previous epoch, his strength unfathomable. Of course, nobody has seen him take action before either. As for whether or not he can really rival Tao ancestors, there's no way of knowing. Yi Yuan felt a chill as he listened to it. In his understanding, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Medicine Ancestor, and Sacred Ancestor High Priest should be existences on the same level. Who could have thought that he was actually so terrifying? Yi Yuan's heart stirred and he said, then, does Senior know of the existence of the divine race? Wing nodded and said, heard of it, but I don't know about the details. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, then does Senior know that the new Doomsday Battle is about to arrive very soon? The Sacred Ancestor High Priest, who had always been calm and collected, his complexion finally changed. He said in surprise, there's actually still such a thing. How did you know? Yi Yuan recounted the events of the Abyss World and Divine Race, making everyone present have grim expressions after listening. An invisible pressure echoed in the hall. Senior, the Divine Race prepared for an epic. They will surely come down on us like a ton of bricks this time. The sacrificial temple still needs to take precautions early. Yi Yuan said. Wing let out a deep sigh and said, Doomsday Battle. Is this another samsara? No wonder I've been restless recently. It turns out that the reason is actually this. Chapter 2292, Fishing. Yi Yuan stayed at Feather Mountain, going into a retreat to digest the gains of these few days. Exchanging the things he learned with a leading authority figure like Wing, he had to admit, it was a mentally and physically exhausting thing to do. Even with Yi Yuan's abilities, digesting it was absolutely not an easy thing too. After Heavenly Emperor Just Bright entered Cloudheart Realm, he brought Old Drunkard to go to Cloudheart City to collect spirit medicines. Cloudheart City was the host of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. The spirit medicines gathered were countless. Rank 8 spirit medicines were not common wares found on the streets. Even in Cloudheart Realm, one could not buy it as they wished either. Furthermore, 9 Refinements Cloudheaven Pill spirit medicines also belong to the high-end existence among rank 8 spirit medicines. Wanting to purchase them naturally needed to expend a lot of effort. Old Drunkard coming to this kind of sacred place, he naturally wanted to experience it. Hence, he went with Just Bright. Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and had an even deeper comprehension of Great Tao's source. However, there were many things comprehended this time that were too profound. Yi Yuan was also unable to fully understand them for the time being and could only save it for later to slowly digest. The Tao debate this time also let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, these existences' strength. Their strength in alchemy indeed made people feel like they were beholding a great mountain. Yi Yuan, Senior Just Bright and Old Drunkard have already been gone for more than a month, and haven't returned until now. Something wouldn't have happened, right? Bailey Qingyun said worriedly. Yi Yuan had a strange look and said, haven't come back until now. Something might have really happened. But you rest assured, they know that Just Bright and Old Drunkard are my people. So they won't harm their lives. The voice had yet to fade when a voice sounded out outside. Great Melancholy Realms Longwinter requests an audience with Second Sage. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, you see, didn't it come? Reckon that somebody can't stand the loneliness, and wants to challenge me. Bailey Qingyun's beautiful eyes flickered, the pride in her heart rising. This was the man that she fancied, a man who was already standing on the summit of this heavenspan world. When Heavenly Emperor Longwinter saw Yi Yuan, he felt surprised in his heart. He did not expect that the second sage whose fame shook the alchemy world was actually so young. But very soon, his heart settled down. Such a young little fellow, how could he possibly be his young master's match? It seemed like the outside world's rumors about how the second sage were mostly biased. Thinking up to here, His awe towards second sage this title immediately lessened significantly. Finding me for, Yi Yuan said coolly. Longwinter stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, Longwinter is passing on a message on behalf of young master. My family's young master is great melancholy realm's heavenly emperor Yi Xian's disciple, Zhao Zixuan. I believe second sage must have heard of him. Yi Yuan said puzzledly, very sorry, I really never heard of him before. Is great melancholy realm's heavenly emperor Yi Xian very famous? Longwinter was stunned. He then immediately became greatly enraged and said in a solemn voice, our great melancholy realm is the heavenspan world's alchemy holy land that ranks at the top of the list, and yet you actually pretend that you haven't heard of it. With what you said, this emperor can take it that you're provoking the great melancholy realm. Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and said speechlessly, never heard before means never heard before. You can't have me pretend to have heard of it, right? He really never heard of great melancholy realm before. Even Cloudheart realm, he only heard of it recently too. As for whatever heavenly emperor Yi Xian, he naturally had not heard of him before. Ever since entering the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's understanding of the alchemy world was limited to the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest. He really never paid much attention to other alchemy holy lands. Heavenly Emperor Longwinter said in a great rage, very good. Second sage's words, Longwinter will definitely bring it and let Lord Yi Xian know. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, up to you. So you're here finding me for? Longwinter said with a gloomy look, second sage's two followers bumped into my family's young master in the city and have already been detained by us. If second sage wishes to redeem them, please personally make a trip to Cloudheart City. Longwinter originally thought that Yi Yuan would be furious after hearing it and accuse him. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan just nonchalantly gave an, oh, and he then said, let's go then. Finished talking, he already went out of the door. Longwinter discovered that it turned out the whole lot of excuses that he prepared were completely useless. Yi Yuan was after all the sacrificial temple's second sage, his status being equivalent to the various holy lands numbered 2 figure. He was extraordinary. If they wanted to find trouble with Yi Yuan, they naturally had to do their homework. But who knew that this guy did not play his cards according to the normal style at all, making him have a feeling of punching on empty space. Longwinter only came back to his senses after a while and hurriedly followed after. Blind thing, our spirit medicines, you also dare to snatch them. Beat viciously for me, lowly lackey, not hitting you, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhao Zixuan said viscously. By the side, a handsome young man said, Hoo, brother Zixuan, what are you being angry with 2 lowly lackeys for? After their master comes, let's seek out justice again. Another young man said, really didn't expect that second sage's fame is so great, but he actually can't manage his subordinates. What a disgrace. In the busy city, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and Old Drunkard were hung upside down on a stand, their bodies full of whip marks, looking very wretched. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. These 2 people's lives were naturally unharmed. But doing so was clearly humiliating him, slapping his face. Although Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was powerful, how could great melancholy realm this sort of top holy land lack 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? Heavenly Emperor Longwinter himself was a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor mighty expert. Longwinter came before Zhao Zixuan and said with a bow, young master, second sage is here. The few young men looked towards Yi Yuan one after another. Seeing Yi Yuan's young face, they felt contempt in their hearts. This is the famous second sage. Hoo, these 2 subordinates of yours are too unruly. The heavenly sunflower that this young master took fancy on, they actually dared to snatch. This young master didn't give and they actually even dared to insult me with words. No choice. This young master can only help you to discipline them. Zhao Zixuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a chuckle. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw Yi Yuan, he had an abashed look. The heavenly sunflower was a core ingredient of the 9 refinements Cloudheaven pill. He walked all over Cloudheart City and finally found it in a medicinal store. But as soon as he went in, the heavenly sunflower just happened to be bought by Zhao Zixuan and company. He was anxious in his heart and hurriedly found Zhao Zixuan and company, wanting to buy it over. Zhao Zixuan and company were very disdainful toward Heavenly Emperor Just Bright with their words. The intent of provocation was very thick. However, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw that Zhao Zixuan and company were not strong. Plus, the clothes they were wearing were not overly garish. Hence, he underestimated them. With a few exchanges, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly became greatly enraged and was about to take care of Zhao Zishuan few people. Who knew that at this time, several formidable powerhouses suddenly jumped out, restraining him all at once. Only then did Zhao Zishuan and the rest reveal their identities, scaring Heavenly Emperor Just Bright out of his wits. Each one of these few people actually all had great backgrounds. They were the Heavenspan world's top alchemy Holy Land's disciples. No matter how stupid he was, he also understood. He was fished. These few fellows pretended to be a pig in order to eat a tiger, intentionally baiting him. No wonder he traveled all over Cloudheart City and still could not purchase the Heavenly Sunflower. Chapter 2293, Start your performance. He's the legendary second sage. Looks very ordinary. Yeah, he's so young, how strong can he be? Looks like the name falls short of reality. Second sage might only be highly talented. That's why he's valued by sacred ancestor High Priest. Yi Yuan's fame had long already been resounding like the roar of thunder in the alchemy world. Everyone's expectations of him were too high. As the saying went, to know a man by reputation is not as good as meeting him face to face. The feeling that Yi Yuan's appearance gave people was that it could not be trusted. Even a peerless genius like Zhao Zishuan also had more than 100,000 years spent on cultivating alchemy. An alchemy genius at Zhao Zishuan's age, it was originally impossible to acknowledge Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian as master. These alchemy holy lands have long already had disciples spread like branches and leaves, with students all over the world. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian made an exception to take Zhao Zishuan in as a disciple. It could be seen how terrifying his alchemy talent was. As for the few people by the side, their talent and strength were all not inferior to Zhao Zishuan. In contrast, Yi Yuan was weak to the max at first glance. Heh, wonder if Lord Second Sage should give us an explanation or not. Zhao Zishuan said smugly. He had reason on his side. Furthermore, his background was deep. So he was not afraid of Yi Yuan finding fault. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, so what if Yi Yuan's followers, insulted you? So what if they snatched your spirit medicines? They have this qualification. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Overbearing. He, Second Sage, did not stoop to play whatever games with you at all. Zhao Zishuan and the rest were stunned when they heard that. They took the side of reason and could be said to have racked their brains in order to set this up. But who knew that Yi Yuan did not capitulate at all, not playing cards according to the rules? Zhao Zishuan sneered and said, Hoo, if Second Sage really has the strength of Second Sage, there's naturally no one who dares to refute this. But do you have this strength? Without this strength, you want to use your status to suppress us? I'm very sorry. The few of our identities are not what you can intimidate willy-nilly either. The few people all had scornful looks on their faces. A brat still wet behind his ears also dares to put on airs in front of them. Was Second Sage very impressive? Going to make you lose all standing and reputation today? Yi Yuan smiled and said, didn't they come up with so many tricks in order to force me to take action? As you guys wish. Zhao Zishuan and the rest were overjoyed. This punk delivered himself to the doorstep. Then it could not be blamed on them anymore. The few of them were all major Holy Land's direct lineage disciples, with their statuses being extraordinary. The title of Second Sage could intimidate others, but it really could not scare them. Hey, this is what Second Sage yourself said. Zhao Zishuan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said coolly, against you, these juniors, originally, this sage was disdainful to take action. But not beating the few of your little fellows into submission, probably can't avoid there being some people who have devious thoughts. Since that's the case, I'll make the few of you the first target. Everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Juniors, little fellows, this tone behaved like such a senior. Bearing the title of Second Sage, he did not even know what his surname was anymore. Zhao Zishuan sneered when he heard that and said, is that so? Then today, the few of us will witness Second Sage's strength. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, my strength. Just the likes of you can't see it yet. Your family's ancestor coming out is more like it. Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The people were enraged when they heard that. Yi Yuan's words were putting himself onto the position of the Heavenspan world's pinnacle most alchemists. This guy was also too shameless. It seemed like after receiving the title of Second Sage, he really became unbelievably inflated. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, oh, right. If I win, Let the two of them go and apologize to them, and then hand the spirit medicine to them. Otherwise, this Yi will go and ask medicine ancestor for an explanation. Zhao Zixuan had a disdainful look as he said, fine. If you win against us, what's the harm in apologizing? It's just that I'm afraid that your reputation will be destroyed today. Heh, you even want to find the medicine ancestor to ask for an explanation. I'm afraid that you won't have the face to meet him. You're looking down on the heroes of the world too much. The few of us have followed our masters for many years and already acquired much of their true legacy, just you wait to lose. Yi Yuan did not express any opinion and said coolly, no need to make it so complicated. You guys set up the question. Each person refine a medicinal pill that they are best at. If I were to lose to any of you, it's considered my loss. Yi Yuan did not take these few guys seriously at all. It was just that these words sounded too conceited to others. Every one of them who was present was a rising star of the alchemy world. They were existences that would shock the world in the future. Nobody dared to deny their talent. Furthermore, the domain that each of them was adept at was different. Even if it was an ordinary alchemy major power, they also did not dare to say such words. After all, those major powers were formidable but had their own shortcomings too. These shortcomings were not considered shortcomings in front of some people, but in front of someone like Zhao Zixuan, it would be magnified infinitely. When Zhao Zixuan heard that, he smiled coldly and said, this is what you said. Yi Yuan said impatiently, start your performance then. The few people took out medicinal cauldrons from their storage rings and actually started refining pills on the streets. That's Xuanyuan cauldron. There's also brutal wind cauldron, cloud mist cauldron. My god, these are all renowned peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures. These heavenly emperor spirit treasures were medicinal cauldrons that heavenly emperor Yi Xian they all used back then before they became famous. I didn't expect that they were passed to them. With these precious cauldrons, the quality of the medicinal pills will definitely go up another level. Heh, I want to see how second sage cleans up the mess. These few disciples had clearly obtained their elders' showing of favor, bestowing upon them precious cauldrons that made a name for themselves back then. With these precious cauldrons, their strength would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. At this time, there were already quite a number of people waiting to watch the joke. Second sage might be very talented, but he was too haughty. These young masters present were not ordinary people. Zhao Zixuan and the rest discussed for a bit. The corners of each and every one of their mouths revealed a smug look. When everyone saw this scene, they palpitated with fear and anxiety. These guys were definitely going to pose difficult problems to Yi Yuan. Second sage, the medicinal pill that I'm refining is the 7 treasures blood congealing pill. Watch closely. Zhao Zixuan gave a cold laugh, sending one spirit medicine after another into the medicinal cauldron. Another said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, second sage, what I'm refining is the 9 apertures heavenly dust pill, watch closely. Second sage, what I'm refining is the Zheng Yi imperial extreme pill. Zhao Zixuan this side had a total of 5 people. Each time they reported the name of a medicinal pill, the faces of the people at the sides became a little more shocked. These medicinal pills were too obscure. Not only were they obscure, but the refining difficulty was also very high. 5 types of medicinal pills could be said to be 5 extremes. It was simply impossible for ordinary alchemists to be adept at these 5 kinds of medicinal pills at the same time. Even if Yi Yuan could refine them, it was also impossible for the quality of the medicinal pills to surpass these 5 people at the same time. Heh, this is fun now. This is the price of looking down on Alchemy Holy Land's direct lineage disciples. The price is losing all standing and reputation. No matter what, second sage also won't dare to accept this kind of challenge. This is equivalent to looking for abuse. Everyone around shook their heads one after another. Chapter 2294, looking at what? Zhao Zixuan 5 people were well deserving of being the disciples of ancestor class powerhouses. The moment they made their moves, the momentum was astonishing. 5 powerful auras billowed to the sky, attracting more and more people to surround and watch, cries of exclamations lingering in the ears incessantly. These 5 people were all extraordinary, but their refining methods were quite different. What they were refining represented 5 extremes, just like the 5 vertices of a pentagon. Unless your alchemy strength was balanced to the extreme, otherwise, wanting to win the 5 people at the same time was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Alchemy techniques were eternally changing, but those that could attain the level of an ancestor, which one did not go through endless tempering. Their unique techniques all had extremely unique aspects. Even if Zhao Zixuan and the rest only learned 1,000th of it, it was also sufficient to sweep across a region. Moreover, these 5 people each had their own strengths. The medicinal pills that they refined were all fields that they were proficient in. Furthermore, it was very obscure. The 5 of them had clearly already discussed it. It was to embarrass Yi Yuan. In terms of seniority, they were all a generation younger than Yi Yuan. Doing so, no one dared to criticize or comment. A powerhouse like Zhao Zixuan normally rarely took action. The moment he made his move at this time, he immediately overawed others by a show of strength, arousing a wave of exclamations. Quite a few people all cast sympathetic gazes toward Yi Yuan, thinking that he was screwed for sure this time. I originally thought that for second sage to be able to be valued by sacred ancestor high priest, he must have aspects that surpass others. But I didn't expect that he's an egomaniac. Being able to be taken in as a disciple by someone of an ancestor class, which one could be an ordinary person. This second sage underestimated the enemy too much. Hey, if sacred ancestor high priest was to lose, what he loses won't just be his own face. Sacred ancestor high priest's face will also be slapped resoundingly. In the crowd, 2 figures exchanged a glance and smiled. These 2 people were precisely Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather and Leng Tianao's elder brother, Leng Tianqi. Zhao Zixuan and the rest were instigated precisely by Leng Tianqi. Although Leng Tianqi was the medicine ancestor's grand pupil, actually, the medicine ancestor's seniority was half a generation above even the various major ancestors. Hence, even though Leng Tianqi had a lower level of seniority, his friendship with Zhao Zixuan and the rest was still pretty good. After all, who did not wish to curry favor with the medicine ancestor's lineage? He could not personally take action and could only borrow the hands of Zhao Zixuan and the rest to deal with Yi Yuan. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually fell for it just like this, coming up with such a way to compete in alchemy. It was really own self looking for abuse. Hoo, this emperor wants to see how the exalted second sage steps down from the stage this time. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather said with a cold laugh. Humph, if not for Master not letting me take action, I'd be able to waste him by myself. Just a little bastard who's still wet behind his ears, does he really take himself to be someone important? Leng Tianqi said disdainfully. The medicine ancestors' lineage had always regarded themselves highly. Whatever second sage was nothing in Leng Tianqi's eyes at all. If it was some reclusive elder, then forget it. Yet, Yi Yuan was a snotty brat. Why would he take him seriously? The Heavenspan world's so-called alchemy geniuses were practically all gathered here. Even if this second sage was very formidable, how heaven-defying could he be? However, Zhao Zixuan and the others, their strengths are really strong enough. It's probably not beneath yours already. Azurefeather praised. Leng Tianqi nodded and said, the 5 of them are all geniuses that are hard to come across in a million years. In terms of talent, they are absolutely not beneath those few disciples of sacred ancestor high priest. Even I also don't dare to say that I can definitely win, and yet this punk really dares to be careless. But like this is good as well. Finally I vented this frustration for little Hao. After this punk loses all standing and reputation, I'll slowly deal with him. Azurefeather's eyes were full of hatred and he said, the humiliation of kneeling, this emperor will definitely make him pay a hemorrhaging price. 5 days passed in a twinkle. This alchemy battle attracted more and more people's attention. There were even some Diva realm powerhouses who joined in too. The refinement of Zhao Zixuan and the rest already came to an end as well. Zhao Zixuan gave a cold cry. The light faded, a rank 8 divine pill was fresh out of the furnace. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, Zhao Zixuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile on his face, how is it, second sage? A void spirit 7 treasures blood congealing pill can still enter your arcane sights, right? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, it's barely considered enough to enter my sights. This Zhao Zixuan's strength was indeed considered very good among the young generation already. Among the so-called alchemy geniuses that Yi Yuan had encountered, he was indeed ridiculously formidable. It was just a pity that his opponent was Yi Yuan. With regards to Yi Yuan's words, everyone naturally thought otherwise, thinking that he was puffing himself up at his own cost. The 7 treasures blood congealing pill was a rank 8 divine pill. Furthermore, it belonged to an aberrant class among rank 8 divine pills and was extremely hard to refine. For Zhao Zixuan to be able to refine a void spirit 7 treasures blood congealing pill, it was sufficient to see how powerful his strength was. One had to know, for ordinary 8-star alchemy gods to be able to refine high-grade or superior-grade medicinal pills, it was already very impressive. Not only Zhao Zixuan refined divine grade, but he also even refined a void spirit divine pill. This level was far from what ordinary 8-star alchemy gods could compare to. His refinement already exceeded everyone's imagination. The moment these words came out, it immediately caused a great sensation, cries of exclamations rising and ebbing like waves. In the crowd, a middle-aged man called out, "Master Zixuan, I wonder if you're selling this 7 treasures blood congealing pill or not. I'm 7-star establishment's Mu Tisheng. I'm willing to buy this medicinal pill with 1 billion superior grade divine essence stones." Another person said in a clear voice, "Hey, 1 billion and you want to buy a void spirit 7 treasures blood congealing pill? Master Zixuan, I, Bright Mirror Pavilion's Fang Tianren, offers 2 billion. I'll offer 2.5 billion. Mu Tisheng did not back down in the slightest. I'll offer 3 billion, Fang Tianren said again. Mu Tisheng's expression choked up, he could not quite bear this price anymore. While Fang Tianren had a proud look on his face. Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses had their own circles. Rank 8 divine pills basically would not circulate in the secular world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was formidable, but he was just dealing in the business of mortals. But Mu Tisheng and Fang Tianren, those two were truly major powers of a region, powerhouses who did the business of heavenly emperors. Zhao Zixuan maintained his composure, watching the two people vie with each other. Only at this time did he smile and say, "Are the two of you not going to wait? There's still a second sage here. Since he has the title of second sage, I believe that the grade he refined should be higher than mine." Fang Tianren gave Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Just based on him. His hair isn't even fully grown yet. Even if he is astonishingly talented, it's also impossible to refine such high-quality medicinal pills. Heh, second sage. Really makes people laugh their heads off." Yuan also gave him a glance, remembering this person. He had no intentions of finding trouble with anyone. But this kind of idiot was naturally added to the blacklist by him. Looking at what? Not convinced. If even a snotty brat like you can become second sage, then wouldn't Master Zixuan become a saint? In order to obtain the medicinal pill, Fang Tianren also went all out, directly stepping on Yuan to flatter Zhao Zixuan. Witnessing Zhao Zixuan 5 people's strength, there was already no one present who felt that Yuan would win. After all, Zhao Zixuan's strength already exceeded their understanding. Sure enough, Zhao Zixuan was a real sucker for this, and said with a smile, "Pavilion Lord Fang indeed knows how to do business. After this is over, I'll sell it to you." The moment Fang Tianren heard, he could not help being overjoyed and gave thanks repeatedly. Finally, he even gave Mu Tisheng a glance like putting on a show of force, being extremely proud of himself. Chapter 2295, 5 Formations Chain. Void Spirit 9 Apertures Heavenly Dust Pill. Void Spirit Zheng Yi Imperial Extreme Pill. Very soon, the other 4 people also completed the refinement one after another. With one medicinal pill after another coming out of the furnace, one wave after another of high tide stirred up all around. The medicinal pills that these 5 people refined were actually all void spirit divine pills. Of course, in terms of quality, it was still Zhao Zixuan's that was the best, slightly winning the others by a notch. Furthermore, the moment the few medicinal pills came out of the furnace, they were bought by Fang Tianren at a high price. Bright Mirror Pavilion was clearly loaded as hell. 5 medicinal pills directly cost him close to 15 billion superior grade divine essence stones. One had to know, a superior grade divine essence stone was equivalent to 10,000 high grade divine essence stones. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, void spirit divine grade rank 8 divine pills, as long as it was sold, he could make a big killing. After all, heavenly emperor powerhouses were mostly not short of money. As long as there were good medicinal pills, they were willing to spend this money. It was just that rank 8 divine pills were too hard to come across, they had nowhere to buy it even if they had money too. Second sage, the few of us have served as a modest spur so that others may come forward with more valuable contributions. It's your turn now. With so many people are watching, you shouldn't let them down, right? Zhao Zixuan said with a smug look. Yuan gave him a glance and said, "MN, the few of you should still have spirit medicines on hand, right? Rank 8 spirit medicines were all extremely precious, a stock of spirit medicine would definitely be used to the utmost extent. Zhao Zixuan smiled coldly and said, naturally have, second sage wants to refine, we'll naturally offer it up with both hands. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, can't take your things for free. Otherwise, after the medicinal pills are refined, wouldn't you all take advantage of it for free? The spirit medicines came from the 5 of them, logically speaking, the ownership of the medicinal pills should be theirs. Yi Yuan naturally would not let them get off cheaply for nothing. Zhao Zixuan laughed in spite of himself and said, does that mean that second sage is going to buy them? Yi Yuan ignored him. Walking in front of Mu Tisheng, he said coolly, you pay this sum of money, and then the medicinal pills refined belong to you. Are you willing or not? Mu Tisheng was stunned, there was actually still such a good thing. Just as he was hesitating, Fang Tianren ridiculed again, hurry up and agree to it. Second sage taking action, it will definitely be even higher than void spirit grade, such a good thing, there won't be this shop after passing by this village. Ha ha ha, done talking, Fang Tianren burst into laughter. Compared to finished medicinal pills, the cost of spirit medicines was naturally not much. But the likelihood of Yi Yuan successfully refining the 5 medicinal pills was negligible. If the quality was also not high, it would be tantamount to him doing a loss-making deal. However, Fang Tianren's mocking smile deeply triggered him. Mu Tisheng gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, Buddha needs incense, and a man needs self-respect. I'll buy it, I am not scared, second sage, I, Mu Tisheng, will bet on this. Yi Yuan laughed and said, a very wise choice. Fang Tianren laughed loudly and said, indeed a win-win cooperation, impressive, impressive. In the end, Mu Tisheng spent 1.5 billion superior-grade divine essence stones and bought the spirit medicines for the 5 types of spirit medicines from the 5 people's hands. At this time, Zhao Zixuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, with second sage's status, I'm afraid his medicinal cauldron should be a Dao artifact, right? Can you take it out and let us broaden our horizons? He naturally knew that Yi Yuan did not have a Dao artifact on him, and so he was intentionally squeezing Yi Yuan. How could Dao artifacts be what anybody could have? The medicinal cauldrons on them, those were all top-grade existences, everyone envious of it. The exalted second sage could not very well lose to them in medicinal cauldron. Yi Yuan said coolly, medicinal cauldron? What's that? Only trash like you will treat a medicinal cauldron like a treasure. Zhao Zixuan burst out laughing when he heard that and said, no medicinal cauldron, can you still magic medicinal pills out of thin air? Second sage, indeed well deserving of being second sage, broadening our horizons. A wave of guffaws came from all around. But right at this time, Yi Yuan made a move. It was only to see him lightly tap the void. An elementary form of a grand array was currently being sketched out rapidly. As Yi Yuan constructed the array formation, he sent spirit medicines into the array formation, his movements incomparably swift. Formation Dao Pill Refinement. He's actually using Formation Dao to refine rank 8 divine pills. What a profound array formation. I totally can't understand what he's doing. These 5 kinds of medicinal pills don't have records of Formation Dao pill refinement at all. Can he really refine rank 8 divine pills? After experiencing initial shock, everyone started doubting again one after another. After all, using Formation Dao to refine rank 8 divine pills was what many ancestors could not accomplish either. Formation Dao and Alchemy Dao were 2 completely different great Daos. Especially reaching rank 8 divine pill this level, the grand array needed to be used was too complicated. Ordinary alchemists could not develop it at all. Hence, after seeing Yi Yuan refining pills with Formation Dao, everyone's first reaction was them being surprised. And the second reaction was disbelief. Zhao Zixuan sneered and said, courting people's favor by doing something sensational. The difficulty of these 5 kinds of medicinal pills is extremely high. Furthermore, they are extremely obscure, it's simply impossible to use Formation Dao to refine them. However, he did not understand what was the source of Formation Dao. The so-called source of Formation Dao was standing from the angle of the source, to analyze the array formation. Only knowing Alchemy Dao source and not knowing Formation Dao source, it would naturally be impossible to refine pills. Only knowing Formation Dao source and not understanding Alchemy Dao source, one would similarly not be able to refine it. However, How many people in this heavenspan world could be the same as Yi Yuan, comprehending two great powers of source at the same time? The array formation that Yi Yuan set up became more and more complicated. He kept sending spirit medicines into the array formation to refine unceasingly. Furthermore, the spirit medicines that he sent in did not start from the seven treasures blood congealing pill but appeared rather disorderly and unsystematic. Sometimes, what he sent in were the spirit medicines of the seven treasures blood congealing pill, at other times, what he sent in were the spirit medicines of the Zhengyi Imperial Extreme pill. All in all, it was disorderly. When everyone saw this scene, they revealed a disdainful look even more. Even if it was formation Dao pill refinement, how could it be refined like this? It was simply neither here nor there. Fang Tianren laughed loudly when he saw the situation and said, "Ha ha ha, a man needs self-respect. Mu Tisheng, I want to see how you earn this self-respect. The way he's doing it, your 1.5 billion will all go down the drain." What dogfart second sage, complete baloney. Mu Tisheng's expression was livid, his heart sinking to rock bottom. Suddenly, he had a feeling of being played. Yi Yuan doing it like this, he was really going to lose everything. Not only was this second sage unworthy of the title, but he was also simply full of shit. How could he have been blind and bet on him? Facing Fang Tianren's mocking, he actually could not find any words to refute it. Helpless, he could only heave a sigh and planned on turning around and leaving. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's formation Dao also neared its end already. 5 formations chain, formations arise. Pill condense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted loudly. This massive formation finally started operating fully. For a moment, light shone brilliantly. That blinding light shot straight into the sky, dazzling everyone until they could not open their eyes. That terrifying undulation could be heard audibly throughout Cloudheart City. A grand array that refined 5 medicinal pills at the same time, how shocking was the commotion. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at that large formation in amazement, struck dumb with amazement. They seemed to have forgotten about time. After the light dissipated, 5 crystal-clear medicinal pills were suspended in the air quietly. Chapter 2296, Reneging. There were sounds of cold air being sucked in all around. The scene before their eyes had clearly already exceeded their understanding. Yi Yuan set up 5 large formations in one breath, then activated the 5 large formations at the same time, refining 5 rank 8 divine pills. This kind of means, forget about seeing it, they had never even heard of it before. Marvelous work of art, inconceivable, is this second sage's strength? Truly ridiculously strong. Just based on this move, second sage has already attained mastery, becoming an ancestor-class powerhouse. We were all duped by his age. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is Sacred Ancestor High Priest, his eyesight is really sharp. The title of second sage is well deserved. The originally doubtful voices all turned into exclamations at this time. Yi Yuan's strength already completely subdued them. The Mu Tisheng who had just walked out not far away suddenly turned around, 2 eyes shining. The vast spirit divine pill. When he spoke, Mu Tisheng's chest was heaving up and down, even his voice was trembling. Clearly, he was extremely excited. Rank 8 vast spirit divine pills were several times more valuable than void spirit divine pills. Furthermore, there was demand but no supply. One had to know, Zhao Zixuan and the rest practically represented the peak standard of 8-star alchemy gods already. Even some senior 8-star alchemy gods, their standards were far inferior to them as well. When they took action, they could merely just refine void spirit divine pills too. This showed that the void spirit divine pills circulating on the market were already very, very few. As for vast spirit divine pills, it was virtually extinct. Vast spirit divine pill. Ha ha ha, vast spirit divine pill. Rich. Really hit the jackpot this time. Fang Tianren, weren't you showing off just now? Didn't you say that second sage wasn't even dogfart? Open your dog eyes and look at how strong second sage is. Mu Tisheng had been holding his anger the whole time. At this time, he finally released it without any reservation. Fang Tianren was long already struck senseless, looking at those 5 medicinal pills in a daze, his entire person in a dumbfounded state. His medicinal pills were purchased for 3 billion a pop, this price itself was already very high. Even if he were to increase the price, it could at most sell for 4 billion. But Mu Tisheng's medicinal pill, he only paid the cost price, 300 million a pop. Vast spirit divine pills had demand but no supply. Even if it was 20 billion each, there would absolutely be heavenly emperors who were willing to buy too. 5 medicinal pills were 100 billion. 1.5 billion exchanging for 100 billion. Fang Tianren felt like his brain was somewhat overwhelmed. How could it be? This young second sage who had just stepped into Heavenly Emperor realm, how could he possibly refine such a high-quality rank 8 divine pill? This time, he really made an error of judgment. Actually, he did not make much money from these few medicinal pills either. It was just that he could not afford to offend those few little ancestors either, so he could only swallow the bitterness himself. Zhao Zixuan's complexion was ashen, only feeling like his understanding was subverted. Using Formation Dao pill refinement, he refined all 5 of these extreme medicinal pills. Furthermore, the grade was even higher than theirs. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan did not go all out. He only refined 5 medicinal pills at the same time in order to save trouble. If he refined it one by one, the quality of the medicinal pills would definitely be higher than now. It might even be possible to attain End Spirit Divine grade. This is impossible. How can Formation Dao pill refinement possibly be refined like you did? How did you do it? Zhao Zixuan was battered out of his senses as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing is impossible. It's just that you're too weak and can't understand it, that's all. You feel that it's impossible for me to reach your level at this age. But that's just because your understanding limited your imagination. In Alchemy Dao, being this Yi's junior isn't unjust for you all. Zhao Zixuan 5 people were all battered out of their senses. Their confidence was shattered until there was not an unscathed spot. All along, they had always considered themselves to be number 1 alchemy geniuses. These few people normally did not yield to anyone, all thinking that they were number 1 below the heavens. But today, Yi Yuan shattered their pride into smithereens in a crushing manner. Let them go, apologize. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned sullen and he said in an aggressive manner. Carrying the might of a great victory, Yi Yuan's voice could make the deaf hear and the blind see. The expressions of Zhao Zixuan and the rest changed suddenly. Finally, they were unable to withstand Yi Yuan's pressure and announced release. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright 2 people saw Yi Yuan, their old faces could not help turning red, very embarrassed. They had lived to a ripe old age, but were schemed against by a few little fellows, and even caused Yi Yuan to expose himself in public. They more or less felt a little bad in their hearts. Yi Yuan did not express much, but he looked at Zhao Zixuan and said in a solemn voice, apologize. The faces of Zhao Zixuan and the rest flickered incessantly. Agreeing previously, was because they felt that they would win for sure. Who knew that it would actually end in a disastrous defeat? These few days of alchemy battle already attracted countless powerhouses. Now, apologizing in front of so many people was equivalent to damaging the reputation of their own masters. Thinking up to here, he stiffened his neck and said, already released the people. What's there to apologize? This matter was originally your followers offending us first. So no matter how the logic goes, I'm on the side of reason too. Me teaching them a lesson is perfectly justified. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping across the other few faces, and he said in a solemn voice, the few of you are the same too. The other few naturally were not willing to diminish their family's prestige too. How could they possibly apologize in public? Of course, this matter was originally your subordinates' fault. Want to apologize, it should also be them apologizing. Hey, even if you're second sage, you also can't be unreasonable, right? Why? Looking at second sage's appearance, could it be that you're going to use force? It's just that your followers' strength is too weak. These few people were all extremely arrogant. The followers that they brought were all 9th firmament heavenly emperors. Wanting to wreck Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was all too casual for them. Therefore, they had nothing to fear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and left, walking toward the crowd. Zhao Zixuan and the rest thought that Yi Yuan was leaving just like that and said disdainfully, heh, so what if second sage? Merely a brat who just entered Heavenly Emperor, that's all. If I don't apologize, what can you do to me? As Yi Yuan walked, the crowd automatically parted. But in the crowd, there were 2 people who were very awkward. These 2 people were precisely Leng Tianqi and Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather. The trap that they carefully set up actually became the battle that achieved Yi Yuan's fame, what irony. However, they hid in the crowd and even thought that Yi Yuan did not discover them. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually went straight towards them? Nowhere to avoid. Who knew that Yi Yuan walked past them as if no one had seen them? Yi Yuan continued ahead, gradually walking in front of someone, and said calmly, Brother Zijin, you guys are the host. Is your Cloudheart City going to care about this matter or not? This person was precisely Heavenly Emperor Zijin. It turned out that he was also hiding in the crowd, observing Yi Yuan's alchemy strength. Honestly speaking, he was really taken aback. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually won in such a manner. Too exciting. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually found him in the crowd at a glance, and came to question him. Heavenly Emperor Zijin also had another identity, that was Cloudheart City's lord. This matter should be managed by him. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with difficulty, Second Sage, this matter was originally your own problem. I feel that Zhao Zixu and they all aren't wrong. Chapter 2297, Request to Challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Zijin thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a rage, and then Yi Yuan would question him loudly. But the result was unexpected. Yi Yuan just nonchalantly said, understood, then turned around and left. Hey, what Second Sage? Merely a wuss, he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Lang Tianqi said with a disdainful look. Zhao Zixuan also smiled and said, no matter how formidable his alchemy Dao, he's also merely a brat. I reckon that he might be going back to cry to sacred ancestor high priest right now. Ha ha ha, everyone guffawed with laughter. What kind of status does sacred ancestor high priest have? How can he possibly forcibly stand up for this minor thing? This kid is still too young. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather also said disdainfully. But Heavenly Emperor Zijin frowned slightly, kept on feeling that something was not quite right. He did not understand much about Yi Yuan, but looking at Yi Yuan's attitude towards Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather previously, he did not seem like someone who yielded so easily. Just as he was musing, Zhao Zixuan and the rest came over to give thanks. Many thanks to Lord Zijin for your righteous actions, Zixuan is endlessly grateful. Heavenly Emperor Zijin smiled and said, this emperor was just telling the truth. Zixin doesn't have to be courteous. Zhao Zixuan said hatefully, Second Sage is indeed a rare alchemy genius, but his behavior is a little too overbearing. Clearly was in the wrong, and he still wanted to force us to apologize, truly preposterous. Zijin nodded and said, this matter, Second Sage was indeed in the wrong. Actually, they naturally knew in their hearts as well. This matter was planned out by them in the first place. Zhao Zixuan also knew it in his heart. Hence, no matter what, Heavenly Emperor Zijin also would not stand on Yi Yuan's side. Otherwise, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? This side was just discussing animatedly when a thunderous voice rolled over from a distance. Priest Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. These 10 words could make the deaf hear and the blind see, echoing throughout the entire Cloudheart City. Everyone trembled all over, immediately revealing looks of astonishment. What, Second Sage he is actually going to challenge the mountain? Cloud Summer Mountain, that's where Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove is staying. This is going to be a big trouble now. Everyone's gazes all gathered on a youth in brocade beside Zhao Zixuan. The youth in brocade was called Zhu Tianxiang, who was precisely Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's proud disciple. Challenging the mountain, this is a blatant face-slapping behavior. Is Second Sage planning on challenging a holy land by himself? Too crazy, too crazy. You're wrong. Most likely, his goal isn't just a Cloud Summer Mountain. What, you mean? Everyone's gazes looked over toward Zhao Zixuan 5 people once more. Second Sage's goal was not just a Cloud Summer Mountain, but it was to challenge the 5 great holy lands. Yi Yuan's goal was precisely to challenge the 5 great holy lands. Weren't you guys not apologizing? Fine, then I'll slap until your entire holy land lose all reputation. Heavenly Emperor Zijin and Zhao Zixuan and company were clearly together. They were working in cahoots. There was nowhere for Yi Yuan to reason it out even if he wanted to. Therefore, he might as well not reason things out. Since you were unreasonable, then I'll be unreasonable too. I'll beat you until you yield. The so-called challenging mountain was Yi Yuan challenging all of Cloud Summer Mountain's powerhouses all the way from the foot of the mountain up. As long as there was anyone who was not convinced, they could come forward and fight. This sort of action required extremely powerful strength, as well as immensely strong courage. Who in the present world dared to say that they could definitely win these few ancestor-level powerhouses? Yi Yuan doing so was betting his own reputation and the priest temple's reputation. At the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, alchemy powerhouses were plentiful like clouds. One could say that it gathered the entire heavenspan world's alchemy powerhouses. Once Yi Yuan failed, not only would he become the alchemy world's laughingstock, even the entire sacrificial temple would become the alchemy world's laughingstock. After all, Yi Yuan was not some low-level minor character. He was the priest temple's second sage. Of course, if Yi Yuan won, then Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's lineage would become the entire alchemy world's laughingstock. One person sweeping across an entire holy land, there was no way it would not be humiliating. Sacrificial temples. Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. The entire Cloudheart city exploded. Before coming, everyone had heard of the title of Second Sage resoundingly like the roar of thunder. But no one could have thought that Second Sage was actually so tough. Challenging the mountain at a word of disagreement. Zhu Tianxiang smiled coldly and said, "This guy is crazy, right? Who does he think he is? Apart from those few in this world, who dares to say that they can definitely win master? Having the title of Second Sage, does he really think that he is an ancestor-level powerhouse?" Zhao Zixuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, it's really making me die of laughter. Just now, I was really intimidated by this guy. After messing around for so long, this guy is just a kid who hasn't grown up, acting out of spite here. At this time, that one on Feather Mountain is likely currently stamping with rage, right?" After Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin was shocked, he also laughed in spite of himself and said, "I underestimated this one's temper, to actually do such an action that seeks death. With this, the mess can't be cleaned up anymore even if we want to." The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference had not officially started yet and the atmosphere was already pushed to the climax by Yi Yuan. His action thoroughly ignited the quiet Myriad Region Alchemy Conference all at once. Regardless of whether it was those giants or small fries, currently, everyone's gazes were all focused on Cloud Summer Mountain. The crowd rushed out of the city like a tide, heading towards Cloud Summer Mountain. How could one miss such a grand occasion? Yi Yuan's voice sounded out for the third time. The entire Cloud Summer Mountain could hear it clearly. At the top of Cloud Summer Mountain, inside the Great Hall, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's brows were tightly locked. In front of him, his disciples were all extremely enraged. "Master, this punk really takes himself to be some big shot, to actually dare provoke a great holy land. Master, I can go and get rid of him by myself." Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove frowned and said, "This emperor didn't provoke the priest temple. Why did this boy do such an astonishing action?" Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's gaze turned intent and he said, "Where's Tianxiang?" The moment the group of disciples looked, Zhu Tianxiang was indeed not around. They understood this youngest apprentice brother very well. With his temperament, he should have long appeared. "Master, youngest apprentice brother and Zhao Zixuan, they all went to Cloudheart City," eldest senior brother Yuan Winborn said. Everyone's faces changed, immediately guessing what was going on. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove snorted coldly and said, "This scoundrelly punk, too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The priest temple, this old man doesn't dare to provoke either, but he's actually being the bird who takes the lead." Young Winborn's expression was complicated as he said, "Master, then should we meet the challenge or not?" Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove snorted coldly and said, "Of course we accept the challenge. He already came to the doorstep, could it be that we can still be cowardly turtles? This way, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the world, saying that we don't even dare to deal with a little brat? Zhiling, you bring the junior apprentice brothers to go and guard the pass. Hey, young and aggressive, this emperor is also very curious about this second sage. Today, I want to see whether or not he's really as formidable as the stories I heard." Chapter 2298, Sweeping Away. Ha ha ha, this boy repeatedly does alarming things. Blocking the door and face slapping, truly overbearing. Inside Feather Mountain's Great Hall, Sacred Ancestor High Priest burst into laughter. Yi Yuan's action caused such a great commotion. Sacred Ancestor High Priest would know even if he did not want to. "Master, with Second Sage messing around like this, if he loses, what he loses will be our face." Eldest disciple said, "Yeah, Master, take the chance that challenging the mountain hasn't begun yet. You should make a move and stop this absurd move. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove has already been famous for a long time. He's absolutely not an existence that Second Sage can shake." Third disciple said. Sacred Ancestor High Priest swept across the faces of his disciples and said with a big smile, "Why do I have to stop it? Such an exciting great show, How boring would it be to stop it? Face. How much is face worth? The few of you have been in a high position for too long, and you have long already forgotten your initial intention. Face isn't what others give to you, but you vying for it yourself. The reason why you all have face is because Master's strength is powerful enough. Master doesn't have face, it's because Master's strength isn't as powerful as medicine ancestors, nothing more. The group of disciples trembled all over, all revealing expressions of shame. Jimo was silent for a moment, and then he spoke up, Master, if Lord Second Sage is defeated, what should we do? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said indifferently, lose then lose, what's the big deal? Some people, if they lose, then they are really defeated. While others will become braver in the face of setbacks. Which type do you think this boy is? Jimo said without thinking, Lord Second Sage's temperament is extremely steadfast and persevering. So he's the latter. Sacred Ancestor High Priest nodded and said, therefore, he won't lose. Regardless of getting a win or a loss, the victor will be him. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's words were somewhat awkward sounding, but the meaning was very clear. If he won, Yi Yuan's name would become renowned throughout the heavenspan world, and he would rise to the rank of ancestors from there. If he lost, Yi Yuan would definitely reflect on the bitter lesson and learn his lesson from the failure. No matter what, Yi Yuan was already in a position that could not be defeated. Jimo was shocked, suddenly feeling that Yi Yuan's operation was full marks. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a glance and said smilingly, this boy is clear about what he's doing. This boy isn't somebody who causes trouble for no reason. You go and investigate the reason why he suddenly wants to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yes, Master. Jimo received the order and left. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind him, climbed up the steps, neither hurriedly nor slowly. The commotion stirred so much. It was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove to not receive the move. After all, ancestors have the pride of ancestors. A large group of people followed behind Yi Yuan, they were all here to watch the show. The commotion was too big. They had to pay attention to it even if they did not want to. Hey, how far do you guys think Second Sage can challenge until? His strength is really very strong. But Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's disciples' strengths are similarly not weak. I reckon that he should be able to meet their eldest senior brother, Young Windborn. Hey, Young Windborn is a grand completion ancestor realm level powerhouse, aren't you overestimating him too much? In my view, he can meet their third senior brother, Tong Chiwei. With the battle against Zhao Zixuan earlier, Yi Yuan already proved his own strength. Right now, there was already no one who felt that Yi Yuan this second sage enjoyed undeserved fame. However, he was actually going to challenge ancestor-level powerhouses right now. It was still overestimating his own ability a little too much. One had to know, ancestor-level powerhouses, their disciples, strength already reached the peak of the heavenspan world's alchemy Dao 2. Only in front of the ancestors would they be a notch lower. In front of others, those were all heaven-shocking big shots. This kind of powerhouse was not what anybody could provoke. Very soon, a youth in green robes walked over from on top of the mountain. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with disdain. It's you who's challenging the mountain. Do you know what place this is? I know. You know and you still dare to come. I'm here to slap faces. Ha, what high-sounding sentiments. This emperor is Ancestor Maplegrove's 8th disciple, Ji Yu Yulong. I'll size up second sage's strength. You're too weak. It's better to let Ancestor Maplegrove himself come out. Ji Yu Yulong had a disdainful look and said with a cold smile, I hope that your strength is as great as your tone. Since you came to challenge the mountain, pass me first before talking. Yi Yuan nodded and said coolly, okay. Mu Tisheng. Oh, this lowly one is here. Hearing Yi Yuan's summons, Mu Tisheng ran out subserviently, a flattering look on his face. He was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse too. Currently, in front of Yi Yuan, he was like a little lackey. In the crowd, Fang Tianren was already crazy with envy. Why did he have to posture in front of Yi Yuan? Why did he step on Yi Yuan? Originally, he was still very happy to have earned several billion. But now, when he saw Mu Tisheng, that bit of profit suddenly became dull and tasteless. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually went to find Mu Tisheng again. Several days later, Mu Tisheng held the vast spirit divine pill in his hand gleefully, smiling like an idiot. While Ji Yu Yulong was sitting at one side dejectedly, battered out of his senses. He lost too miserably. The medicinal pill was chosen by him. It was much harder than even Zhu Tianxiang's. Ji Yulong already performed very well, but he was still completely wrecked by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan continued advancing. Before long, another person came down the mountain. The opponent this time was Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's sixth disciple. The result was still a miserable defeat. The few disciples at the back, Yi Yuan swept all the way. No matter what medicinal pill the other party picked, Yi Yuan would firmly suppress the other party. The current Yi Yuan was like an unrivaled expert. No matter how formidable your means were, I would stand firm and not budge an inch. His might was like a tall mountain, being insurmountable. Finally, Yi Yuan encountered the third disciple, Tong Chiwei. The reason why many people predicted that Yi Yuan would stop at Tong Chiwei was because starting from him, the disciples at the back were all late-stage Ancestor Realm powerhouses. Late-stage Ancestor Realm powerhouses represented the apex of Alchemy Dao. As long as Ancestors did not come into being, this level of powerhouse was the strongest existence in the world. When Tong Chiwei saw Yi Yuan, he said coolly, "To be able to walk until here, you're indeed very strong already. Second Sage indeed lives up to your reputation. It's just that it ends here." Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, "You're a junior, you choose the medicinal pill." Tong Chiwei's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, reckless and blind, "Since you're looking for abuse, then this emperor will grant you your wish. I choose the Supreme God Refining Pill." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Begin then." Tong Chiwei frowned and said, "Since it's an alchemy battle, it naturally starts at the same time." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I refine pills with Formation Dao. If I start, you don't need to refine anymore. That way, you'll lose even more face." Tong Chiwei was shocked and angry as he said, "Formation Dao Pill Refinement. You're refining the Supreme God Refining Pill with Formation Dao." At this time, Ji Yulong smiled bitterly and said, "Third senior brother, he has been doing Formation Dao Pill Refinement all the way." Tong Chiwei's entire body trembled, finally starting to look at Yi Yuan squarely. He nodded his head and said, "Fine, I'll refine first. Today, I'll witness your Formation Dao Pill Refinement." Several days later, Tong Chiwei looked at that End Spirit Divine Pill and was speechless for a long time. He did not even realize that Yi Yuan walked past him. Mu Tisheng was agitated until his heart was about to jump out. He put away the Supreme God Refining Pill happily. Chapter 2299, Seething Cloud Summer Mountain. How can this second sage be so strong? Against a late-stage Ancestor Realm expert, he was actually crushed by second sage until he's black and blue all over. Second sage is so young, and yet he actually already reached the peak late-stage Ancestor Realm. The highlight of the show is at the back. Eldest senior brother Young Winborn is a grand completion Ancestor Realm powerhouse, a truly apex existence. Winning against him, even if second sage loses, no one will dare to say anything either. Leaving behind the second senior brother with a defeated look, Yi Yuan advanced once again. This time, who he was facing was a true apex existence, Young Winborn. Grand completion Ancestor Realm, this was the limit that ordinary alchemists could reach already. If there was no heaven-defying lucky chance, comprehending Dao pills was virtually something impossible. The various major ancestors' chief disciples had already followed their ancestors to cultivate for God knows how many years. Most of them stopped at this realm and did not advance. A powerhouse such as Sacred Ancestor High Priest, his first 3 disciples were all grand completion Ancestor Realm. But there was not even one person among them who had comprehended Dao Pill. The human race's powerhouses were numerous. The state of Alchemy Dao was flourishing. There were still some grand completion Ancestor Realm alchemists. But among these people, those who could take this final step were scanty few. If not for Medicine Ancestor issuing this call this time, these few ancestors would not come into being at all. The alchemy powerhouses who followed up were inexplicably excited. This kind of pinnacle showdown, how could one see it normally? The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time was originally hosted for disciples of the younger generation. Everyone also completely did not expect the peak showdown of grand completion Ancestor Realms. Young Winborn looked at Yi Yuan and said with a calm demeanor, "Able to walk until this point at a young age, you truly set the world ablaze." This Yuan admires endlessly. The current Young Winborn was not whatever Ancestor Maplegrove's disciple, but a Grand Master of the generation. Yi Yuan was very strong, and he saw it. But he would not shake his own faith because of Yi Yuan's might. Reaching this level of realm, he had long already cultivated extremely strong confidence. No one could shake it in the slightest. With the ancestors not coming out, he was the summit of the top. As for Yuan comprehending Tao Pill, he did not think about it at all. Because that was something impossible. Thinking back then, how amazingly talented was he too? Even if he could not compare to the present Yuan, he also would not be too lacking. But countless tens of thousands of years had passed, he was still unable to take that step. Yuan was indeed outstandingly talented, but he would be stuck at this step in the next 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, even a trillion years. Same old rules. You're a generation younger, so you pick the medicinal pill. Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly. The rest all had strange looks. Yuan was young in age but behaved like an elder. It was really incongruous, but these words were also true in all senses. Nobody could find any fault either. Young Winborn's self-restraint was much better than his junior apprentice brother's. He did not get angry, but he said with a faint smile, "It ends here then. Being able to walk in front of this emperor is already sufficient to prove your title of second sage. Withdraw now and this emperor can take it as if nothing happened. If not, this defeat will affect your Tao heart. Tisk tisk, a master is a master, this tolerance is really extraordinary." Young Winborn's strength isn't at all inferior compared to the priest temple's high priest Mao Yuan too. He's already standing at the top of the alchemy path. If the ancestors don't come out, who can challenge? If second sage is sensible, he should withdraw. Young Winborn's action immediately drew many praises. This was the bearing of an expert. Yuan gave him a glance and could not help laughing as he said, "You all are indeed old fellows who have lived for trillions of years. But on the path of alchemy, those who reached first can teach. You all are not viewing. This Yi is second sage, that's fine. Then, I'll fight until you all are convinced." From Zhu Tianxiang to young Winborn, including many people present, they all felt that he was relying on sacred ancestor high priest's awe-inspiring reputation to obtain the title of second sage. Hence, that was why they dared to go from bad to worse, digging a pit for heavenly emperor just bright to jump, then even acted in collusion. Since that was the case, I'll fight until you are convinced. He did not explain anything, because words were feeble. If he said that he knew how to refine Tao pills, nobody would believe it at all. Since that was the case, then he would face the ancestors and have a dialogue with ancestor-level powerhouses. Young Winborn was clearly indifferent as he said with a smile, "Since that's the case, fine then. The medicinal pill will be chosen by second sage." Yuan shook his head and insisted, "You are a junior. So you choose it, otherwise, this Yi will win unscrupulously." Everyone had strange looks on their faces. Young Winborn shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "Fine, this young will choose the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill then." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was the most difficult existence among rank 8 divine pills. Young Winborn's strength already reached until here. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and nodded his head slightly and said, "Okay, Mu Tisheng." Mu Tisheng's entire person was in a daze. He did not know how he walked over. Coming all this way, his entire person already floated up to the sky. The difficulty of the medicinal pills got higher and higher, but the quality got higher and higher. Today, a pie really fell from the sky. Right now, he was endlessly grateful toward Feng Tianren's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. If not for this guy wanting to step on Yuan to move up, he also would not have picked up such a huge bargain. Spending 10 billion superior grade divine essence stones, he bought a set of spirit medicines from young Winborn there. "Begin then," Yuan said coolly. Young Winborn did not argue either, smiling slightly, and started refining the pill. The moment he made his move, the wind and clouds immediately surged. An aura of Tao suddenly descended upon Cloud Summer Mountain. For some time, on Cloud Summer Mountain, fate arose and extinguished, flowers bloomed and faded. It was like a world was slowly forming inside the medicinal cauldron. Compared to young Winborn's pill refinement, his junior apprentice brothers did not even count as a fart. Many people have witnessed the pill refinements of Zhu Tianxiang and the rest. At that time, it already took their breath away in astonishment, being immensely shocked. But only now did they know how insignificant they were, and how ignorant. It turned out that alchemy Tao can reach such a level. Forget about Zhu Tianxiang, even Ancestor Maplegrove's second disciple paled in comparison in front of young Winborn too. Young Winborn's might was the strength accumulated over the years. It was an unrivaled strength. With the ancestors not coming out, no one could reach such a height at all. Many people all cast sympathetic gazes toward Yi Yuan. This time, second sage finally kicked a metal plate. Even if Yi Yuan's realm also reached grand completion ancestor realm, it was impossible to surpass young Windborn too. This kind of strength that was tempered endlessly, was simply unmatched. Unless one reached the legendary Dao pill level, otherwise, it was simply impossible to win. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, his eyes staring at young Windborn without blinking. Indeed, compared to his junior apprentice brothers, this young Windborn was much stronger. From young Windborn's refinement, Yi Yuan learned many things. He would never overlook his opponents because they were weak. If there was good stuff, he would learn without the slightest hesitation. Just like this, time passed quietly. Several days later, the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill formed. Young Windborn's face still had a faint smile, opening the furnace calmly. For a moment, Cloud Summer Mountain seethed with excitement. Chapter 2300. Spirit Link Divine Pill, appear. End Spirit Divine Pill. End Spirit South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. My god, looking at this quality, it should have reached peak End Spirit, right? Truly well deserving of being young Windborn. The South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill is the taboo of 8-star alchemy gods. He can actually reach peak End Spirit, it simply reached the acme of perfection already. South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, that was a legendary medicinal pill. Being able to refine the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was a form of honor in itself. But young Windborn's strength could actually refine it to the limits of peak End Spirit. Having this level of skill, one could virtually roam the Heavenspan world unhindered already. The major powers that came to the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, apart from ancestors, they really could not find anyone stronger than him anymore. At the very most, it was also just being equally matched in strength with him. People could not help casting sympathetic looks toward Yi Yuan. Young Windborn already gave him a way out earlier, but he refused to back down no matter what, insisting on looking for abuse. Young Windborn looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Second Sage, this Yuan asked you to leave earlier. It's to respect that your talent is outstanding, and I couldn't bear to deal a blow to your Dao heart. But, you insisted on forcing this Yuan to take action, so why bother?" When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help finding it funny. This young Windborn felt that he won for sure. Of course, it was not just him. Among everyone present, no one felt that Yi Yuan still had a chance to win. Deal a blow to my Dao heart. Just based on you, you're not qualified enough yet. Don't you forget, there's still Spirit Link above End Spirit. Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said. Spirit Link, hoo-hoo, not that this Yuan is looking down on South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, it's really that this step is too difficult. The alchemy powerhouses in the same generation as this Yuan are at most evenly matched in strength with this Yuan too. Even for the eldest disciple under Sacred Ancestor High Priest Shu Yan, it's also impossible for him to refine the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill to the realm of Spirit Link, young Windborn said with an indifferent smile. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely on his deathbed struggle, gilding gold onto his own face. Spirit Link Divine Pills, it was not like he could not refine them. But he could not refine it for the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. Refining the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill to the realm of Spirit Link, it would not be successful unless ancestors take action. But could Yi Yuan reach the strength of ancestors? Hoo-hoo, Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, really never heard of it. The talent is there, having an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities is also there. Perhaps this is a true powerhouse. Spirit Link Divine Pills are merely trash in his eyes. The words were not nice. Everyone worshipped the strong. Young Windborn refining the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill already became an insurmountable peak. Hence, with Yi Yuan talking about Spirit Link Divine Pill, that was blaspheming the peaks in their hearts. Could peaks be scaled as in when you liked? Yi Yuan said coolly, I already said, you're just a junior. Don't be conceited and guess the strength of our generation. You're not qualified enough yet. Everyone's faces revealed a strange look. Yi Yuan's demeanor that he was behaving like a senior was really embarrassing. Did this guy really take himself to be an ancestor? Young Windborn smiled and said, is that so? Then Second Sage, please condescend to teach. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pointed repeatedly at the void. A mysterious and profound array formation gradually formed under his fingertips. The array formation was very profound. Young Windborn was a titan of alchemy Dao, but he did not quite understand array formations. He only felt that the array formation was very complicated, very profound. But whether or not this array formation could refine medicinal pills, he did not know. Most likely, it could not refine any pill. Refining a medicinal pill like the South Battle Ancient Spirit pill with Formation Tao was simply a joke. Without the enhancement of medicinal cauldron, without exquisite to the pinnacle fire controlling arts, just based on a grand array, you want to refine a divine pill that surpassed peak end spirit. Nothing more than wishful thinking. The people present all basically had this opinion. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's talent truly astounded them. It was just that the opponent was too strong. In front of an apex existence like Young Windborn, Yi Yuan's talent was not worth mentioning. No matter how high the talent, there had to be a limit. And this limit was stopped in front of Young Windborn, this insurmountable mountain. No reason other than just because Young Windborn represented the peak of alchemy Tao. This time, the array formation that Yi Yuan set up was more complicated than any one time. Toward Young Windborn, this opponent, Yi Yuan could not find any problem. He was indeed powerful. Through the refinement just now, Yi Yuan even learned many things from him. It was just a pity that the opponent he ran into was him. He, Yi Yuan, was not a powerhouse pretending to be ancestor level. He was a genuine ancestor level powerhouse. This array formation, Yi Yuan set it up for the greater part of a day. Spirit Link divine pills represented the apex of alchemy Tao. So-called Spirit Link actually already touched the source of great Tao. Spirit Link divine pills were only a hair's breadth away from Tao pills. But this hair's breadth was as far as the horizon. There was an incomparably tough yet thin film. You could see through, but you could not touch it. Young Windborn, this level of powerhouse, was forever blocked outside the door of Tao pill by this thin film. Unable to refine Tao pills, they could forever only be disciples. No matter how strong, they were also just mortal level strong. Yi Yuan did not experience late stage and grand completion ancestor realm, these two realms, but he directly reached the source of alchemy Tao. But when he turned his head back to look again, the originally incomparably complicated medicinal pills were also merely thus in front of him. South Battle Ancient Spirit pill was a taboo-like existence in other people's eyes. But in front of him, it was merely like this. He could make use of Formation Tao to analyze the medicinal pill bit by bit, then finish refining through Formation Tao according to the prescribed routine. When he sent the spirit medicines into the array formation, the grand array suddenly released a dazzling light. A power of great Tao even stronger than when Young Windborn refined suddenly descended, pouring into the array formation. Everyone's faces all changed at this instant. Such a powerful aura of Tao. Could it be that he can really refine a spirit-linked South Battle Ancient Spirit pill? This is impossible. Young Windborn's expression finally changed drastically. The original indifference was long already replaced by shock. Even though he had 10,000 disbeliefs that Yi Yuan could succeed in refining, logic told him that Yi Yuan really succeeded. Reading his level of realm, how could he not understand what this terrifying aura of Tao meant? Very soon, the array formation dissipated, the medicinal pill condensed. A wave of aura that made people alarmed instantly spread out. Oppressive spiritual energy. I seem to have seen a living thing. Is this a spirit-linked divine pill? I seem to have seen the great Tao of heaven and earth. He really succeeded in refining. Just where do his limits lie? Among them, the vast majority were seeing a spirit-linked divine pill for the first time. This level of medicinal pill only circulated in the hands of top powerhouses. Even Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses might not have seen them before too. Many people looked toward that medicinal pill. Their eyes were red, envy. The medicinal effect of a spirit-linked divine pill was simply unimaginable. Mu Tisheng, what are you still in a daze for? Yi Yuan saw that Mu Tisheng was still in a trance. So he reminded Mu Tisheng. Mu Tisheng's entire body trembled, suddenly feeling one murderous gaze after another landing on his body. Chapter 2301. Vile Spawn, why haven't you hurry up and scram back? A spirit-linked divine pill coming into being was no less than a precious treasure coming into being. Furthermore, the effect of the South Battle Ancient Spirit pill was used for cultivation. Consuming a spirit-linked South Battle Ancient Spirit pill could practically make Heavenly Emperor powerhouses directly improve by a minor realm. For Heavenly Emperor realm, cultivation was done in units of million years. Heavenly Emperors with slightly poor aptitudes might not be able to break through a minor realm in 10 million years. What raising a minor realm meant could be imagined. Hence, the eyes of many powerhouses present were already red. This medicinal pill naturally would not have any problem being held by young Windborn. He himself was a Diva realm super powerhouse. There also would not be any problem if it was in Yi Yuan's possession. With Yi Yuan's status, at least in this Cloudheart realm, no one would dare to take action. But placed in Mu Tisheng's hands, that was like a 3-year-old kid holding a pile of gold bricks and passing through a busy city. It was true that he was strong, but the experts here were too many. Second sage, this medicinal pill, you'd better keep it for yourself. This Mu doesn't have this fortune, Mu Tisheng said with a bitter smile. To say such words, he endured great temptation too. Actually, if he held this medicinal pill, he naturally would not sell it. He would take it himself. But he knew that he could not bring this medicinal pill out. Yi Yuan said coolly, put it away. In a while, you follow me down the mountain. Mu Tisheng's entire body trembled and he said with wild elation, many thanks, second sage. Many thanks, second sage. The others revealed hints of dread, the blood-red color in their eyes fading significantly. The commotion here must have already startled sacred ancestor high priest. Making a move against second sage now, they would be smacked to death with one slap. They naturally would not do this sort of stupid thing. It was just that, what a shame. In the crowd, Wen Fang Tianren saw Mu Tisheng put away the Spirit-Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, he could not resist spurting out a mouthful of blood, and directly fainting away. Yi Yuan used action to tell him what was called losing the watermelon to pick up a sesame. Weren't you cocky? Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you say that second sage was nothing? Fine then, anger you to death. Looking at the unconscious Fang Tianren, everyone cast pitiful gazes toward him. While at this time, young Windborn was still in shock and had not recovered to his senses for a long time. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I can go past now, right? Young Windborn's entire body trembled and he said involuntarily, how did you do it? Without a trace of source undulation, you actually refined a Spirit-Link divine pill. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I already said earlier, you're a junior. It's just that you didn't take it to heart. Finished saying that, Yi Yuan walked around young Windborn and continued walking up the mountain. Mu Tisheng had a vigilant look, following after like a cat. Young Windborn was battered out of his senses as he muttered under his breath, I was actually defeated at the hands of a little brat. Then what do my efforts all these years count for? Laughable. Truly ridiculous. I even thought that I was standing at the summit below Dao Pill. I didn't expect that I actually couldn't even beat a child. Ha ha ha. What pinnacle alchemy Dao. What grand completion ancestor realm. I, young Windborn, am merely a loser. All of a sudden, young Windborn seemed to have gone crazy, his entire person in a state of madness. Everyone's gaze looked toward him one after another and could not help feeling shocked. Young Windborn previously said that Yi Yuan's Dao heart would fall. He did not expect that it was his Dao heart that would actually crumble. But they could also understand young Windborn's feelings. A super powerhouse standing at the top actually lost to a child who just made his world debut. This kind of psychological depression was really not what the average person could bear. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the harder one fell, it was this logic. A powerhouse like young Windborn, his psychological development was accumulated bit by bit over 1 trillion years. Their hearts were extremely strong and could be said to be infallible. However, they had been in a high position for too long. In young Windborn's heart, those that could compete with him were only those ancestors' #1 disciples. The others were long already not in their sights. Losing to those people did not have much of an impact on him. While the rest were not his match at all too. But who could have thought that 1 trillion years later, a roughly 2,000 years old young man came roaring into existence, and carried out a domineering devastation against him with unparalleled talent. Although everyone called him second sage, even though he beat his junior apprentice brothers, he still had strong confidence in himself. After all, he was already standing at the summit of the Alchemy Peak. But he was defeated, utterly and thoroughly defeated. His Dao heart was like a crack had fissured apart on an embankment, fissuring wider and wider. Finally, his Dao heart was lost. Windborn, bring your junior apprentice brothers to the Great Hall. The others, withdraw. Suddenly, an incomparably illusory voice suddenly landed. Everyone was shocked inwardly. Ancestor Maplegrove gave instructions at this time. Withdrawing just like this. Ancestor Maplegrove is actually not letting us watch anymore. What a shame, truly a pity. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge ancestor level powerhouses? This level of pinnacle showdown, it makes people excited to even think about it. Everyone's faces revealed extremely regretful expressions. This level of pinnacle showdown might be hard to come across even in 100,000 years or a million years. This time, there was finally a chance to see it, but Ancestor Maplegrove actually did not allow people to watch the fight anymore. Young Windborn's entire body trembled, bringing his junior apprentice brothers up the mountain in a daze. At this time, Zhao Zishu and 5 people were still in the city. Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin was being the host and currently inviting them to a meal. Hoo, that punk really overestimates his own ability. Who does he think he is, to actually dare provoke Ancestor Maplegrove? Zhao Zishuan said disdainfully. Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin said, got to say, Second Sage's strength is really very strong. It's just that, provoking ancestor-level powerhouses, he's still too young. Counting the time, he should have already lost, right? Zhu Tianxiang said, with my guess, second senior brother probably can't stop him too. Right now, his alchemy battle with eldest senior brother should have already ended. Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin smiled and said, the scout should already be on the way back. He'll be here soon. But at this time, a thunderous voice suddenly exploded in Zhu Tianxiang's ears, making him jump in fright. Vile spawn, scram back for master. Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed wildly. The wine that reached his mouth splashed all over him. He did not speak, taking a step out, directly going out of Cloudheart City. The others exchanged glances, not knowing what it could mean. The voice at Zhu Tianxiang here was very loud, but the others could not hear it. A person asked, what's wrong with Brother Zhu? He left without even saying anything. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically too, figure flashing, disappearing on the spot. Then, there was the third, the fourth. Zhao Zishuan's expression changed wildly and he said with a frown, what in the world is going on? These guys didn't even say anything. Vile spawn, look what you've done. Why haven't you hurry up and get back to master? Immediately, at once, right then, a voice similarly exploded in his ears. His expression changed, disappearing from where he was. Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin and Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather exchanged glances, not understanding what was going on. Chapter 2302, Dialogue with Ancestor. Above the Great All, an old man whose hair and beard were all white slowly walked down from a high position. He then arrived before Yi Yuan. He made an inviting gesture and said, Second Sage, please sit. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and sat down with Yi Yuan as guest and host. The disciples were dumbstruck with astonishment by the old man's action. How exalted was their master's status? Apart from those few old monsters, who could afford to have his elderly self welcomed so respectfully? Second Sage has already gained enlightenment on Tao. Ancestor Maplegrove said calmly. The tone seemed to be probing, but actually, he had long already ascertained it in his heart. Otherwise, with his status, how could he possibly specially come down and sit down with Yi Yuan as equals? I have some enlightenment. Is Ancestor Maplegrove going to teach a thing or two? Yi Yuan said coolly. No need. Reaching our level of existence, it's best to not easily take action. Firstly, spirit medicines are hard to come by. Secondly, our status is like this. Ancestor Maplegrove directly refused. If Ancestor is like this, it makes it very hard for this Yi Yuan said helplessly. Hoo, this old man knows that Second Sage has other motives. It's just that exchanging moves with that person isn't a wise action. This point, you should understand, Ancestor Maplegrove said with a solemn look. This Yi understands, however, this Yi has nothing to fear. Yi Yuan said with a nod. Ancestor Maplegrove shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, indeed, the newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers. Except, it probably won't work with this old man here. Not just this old man here, it probably also won't work with those other few people there. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, then it's truly a pity. These two people's conversation felt like it was inside cloud and fog, but the disciples all understood. The amount of information was too great. Firstly, Yi Yuan already reached the level of Dao Pill. Secondly, Yi Yuan was going to challenge Medicine Ancestor. Thirdly, Master was not willing to fight with Yi Yuan. No matter which one, it was all information that was like a thunderbolt out of clear sky. Ancestor Maplegrove was not willing to fight with Yi Yuan because no matter win or lose, it would not benefit him at all. Moreover, an old monster like him had long already seen things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire. How could he be easily exploited by people? Previously, it was because he did not know Yi Yuan's strength. Now, since he already knew, he was naturally not willing to be the one to take the lead. Lowering his head to Yi Yuan now could be said to be looking on the account of sacred ancestor high priest's face. But once they exchanged blows, winning was odd to be. Furthermore, it could prove that Yi Yuan already reached the realm of Dao Pil, helping him achieve his aim. Losing, that would really be a crushing defeat. Young Windborn and the rest had long already fallen into endless shock and were unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Gaining enlightenment on Dao. What Dao was gained through enlightenment? The few of them were not fools, how could they not guess? Yi Yuan already gained enlightenment on alchemy Dao source and reached the level of Dao Pil. He was the same level of powerhouse as their master already. This fellow who was the same as a child in their eyes actually already stood at the true summit, reaching the realm of ancestor. This sort of thing, they were not willing to believe. They did not believe it at all. Especially young Windborn, he had already stood at this intersection for God knows how many years already, and was still at a loss on the direction to take. Only a powerhouse like him could truly understand how difficult it was to take this step. In the past, he took his time, quietly waiting for the arrival of that day. But today, the situation changed drastically. A latecomer who came no idea how many years later than he did, yet the person actually ran in front of him and sat down with his master to debate on Dao. This blow was simply incomparable. Yi Yuan defeating Zhu Tianxiang, they could understand. After all, he was second sage. Yi Yuan defeating Ji Yu Yulong, they could also understand. After all, he was second sage. Even Yi Yuan defeating young Windborn, they could still understand. After all, he was second sage. But how did he take this step? Dao Pil, that was the realm that all alchemists sought from high to low, but could not attain. The realm that no matter how hard they worked, no matter how they struggled, they could not reach. This ridiculously young child achieved it. Right at this time, someone suddenly burst into the hall. What happened, Master? Why are you here? Zhu Tianxiang hurriedly ran in to take a look and suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was sitting opposite of his own master, conversing happily. This shock was by no means insignificant. Yi Yuan coming up, shouldn't he have long been finished off by his senior apprentice brothers? How did he start chatting with his master? Looking over at his senior apprentice brothers there, each and every one was battered out of their senses, grief-stricken as if bereaved of their parents. That appearance was like they were stricken dumb with amazement by something. Just as Zhu Tianxiang was filled with doubts, he heard Ancestor Maplegrove say in a cold voice, "Vile spawn, look what you've done. Why haven't you come over to kneel and apologize to second sage?" Zhu Tianxiang shuddered all over, a look of disbelief as he said, "Master, you're making me kneel down and apologize to this punk. Isn't this bringing down your elderly self's prestige?" Zhu Tianxiang's talent was extremely high. Ancestor Maplegrove normally doted on him a lot. Many rules, he would open one eye and close the other. It was really rare to be as stern as today. Ancestor Maplegrove's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Master's words aren't useful anymore. Or is it that you already feel that you can graduate?" Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed wildly, only then knowing that Master was not joking. He was being serious. Hearing the meaning of his words, if he did not kneel down and apologize, he would likely be expelled. Zhu Tianxiang knelt down in front of Yi Yuan with a look of unwillingness. "Master, I'm unconvinced." Based on what? Zhu Tianxiang was still unwilling as he said, "Insolence. Second sage is in existence in the same generation as Master. You're a junior in front of him. Is this kneel wrong? Moreover, you fool, being made use of by people and don't know it, and even want to lead the fire onto Master's head." With this, the entire Cloud Summer Mountain became a joke. "Are you satisfied?" Ancestor Maplegrove said with an angry face. Zhu Tianxiang was still unconvinced, but he heard young Windborn say with waned interest, "Little junior brother, don't argue anymore. Second sage has already comprehended alchemy Dao source and is an ancestor-level powerhouse like Master. This kneel of yours, he can bear it." "What? This is impossible." Zhu Tianxiang's entire body trembled violently. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with horror. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I gave you the chance. Originally, it would have been dropped with an apology. Now, it isn't that simple anymore. Ancestor Maplegrove's expression was very ugly now. Since Yi Yuan was an ancestor-class powerhouse, then it was naturally impossible for this matter to be brushed off so easily. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan brazenly and shamelessly insisted on challenging him, he still had to answer the challenge. At that time, the entire Cloud Summer Mountain would really become a laughingstock. If Zhu Tianxiang apologized, Yi Yuan would have nothing to say. At that time, he naturally would not announce anything to the outside world. With a few sentences, Ancestor Maplegrove could already tell that even though Yi Yuan's edge was extremely sharp, he was not some young and inexperienced hothead. On the contrary, he was even wiser than these disciples of his. Of course, with him reaching this level of realm at a young age, how could he be a fool? Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in space, one figure after another stepped out of the void. Seeing these arrivals, Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed even more. Chapter 2303, Cloudheart Realm's Crisis. A piece of news that caused a great sensation instantly spread throughout the entire Cloudheart realm. The 5 great ancestors punished their disciples severely and had their eldest disciples hold the line. They kowtowed and apologized to second sage's 2 followers. The 5 great holy lands admitted to the outside world that Zhao Zixuan 5 people deliberately set things up to make second sage's 2 followers fall into a trap. This kind of action that showed no respect for their elders should be severely punished. This sentence revealed a subtext. The 5 great holy lands changed their stance and admitted that Yi Yuan's second sage position was equivalent to the ancestors. The entire alchemy world exploded. Some said that Yi Yuan brought the 5 great holy lands to their knees by himself, forcing the great ancestors to have no choice but to lower their heads. Others said that Yi Yuan defeated young Windborn, his strength reaching the peak. The ancestor finally chose to compromise in order to not offend sacred ancestor high priest. It was just that both parties did not come out to clarify. Nobody knew what happened inside the Great Hall. Of course, the final result was that Yi Yuan won. Zhao Zixuan 5 people refused to apologize. But the final outcome was kneeling and apologizing. This unexpected turn of events scored full marks. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright 2 people saw Zhao Zixuan kowtow, they were completely stunned. Zhao Zixuan's strength was inferior to his, but in terms of status, Zhao Zixuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. As for Old Drunkard, that went even more without saying. When Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin 3 people heard this news, they were completely stunned too. Before this, they all thought that Yi Yuan was looking for abuse and could not climb to the top of the mountain at all. But who knew that the situation actually took a sudden turn for the worse? The 5 great holy lands yielded collectively. This is impossible. Could it be that that boy really already reached the realm of Dao Pil? Zi Jin's expression changed wildly as he said, Yi Yuan's strength was a tremendous blow to young Windborn, how was it not the same to him? People who refined pills, who did not wish to advance to the realm of Dao Pil. As the medicine ancestor's youngest disciple, Zi Jin's strength also reached Diva realm already, and his alchemy Dao reached the late stage ancestor realm already. Even though it was still separated by a layer of grand completion, his goal was already locked onto Dao Pil. Under the medicine ancestor's command, only eldest disciple Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy and second disciple Heavenly Emperor Distantbook reached the realm of Dao Pil. The others were all unable to pierce this layer of windowpane paper. 1 lineage, 3 Dao Pil realms. Therefore, Cloudheart realm was the well-deserving number 1 alchemy holy land of the Heavenspan world. Youngest martial uncle is thinking too much. That punk defeated young Windborn after all. His talent is astonishing. The 5 great ancestors must be wary of the sacred ancestor high priest behind him. That's why they would take a step back, Lang Tianqi said. Yeah, Lord Zi Jin also didn't think about it. How difficult is it to pierce this layer of windowpane paper? How heaven-defying are the few lords, talents, but they still failed to break through after so long. Just the likes of him, a brat who's a few thousand years old, how can he possibly break through? Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather said. However, Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin did not think so. He mused for a moment and said, I feel that it's more likely that he broke through to the realm of Dao Pil. When the 2 people heard that, their expressions changed. Zi Jin continued, the importance that Master attaches to him exceeds your imaginations. If he didn't reach the realm of Dao Pil, Master absolutely won't attach such importance to him. Furthermore, the 5 great ancestors are all figures who are incredibly shrewd. If Yi Yuan doesn't have sufficient strength, how could they bow their heads? No matter how honorable and dignified the person is, making their disciples kneel down and apologize, this is a huge scandal. The more Azure Feather two people listened, the more alarmed they got. In the end, it already became shock. This conclusion was too shocking. Furthermore, Jin analyzed with penetrating criticism, they really could not find a reason to refute it. Actually, as long as one had sufficient status, analyzing these was not hard. It was just that they were not willing to believe this fact, that was all. How is this possible? He's still only a kid. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather said in shock. Being under the medicine ancestor's command, he was all too clear what the realm of Dao Pill meant. Jin's eyes glimmered, a trace of understanding arose in his heart, and he said with a sigh, I finally know why Master raised such a big rumpus to organize the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Azure Feather and Leng Tianqi, two people trembled at the same time, and said in disbelief, Could it be because of Yi Yuan? Jin nodded slowly and said, Master has always been devoted to Dao and has long already not questioned secular affairs. He has also not hosted such a grand alchemy conference for a long time already. But this time, he organized the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference unprecedentedly. Don't you all find it strange? The more Jin said, the more shocked the two people got. Leng Tianqi muttered, the priest temple is Cloudheart Realm's great enemy to begin with. The sacred ancestor high priest is also only a hair's breadth away from the progenitor. If Yi Yuan is also a Dao Pill realm powerhouse, then, thinking about it, Leng Tianqi felt terrified. Cloudheart Realm had 3 Dao Pill realms in one lineage, and it was reputed to be the strongest in the world. But Yi Yuan also reached such a boundary, then the priest temple would have 2 Dao Pill realm powerhouses. Then the priest temple's influence would also expand significantly. It would even threaten the position of Cloudheart Realm. Jin suddenly smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that it's more than that. Leng Tianqi said in surprise, what else is there? This kind of situation was already extremely bad, could it be that there was still something even worse? Jin's vision was far more so than the two. His thoughts and opinions were clearly more comprehensive than the two. Yi Yuan's limelight is so bright. Is it just those 5 ancestors that he's posing a threat to? What about Sacred Ancestor High Priest? What about Master? Yi Yuan comprehended Dao Pill while being so young. Who dares to say that he can't refine a true Dao Pill in the future? As Jin said, his breathing suddenly became ragged. True Dao Pill. These 3 words seemed to be overwhelmingly heavy. Regardless of whether it was the Medicine Ancestor or Sacred Ancestor High Priest, or the various ancestors, their goal was the true Dao Pill. What the true Dao Pill was, nobody knew either. But that was their lifelong pursuit. Then Sacred Ancestor High Priest clearly knows this. So why does he still let him grow unchecked? Jin continued. The two people were long already shocked until they were staring dumbfoundedly in their mouths agape. They replied mechanically, why? Jin said, because he wants to borrow Yi Yuan's hands to make himself grow. For so many years, he has always wanted to surpass Master. Talking up to here, their minds all shook violently, including Jin. This consequence was too terrifying. If Sacred Ancestor, High Priest surpassed Medicine Ancestor in all aspects, if Yi Yuan gathered more and more momentum, the entire alchemy world's arrangement would be completely overturned. Cloudheart Realm would no longer be the #1 alchemy holy land. It would be the sacrificial temple. Since time immemorial, how many alchemy path powerhouses have attempted to overturn Cloudheart Realm's position as the overlord, but they did not accomplish it. Even Sacred Ancestor High Priest with his level of astonishing talent was also suppressed by Master until he could not lift his head. But now, a brat who was only over 2,000 years old came roaring into existence and completely disrupted the alchemy world's arrangement. Once Jin's conjectures came true, this consequence would be too terrifying for Cloudheart Realm. And this also explained why Myriad Region Alchemy Conference organized the Grand Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, going against convention. His goal was simply Yi Yuan. Chapter 2304, Second Sage's Friend. Hehe, Master, we're here. Tisk tisk, really didn't expect that I can actually come to the #1 alchemy holy land in this lifetime. When Young Yi saw Yi Yuan, he bowed respectfully. While Ning Saiyu was much more cheerful, looking around everywhere, clicking her tongue in wonder. To her, Cloudheart Realm was a legendary place, could view from a distance but could not play with disrespectfully. But today, She actually walked into Cloudheart Realm herself and was going to battle in alchemy with the myriad regions heaven chosen. This sort of feeling was like she was dreaming. Such a grand occasion was a tempering opportunity that was extremely hard to come by for any alchemist. Yuan naturally would not forget his disciples. Yunyi's talent was extremely high. Under Yuan's teaching, he already stepped into Ancestor Realm not long ago. Ning Saiyu's strength was second only to Yunyi. Her foundation was even more solid than Yunyi's. She had already reached grand completion Dao Realm too. When Yuan saw the two people, he smiled and said, "The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time has as many experts as clouds. The two of you mustn't be self-conceited and must study hard." The two people hurriedly answered, "Yes, Master." Arriving at Cloudheart Realm this time, only now did Yuan know that the alchemy world truly had talents lying in concealment. Ignoring other things, the talents of Zhao Zishuan few people were absolutely rarely seen in the world. Their strength made many alchemy powerhouses who were a generation older perspire from embarrassment. Not just them, in the various major holy lands, there was no lack of Ancestor Realm youngsters too. As for the older generation Ancestor Realm powerhouses, that went even more without saying. Even though they were not worth mentioning when compared to Yuan, to Yunyi it was definitely an unprecedented experience. Right then, another group of people entered Cloudheart Realm. Yuan looked over, only to see several heavenly emperors slowly walk over. Behind them even followed several familiar people, Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather, as well as those reclusive alchemy ancient families. They all came from the southern border, so it was about time that they arrived. When Empyrean Pilljade saw Yuan and Yunyi, he could not help being taken aback, then his face immediately turned black. Humph, unfilial child. Yunyi had an awkward look and could only keep silent. Yuan also pretended not to hear and went forward to greet Empyrean Flutterfeather, saying with a smile, "Brother Flutterfeather, how have you been?" As for the Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure by the side, Yuan directly ignored him. He had never seen Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure before, but coming together with Flutterfeather, it could only be Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure. Empyrean Flutterfeather was slightly awkward as he said, "Younger brother Yi, turns out that you've arrived long ago." Yuan nodded and said, "It's been a few days. Since brother Flutterfeather came, why not go to my Feather Mountain to stay? It will also be convenient for you and me to interact." Empyrean Flutterfeather did not speak yet when the Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure beside said unhappily, "No need, we have a place to go." "Flutterfeather, let's go, Master." At this time, Yunyi suddenly spoke up. His face was slightly embarrassed. Yuan knew what was going on with one look. This kid was still rather filial and wanted to find a better place for Empyrean Pilljade. It was just that Yuan had not spoken yet when he heard Pilljade say with a cold snort, "No need. This Empyrean hasn't fallen so far to the extent where that I need an unfilial child to give alms." Done talking, he also galloped away at full speed. Along the way, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said with a cold snort, "This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Really think that he can look down on the likes of us after he became whatever second sage?" Heavenly Emperor Zhou Yun smiled coldly and said, "So what if second sage? In front of the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, that level of powerhouse, he's merely a junior. He really treats himself as someone notable. He doesn't know the terror of such powerhouses at all. Would they really pay attention to him, this sort of junior?" Heavenly Emperor Zhou Yun was the person that Empyrean Pilljade paid allegiance to. He was an 8-star alchemy god himself. These two people racked their brains before getting a qualification to enter Cloudheart Realm. After all, Empyrean Flutterfeather and Empyrean Pilljade were both Ancestor Realm powerhouses and barely had the qualifications to enter the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Except, seeing Yuan the moment they entered, it made them feel as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. This brat made them lose out on a huge profit. Look at that brat's cocky appearance. It's like we can't survive in this Cloudheart city after we leave him." Pilljade said with a sneer. Entering the city, the Heavenly Emperors naturally did not dare to be unbridled. They played the tyrant in the southern border, but arriving here, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. "Little brother, we came from the southern border. I wonder if there are any accommodations arranged." Heavenly Emperor Zhou Yun said respectfully to an Empyrean. That Empyrean had a proud look on his face, completely looking down on these few Heavenly Emperors. The Heavenly Emperors that were hard to come across outside, he saw too many every day. The medicine ancestors' lineage had this arrogance. The Empyrean brought everyone to a residence. When the few heavenly emperors saw, their faces immediately became extremely ugly. This residence had fishes and dragons jumbled together and already had too many people staying. What was even more terrible was that heavenly emperors stayed 2 in a room, Empyreans, 6 in a room. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly Emperor Yuan or Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, or even Empyrean Pilgade, they all, which one wasn't a mighty figure who commanded a region? When had they lived so shabbily before? Heavenly Emperor Yuan's expression was rather ugly as he said to that Empyrean, "This little brother, can you change rooms for us? The price can be discussed." That Empyrean smiled disdainfully and said, "Those who can enter Cloudpill Summit, how many do you think lack money? During the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, there are plenty of guys like you that are fishing in muddied waters and are long already overcrowded. Want to stay, then stay, not staying, then get lost." The few people's faces immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. Arriving at this cloud-hard realm, even a measly little Empyrean dared to order them about, not giving the slightest bit of face. Really aggravating people to death. Except, they had the anger but nowhere to vent. If they annihilated this Empyrean with a slap, they would be annihilated by somebody with a slap later on. Helpless, they could only stay temporarily. Their residence was very crammed, it was clearly partitioned out temporarily. Only after arriving here did Heavenly Emperor Yuan they all know their insignificance. The other Heavenly Emperors were also all squeezed in a small space, the atmosphere foul everywhere, unable to cultivate at all. Right at this moment, a figure slowly walked in, his face radiating awe without being angry. The powerful aura suddenly made everyone become tense. That Empyrean's expression changed and he said respectfully, "Lord Azurefeather." Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and Heavenly Emperor Yuan's faces both changed wildly. Azurefeather's illustrious reputation, it had struck their ears like a thunderclap. The two people hurriedly bowed and said, offering greetings to Lord Azurefeather. Azurefeather nodded slightly, sweeping over everyone's faces, he said coolly, "Who is Flutterfeather? Who is Pilgade?" The two people's hearts turned cold, not knowing what happened, but they still answered. "This lowly one is Flutterfeather. This lowly one is Pilgade." Azurefeather said coolly, "The few of you, follow me." The few people did not dare to disobey and could only follow after. Azurefeather brought them to a courtyard and said coolly, "You guys stay here then, someone will make arrangements for your daily life." The few people exchanged glances, their faces surprised. They did not know why they would suddenly get such superior treatment. One had to know, the people coming and going from this place, most of their auras were extremely strong, far above theirs. No need to ask, and they also knew that this place must be a place that only distinguished guests could stay. "Lord Azurefeather, may I be so bold as to ask, why suddenly let us stay in such a nice place?" Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said. Azurefeather said coolly, "Since you all are second sage's friends, then you naturally can't live too shabbily." Chapter 2305, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. After Azurefeather left, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was still in shock. Lord Azurefeather is a Heavenly Emperor of Cloudhard Realm who walks the world. His status is extremely respected, being no less than many Holy Land's ancestors. Yuan's one sentence can actually make him come in person. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said in surprise. "Maybe this is looking on the account of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face, right? The Priest Temple is an alchemy Holy Land second only to Cloudhard Realm after all." Heavenly Emperor Yuan said. At this time, a Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse passed by and just happened to hear this. He could not help laughing and said, "Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face. Hoo-hoo, you guys are second sage's poor relatives, right? Whose family did not have a few poor relatives?" Yuan the rest instinctively wanted to get angry, but the strength of this person in front of them was clearly much stronger than them. They could not afford to offend him. They then heard his explanation. He said, "You guys just came, it's also normal to not know." Heh. Second sage's name was fought out by himself with real swords and spears. It was not by relying on Sacred Ancestor High Priest's blessings. It's true that Lord Azurefeather's status is revered, but in front of Second Sage, it's nothing at all. The few people drew a breath of cold air, feeling shocked. Azurefeather's status was already in existence far beyond their reach. Yuan's status was actually even higher than his. Just how long had they not met? Yuan was already so formidable. Actually, it was just that their knowledge and experience were shallow. That was all. If Piljade knew the existence of Dao pills, he would be able to recognize that the Chaos Samsara pill which Yi Yuan refined back then was already sufficient to attain mastery. That Heavenly Emperor powerhouse briefly talked about the commotion that Yi Yuan caused recently, making the few people stare dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Even the Lord Azurefeather, who was too high to be reached in their eyes, was actually punished by Yi Yuan to kneel just recently. That would have been alright, but he still had to come and do things for Yi Yuan obediently now. One person challenged 5 great holy lands, pressuring until the 5 great holy lands lowered their heads. What breadth of spirit was this? They did not even dare to think about it at all. They just entered Cloudheart Realm and did not understand the situation here at all. But only at this time did they know what kind of place Feather Mountain was. Heh, although I don't know what happened on Cloud Summer Mountain, right now, many people are all guessing that Yi Yuan's strength already reached the level of an ancestor, and can sit with those top ancestors as equals already. Do you think that he's relying on Sacred Ancestor High Priest? If this emperor was you guys, I'd immediately go before Sacred Ancestor High Priest to grovel and curry favor. If one can obtain 1 or 2 of his rewards, that will really be having a meteoric rise in the future. After that Heavenly Emperor finished talking, he turned around and left, leaving behind everyone who was staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Along with the passing of time, alchemy powerhouses gathered from all directions. Cloudpill became more and more lively. In the city, in the streets and alleys, there were alchemy powerhouses battling in alchemy everywhere. Among them, it was naturally Cloudheart City's powerhouses who were a notch better. Medicine Ancestor had the Heavenspan world at his beck and call for countless years and had long already developed Cloudheart Realm into an extremely powerful alchemy holy land, experts plentiful as clouds. Even many major alchemy holy lands in the outside world had all kinds of connections with Cloudheart Realm too. Dao Realm powerhouses that were hard to come by in the outside world were as plentiful as oxen hair here. Even Ancestor Realm powerhouses had no shortage of people too. In contrast, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's foundation was too shallow. Yi Yuan brought Yun Yi 2 people to battle in alchemy everywhere every day, exchanging on alchemy Dao. The 2 people benefited a lot. Places that Yi Yuan went, everyone naturally welcomed them heartily. After all, regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it was irrefutable that he defeated Yun Winborn. Just this point, his strength was already not what ordinary alchemy powerhouses could compare to. This level of powerhouse would not come to the city to interact at all. But Yi Yuan could lower his status and mingle with them. He even gave pointers concerning their doubts on alchemy Dao from time to time. He was naturally immensely welcomed by all parties. Furthermore, the alchemy strength that Yi Yuan exhibited also made everyone wholeheartedly convinced. Prior to this, Yi Yuan was extremely overbearing in the way he dealt with affairs, leaving everyone with an extremely cold image. During these few days, everyone felt that not only was Yi Yuan not overbearing, but he was also very amiable and approachable instead. For some time, the 3 of them, master and apprentices, were very warmly received in the city. Toward this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was still very relieved. Regardless of what the Medicine Ancestor's ultimate goal was, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time had indeed promoted the great development of alchemy Dao. For this scale of alchemy conference, only the Medicine Ancestor had such rallying power. Several months later, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference finally started. On this day, the streets and alleys were empty. Everyone had gathered in the plaza in the center of Cloudheart City. The alchemy powerhouses who obtained the qualifications to participate were no less than 100,000 people. Among these people, the vast majority came due to the prestige. Everyone understood in their hearts that the final winner of this conference could only be the various major holy lands. However, the participants of the various major holy lands were mostly 3rd-generation disciples. 2nd-generation disciples' strengths were too strong. Those like Young Windborn were already powerhouses at the level of MT. Tai, it would naturally not be suitable to take part in this kind of conference. Yi Yuan was sitting at the 1,000-foot-high platform, looking down loftily. A middle-aged man dressed in sky-blue long robes slowly walked out and arrived above the high platform. The moment he appeared, there was immediately a commotion in the crowd. Even those ancestors also opened their eyes one after another, looking at the arrival full of dread. The middle-aged man in blue robes opened his mouth and said coolly, "Thank you all for honoring with your visit, arriving at Cloudheart Realm to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. This emperor is Distantbook, the second disciple under Master's command. The crowd exploded all at once. Heavenspan World Distantbook, the alchemy world's peerlessly rare talent, and also the Heavenspan world's legendary figure. Heard that he only used 30,000 years and cultivated to Ancestor Realm. Later, he was taken in as a disciple by Medicine Ancestor, cultivating to Grand Completion Ancestor Realm in 100,000 years. 10 million years later, he finally broke through the fetters, reaching the realm of Dao Pill. Later, he challenged more than 10 ancestors and didn't have a single defeat. Last time, he challenged Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and he was defeated. Among all the ancestor-level powerhouses now, Heavenly Emperor Distantbook is the youngest. Yuan did not hear of Heavenly Emperor Distantbook before, but looking from the reactions of others, this person was clearly extremely formidable. He was not in the pugilistic world, but the pugilistic world had his legends. Yuan was currently sizing Heavenly Emperor Distantbook up, but then he discovered that Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's gaze was currently looking at him. An astonishing fighting spirit poured into Yuan's body, practically shredding his entire person apart. Yuan was startled in his heart, the power of the chaos world quietly revolving, forcing this fighting intent out of his body. He stared right at Heavenly Emperor Distantbook, the fighting intent in his body similarly rising to the sky. Everyone stared at this scene, wide-eyed and tongue-tied, not understanding what happened. Regarding Yuan's reaction, Heavenly Emperor Distantbook was clearly quite surprised. He did not expect that Yuan could actually block his fighting spirit. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he continued faintly, "There is not much to say. The rewards of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time are extremely generous. It's a handwritten book personally written by Master. The champion of the Dao Realm Group and Ancestor Realm Group will each get a copy of it." The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar once more. Chapter 2306, Diametrically Opposed. Personally written by the Medicine Ancestor. It's actually personally written by the Medicine Ancestor. Even if learn a tiny bit of Medicine Ancestor's alchemy Dao, it's also sufficient for us to benefit for our entire lives. During this conference this time, Myriad Region Alchemy Conference really put in the blood capital. This first place, I must get it. For a moment, those alchemy powerhouses were extremely agitated. The Medicine Ancestor's personally written notes directly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The handwritten notes of Alchemy Dao's number one person was a fatal temptation to all alchemy powerhouses. Even Yuan was also very moved when he heard, handwritten by Medicine Ancestor, these four words. To talk about the alchemy path's legend, no one could surpass the Medicine Ancestor in this world. His alchemy Dao experience was absolutely a treasure that all those who refined pills yearned for even in their sleep. Whatever Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure, whatever rank 8 divine pill, they were all not worth mentioning in front of the Medicine Ancestor's handwritten notes. In the crowd, Yun Yi's gaze revealed a look of fanaticism. "Hee, junior apprentice brother, you're moved," Ning Xiaoyu said with a laugh. Yun Yi did not mind and said smilingly, "Why? Aren't you moved?" Ning Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said with an indifferent look, "Getting it is good, not getting it is fine as well, I don't feel anything regarding it. Either way, this Medicine Ancestor's handwritten notes are also not much better than the things Master taught us." Yun Yi nodded and said, "I don't deny this point, but everyone has their shortcomings and merits. Learning from others' strong points and closing the gap is the right way. I think that Master is also moved now, right?" Ning Xiaoyu said with a look of contempt, "You this fellow, really becoming more and more like Master." Yun Yi smiled and did not refute it. Yuan taught him far too many things. His respect for Yuan was long already engraved in his bones. However, he similarly also viewed Yuan as his lifelong goal and opponent. This was also what Yuan taught him. By the side, a middle-aged man said with a disdainful look, "Hey, truly shameless boasting. Two juniors talking like the handwritten notes are already yours." This middle-aged man's aura was extremely strong. He was shockingly a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, an 8-star alchemy god. Another person said, "Hoo, Master Ping Chuan, don't get angry. Youngsters making their world debut, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth is understandable." A young man in crimson robes said with a face full of arrogance, "Brat, stop hallucinating that you're the favorite. Medicine Ancestor's handwritten notes are our Cloudheart realms, no one can bring it away." Their expressions changed, one after another looking toward that youngster in crimson robe. Hearing his meaning, he was actually Cloudheart Realm's powerhouse. It's Zhou Rui. He's Cloudheart Realm's young generation's strongest person. I didn't think that even he would come to take part too. A cry of exclamation suddenly came from around. When the others heard this, their expressions changed one after another. The powerhouses taking part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time were too many. The various major Holy Lands elite disciples moved out in succession. And among these Holy Lands, the strongest was undoubtedly Cloudheart Realm. With this, everyone finally realized that this reward was not easy to get. Yunyi gave Zhou Rui a glance and did not say anything. The current Yunyi had long already restrained his sharp edge, and would not fly into a great after with a casual provocation like back then. This was because he had powerful strength as support. The so-called not shaking when you have a jar full of vinegar, and shaking violently if you have a half jar of vinegar, it was this logic. Of course, he was more influenced by Yi Yuan. Just as Ning Xiyu said, he was becoming more and more like Yi Yuan. As for his performance, it was naturally being thought of as submission by Zhou Rui. Very soon, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference officially began. Everyone appeared in front of a transmission door. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook said coolly, "What's in front of you all is the Emperor Vast Pagoda's transmission door. After you all enter the transmission door, you'll be randomly assigned to a pocket space in twos. After the alchemy battle ends, the Emperor Vast Pagoda will automatically determine your victory or loss." Alright, now, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference official begins. The Emperor Vast Pagoda was a very famous Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure of Cloudheart Realm, its power being limitless. It was also an essential treasure to host alchemy conferences. In the past, when Cloudheart Realm organized such grand occasion, they would use it. It was just that an alchemy conference of this scale had not been held for a long time already. Under a word of command, everyone disappeared from the plaza one after another, entering the Emperor Vast Pagoda's space. The originally packed plaza became empty all at once. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook pointed at the void. A huge light screen appeared above the void. The situation in the Emperor Vast Pagoda was completely revealed in front of everyone. Done with all these, Heavenly Emperor Distantbook took his seat, looked at Yi Yuan, and said, "I've long heard of Second Sage's great name. Seeing you today, indeed lives up to your reputation. His powerful fighting spirit earlier, even a ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor might not necessarily be able to withstand it, but Yi Yuan resolved it in an instant, making it clear at a glance. Even though the outside world's appraisal of Yi Yuan was extremely high, who was he, Heavenly Emperor Distantbook? He was the Medicine Ancestor's direct lineage disciple, one of the Heavenspan world's few supreme powerhouses. He thought that by relying on his powerful fighting spirit, he could instantly shatter Yi Yuan's will. But sadly, he failed. However, he was not disappointed but became even more interested in Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan gave an "oh" nonchalantly and did not express anything. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. This "oh" was packed with the smell of gunpowder. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook smiled and said, "I heard that Second Sage's disciples also came to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Second Sage is unusually talented and can reach the realm of Dao Pill within a short 2,000-3,000 years. Wonder if your disciples can survive the first round or not." Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Second Sage was a genius, nobody could refute this. But the time that Second Sage attained his Dao was too short. So how formidable could his disciples be? Even if he taught his disciples day and night, it was also impossible to teach his disciples until they were very formidable. Everyone looked in Yi Yuan's direction, wanting to see how he would react. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's mindset is really shallow. Don't you understand what's called outstanding disciples come from an accomplished master?" Heavenly Emperor Distantbook smiled and said, "Oh, how outstanding." Yi Yuan said coolly, "More outstanding than you." Everyone shushed. This smell of gunpowder was too thick. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook did not care and said smilingly, "This Emperor's grand pupil, Zhou Rui, is the #1 person in the young generation. How does Second Sage think your disciple is compared to him?" As they said, a small chunk on the light screen turned black. Two figures appeared on the plaza once more. It was none other than precisely Zhou Rui. It turned out that he actually already won. In this short while where they were just talking, a medicinal pill was not even refined completely yet and he actually won already. On the viewing platform, a wave of exclamations came over. Clearly, even the group of ancestors were extremely surprised. His opponent had his head lowered, appearing very dispirited. When Heavenly Emperor Distantbook saw this scene, he looked towards Yi Yuan meaningfully but discovered that Yi Yuan was completely aloof and indifferent. How is it, second sage? Heavenly Emperor Distantbook smiled and said. Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing much. This grand pupil of yours doesn't have the minimal devoutness toward alchemy Tao, nothing to fear. Zhou Rui crushed his opponent in terms of strength, making his opponent directly give up on the competition. The medicinal pill was not yet refined completely at all. This kind of action that was a wanton waste of God's good gifts was looked down on by Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook smiled and said, I command spirit medicines with my Tao. Why is there a need to be devout? Yi Yuan said, myriad lives have spirit. Only if you respect it will it respect you. Chapter 2307, Tao Showdown. The strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. My Tao is that the weaklings are used by the strong. So what if strong? So what if weak? Didn't you also walk over step by step from being a weakling? You're better than spirit medicines in that you reincarnated better than them. What a joke. This emperor is extraordinarily talented. Back then, I slaughtered my way out with my strength alone too, becoming the Heavenspan world's legend. How can I be the same as ants? So what, no matter how strong you are, you can't escape this Heavenspan world's cage either. Moreover, in terms of talent, what do you count for in front of this Yi? The two people chimed in one after another, neither able to convince the other. Being able to tread out one's own great Tao, how firm were their minds? How could they be swayed because of a word from others? Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Distantbook laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha. Second sage, you and I are both heaven's chosen of the present era. Why is there a need to indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue? It's still early, so why don't you and I have a match? Yi Yuan said coolly. This Yi had precisely this intention. All of a sudden, everyone's breathing became ragged. Just as Heavenly Emperor Distantbook said, the two of them were both heaven's chosen in the present era, their strength crushing their peers. Especially Heavenly Emperor Distantbook, he was in existence who had even exchanged blows with sacred ancestor high priest before. While Yi Yuan was also a rising star, akin to the noonday sun. Just how his strength was, everyone was extremely curious. These two people's pinnacle showdown was the real highlight of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. The two got up, stepped onto the air, and directly arrived above the void. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove had his eyes shut the whole time. At this time, he finally opened both eyes, staring straight at the two people above the void. Old man, you look at these two people. Who's stronger and who's weaker? Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian said. This old man can't say for sure. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said coolly. Hey, you sly old fox, still not willing to open your mouth at this point. In this old man's view, second sage's spirit is at its height, but he's still young after all. The journey of Tao Pill relies entirely on the accumulation of years. With yours and my accumulations, if we were to really take action, we might not be inferior to second sage, Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian said. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's gaze glimmered slightly and he said, this old man isn't sure. The moment these words came out, all of the ancestors turned pale from shock. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian's expression was ugly as he said, old man, you're not joking, right? This joke isn't funny at all. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said without batting an eyelid, does this old man have a need to joke with you? Everyone's shock was by no means trivial. Among these ancestors present, the ones who had truly seen Yi Yuan take action was only Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove. But at that time, Yi Yuan clearly did not use his full strength. There was no way to judge how Yi Yuan's strength was at all. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove judged that Yi Yuan's strength was difficult to ascertain through some clues and inklings. He was somewhat unsure, that was why he did not dare to act without careful consideration. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said, if this old had the confidence, I'd have taken action back then. Why would there be a need to endure patiently until today? Everyone turned pale with fright. Thinking about it, it was indeed like so. If Yi Yuan was really just a young and inexperienced fledgling who comprehended a tiny trace of Tao Pill concept, he did not have a need to forbear like so. After all, disciples kneeling down to apologize, this was not glorious. His face, the ancestor's face, was also lost. All of the ancestors looked up above the void, two people stood in the air, all set for a showdown. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "How will the two of us approach this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're the junior, you choose." Heavenly Emperor Dao Ancestor laughed and said, "In this world, apart from Master and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, no one else dares to call me, this Emperor, a junior to my face." Second Sage, "You're very arrogant." Yi Yuan said coolly, "What objections do you have?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book choked, he really could not find a reason to refute it. Second Sage and the Sacred Ancestor were peers, which was also being in the same generation as Medicine Ancestor. He was Medicine Ancestor's disciple, so he was naturally lower. "Forget it, not going to argue with you. Since our differences lie with spirit medicines, then let's fight with spirit medicines." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book pointed at the void. A majestic power of wood essence fired into the ground. In a blink, a young spirit medicine broke through the ground. This kind of means made everyone felt it was fantastical as they watched. This was the source of great Tao, being able to develop myriad life. This spirit medicine's grade was not high, being just a strain of rank 3 spirit medicine. To powerhouses at the level of Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, this kind of spirit medicine was virtually too offensive to the eyes. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Distant Book reach his hand out and beckon. The spirit medicine flew into his hand. Following that, he drew a circle with one hand. The spirit medicine instantly became crushed, turning into fine powder. The power of great Tao suddenly burst forth. Behind Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, a phantom of the sun suddenly rose, unparalleledly domineering. This was Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's great Tao. Reaching this level, their alchemy battles were not like how it used to be, being based on spirit medicines. The so-called Tao pill pointed right at the source of Tao. The brilliance of application depended on one's wit and was no longer bound to pill formulas. A grain of sand, a rock, a blade of grass, a piece of wood, could be refined into pills. Just like Sacred Ancestor High Priest, when he fought with Medicine Ancestor back then, they determined the victor and who was superior with just a game. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book shook lightly. That pile of powder flew toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan pointed at the air. That ball of powder suddenly became still. At the same time, the power of great Tao similarly erupted from his body. An enormous Tai Chi diagram formed behind Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it started to spin slowly. This was Yi Yuan's first time displaying his true strength in front of everyone. Everyone instantly became lost in wonder. Especially Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian. He originally still felt that Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove was overly cautious, but now, he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, nothing to say. This power of great Tao could already completely be on par with him and did not lose to him in the slightest. Back then, if he really took action because of Zhao Zixuan's matter, the outcome might have been very embarrassing. Losing to a rising star like Yi Yuan who was only 2,000 to 3,000 years old, his old face would really have nowhere to put. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian secretly thought what a close shave. However, even though Yi Yuan's power of great Tao was strong, it was still too weak in front of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. One had to know, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was an existence that had once defeated the various great ancestors before. In this heavenspan world, there was only the Medicine Ancestor, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, as well as his eldest senior brother, who could firmly suppress him. The others so far behind that they could only see the dust ahead. Above the void, a huge circular aura field formed with the two people as the center. Focusing one's eyes and looking, this enormous aura field was the embryonic form of a world. It was just that this world was not complete and not balanced either. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book clearly suppressed Yi Yuan significantly, occupying a huge advantage. This kind of situation was like the situation of Medicine Ancestor overwhelming Sacred Ancestor High Priest back then. The time that Yi Yuan entered the realm of Tao Pill was short after all. Compared to Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, he was still too weak. But Yi Yuan's face was rippleless like an ancient well and did not have any panicky expression at all. The Tai Chi diagram behind him was still revolving strongly, without giving in the slightest bit. The two people, coming and going, that stock of rank 3 spirit medicine gradually became egg-shaped, one end big, the other end small. The larger end was precisely Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's end, while the smaller end was Yi Yuan's. Without a doubt, this battle was already heavenly. Emperor Distant Book occupying the absolute advantage. Chapter 2308, Reversal. Ha ha ha, is this your strength, Second Sage? Truly disappoints me too much. See, Everything depends on strength. Your Tao is inferior to my Tao. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook laughed wildly. In this contest, he already established the winner. This was a showdown of Tao. His Tao already completely crushed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan absolutely had no possibilities of turning the tables. On the viewing platform, the ancestors had sympathetic looks on their faces. This kid's myth is finally coming to an end. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and said, Yi Yuan's road to the peak was seriously too miraculous. Not that they could not accept geniuses, but Yi Yuan's genius was a little too frightening. Less than 3,000 years old achieving Tao Pill realm, this simply subverted everyone's understanding. Even those sons of heavenly emperors, existences who had powerful strength the moment they were born, were also not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. Before this, they all felt that Yi Yuan was merely a junior, not worth mentioning at all. But Yi Yuan challenged Cloud Summer Mountain, going all the way to the top from the foot of the mountain. Even the powerful young Windborn was defeated at his hands, making everyone's jaws hit the ground. In the end, he even forced Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove to back down. Only then did everyone know that turns out he was already an ancestor-level powerhouse. Now that Yi Yuan was about to lose, everyone let out a long sigh in relief. His myth was finally coming to an end. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove smiled and said, if Yi Yuan defeated even Heavenly Emperor Tao Ancestor, Medicine Ancestor probably can't sit still anymore as well. However, this kid can perform to this extent. It's already shocking enough. Fortunately, this old man knew that you, this old fellow, are cautious and didn't take action back then. Otherwise, it will really be embarrassing, Ancestor Yi Xian said one. A good show is about to come to an end. I wonder if this boy can withstand this kind of blow or not, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said. This is hard to say. After all, a genius like him has probably never experienced failure before, rising rapidly all the way up to a high position. As the saying went, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. I'm afraid that it's very hard for him to withstand this blow, Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian said. The group of ancestors nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. While at this time, Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's alchemy battle already reached a white-hot stage 2. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook eroded Yi Yuan's territory bit by bit, squeezing him to the limit. Ha ha ha, brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Where did that spirit just now go? Didn't you talk until it was well grounded and reasoned just now? What about now? This is your so-called Tao. What a joke, it's too weak. Crushing a genius like Yi Yuan seemed to be a very delightful thing. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook was smug to the extreme. But the Yi Yuan opposite seemed to be cowed by Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's imposing aura and did not say a word at all. It was as if he had already resigned himself to fate. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook suddenly yelled out, drawing a successful conclusion to the alchemy battle this time. An egg-shaped medicinal pill condensed in the air, and the medicinal pill of this shape also showed that Heavenly Emperor Distantbook was the victor of this alchemy battle. Hoo-hoo, finally still lost, Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian said with a meaningful smile. A myth has finally been ended. It's a shame, actually. I was rather looking forward to Second Sage winning. All of a sudden, everyone felt disappointed. Regarding the record of Yi Yuan this myth, everyone's feelings were actually very complicated. On one hand, everyone hoped for Yi Yuan to continuously create legends. On the other hand, everyone was also scared that he was too formidable. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, why? Nothing to say, my second sage. Wasn't your tongue very sharp previously? Didn't you say that this emperor's Tao isn't worth mentioning? Now, why don't you speak? Heavenly Emperor Distantbook was unrelenting after gaining momentum, pressing on Yi Yuan with every step. Cloudheart Realm's alchemy powerhouses were greatly excited, mocking Yi Yuan to the best of their ability. A guy who overestimates his own abilities, does he really take himself to be some major power? In front of our Cloudheart Realm, even Sacred Ancestor High Priest is nothing, let alone whatever dog fart second sage. When Lord Distantbook roamed the Heavenspan world unhindered, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Ha ha ha, brat, don't be so arrogant as a person. Careful that you slap your own face. Cloudheart Realm's alchemy powerhouses all viewed themselves as self-important and already reached the level of blind confidence. No matter what you were like, in short, they were number one under the heavens. From the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference started until now, Yi Yuan had been basking in the limelight. They were long already upset. Now, they finally nabbed the chance. In the crowd, Zhou Rui smiled disdainfully and said, "What dog farts second sage? Compared to Grandmaster, you're still far away. Also, you guys, following this dog fart second sage, do you really think that you're remarkable? Today, I'll let you take a look at what's called powerful." Beside him stood Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu. Yun Yi looked at Zhou Rui strangely and turned to Ning Xiyu and said, "What do you think?" Ning Xiyu frowned and said, "I feel that, it isn't over yet." Yun Yi nodded and said, "I think so too. Ha ha ha, truly ridiculous. The outcome is already decided, could it be that he can still overturn the heavens?" Zhou Rui said with a big laugh. Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu talked among themselves and did not have the intention of caring about him at all. Zhou Rui glared hard, almost angered until he vomited blood. Above the void, Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone was stunned, instinctively thinking that Yuan could not bear the blow of failure and went mad. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that this genius was crippled. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook could not help laughing as he said, "I even thought that second sage was some remarkable figure. I didn't expect that he was so weak that he crumbled with a single blow." "Distantbook Yao Shu, you were really given a good name," Yuan said with a loud laugh. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's brows furrowed and he said, "What do you mean?" Yuan smiled and said, "Distantbook Yao Shu, going to lose Yao Shu, this name of yours is really given beautifully." Heavenly Emperor Distantbook was taken aback, only then, aware that Yuan was making fun of his name. However, he really did not think in this aspect before. Because he never lost before. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook frowned and said, "If you lost, then you lost. Want to regain some dignity using this kind of method? What a joke. Like this will only show your cowardice even more." Yuan held back his laughter and said with a sneer, "Look at how smug you are. Do you really take it as if you've won?" But Heavenly Emperor Distantbook was indifferent and said, disdainfully, "Even a blind man can also tell that this emperor won this alchemy battle, right? Why, could it be that you can still distort facts?" Many ancestors shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yuan was too much of a sore loser. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion, why made an exhibition of himself? But right at this time, Yuan slowly extended a finger and said coolly, "Then this Yi will let you take a look at whose Tao is the truth." Done talking, he pointed at the void, a Tai Chi diagram whizzed into that egg, with a whoosh. That egg immediately gave off popping sounds like fried beans. Then, the egg gradually became rounded. The aura of Great Tao descended once again. Chapter 2309, Tao Heart Collapse. What's going on here? A world that already collapsed actually recovered anew. The few great ancestors suddenly stood up, looking at that medicinal pill with shocked faces. The medicinal pill that had originally already had its shape fixed actually burst forth with a terrifying power once again. This surge of power seemed like it rose up from ruins, radiating with youthful vitality anew. This kind of method achieved the same wondrous effect as Heavenly Emperor Distantbook birthing spirit medicines bare-handedly with different means. However, it was no idea how many times more advanced. This was a broken world being bestowed vitality anew. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's entire body trembled, looking at that medicinal pill in a daze. The medicinal pill shattered from the inside, remolded, shattered again, and remolded again. A complete world gradually outlined and formed. Finally, a spherical and transparent medicinal pill was redisplayed in front of the world. Medicinal pill, not some shocking medicinal pill, but a down-to-earth Tao pill that gave off a world power that shocked people to the core. Everyone was shocked speechless. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. How is this possible? Heavenly Emperor Distantbook clearly occupied a tremendous advantage. How can it become like this? Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove could not figure it out after racking his brains. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Distantbook trembled all over, gaze staring fixed at Yuan, and he said, "Fine means. Indeed a good method. You avoided the sharp edge and didn't confront this emperor head-on, integrating your great Tao into the Tao pill under this emperor's eyes. You planted a seed in the Tao pill, but after everything settled down, it broke through the earth and emerged again. During the battle, you could perform such minute manipulation and have such a brilliant idea, this emperor admires." Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's realm was not what others could compare to. When everything erupted, he understood Yuan's method very quickly. It was just that understanding was one thing. But to defeat Yuan, he was already powerless to stop it. With his strength, if he discovered Yi Yuan's means during the alchemy battle, he could naturally crush it effortlessly. But there were no ifs in this world. That moment when he won, he was actually already defeated. Moreover, talking about it was easy, but doing it was difficult to the extreme. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook knew all too clearly that being able to perform such a hair-raising operation under his eyelids, one really could not find a second person in this world. The title of Second Sage was well deserved. Hearing Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's words, the group of ancestors was horrified. Just what is this guy's brain made out of? Ancestor Yi Xian said in shock. Hey, this isn't just a matter of brain. If it were you and me, even if we can think of this method, can you hide from Distantbook's eyes and ears? Even if you hid from his eyes and ears, do you have the ability to perform such subtle manipulation? Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said with a solemn look. Ancestor Yi Xian opened his mouth but did not say anything. He did not know how to follow up. Just as old fart Maplegrove said, he could not do it. Only then did they understand that even if Yi Yuan's comprehension of Dao Pill realm was almost the same as them, they were absolutely not Yi Yuan's match either. This guy was too strong. No one expected that Yi Yuan defeated the strong as the weak, defeating such a powerful Heavenly Emperor Distantbook. Cloudheart Realm's powerhouses collectively shut up. Just now, they were screaming the most spiritedly, but who could have thought that in a blink, their faces would be slapped resoundingly. In the crowd, Zhou Rui had a dazed look. Just earlier, he was still mocking Yun Yi two people endlessly. That imposing momentum was all too arrogant. But in a twinkle, an astonishing reversal happened to the situation. His Grand Master was defeated. This reversal came too quickly, swift until he could not react in time. As the young generation's #1 person, he was also someone who wanted face. The words that one said were like water that was splashed. Zhou Rui could not resist sneaking a glance at the two, but then he discovered that the two people were currently looking at him meaningfully. With a rush, his face instantly turned red. Yun Yi two people did not answer back sarcastically, it was just that their smiles, the lethality overwhelmed thousands of words. What are you guys smiling at? Using this kind of opportunistic method, what ability does it count as? Zhou Rui turned angry from embarrassment as he said. Oh, Yun Yi two people exchanged a glance, deliberately dragged the tone out, making it even more sarcastic. Zhou Rui was greatly embarrassed. If these two had a war of words with me, it was still fine. Yet, this cynical way of speaking that dripped with sarcasm made him virtually go crazy. You guys, humph, just you guys wait and see. Oh, Zhou Rui was utterly defeated. He secretly swore in his heart. As long as he ran into these two fellows, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Distantbook and said with a faint smile, I know that you're unconvinced in your heart and feel that you definitely won't lose to me if you go again, isn't that so? Heavenly Emperor Distantbook gave a cold snort and did not speak. In reality, he meant exactly that. It was just that he was embarrassed to open his mouth. Losing was losing. Saying would ever fight again could only lower one's own status. Yi Yuan said coolly, you're stronger than me, this point is irrefutable. This Yi also admits that going again, I absolutely won't be your match. But so what? Your Dao lost to my Dao. Isn't that so? Your Dao is unparalleledly domineering, looking down on everything and everyone. Therefore, it's not that you were careless, but that it's your Dao which destined that you won't notice it. Because you won't pay attention to a stock of measly little spirit medicine. Because it's just a tool in your hands, a tool to defeat me. Even if it's created by you. But I can bestow it new life and give it what it wants. How do you know that it wasn't it that helped me to hide from you? A solid dike can collapse because of an ant hole in it, something that you tend to not pay attention to could give you a fatal blow. Timing, geographical, and human conditions, you don't occupy a single one. So how can you beat me? Yi Yuan's words were loud and clear, trampling Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's pride onto the ground ruthlessly. Nobody could find any fault with his words. Losing means losing. Competing again did not have any meaning at all. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook being strong was just because his accumulations were stronger than Yi Yuan, that was all. But Yi Yuan's Dao indeed surmounted above Heavenly Emperor Distantbook. As long as his accumulations were sufficient, catching up, even surpassing Heavenly Emperor Distantbook in the future, was not something impossible. No, it was for sure. The height of Dao determined the height of achievement. Yi Yuan's Dao was stronger than Heavenly Emperor Distantbook, surpassing him in the future was a sure thing. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's expression flickered incessantly, staring at Yi Yuan fiercely, surging with killing intent. Yi Yuan was destroying his Tao heart. He understood, but he could not stop it. A flaw still showed in his Tao heart. Every person was extremely devout toward their own Tao. But once you had doubts about it, that was the start of one's Tao heart collapse. Everyone held their breath, including the ancestors. Yi Yuan's guts were really too big to actually destroy the number 3 person's Tao heart in Cloudheart realm so openly and brazenly. But everyone also understood that Yi Yuan doing so had no cause for much criticism. Because the objective of Heavenly Emperor Distantbook making a move was obviously to strike at Yi Yuan's Tao heart. Now that Yi Yuan won, he had no need to show mercy. Be that as it may, this place was Cloudheart realm, the Bodhidharma of the medicine ancestor. Chapter 2310, Piljade's Shock. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, facing the Diva realm powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Distantbook, who was surging with killing intent. His expression did not change in the slightest. He was not worried about Heavenly Emperor Distantbook making a move at all. Because Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were definitely both paying attention to here currently. Sacred Ancestor High Priest must be secretly delighted right now. So how could he possibly let him prevail? If really forcing Sacred Ancestor High Priest to take action, the entire Cloudheart realm would be destroyed. This was not something to joke around with. Just as the atmosphere was extremely tensed, a man in white robes slowly stepped out and arrived beside Heavenly Emperor Distantbook. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's expression changed, and he said, "Eldest senior brother." The arrival was precisely the Medicine Ancestor's eldest disciple, Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy was not overbearing like Distantbook, saying with a light smile, "Master wants to see you. You withdraw first. There's me here." Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's expression flickered indeterminately and was extremely embarrassed. Senior apprentice brother was finding a way out for him here. Even when he, the exalted Heavenly Emperor Distantbook, faced off against Sacred Ancestor High Priest back then and returned in defeat, he had also never been in such an embarrassing situation before. He did not expect that today, he was humiliated like so by a junior. Heavenly Emperor Distantbook's heart burned with bitter hatred, but he was also helpless and could only say, "Yes, junior apprentice brother takes my leave." Done talking, he turned around and left. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy looked at Yi Yuan and said with a kindly smile, "Lastingjoy has been unclear all this while why Lord Sacred Ancestor would establish young friend Yi as second sage. Upon seeing today, only now am I deeply aware of Lord Sacred Ancestor's keen insight into a person's qualities. Second sage defeating junior apprentice brother, you'll become famous in the Heavenspan world. From today onwards." But when Yi Yuan heard, his brows furrowed slightly. This person was very amicable, a faint smile hanging on his face from beginning to end, looking like the Maitreya Buddha, giving people a feeling of relaxing their vigilance. For some reason, Yi Yuan kept feeling that this Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy was incomparably deep, and seemed even more difficult to deal with than Heavenly Emperor Distantbook. This sentence sounded like a compliment, but it actually concealed a blade in the dark. Not only did it give Cloudheart realm a way to step down, it even conveniently took a little stab at Yi Yuan. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time was clearly instigated by Cloudpill Summit first. Earlier, it was also Heavenly Emperor Distantbook provoking continuously. Now, it became him fishing for fame, achieving his fame with a battle with Heavenly Emperor Distantbook as the stepping stone. Furthermore, who Yi Yuan defeated was just Heavenly Emperor Distantbook and was not Cloudheart realm. This could only be considered the exchanging of views between powerhouses, and it did not represent the exchange of views between two great factions. These ancestors could not help secretly marveling at Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy's prowess. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Just winning against a junior, nothing worth bragging about. Is Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy interested in sparring with this Yi?" Such a deep Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy gave him an unfathomable feeling, and this feeling made him rather excited. Who knew that Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy just chuckled and waved his hand and said, "Even junior apprentice brother lost to second sage, this emperor's strength is lacking and doesn't dare to challenge second sage. Alright, official matters need to come first." The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference continues. A transmission door appeared once more in front of each person. The second round competition officially began. After a huge storm passed, everyone could not remain calm anymore. Quite a few people were whispering to each other, and the object of the discussion was naturally second sage Yi Yuan. The impact that this battle brought was not just a myriad region alchemy conference, but the entire alchemy world. The alchemy world that already did not have ripples for a long time, had huge waves surge once more because of Yuan suddenly roaring into existence. Even when Sacred Ancestor High Priest roared into existence back then and challenged Medicine Ancestor, it was also not stronger than the shock caused by Yuan's battle. After all, when Sacred Ancestor High Priest challenged Medicine Ancestor back then, he was already a Diva Realm super powerhouse. He had lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. He was merely a young man who was less than 3,000 years old. In front of these ancestors, Yuan was merely a teenage boy. The age could virtually be ignored. Yuan's potential was too great until everyone did not dare imagine. After the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, the alchemy world structure would completely change. The priest temple's position would close in on to Cloudheart Realm. Later, it might very likely form a situation of existing side by side. Amidst the discussion, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference went round after round. The number of people that got eliminated became more and more. The true young generation's powerhouses also gradually found their way to distinction. Zhou Rui was like his grandmaster, peerlessly domineering. His fights with his opponents had never exceeded 2 hours. Often, after the match had gone on for a while, the opponent would directly abstain and concede defeat. Even though Yunyi and Ning Xiyu kept on winning in their respective groups, they were far from as breathtaking as Zhou Rui. They appeared much more mediocre in the conference where geniuses gathered. Rather, each and every one of the other Holy Land's geniuses was powerful, crushing their peers, appearing much more outstanding than the two of them. But what everyone found strange was that no matter how strong the genius, the two of them could always defeat their opponents after a bout of hard battle. Coincidentally, Yunyi ran into his great-grandfather Empyrean Piljade in one of the matches. In the end, Yunyi firmly suppressed Empyrean Piljade and defeated his own great-grandfather. Empyrean Piljade's strength was still rather formidable in Ancestor Realm. After he lost to Yunyi, he was unbelievably shocked. He did not expect that in a short 1,000 years' time, Yunyi actually already grew to such a level. One had to know, even though Yunyi was very talented back then, he was merely a little brat in his eyes. But the child back then already surpassed him in all aspects in alchemy strength. 1,000 over years, walking through the road that he walked for millions of years, the shock in his heart could be imagined. Toward Yunyi, he had always been extremely furious in his heart. Because in his view, Yunyi's action was a kind of betrayal. While other people's betrayal would be infuriating, his own great-grandson's betrayal made him feel even more ashamed and furious. But now, his heart finally eased up a trace. He suddenly somewhat understood Yunyi's choice. Piljade suddenly felt that he was too short-sighted and was not even as good as his own great-grandson. Compared to such powerful strength, what did his bit of shoestring margin count as? With strength, would one still be scared that there would be no benefits? He was still flopping around in the southern border, that small pool of water, while Yunyi was already standing in the sea of the entire heavenspan world, debating on Tao with myriad regions geniuses. The level was already completely different. What shocked and surprised him even more was that Yuan did not conceal his abilities but gave Yunyi his all. One could tell from this point how magnanimous Yuan's heart was. How Yunyi's talent was, Piljade was very clear. He was a genius, but placed in the entire heavenspan world, what did it count for? But it was such a Yunyi who was already taught by Yuan into a peerless expert. What Yuan was formidable in was not just himself. His ability in teaching disciples was similarly hair-raisingly impressive. No one would pay attention to the transformation in his heart. In this place, he was merely a minor character. The competition went on round after round. The shock and transformation in Piljade's heart also became stronger and stronger. Yunyi's path of advancement was not breathtaking, but it was extremely solid. Overcoming all difficulties along the way, he reached the finals. And his opponent was precisely Zhou Rui. Chapter 2311, Overpowering Cloudheart Realm. Only all the way until this moment did everyone suddenly startle awake. Second Sage's two disciples actually both reached the finals. It was not that they were not strong, but it was that the two of them, their sense of existence were truly too weak. Each alchemy battle, they won without the slightest exciting aspect. Coupled with that the alchemy battles were carried out inside the Emperor Vast Pagoda, there was no directly viewing feeling. Therefore, they appeared much more mediocre compared to the other young powerhouses. Only all the way until Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu both reached the finals did everyone awaken from a dream. It turned out that this Myriad Region Alchemy Conference was actually because of the showdown between Cloudheart Realm and Second Sage in the end. Ning Xiyu's opponent was similarly a Cloudheart Realm powerhouse. Especially those Holy Land's ancestors, each and every one of them was shocked to the extreme. The master being strong could be understood. After all, Yuan was a rare genius. But why were his disciples also so strong? To say that the Heavenspan World's alchemy circle was big, it was not big. Saying that it was small, it was not small either. The young generation's outstanding geniuses, these ancestors could all call their names. The performance of those geniuses also did not let these ancestors down, each and every one of them very outstanding. But only when it reached the finals did the ancestors discover that those geniuses whose names could be called suffered crushing defeats one after another, gotten rid of by Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu one by one. The process was too plain. No one paid attention to it. It was just like boiling a frog in warm water. When the frog discovered that the water temperature was high, it could no longer jump out. The ancestors felt a chill run down their backs. Their gazes when looking toward Yuan again were like looking at a monster. Each and every one of them was extremely puzzled, not understanding how Yuan did it. Even if Yuan had been teaching his disciples in these close to 3,000 years, it was also impossible to have such a terrifying result, right? After all, teaching apprentices was different from cultivating oneself. The vagueness of Tao could only be understood and not imparted with words. The starting point of the master being high, they could give guidance to disciples from a commanding height. But fully passing on one's Tao to their disciples could not be done at all. Then the problem came: how did Yuan do it? They naturally did not understand that Yuan never talked about whatever fleeting and ephemeral allegory, making his disciples go comprehend. His method of teaching apprentices was only one word: practice. Read books 100 times, the meaning could be seen for oneself. Practicing over and over again, practicing foundational skills. The basic skills that others cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes, were regarded as a holy scripture in the Pill Tower. In the Pill Tower, as long as the alchemist could be patient and not tire of cultivation, their strength would not be poor. While Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu were precisely the best among them. Of course, the Pill Tower also did not just practice, and practice blindly. The harder they practiced, the more problems they encountered during cultivation as well. Yuan would naturally answer them one by one. All in all, the Pill Tower already established a powerful and comprehensive alchemist nurturing system. But the core of this system was still diligent practice. No one could succeed casually. For Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu to be able to achieve fame overnight in one battle, the hard work that they put in at the back, it was extremely hard for normal people to imagine. As for their master Yuan, it naturally went even more without saying. Zhou Rui was extremely shocked in his heart. His strength far surpassed his peers and he did not care about who his opponent was at all. But among the opponents in the finals that he imagined, there was absolutely no Yun Yi. His thoughts were the same as the world, same as his grandmaster. Yuan being formidable did not mean that his disciples were formidable. But the fact was, his disciples were too formidable. They were simply duplicates of Yuan. You seem very surprised, Yun Yi said smilingly. Indeed a little, but whoever the opponent is the same to me. It's just that you and your junior apprentice sister are really shameless, deliberately hiding your strength and making your opponents underestimate you guys, Zhou Rui said. Yun Yi extended 2 fingers and said with a smile, firstly, senior apprentice sister 9 is my senior apprentice sister, not junior apprentice sister. Secondly, we didn't intentionally hide our strength. Master told us that each alchemist has their strong points, and he makes us learn their strong points well. Including you, it's the same too. Zhou Rui laughed loudly when he heard that and said, utter nonsense. The strong reigns supreme. What right does a weakling have to be senior apprentice sister? Also, only the strong are worth learning from. What's there to learn from the weak? In all of the Holy Lands, it was all the strong that reigned supreme. As long as one's strength was strong enough, they could replace them. Ning Xiyu's strength was inferior to Yun Yi, but she could be the senior apprentice sister. Wasn't this ridiculous? Also, what was worth learning from the weak? Only the strong had shining points on them. So these words sounded like messing around to Zhou Rui. Yun Yi shrugged and said coolly, as long as you're happy. He knew that others could not accept it. In reality, he himself also could not accept it at first. However, Yi Yuan talked about his experiences in Cloudmarsh City. Only then did they all know that it was really the case. The weak points of the losers were magnified infinitely, resulting in covering up the strong points. Only by possessing a magnanimous heart could one see the strong points from others, and draw it over for their own use. Yi Yuan himself walked over like this. He also taught his disciples how to walk like this. Zhou Rui's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "It doesn't matter. This battle, I want you to suffer a crushing defeat." The finals started very quickly. Zhou Rui's strength was indeed powerful. He was simply a weak version of Heavenly Emperor Distanbook. The moment he came up, he put tremendous pressure on Yun. But Yun also finally exhibited his full strength in this fight. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, walking this entire road, Yun also grew a lot. Facing the powerful Zhou Rui, he did not shrink back at all. The two people battled for 3 days and nights. The quality of Yun's medicinal pill finally still suppressed Zhou Rui's. While on the other side, Ning Xiyu also defeated Cloudheart Realm's other person with a slight advantage. Everyone was shocked, even though before this, the various holy lands cast covetous eyes towards medicine ancestors' handwritten notes. The various great ancestors were clear in their hearts that it was very hard. Cloudheart Realm's strength was not just because of a medicine ancestor. The might accumulated over countless years was overwhelming in any generation. Even though Cloudheart Realm already had not taken action for many years, no one doubted their might. But they lost. Yi Yuan Master and disciples 3 people overpowered Cloudheart Realm. Heavenly Emperor Distanbook must be paying attention to this place. He had once boasted in front of Yi Yuan that his grand pupil was the young generation's #1 person. Now, this face was slapped resoundingly. The #1 person lost. Grandmaster lost, grand pupil also lost. No one thought of this conclusion. If Yi Yuan defeating Heavenly Emperor Distanbook was still just his victory alone, then what kind of concept was the 3 of them defeating their opponents at the same time? This was an all-round surpassing others. If the master and disciples 3 people flew together after several years, what had it still got to do with Cloudheart Realm? These master and disciples 3 people overturned the entire alchemy world's power balance. Zhou Rui looked like he was battered out of his senses. He was unable to accept this outcome. Before this, he kept thinking about avenging his grandmaster and ruthlessly humiliating Yun. But who knew that he actually lost? His strength overwhelmed his peers and he had never found a match among peers. But today, he was defeated by a peer. All of his pride was shattered to pieces the moment the furnaces were opened. Chapter 2312, Medicine Ancestors Invitation. "That's my great-grandson. Did you guys see that? He's called Yun. That's my great-grandson. My great-grandson won the championship of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. Ha ha ha." In the crowd, Empyrean Pilljade danced excitedly and started yelling around. Even though Empyrean Pilljade was arrogant, he had never thought that his family's child would actually be standing on the stage of the entire Heavenspan world, and that he would become the alchemy path's #1 person. It was not that he did not want to, but with his level, he did not dare to think about this step at all. Poverty restricted his imagination. To him, the greatest expectations he had of Yun was succeeding his position and dominating the southern border. But Yun's current achievements had already far exceeded what he defined, reaching a level that he could not imagine. Defeating Zhou Rui, the current Yun was already equivalent to the young generation's #1 person. How did the current Empyrean Pilljade still remember Yun's betrayal? How did he still remember his resentment and enmity with Yi Yuan? All that was left in his head was just a word: pride. Beside him, Heavenly Emperor Zhou Yun, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, as well as Empyrean Flutterfeather, all had dumbfounded faces. Clearly, they also found it hard to imagine this result. The other people looked at Empyrean Pilljade with strange faces, like they were looking at a fool. Seen before those who claimed kinship, never seen before someone who claimed kinship like this. He won and he's your grandson, where have you been? Only running out to claim kinship now. I'll even say that you're my grandson now. Screw off, you. With just your poor and shabby appearance, can you teach such an excellent great-grandson? Nobody believed Empyrean Pilljade at all. The powerhouses on Feather Mountain all had fixed seats. If Yun was really Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson, he should be seated in a very revered place, and not the same as them, standing in this tiny corner. This kind of lie could only make him appear very laughable and ignorant. Empyrean Pilljade's face turned black. immediately having a look of shame on his face. Yeah, if he chose to support Yun Yi back then the current situation would be completely different. When everyone saw his appearance, they were even more certain that he was boasting. Amidst the huge shock, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference finally came to an end. A southern domain's small faction called Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma became famous all over the world. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy personally gave 2 copies of Medicine Ancestors' handwritten notes to Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu, then carried out a bout of praises with a smile. Yun Yi was currently more and more like Yi Yuan and naturally remained indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. While Ning Xiyu only had Yi Yuan, this master, in her eyes. Whatever Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy's praise, she did not care at all. Just as everyone thought that the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time would end with Cloudpill Summit's crushing defeat, Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy arrived before Yi Yuan. Second Sage, Master invites you up Cloudheart Mountain to debate on things. Everyone's minds trembled. The Medicine Ancestor was personally moving out. The real highlight was here. The moment these words came out, it was as if the air had solidified. The Medicine Ancestor was already not just the name of a powerhouse, he already became the insignia of Alchemy Dao. He was the ceiling of Alchemy Dao. He was the Dao Ancestor of Alchemy Dao. He was not a Dao Ancestor, but in the hearts of all alchemists, he was a Dao Ancestor. An invincible existence. Even a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest also could not challenge his prestige. But today, Yi Yuan's one lineage, master and disciples, 3 people overpowering Cloudheart Realm, dealt Cloudheart Realm a vicious slap. The Medicine Ancestor finally could not sit still anymore. He was a transcendent existence and rarely showed face in the world. For countless years, only when Sacred Ancestor High Priest went up the mountain back then to seek Dao did he take action one time. Today, for Yi Yuan, he finally made a move once more. One was a rising star, startlingly talented, the best in the present era. One was Alchemy Dao's founder, reigning for countless years, invincible under the heavens. These 2 people's fight would definitely cause a shocking wave. Then, would Yi Yuan accept the Medicine Ancestor's invitation or not? Everyone was waiting to see it, only to see Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't finally bear to take action." Who had to insist on this Yi giving a slap before he's willing to make a move? Why is there a need? Everyone got a shock. Did this guy make light of Medicine Ancestor? Everyone present took pride in being able to meet Medicine Ancestor. Being able to obtain his guidance, they even wanted to prostrate in worship. But Yi Yuan actually did not have the least bit of awe at all. Someone who cultivated the alchemy path actually had no respect for the totem-like Medicine Ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy smiled and said, "Whatever dissatisfaction Second Sage has, you can go and tell Master. Lastingjoy is just acting on orders." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Brother Lastingjoy, this Yi really looks forward to being able to fight with Brother Lastingjoy one day." Lastingjoy smiled and said, "It's a great honor for Lastingjoy to be able to be thought highly of by Second Sage. However, this Emperor only gained enlightenment on Dao by chance back then. For so many years, my progress has been very slow and has long already been surpassed by Junior Apprentice Brother. Second Sage defeated Junior Apprentice Brother, this Emperor is naturally not a match." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lead the way." He would not naively think that Lastingjoy was really inferior to Distantbook. He heard before that this Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy and the Medicine Ancestor were existences of the same era, and had already lived for no idea how long. To be able to become the Medicine Ancestor's eldest disciple and even comprehend Dao Pill Source, how can he possibly be a mediocre person? Seeing this Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. How his strength was, it was hard for Yi Yuan to jump to conclusions rashly. But he had a feeling that even if this Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy was not as good as Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Yi Yuan reckoned that he was also not far off. At least, he was definitely stronger than Heavenly Emperor Distantbook. But this guy put on an appearance of being very simple and honest, giving you a feeling of defenselessness, his sense of existence being extremely low. This guy was playing the fool, so Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him too. After all, the Medicine Ancestor was the Alchemy Path's superlative. Seeing the Alchemy Path's highest peak was the most important objective of Yi Yuan's trip. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy turned around and said to everyone, "The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference ends here. Master and Second Sage's game, everyone can head to Cloudheart Mountain to observe." If you're not interested, you can leave. Finished talking, he brought the group of ancestors and left. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy said so, but such a grand occasion was hard to come across in tens of millions of years. So how could they miss it? Therefore, everyone rushed toward Cloudheart Mountain. It thoroughly exploded in the crowd. You guys, between Medicine Ancestor and Second Sage, who do you think will win and who will lose? Look at what you're saying, how ignorant. It's true that Second Sage is formidable, but it was already extremely difficult for him to defeat Heavenly Emperor Distanbook. Still want to beat the Medicine Ancestor? Hey, so many years have passed. There's already no one who knows the terror of Medicine Ancestor anymore. He is a summit that can't be scaled. On the path of Alchemy Dao, he's the Heavenspan Mountain. Heh, I hope that Second Sage can still grow up after experiencing this battle. This was a showdown without any suspense. The only thing to watch was how terribly Yuan would lose. Back then, after the Sacred Ancestor High Priest lost to Medicine Ancestor, he was in depression for a very long period of time. All the way until later, he founded the Priest Temple and groomed Demon Race Alchemy rare talents. Then now, similar to Sacred Ancestor High Priest, could Yuan experience this unprecedented setback and stand up again? Chapter 2313, Perilous Battle. On top of the summit cloud platform, two old men were currently drinking tea leisurely. Fragrance lingered. One of them, a lean old man, had his eyes shut the whole time, looking like he was asleep. The lean old man said in a hoary voice, "Ask not 2 words, have you solved it?" The middle-aged man in blue robes by the side said coolly, "Old thing, after so many years, you're still not willing to let me go." The lean old man said, "The path of Tao is full of setbacks to begin with. If you can't even clear this hurdle, how will you seek Tao?" The middle-aged man in blue robes had a disdainful look on his face. These 2 words had delayed him far too much time, making him waste his best years. When he came to realize the truth, everything was already too late. Missing the best time for cultivation, people's cultivation speed would become slower and slower. Just like Yuan, his onslaught was currently indeed unstoppable. But once it was delayed, that would be thousands, tens of thousands, even millions of years. Naturally, this could not be blamed on only the Medicine Ancestor. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's own Tao heart also had flaws existing. It was just that it was caught by Medicine Ancestor. These ask not 2 words, I can't solve it, but Yuan he solved it. Otherwise, why would you, this old fellow, have this idea to organize the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time? Such an amazing rising star, how can this ancestor not be alarmed? This second sage compared to you, just who is a little stronger. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at the lean old man meaningfully and said, if you measure him yourself, wouldn't you know? While talking, several dozen figures landed on the cloud platform. The 2 in the front were precisely Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy. When he saw that lean old man, Yuan's gaze never looked away. This old man had his eyes shut all this while, his aura extremely feeble, looking like he was about to pass away at any time. But he did not know why. The person gave Yuan an unfathomable feeling. This kind of feeling was indescribable. All in all, he was powerful, indescribably powerful. Yuan had a strange feeling that this old man before his eyes was not a person, but a medicinal pill that led to great Tao. Even the Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not give Yuan this kind of terrifying feeling too. It was as if this old man was born for medicinal pills. It was as if he was Alchemy Dao. The lean old man used a dry voice and said, young friend Yi, please sit. Yuan did not decline and sat down beside Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The other ancestors also took their seats one after another. Young friend Yi, we've met before. Yuan nodded slightly and said, yes, in ask not. The medicine ancestor that time was extremely powerful, his figure full of power and grandeur as if a celestial deity descending upon the mortal world. But Yuan did not expect that the medicine ancestor's true self was actually such a thin and emaciated-looking thin old man. Suddenly, not seeing the medicine ancestor have any movement either, but his entire person already disappeared on the spot. An incomparably huge chessboard suddenly appeared above the void. The entire Cloudheart realm could see it clearly. The projection of a lean old man appeared on one end of the chessboard. Yuan smiled slightly and was just about to step out, but he heard Sacred Ancestor High Priest suddenly say, be careful. Yuan turned around and said smilingly, Senior Sacred Ancestor seems to be afraid. Wing actually nodded and said, yes, this old man thought that I cannot fear him anymore. But meeting once again, this old man is still nervous. Of course, what's more important is that he got stronger. The medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest were clearly not really chatting leisurely. Each and every one of the two of their actions and every word, they were all crossing swords. But sacred ancestor high priest did not occupy any advantage at all. He thought that so many years had passed, his hard knot had already been unknotted. But seeing medicine ancestor again, only then did he discover that his own Tao heart was still unable to face him unperturbed when in front of him. Wing was not worried that Yi Yuan would lose, but worried that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was the same as him, with a crack. Yi Yuan's talent was greater than his, he believed that medicine ancestor would be even more ruthless. But Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, not scared that he's strong, just scared that he isn't strong. Finished talking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Above the void, Yi Yuan's enormous projection exhibited in front of everyone. Everyone held their breaths. Clearly, they did not expect that these two people actually did not talk nonsense, and clashed together so straightforwardly. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy said to Sacred Ancestor High Priest with a smile, Lord Sacred Ancestor, the stars change positions, but Master's opponent turned into Second Sage, wonder how you feel about it. Wing smiled and said, he's stronger than me. Lastingjoy smiled and said, he isn't stronger than you. Wing said, your master understands it. He's stronger than me. Lastingjoy smiled and said, so that's how it is. It's just that Lord Sacred Ancestor seems to be lacking in confidence. Wing said, he's always unexpected. While the two people crossed swords with words, Yi Yuan already took action. It was only to see him pointing at the void, directly landing his piece. A crisp sound seemed like a piece landed amidst heaven and earth, the sound of great Tao suffusing the world. An enormous Tai Chi diagram directly occupied a large area. The medicine ancestor landed a piece and Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram directly collapsed. A berserk aura spread out from the chessboard, suffusing the entire Cloudheart realm. Yi Yuan's Tao could occupy a portion of the chessboard, while medicine ancestor's Tao could spread out of the chessboard. The eyebrows of the Yi Yuan opposite furrowed heavily, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This was the hardest alchemy battle in his life, not one of. Just one move, and it made him unable to withstand it. The world that he carefully constructed, the medicine ancestor determined the entire world's framework with just a glance, and then he completely occupied this world. The medicine ancestor opposite him and the medicine ancestor inside Ask Not were completely the strength of two different worlds. This was the true strength of the alchemy path's number one person. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month. Yi Yuan's second piece was considered for more than a month. Outside of Cloudheart Mountain, Yun Yi's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a solemn voice, the medicine ancestor is well deserving of being the alchemy path's number one person. I've never seen Master have this kind of expression during an alchemy battle before. Ning Xiyu said gloomily, this old man, with one look and I already know he has no good intentions. Yun Yi sighed and said, this is the world of Tao. It's too profound. To be able to stump Master until like this, no idea just what realm medicine ancestor has reached. Ning Xiyu said with an ugly expression, Master wouldn't lose, right? Yun Yi shook his head and said, this time, I'm afraid that he's really going to lose. However, the most terrifying thing isn't losing. Ning Xiyu was taken aback and said, what else is more terrifying than losing? Yun Yi said with a solemn expression, it's naturally Tao heart. Each person's Tao is different, whose Tao is correct, whose Tao is wrong, will be more distinct in this level of powerhouses, struggle. Losing, one might very likely lose their Tao heart. Master won Heavenly Emperor Distantbook, then ruined his Tao heart later. It's likely hard for his strength to improve any more in the countless tens of thousands of years after today. Also, there's the Sacred Ancestor High Priest, because he lost to Medicine Ancestor back then, and lost his Tao heart, that's why he'd remain at a standstill. Ning Xiyu opened her mouth wide, a look of astonishment on her face. She originally felt that this was merely an alchemy battle and that there was nothing dangerous. But now, she could not help worrying about her master. Chapter 2314, Insurmountable Peak. After thinking hard for more than a month, Yi Yuan finally landed another piece. The Tai Chi diagram appeared once more, the power of Great Tao emerged. The medicine ancestor landed another piece right on the heels of him, shattering Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram once more. Extremely overbearing. The foundation of the world was constructed by Yuan, it should have been led by Yuan in the first place. But the medicine ancestor was too strong. This kind of might made everyone feel asphyxiated. Only Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy had a smiling appearance, like looking at a very normal thing. The medicine ancestor already had not taken action for countless years. He already became a totem. Everyone knew that he was strong, but they did not know how strong he was. But today, once he took action, it shocked myriad regions. His might was unmatched, overpowering the present era. The rules were set by me. Alchemy Dao was ruled by me. No matter how astonishingly talented you were, no matter how your means were exceedingly formidable, in front of this kind of powerful strength, it was all futile. The height that he was standing at was far from what Yuan, this rising star, could hold a candle to. The two people's disparity was too great. The world that Yuan carefully constructed was unbelievably deplorable in front of the medicine ancestor. One look and he saw through the actual situation. Your world was dominated by me. The number one person in the world was this domineering. Second Sage is in danger. After this battle, he'll likely sink thoroughly. Second Sage is incredibly talented, since time immemorial. I thought that even if he loses, he'll at least lose with dignity too. I didn't expect that he actually lost so miserably. It's too miserable, there's no strength to fight back at all. Even compared to Lord Sacred Ancestor, he's also much worse. I even thought that I could see an astonishing great battle. I didn't expect that it's actually one-sided. It's not interesting anymore. Aside from the shock, the group of powerhouses could not help feeling dull. Yuan's path of mythology was undoubtedly going to stop here. The medicine ancestor was still the medicine ancestor, the alchemy world's heavenspan mountain. Of course, while it was boring, not a single person left. The medicine ancestor taking action, this was a grand event that could only be encountered once every 10 million years, how can it be missed? This kind of great Tao, even if only comprehend a trace, it would also be beneficial for life. Sacred Ancestor High Priest had a solemn look. The shock in his heart was like thunder roaring throughout the 9 heavens. The medicine ancestor got stronger again. Furthermore, it was not just a little bit stronger. If he faced off against the current medicine ancestor, even if he was better than Yuan, he would also not be much better. These tens of millions of years, he was still marching on the spot, while the medicine ancestor already took an even firmer step toward Dao Pill. Master, Second Sage almost can't endure anymore. This is simply a rout, Jimo said in surprise. It was still his first time seeing Yuan look so strained. Every step was taken with extremely difficulty. Wing smiled bitterly and said, I harmed this kid. Jimo said in surprise, why does Master say this? Wing's expression was complicated as he said, Master always thought that this old man is a narrow-minded man, intentionally suppressing his opponents. But seeing him again today, I discovered that I misunderstood him. The group of disciples was shocked when they heard this, revealing disbelieving looks. Master and medicine ancestor were sworn enemies. This was virtually something that everyone knew in the priest temple. But what did these words now mean? Why does Master say this? Jimo asked again. Wing said, this old thing is indeed narrow-minded, but on the path of alchemy, he is indeed a peerless genius that none can rival. The battle with him last time, he indeed ruined my Dao heart. But these few tens of millions of years, he integrated the essence of my Dao into his great Dao. His strength is long already no longer what it used to be. The group of disciples was filled with fear, only then, understanding Sacred Ancestor High Priest's meaning. This alchemy path's number one person became much stronger than back then. This also meant that medicine ancestor took another big step toward the true Dao Pill. The present medicine ancestor already shook. Sacred Ancestor High Priest off far behind. Who else was medicine ancestor's match in this world? Only then did everyone present understand that it was not that Yuan was too weak, but that medicine ancestor was too strong. Reaching the medicine ancestor's level of realm, it was almost impossible to make any progress anymore. But who could have thought that he could still learn from other people's strengths and put them to use for himself? The present medicine ancestor already completely shook Sacred Ancestor High Priest off. No one could threaten him anymore. Sacred Ancestor High Priest could not, Yuan, even less so. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy said with a grin, Master being the number one person on the alchemy path isn't just being number one in strength. His talent is likewise number one in alchemy. The world all thinks that Master has long been unable to make progress anymore. But actually, He's improving every day. Second sage's talent is high, perhaps even higher than master's, it's just a pity that his accumulations are too weak. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression was complicated as he said, I harmed this kid. After this battle, his Tao heart, Yi Yuan's will was extremely tough, even far surpassing ancestor-level powerhouses' will. Wing had a score in his heart about this. It was just that Medicine Ancestor was too strong. His strength already exceeded ordinary people's understanding. Yi Yuan was still too inexperienced after all. One step forward, Yi Yuan struggled to stride forward. Each step that he took, the time used took longer and longer. From 1 month to 2 months, then to 3 months. In a blink, several years passed, Yi Yuan only walked over a dozen steps. However, Yi Yuan's face did not have any anxious look. He was completely immersed in the structure of the world. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was incomparably tyrannical, as if crushing his Tao like a giant mountain. This was completely the disparity between two different power levels. It was Yi Yuan's first time experiencing the ultimate strength of Tao Pill. It also made him have a sense of powerlessness for the first time in alchemy. Over 50 years passed in a blink of an eye. Yi Yuan already had not landed a piece in 10 years. The Yi Yuan who was akin to a withered tree finally landed his piece. Medicine Ancestor landed a piece right on the heels, ruthlessly crushing Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram without the slightest mercy. Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood wildly, splattering onto the chessboard. A burst of exclamations came over, everyone understood that Yi Yuan was defeated. The current Yi Yuan was emaciated like a stick, both eyes deeply sunken, as if his entire person was drained dry, like a seriously ill person. He's still forcefully holding on. Actually, he could have surrendered long ago. Yi Yuan is too weak. He doesn't have the qualifications to face off against Medicine Ancestor at all. He doesn't have any self-awareness at all. His journey has been too smooth and he has never encountered a setback. Encountering such a huge setback this time, he's naturally unwilling to admit defeat. In their view, Yi Yuan could have conceded defeat long ago. Forcefully hanging on until now was completely keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. Ning Xiaoyu grabbed Yun Yi's clothes, practically about to tear them apart. It was only to see her bite her lip lightly and say, Master He, will be fine, right? Yun Yi's eyes were full of blood traces as he shook his head and said, I don't know. Master He might really be in danger this time. Why hasn't he given up yet? With Master's talent and strength, he can definitely surpass Medicine Ancestor in the future. Why must he insist on forcefully holding on now? Ning Xiaoyu said in tears. Sigh, maybe, Master has his own thoughts. Yi Yuan's two eyes became more and more sunken, his person becoming thinner and thinner, his state being poor to the extreme. But he still did not have the thought of giving up. Chapter 2315, Absolute Retaliation. Yi Yuan's piece fell down and he immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. Landed again, vomited again. He landed again, and he vomited again. His fleshy body was extremely powerful, but now, it was practically at the extent of being at the end of his life. He looked extremely miserable. This alchemy battle was no less than even a paramount great battle. For Yi Yuan, it was too hard. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Yi Yuan and could not help recalling himself back then. How similar was this scene? He sat withered in front of the chessboard previously and sat for several thousand years. Medicine Ancestor's moves aimed straight at the Tao heart, impossible to guard against at all. Yi Yuan's strength was too weak to begin with. Facing the even stronger Medicine Ancestor, he could only be defeated even more thoroughly. Sigh, it's all my fault. This boy is most likely crippled already. Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a gloomy sigh. Actually, even if he did not say, everyone could tell too. This myth ends here. A prodigy that made the world tremble already came to a curtain call here. Young friend, it ends here. Suddenly, Medicine Ancestor's dry voice came from above the void. A piece landed, the void trembled, and the entire chessboard started shaking violently. Above the chessboard, white light radiated brilliantly. The dazzling light broke right through the firmament, completely drowning out the black pieces. This chessboard world no longer had a way out for the black pieces. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of an ashen look. Clearly, he was already at the end of his rope. His gaze revealed a pondering look, seemingly not understanding the situation before his eyes. It shouldn't be like this. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Young friend, you lost. Medicine Ancestor said coolly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I didn't lose, there must still be a way out. Medicine Ancestor said leisurely, when you took the first step, this ancestor has already seen through 100 steps. Each one of your steps is within this ancestor's calculations. The world that you constructed is operating according to this ancestor's will. Are you still not admitting defeat? This was a showdown but also a genuine fight. Whoever ruled this world of chessboard was the victor. The current Medicine Ancestor was not the Medicine Ancestor in Ask Not. That Medicine Ancestor was merely a wisp of remnant soul. Furthermore, he was suppressed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Yi Yuan could position himself in a leisurely manner. While in this place, his opponent was the real Medicine Ancestor, his might could shatter everything. No matter what means you have, it was not worth mentioning at all in front of absolute strength. This alchemy battle was firmly controlled by Medicine Ancestor from the very beginning. What kind of world Yi Yuan wanted to construct, how to construct, Medicine Ancestor saw it clearly. Therefore, he did not need to think at all. When humans think, God laughs. What it was talking about was this kind of situation. The height that Medicine Ancestor stood at was too high, he was watching this alchemy battle from the perspective of God. No matter how ever-changing you were, how could you escape God's eyes? Yi Yuan racking his brains to think was nothing more than a farce in Medicine Ancestor's view. No one can control everything. I can't, you can't, even Heavenly Tao can't either. I will lose, but I absolutely won't lose like this. Yi Yuan used a similarly dry voice to say. A chess game for nearly 100 years, Yi Yuan had been trying to escape Medicine Ancestor's control. Every step he took was made with extreme difficulty. Exchanging moves with a godlike powerhouse, if one played according to the other party's tempo, there was no chance of winning at all. Others all said that he was overestimating his own ability, but did not know how impressive he was to hold out until now. From the very first move Medicine Ancestor made, Yi Yuan understood that the current Medicine Ancestor was definitely no idea how many times stronger than the Medicine Ancestor back then. He had fought with Sacred Ancestor High Priest before. Even though it was just a tiny probing, he could confirm that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was far worse than Medicine Ancestor. He naturally would not feel that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was intentionally cheating him. It could only mean that the Medicine Ancestor made great improvements again in these years. One could say that the current Medicine Ancestor was already infinitely close to the level of Tao Pill, close to being a god. No wonder the first time he laid eyes on Medicine Ancestor, it gave him a ludicrous illusion that the other party was a medicinal pill. He came in order to witness the highest summit of the alchemy path. Fighting with heaven, an endless enjoyment. Fighting with a god, an endless delight. This ancestor has integrated Wing's Tao and already touched the power of law. In this Tao, this ancestor is a god. How can a group of ants fight with a god? Medicine Ancestor said coolly. The group of ancestors had the jitters when they heard it. Touching the power of law, that was the level of Tao ancestors. That level of existence was truly an existence that governed destiny, its power unimaginable. At present, the title of Medicine Ancestor was already in reality as well as in name. Forget about the fact that you're not a god, even if you're really a god, so what? Yi Yuan's gaze shifted toward the chessboard, then fell into contemplation again. Medicine Ancestor was indifferent, his figure moving, returning above the cloud platform. Hoo-hoo, this kid is as stubborn as you back then. Medicine Ancestor said with a dry laugh. Wing's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, stop pretending, actually, you're very surprised too, right? Or should I say, you're currently secretly happy. Because I delivered you a treasure trove. Medicine Ancestor smiled and said, hoo-hoo, looks like you already understand. This ancestor walking until today, what I relied on wasn't suppressing juniors. Your Tao heart falling was just because your Tao heart had flaws. That's right, you delivered a big gift to this ancestor today. The strength of this kid's Tao exceeds my imagination. After this ancestor digests today's battle, I'll definitely be able to comprehend the power of law and attain the true level of Tao Pill. Everyone trembled all over, this news was seriously too shocking. Tao Pill, that was the realm that all alchemists dreamed of. Except, no one had ever reached it. After today, Medicine Ancestor was actually able to reach this paramount realm. In the past, everyone said that Medicine Ancestor was half a Tao ancestor. But soon, Medicine Ancestor would become a true Tao ancestor level powerhouse. At this time, Everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan again could not help turning into pity. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan's roaring into existence would shake Cloudheart Realm's foundation, and drag the alchemy world into a warring states period. But who knew that Medicine Ancestor used Yi Yuan as a footboard, and corroborated his Dao to become a true Dao ancestor? Hoo-hoo, congratulations, Medicine Ancestor, for achieving alchemy Dao supremacy. Congratulations. The group of ancestors went forward one after another to congratulate Medicine Ancestor in advance. That moment Medicine Ancestor corroborated his Dao, the entire heavenspan world would tremble because of it. The status of the Medicine Ancestor at that time would truly be on par with Dao ancestors. And the Dao of medicinal pills would also truly be juxtaposed with martial Dao, becoming a peerless great Dao. This significance was too great. Medicine Ancestor did not reciprocate. He still had his eyes shut, like an ancient well without ripples. Reaching his level of boundary, he had long not felt delighted by external gains and not saddened by personal losses already. A clear sound suddenly sounded out in the world, suddenly interrupting the felicitations. Everyone turned around and looked, but discovered that Yi Yuan actually stubbornly landed a piece. Hoo-hoo, this kid still hasn't given up. Lamentable, pitiable, a genius fell here. Everyone revealed looks of contempt, very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's action of not being able to bear a loss. But right at this moment, Medicine Ancestor's two eyes that had been shut all along suddenly snapped open, staring fixedly at the heaven and earth chessboard, erupting with rays of brilliant light. Chapter 2316, The Defeated Victor. On the chessboard, the original black pieces no longer had a way out. The white pieces occupied the entire territory, exterminating all of the black pieces. This also made clear to all that Medicine Ancestor created the entire chessboard world, and that it had nothing to do with Yi Yuan anymore. This was a dead end. Yi Yuan had no possibility of fighting back at all. But now, this black piece was like a nail, wedging into the boundary of the white pieces. Amidst a world full of white pieces, this black piece appeared so lonely. It looked so fragile, as if a candle flame flickering in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. But looking closely, the place where this black piece stood was just right. The Tai Chi diagram bloomed once more. The Tai Chi diagram this time was even more solid and even more elusive. Yi Yuan forcefully opened up a gap amidst the white pieces. Brilliant, really too brilliant. This move is simply fabulous. Ha ha ha, old thing, the outcome is still unknown. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's eyes became brighter and brighter. Until the back, he actually clapped his hands and laughed loudly, saying to Medicine Ancestor. The alchemy path powerhouses outside Cloudheart Mountain were currently very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's endless pestering at this time. Their skill was lacking and could not perceive the brilliance of this move at all. But those ancestor powerhouses were all incredibly shocked. This move was too brilliant, forcefully finding a way out from amidst a death trap. It could be said to be being snatched from the jaws of death. Looking at the entire game, this was the only way out. Yi Yuan making this move, everything looked like as it ought to be. But finding this ray of hope in this death trap was seriously far too difficult. One had to know, even Medicine Ancestor himself did not discover this ray of hope. Hence, after he landed his piece, he left with his hands behind his back. He already determined that he won. Wanting to find this glimmer of hope required an extremely keen perception of Dao, required an extremely deep understanding of alchemy Dao, and required exceedingly terrifying insight. Not one could be missing. Everyone present did not discover this glimmer of hope, but Yi Yuan discovered it. This showed that in some aspects, Yi Yuan already surpassed everyone present. Medicine Ancestor's expression already explained everything. He really did it. This boy is simply amazing. Taking this step, this battle has become complicated and confusing. Who wins and who loses will be hard to say. This battle, regardless of win or lose, Yi Yuan is the biggest winner. His Dao will surely improve further. The ancestors sighed endlessly in amazement, not stinting with praises toward Yi Yuan. Saying that this move startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep was also not an exaggeration. Yi Yuan's Dao would become even more complete because of this move. Please. Above the void, Yi Yuan used a hoarse voice and said to Medicine Ancestor. While around him, the power of great Dao suddenly became much more vigorous. And his withered physical body became fleshed out anew under the nourishment of the power of great Dao. Medicine Ancestor's two eyes narrowed and he arrived above the void once more. The enormous medicine ancestor appeared once again. Below Cloudheart Mountain, a huge commotion stirred. Medicine ancestor leaving indicated that this game was over. Returning anew meant that this piece forced him to continue. Medicine ancestor had his face slapped by this piece. The shock that this scene gave everyone could be imagined. It was just that they could not understand what kind of storm this piece could set off. Medicine ancestor landed a piece, the great battle was back on. The Tai Chi diagram trembled violently and became much dimmer all of a sudden. But this time, it did not extinguish. Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram actually resisted medicine ancestor's powerful attack. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, a huge shock was set off once more. What in the world is going on? Why did second sage become so stronger all of a sudden? Already reached this stage, could he really carry on competing? My god, could it be that second sage's legend is still continuing high? This alchemy world is going to change heavens. This time, Yi Yuan's piece was similarly extremely fast. Medicine ancestor suppressed once more. The two people, coming and going, one piece after another, killing until they were locked in a struggle. Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, the territory of the black pieces became bigger and bigger. The Tai Chi diagram became more and more stable. That single black piece was like a fire that set the prairie ablaze, igniting the entire heaven and earth chess game. The two people unfolded an incomparably intense territory war in the area, fighting until they were locked in a struggle for an inch of ground. Of course, medicine ancestor was still medicine ancestor. His strength was still unstoppable. But the current Yi Yuan was not without the strength to fight back as before anymore. The ancestors held their breaths, looking at the power of great Tao above the void surging, each and every one incomparably shocked. No one could have expected that the situation would actually develop to this point. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yi Yuan already gained a firm foothold and started snatching territory from medicine ancestor. Yi Yuan isn't as overbearing as medicine ancestor, but his Tao seems to have a kind of miraculous magical power. His strength is clearly not strong, but he can always defeat the strong as the weak. I also have a feeling that the Tao which the Tai Chi diagram represents, seems to be extremely profound, and is more in line with heavenly Tao. After Yi Yuan met with life in a desperate situation, it was as if he changed into a different person. Clearly, this battle was tremendously beneficial to Yi Yuan. One piece after another, the two people were locked in a struggle. Finally, Yi Yuan's last piece landed. Game end. Gulp. Everyone could not resist swallowing their saliva. There was death-like silence. Yi Yuan actually forced medicine ancestor to this point. My eyes aren't failing me, right? This reversal is also too terrifying. It's really a big counterattack. Clearly already fell completely, he actually turned it around to such a situation. A pity, truly a shame. Just a little bit more. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, it all exploded. For the first 100 years, Yi Yuan was suppressed until he could not even raise his head. In the end, in less than 1 month's time, Yi Yuan actually unleashed a storm-like counterattack, forcefully turning the situation around to this point. Above the heaven and earth chessboard, the territory that the black pieces and white pieces occupied were almost exactly the same. Got to admit, Yi Yuan's shocking counterattack was to one's heart's content, giving people an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Those people who looked down on Yi Yuan, ridiculed Yi Yuan, they were now all virtually cheering for Yi Yuan toward the back. Difference of half a point. A difference of half a point. Ha ha ha. This boy, really, ha ha ha, too incredible. It's too shocking. Sacred Ancestor High Priest clapped his hands and laughed loudly, earnestly from ear to ear. Yi Yuan lost by a difference of half a point. But no one felt that he lost. From the defeat at the start to absolute counterattack, killing until he only lost by half a point, Yi Yuan was today's well-deserving victor. Yi Yuan and medicine ancestor walked over leisurely, landed on the cloud platform. The current Yi Yuan had long already recovered fully and became even more profound. Even many ancestors felt that they could not quite see through him anymore. This battle, young friend Yi, really broadened the horizons of the world. Medicine ancestor opened both eyes and stared at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks to medicine ancestor for helping me achieve my aim, letting this Yi take fewer detours. You gave senior sacred ancestor, ask not, 2 words after fighting with him. Today, why not, give this Yi 2 words too?" Chapter 2317, Explosive Situation. The short old man opened both eyes and kept sizing Yi Yuan up as if wanting to see through him. Haha, how many years has it been? It's still this old man's first time seeing you. This fellow, open your eyes. Looks like you, this old thing, really got scared, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a loud laugh. Medicine Ancestor did not have overly strong emotion fluctuations. He just kept looking at Yi Yuan. After a long time, Medicine Ancestor suddenly laughed loudly and said, this game had let this ancestor find someone of the same Tao. Why not call this game, Toward Tao, how about it? Everyone nodded their heads one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Second Sage was too terrifying. After this battle, Yi Yuan shall stand at the summit of the alchemy path along with Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and pursue that fleeting and ephemeral Tao pill. In this battle, Yi Yuan counterattacked and lost slightly to Medicine Ancestor with a difference of half a point. He shall become a myth of the alchemy path and shock the world. Someone of the same Tao, it was well deserved. Toward Tao, hoo, rather fitting, but, do you really know what Tao is? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Medicine Ancestor's laughter abruptly ceased, and he said with a frown. What do you mean by this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, you understand. Surprise finally showed on Medicine Ancestor's eternally unchanging face at this time. You touched the power of law. This is impossible, Medicine Ancestor said. Whether I touched the power of law or not, I'm not clear, but I definitely saw something that you didn't see. Someone of the same Tao. Perhaps, you're not worthy. In this world, how many people wanted to be associated with the Medicine Ancestor but could not? But Yi Yuan said that Medicine Ancestor was not worthy of being associated with him. This sentence was too shocking. Was it Yi Yuan being arrogant? Or did he really see something different? It was not just Medicine Ancestor. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and the various ancestors, each person's face revealed an extremely solemn expression. Where Tao was at, was where the heart yearned. The people present, as long as they reached the realm of an old ancestor, who did not want to comprehend the true Tao pill. It was just a pity that this step was far too difficult. Even Medicine Ancestor, this kind of amazing talent, expended 1 trillion years and was also unable to reach this step. But this young man in front of him said that he saw this step. How could it not surprise people? Medicine Ancestor's 2 eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, boy, you want to confuse my Tao heart. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, believing or not is up to you. It's just that I'm not worthy of same Tao. These 2 words. Senior Sacred Ancestor, let's go. The few people were just about to leave when Medicine Ancestor's figure shook, and he already blocked in front of them. Not explaining this matter clearly, nobody can think about leaving, Medicine Ancestor said in a solemn voice. The allure of Tao was too strong. Even Medicine Ancestor, this level of existence, was unable to resist this temptation too. It was still alright if Yi Yuan did not speak. With him saying it, it immediately whetted everyone's gluttonous bugs. Especially Medicine Ancestor, this kind of existence, how could he easily let him leave? Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled contemptuously and said, old thing, I'm not as good as you in alchemy Tao, but in martial Tao, this emperor isn't afraid of you. If you want this cloud-hard realm to fall apart to pieces, feel free to make a move. In martial Tao, Sacred Ancestor High Priest and Medicine Ancestor were both Diva 4th Blight powerhouses, their strength utterly formidable. Once this level of powerhouse made a move, how could Cloudhard Realm withstand it? Medicine Ancestor's face fell and said, if Cloudhard Realm is gone, then it's gone. Can't this ancestor build another one? Today, this kid must stay. For a moment, it became dangerously explosive. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed like Medicine Ancestor, this fellow was really going all out. Right at this time, a few large openings suddenly fissured open above the void. Countless figures poured out of the large mouth. Accurately speaking, they were not humanoid figures, but a dense swath of ferocious-looking monsters. In front of those monsters were a group of powerhouses that were identical to humans. It was just that the aura emitting from their bodies was very different from humans. Yi Yuan's whole body shuddered fiercely, looking at those figures above the void in shock. He was all too familiar with these guys. Divine race and abyss monsters. The divine race came into being so quickly. How did they come into being so quickly? Furthermore, they were suppressed in the abyss world by several great sovereign demons. Why would they appear in the heavenspan world without a sound? Yi Yuan said in shock. The divine race and abyss monsters appearing here were seriously too surprising. Right now, Cloudheart Realm was already completely surrounded. All of the alchemy path powerhouses became turtles in a jar. This was not a good sign. The one in the lead was a man with yellow hair. The man stood with his hands behind his back, with a kind of haughtiness that showed disdain upon the world. He did not deliberately release his pressure, but Yuan felt the exact same aura as daemled from him. This person was a progenitor-level powerhouse. Yuan's mind revolved like lightning. With the divine race coming here, they had likely planned for a long time. Hoo-hoo, everyone's here, how lively. The man with yellow hair stood in the air as he said with a light laugh. It was just that the words were full of contempt. Medicine Ancestor's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Who are you fellow guests? To dare be impudent in my Cloudheart realm, are you tired of living?" Medicine Ancestor felt an extremely strong threat from the yellow-haired man's body. Therefore, he did not make a move right away to kill the enemy but gave a warning. Clearly, Medicine Ancestor was also not clear about the divine race's origin. The yellow-haired man did not care about Medicine Ancestor's warning at all but looked toward the Yuan in the crowd. All of Yuan's hair stood on its end, his entire person about to suffocate. This glance was too terrifying. "Kid, you tell them who this ancestor is," the yellow-haired man said calmly. Everyone looked towards Yuan, uncertain what it meant. Someone immediately asked, "Second Sage, you know where these reckless and blind guys are from?" Yuan did not answer. He just looked at the yellow-haired man and said in a solemn voice, "Which lineage are you from?" The yellow-haired man laughed lightly and said, "This ancestor is the profound lineage's third ancestor, Origengard." "Kid, you're very good, you could forcefully beat Ninyorigin that kid down a boundary at the realm of Empyrean, impressive. This ancestor will only ask once. Are you willing to submit to my divine race?" Yuan's pupils constricted. This yellow-haired man was actually a profound lineage's ancestor. This profound lineage actually appeared in the heavenspan world without a sound. How could he not be shocked? It was just that what he felt even more was fury. It was precisely the profound lineage that forcefully separated him and Yu Mangli. A monstrous rage rose from Yuan's body. His two eyes were practically wanted to spew fire as he said with a sneer, "Submit. Just the likes of your trash races. Heh heh. Divine race. I really don't know how you guys have the face to call yourselves this name. Hand Li over, otherwise, I'll trample your divine race one day." Origengard did not get angry and said with a faint smile, "Divine daughter is extraordinarily gifted. When she stands before you again, you'll get a big surprise." Just what was going on here? What are they talking about? What divine race, what divine daughter, completely never heard before. Being long-winded with them for what? A bunch of guys playing tricks, just directly finish them off. They completely did not know about the divine race's strength, each and every one ignorant and fearless, and were about to rush over. Chapter 2318, Declined Human Race Alchemy Tao. Yuan's gaze turned cold, killing intent billowing to the sky. But Origengard smiled faintly and said, "Angry. I know that your talent is amazing, you can even jump levels to defeat Ninyorigin. It's just that, you're still just an ant. In this great world, the ones who really dominate are all us, the top powerhouses." Medicine Ancestor's gaze turned slightly sullen and he said in a cold voice, "Who on earth is your esteemed self? If you still don't say it, this ancestor is going to be impolite." Origengard gave him a glance, shook his head, and said, "You're the current human race's alchemy path's #1 person." "Too weak." Medicine Ancestor narrowed his eyes and said coolly, shamelessly boasting, "Does a trash like you even understand what alchemy Tao is?" Origengard did not explain either. He just smiled faintly, and then he held his palm up. A crystal-like ball appeared in his palm. When Medicine Ancestor, Yuan, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their pupils constricted. Origengard's move was clearly developing a world with alchemy Tao. It was extremely brilliant. This level of means was absolutely in the same class as Medicine Ancestor, an existence who was not inferior to Medicine Ancestor in the slightest. When Yuan saw this scene, he was truly incomparably shocked. He did not expect that the divine race actually still had this kind of heaven-defying existence. The others were similarly shocked. They had never heard before that the heavenspan world still had an existence that could rival the Medicine Ancestor. Where did this guy pop out from? Do you guys think whether or not this ancestor understands what alchemy Tao is? Origin Guard said with a faint smile. Medicine ancestor had a shocked face as he said, "You. Who the hell are you?" This ancestor thought that even if the human race's alchemy Tao didn't recover to its peak state, there's at least 70% to 80% strength too. I heard that there's an alchemy conference here. That's why I'd come here to wipe out the alchemy Tao powerhouses. But, you guys disappoint this ancestor too much. Your current strength is really too weak compared to the human race's heyday period. Origin Guard's words carried thick disappointment, clearly feeling that he somewhat made a big fuss over nothing. Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "You want to make use of this opportunity and round the human race alchemy powerhouses in one fell swoop, cutting off the human race's reinforcement force." Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "That's right. You're very clever. During the last Doomsday battle, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses gave us huge problems. If not for those few old fellows, continuously delivering medicinal pills, we wouldn't have failed at all. Hence, this ancestor naturally won't miss this opportunity that only comes once in a blue moon. It's just a shame that looking at it now, this ancestor made too much of a fuss over nothing." Everyone was shocked, becoming speechless. Doomsday battle, what's that shamelessly boasting thing? Just the likes of these few guys also want to destroy the world. Reckless and blind thing, bringing a bunch of swarthy-looking monsters and you want to destroy the world. Doomsday battle, this sort of thing, the vast majority of the people present never heard of it before. The name sounded frightening, but without truly experiencing this kind of battle, who would really pay attention to this name? However, some old fellows with very high seniority had clearly heard of this thing before, each and every one of their expressions becoming very ugly. "All shut up for me." Yuan gave a cold cry, interrupting everyone's discussion, and said in a solemn voice, "Put away your arrogance. These guys are very strong. Want to get out alive, put away your sectarian views, and everyone work together and be of one mind. Otherwise, not a single one can escape." Towards this, the vast majority of the people were very disdainful. Their arrogance already penetrated deep into the marrow. Why would they care about a bunch of guys that they had never heard of before? Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "Looks like my divine race hasn't come into being for too long already. You humans have already forgotten who is the true master of the Heavenspan world. Today, let the Heavenspan world tremble." It was only to see him make a gesture, causing the divine race to bring out the abyss monsters, and then they charged over. For a moment, a dense mass charged over, shocking heaven and earth. When the powerhouses who came to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference saw such a lineup, their faces also could not quite help changing. Just a bunch of monsters. Everyone, attack together and exterminate them. Someone shouted in the crowd. This suggestion immediately got everyone's response. For a moment, one terrifying attack after another shot over toward above the void. Above the sky, all kinds of terrifying martial techniques roared over, rumbling noises sounding out all around. Except, these attacks were extremely scattered and undisciplined. The commotion seemed big, but actually, it did not pose lethality at all. In such a large-scale battle, an individual's strength was infinitely weakened. Moreover, the strength of abyss monsters was far superior to same-rank humans. In this first wave attack, the abyss monsters actually directly resisted it. Furthermore, the losses were not severe. When the human race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed drastically. While at this time, the abyss monsters' first wave attack also arrived. One wave of attack after another fired into the crowd neat and tidily, and exploded apart. The explosion sounds lingered on incessantly. Screams linked up together. This wave of attacks made the human race powerhouses suffer heavy losses. And in this short while, both sides were already fighting in close quarters, clashing together. The moment they clashed, the human race powerhouses discovered that something was wrong. The opponents were too strong. The abyss monsters that they looked down on were all extremely powerful. Furthermore, their skin was coarse and their flesh thick, with their defensive power being extremely strong. It needed 3 or 4 people to join forces to face the enemy before they could barely manage to block it. It was just that way, the human race's manpower became severely inadequate. While the divine race's powerhouses went even more without saying. The moment they entered the battle, it was like tigers entering a flock of sheep, the lethality being extremely great. The name of the divine race was displayed in its entirety at this moment. How could they be so strong? This kind of combat strength is on a completely different level. Is this the divine race? They don't have world power at all. So what they are using is the power of heavenly Tao. The Heavenspan world has such a powerful race. Why have I never heard of them before? The human powerhouses were finally shocked. Only at this time did they know that Yuan did not warn them for nothing. In fact, the divine race's might was even greater than Yuan said. At this time, their gazes when looking toward Origengard became different. If those ordinary divine race members were already so strong, then what about this progenitor-level powerhouse? The human powerhouses were all akin to facing a great enemy, going on careful alert one after another. Origengard smiled faintly and said, "Looks like you all already understand what's the divine race. My divine race is the race chosen by the heavens, only cultivating heavenly Tao. Before the previous epoch, it had always been our divine race ruling the Heavenspan world. Regardless of whether you're human race, demon race, or other races, you were all our slaves. And today, we're going to take back all that we lost." Everyone turned greatly pale from fright, all incomparably shocked. The divine race was actually the former ruler. All of a sudden, many human powerhouses backed out, shuttling into the void, attempting to escape Cloudheart realm. Yuan frowned and said, "Don't run away. The void must have already been locked." His voice had yet to fade when several dead bodies fell down from the void, looking utterly ghastly. Origengard smiled lightly and said, "Don't think about escaping. There are 36,008 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses in the void outside of Cloudheart realm, casting the Grand Xingtian heaven locking art. Even Diva 4th Blights can forget about escaping here too. Kid, you're really a talent, it's just a shame that you can't be used by us." Chapter 2319, Powerful Origengard. Yuan Shu, Yuan Shi, the two of you led 2 teams of abyss monsters to deal with that brat. Don't think about capturing him. You guys can't capture him. Just directly kill him. Origengard looked in Yuan's direction and said coolly. Yuan Shu and Yuan Shi were 2 middle stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses. The 2 small squads of abyss monsters that they brought were shockingly middle stage Heavenly Emperor realm 2. When the human powerhouses saw this lineup, each and every one of them was stunned. These 2 squads could sweep away any Heavenly Emperor powerhouse already, but they were deployed to deal with the initial stage Heavenly Emperor Yuan. It could be seen from this how highly Origengard regarded Yuan. Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure swaying, suddenly disappearing from where he was. When he appeared again, he already arrived outside Cloudheart Mountain. Amidst the chaotic battle, Yun Yi, Ning Saiyu, and the rest were currently being besieged by the abyss monsters. What surprised Yuan was that the ones currently guarding by Yun Yi 2 people's sides were Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather. Especially Empyrean Pilljade, he was covered in blood all over, with his aura being weak. He had already received severe injuries. And beside him, there were still quite a number of peak Empyrean abyss monsters. Of course, Flutterfeather was also not much better than him. The moment Yuan appeared, there were immediately Heavenly Emperor realm abyss monsters that charged over. He did not hesitate in the slightest, sword intent surging, instantly one-shotting several Heavenly Emperor abyss monsters. More than a dozen streaks of sword energy suddenly descended. Those abyss monsters besieging Yun Yi and the rest were instantly sliced into countless pieces. Several medicinal pills flew toward Flutterfeather and Pilljade. When the 2 saw Yuan, they immediately saw the dawn of hope. Without the least bit of hesitation, they swallowed the medicinal pills that Yuan tossed over. The effects were instantly seen. Suddenly, Empyrean Pilljade's entire body trembled. The Heavenly Emperor realm that had blocked him for many years finally loosened at this moment. What Yuan gave him to eat was not the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, it was just an ordinary healing medicinal pill. But this medicinal pill was a spirit-linked divine pill. Empyrean Pilljade knew that he was half a step away from Heavenly Emperor to begin with. Under the catalysis of the Tao accumulations inside the spirit-linked divine pill, he finally broke the fetters and broke through to Heavenly Emperor. Yuan's fingertips moved, instantly forming a formation, protecting Yun Yi and the rest inside the array formation. "You guys wait inside the grand array. Don't go anywhere." Yuan dropped these few words coolly while his figure turning around, and he met with the 2 squads led by Yuan Shu and Yuan Shi. 1,000 flying swords suddenly appeared, sweeping toward the 2 squads. These 2 squads had a total of more than 20 middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Furthermore, They were not human race powerhouses, but divine race and abyss monsters. This combat power was significantly stronger than 20 over 4th firmament heavenly emperors. However, after Yi Yuan broke through to world realm, how much stronger was the power of his sword formation? He maneuvered the sword formation and could actually withstand the attacks of the two squads. It was just a shame that these over 20 people were seriously too strong. Under their teaming up, the sword formation was in imminent danger. Seeing this scene, the human powerhouses were all dumbfounded with amazement. Yi Yuan actually blocked so many divine race members and abyss monsters by himself. Was this guy still human? Previously, they all looked down on the divine race and felt that the abyss monsters were ugly and lowly. But after exchanging blows now, they were deeply aware of these two mighty races' power. One-on-one was simply an extravagant hope, but Yi Yuan jumped realms and blocked so many powerhouses. This was too shocking. While at this time, they also deeply realized why Origin-Guard regarded Yi Yuan so highly. This guy was much more monstrous than even the race chosen by heaven, the divine race. Manpower is so tight, yet progenitor Origin-Guard still led us form two squads to come and kill him. I was still very disdainful about this previously. Now, this Yi Yuan really broadened my horizons. Yuan Shu said in shock. Really too strong. No wonder after Divine Sun returned, he entered the Megadeath Cave without a word. Looks like he was really triggered. Yuan Shi said, hold steady first, don't be in a rush to kill him. After the Lord got the opportunity, it won't be late to kill him then. Yuan Shu said. Yuan Shi nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. Yi Yuan making a move shocked everyone. Origin-Guard looked in Yi Yuan's direction and clicked his tongue in wonder as he praised, this kid is really strong. I don't know how he cultivates up till now. A mere human actually cultivated to such a realm. This is truly astonishing. If he's given another 5,000 years, I'm afraid that my divine race will have to turtle up inside the abyss world forever. Yi Yuan's combat power made people sigh with admiration. If not for Origin being beaten until that state, Origin-Guard would never have believed that the human race actually produced such a monstrous freak. The race chosen by heaven was actually beaten by a human. When Medicine Ancestor saw Yi Yuan's combat strength, his eyes also revealed a look of astonishment. Divine race is it, truly a surprising race. This ancestor wants to see how much capability you have. Medicine Ancestor's gaze turned dark, an earth-shaking imposing aura surged to the sky. Origin-Guard smiled faintly and said, you alone isn't enough. The two of you attack together. Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were the two strongest people among the humans present, both Diva 4th Blight Supreme powerhouses won. Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest exchanged a glance, and actually reached a rare unanimous conclusion. Medicine Ancestor pushed a palm out, heaven and earth instantly changed colors. The incredibly strong source power gushed out of his palm. Cloudheart Mountain instantly turned to ashes at this moment. The spiritual veins were severed, mountains and rivers shattering. The seemingly played down palm had the power to destroy heaven and decimate the earth. This was the power of a Diva 4th Blight Supreme powerhouse. At the same time, Wing also threw a punch out. Space was like glass, countless cracks instantly fissuring apart. The entire Cloudheart realm started trembling. Horrifying energy undulations scattered everywhere. Anything that came into the slightest contact with it, instantly turned to ashes. Great Tao was simple. These two supreme powerhouses did not have any flashy martial technique, but the moment they took action, it obliterated the heaven and destroyed the earth. Cloudheart realm was single-handedly founded by Medicine Ancestor. This realm was extremely sturdy. But under the power of such powerhouses, it could not stand up to a single blow at all. The Yi Yuan in the midst of fierce fighting also felt shocked. No wonder it could be called Doomsday Battle. The fight of such powerhouses was simply too terrifying. If a bunch of such powerhouses fought, even the Heavenspan world would also be fought until it broke to pieces. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, powerhouses were fleeing one after another. How could they still care about fighting? Opposite of them, Origin-Guard beamed and said, not bad, not bad. Alchemy Dao can't make it, but martial Dao is worth seeing. It's just a shame that who you guys are facing is this ancestor. Done talking, the Dao marks on his body released a breathtaking blue light. A great Dao aura that towered above all life suddenly erupted. This eruption actually suppressed both great Diva 4th Blight powerhouses with his strength alone. Origin-Guard bellowed, the void exploded. A huge amount of energy exploded together with Medicine Ancestor two people. Except, this explosive force was too strong, and actually overshadowed the two great Diva Fourth Blight powerhouses. The two supreme powerhouses tasted sweetness in their throats and actually spewed fresh blood wildly. The divine race's ancestor actually overwhelmed two great Diva Fourth Blights with his power alone. This scene was too shocking. A feeling of despair spread in the hearts of all the human powerhouses. Yeah, I know, sacred ancestor is from the demon race, but the raw text just says human. Chapter 2320, Fatal Burst. This is impossible. How can he be so strong? A Diva Fourth Blight is a sovereign-level powerhouse. Two great sovereigns joining hands are actually not the match of the divine race powerhouse. No wonder they said that the divine race was once the Heavenspan world's ruler. Looking at it now, it isn't fake. This kind of strength is simply appalling. Diva Fourth Blight powerhouses were god-like existences in their hearts, dominating the entire Heavenspan world. However, the appearance of the divine race progenitor completely subverted their understanding. In just this short while, they already believed that the divine race was the race chosen by heaven. Wing spat a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, "Old thing, this guy is really strong, let's not hold back anymore and bring out our true ability." Medicine Ancestor nodded slightly. Suddenly, the bones all over his body made clicking sounds. The originally emaciated like a stick and short Medicine Ancestor actually slowly turned into a handsome young man. "Ha ha ha, this old thing, conserved strength and stored up energy, looks like you're still not confident in passing Diva Fifth Blight." Wing smiled brightly. Medicine Ancestor gave him a glance and said coolly, "Diva Fifth Blight is a life and death tribulation. How many people are confident in being able to transcend it?" Originally, after this battle, this ancestor planned on comprehending Tao afterward and planned to transcend the tribulation. This battle had greatly benefited Yuan, but it was likewise greatly beneficial to Medicine Ancestor. With Medicine Ancestor's talent and strength, gaining enlightenment on Tao was not impossible. "Old dog, your turn." Medicine Ancestor looked at Wing and said. Wing laughed loudly, his entire person suddenly became smaller. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually turned into a large black dog. The large black dog had shiny fur, two large ears drooping down. But the two eyes were brimming with radiating vigor, revealing a murderous light. Only then did everyone know that it turns out that Sacred Ancestor High Priest's original body was actually a large black dog. But after transforming, Sacred Ancestor High Priest seemed to be even more aggressive. Origengard's gaze was scorching as he said, "Turns out that it's the descendant of a dragon dog. No wonder you have such strength." The dragon dog clan back then was in existence on par with the demon race's 8 great sacred lineages. Except, they rebelled against the divine race together with the human race, and they were crushed. I didn't expect that there are still remnant spawns existing in this world. Large black dog Wing's entire body trembled, and he said in alarm and anger, "I was wondering why the dragon dog clan declined until like this, turns out that it was actually done by your divine race. Then today, just nice, I'll settle this score." After he was done talking, people saw a black light fly through the sky and smash toward Origengard. At the same time, Medicine Ancestor also made a move in time, fighting together with Origengard. After these two people transformed, their strength indeed increased greatly. It was just a pity that Origengard's strength was too strong. The two people teaming up still could not do anything to him. The three people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, and the void shattered. Within a few rounds, Cloudheart Mountain, this region of space already completely collapsed. Countless spatial turbulent flows swept inside. The originally pristine and beautiful Cloudheart realm with mountains and rivers already turned into an Asura battlefield. Countless Cloudheart realm powerhouses perished, their Tao dissipating. But even so, Origengard still suppressed the two great Diva Fourth Blight powerhouses domineeringly. His strength was clearly a magnitude stronger than the two. Under the two people's transformation, he could still handle the job with skill and ease. There was not just these three people's peak battle, there were also many Diva realm powerhouses among the progenitors present. Their great battle with the divine race similarly fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. But the divine race prepared extremely well for this fight. It could be said that experts were abundant, the numbers were even more than the humans. This great battle was virtually one-sided. The human powerhouses fell one after another. The battle situation was extremely tragic. Yuan's side similarly fought extremely hard. His side could be said to be heavily focused. The experts besieging him were too many. What kind of concepts were these two squads? A small team of over 20 people was more than plenty to kill 50 same realm human powerhouses. Yes, it was to kill, not defeat. Killing and defeating were two completely different concepts. But it was such two squads that were used to deal with Yi Yuan alone. It could be seen how much importance the divine race attached to him. Yi Yuan's sword formation danced seamlessly. It was just that the defensive circle got smaller and smaller. The opponent was seriously too strong, his realm was also too low. Double up, this kid almost can't hold on anymore, Yuan Shu said in great joy. The abyss monsters all became even more berserk. Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. No way, this bunch of guys are too strong. If I keep holding back, I'm afraid that the consequences will be hard to predict. Yi Yuan's heart sunk slightly, and time freeze suddenly erupted. At virtually the same time, the limitless god-killing bow was already in his hand. The power of a Dao artifact made the faces of Yuan Shu and the rest change suddenly. 20 over streaks of sword light disappeared in a flash, exploding on the bodies of Yuan Shu and the rest. The intense explosions instantly seriously wounded them. However, Yuan Shu and the rest were too strong. Even though the limitless god-killing bow was strong, it was not enough to kill them. Yi Yuan did not stop, drawing the bow and notching his sword once more. The second attack was released again. Yuan Shu and the rest did not have time to react and were hit again. Shooting twice, the limitless god-killing bow practically depleted his divine essence empty. A powerful strength naturally consumed a lot. Yi Yuan's current divine essence thickness was comparable to a second firmament heavenly emperor. But even so, these two shots almost drained him dry too. These divine race members and abyss monsters could not be disposed of with a few strokes. Yi Yuan pointed at the void repeatedly and actually directly refined a pill in the void. He scoured many spirit medicines from the hidden lineage. Using it to refine rank 8 medicinal pills now was just nice. Yi Yuan did not bluff medicine ancestor. He really glimpsed the power of law in the battle this time. Refining rank 8 divine pills at this time were accomplished with even higher proficiency. Between breaths, a medicinal pill formed. At this critical moment, Yuan Shu they all would not give Yi Yuan the chance to refine pills at all. However, Yi Yuan directly gave up on the quality of the medicinal pills and simplified many refining techniques. They took shape in virtually a blink of an eye. But even so, the rank 8 medicinal pills that he refined also reached purple spirit divine grade. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the medicinal pill and drew the bow and notched his sword one more time. Intense explosions sounded out once more. He refined again, shot again, refined again, shot again. But even so, his speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed at which the limitless god-killing bow siphoned his strength too. After more than 10 swords, Yi Yuan's entire person became like a vampire, emaciated like a stick. Of course, Yuan Shu's two squads were virtually completely annihilated. The abyss monsters were completely eradicated. Yuan Shu and Yuan Shi were seriously injured and on the verge of death. This scene shocked countless powerhouses. Matching the Sword of Source with a Dao artifact, unleashing more than 10 sword moves in a row, jumping realms to kill more than 20 abyss monsters, and seriously injuring divine race members. What kind of combat power is this? Instantly refining rank 8 divine pills. I really don't know what kind of realm he reached to be able to reach this level. Too strong, too strong. It's just a shame that second sage's strength is too weak. If he had 9th firmament heavenly emperor strength, he might really be able to bring us out. Yi Yuan's combat power did not just shock the humans, it even shocked the divine race powerhouses. The divine race fighting against the humans, the battle had always been fought shorthanded. But Yi Yuan annihilated more than 20 abyss monsters alone and seriously injured divine race members. This combat power was too terrifying. Chapter 2321, Killing God Yi Yuan. Take his life while he's down. Kill this guy, he's currently completely drained like a lamp without oil. Don't give him the chance to recover. Quickly kill him. The current Yi Yuan was emaciated like a stick, seemingly like a dry corpse, looking alarming to the eyes. Releasing more than 10 sword moves in a row, even if Yi Yuan swallowed quite a few medicinal pills, he was still squeezed dry. Even the flesh and blood of his body was practically sucked dry by the limitless god-killing bow. When many divine race powerhouses saw this scene, they immediately commanded abyss monsters to besiege Yi Yuan. Clearly, This was the optimal time to kill Yi Yuan. For a moment, countless powerhouses charged over toward Yi Yuan. The divine race powerhouses pouring over toward Yi Yuan. This sight immediately alleviated the pressure on the surrounding human powerhouses. Many human powerhouses heaved a sigh of relief one after another. Yi Yuan's divine essence was already exhausted. He had no way of dealing with these divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters at all currently. But this did not stump him. It was only to see him snap his fingers repeatedly. A powerful protective array formation formed in virtually an instant. Countless attacks landed on the array formation, emitting incomparably intense rumbles. The array formation gave off a dazzling light, blocking the attacks from all directions. Yi Yuan's array formation was extremely stable. Even when facing such strong attacks, it was still incredibly stable. But more and more divine race powerhouses poured over toward his side, making the powerful array formation start faltering too. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan built an array formation once more and started refining pills. This time, his speed clearly slowed down significantly, beginning to pursue quality. Those divine race powerhouses attacking the array formation were all very anxious. At this time, the advantage of alchemy path powerhouses was demonstrated. Yi Yuan, this terrifying alchemy path powerhouse, actually directly refined pills on the battlefield to recharge. This way, his ability to fight continuously was seriously too fearsome. Before the alchemy path declined, in the last Doomsday battle, alchemy path powerhouses clearly unleashed tremendous capabilities, bringing huge problems to the divine race. Therefore, that was why Origengard did not scruple to pay a huge price to come to Cloudheart Realm and kill the alchemy path powerhouses here. But the commotion at Yi Yuan this side was seriously too great, drawing more and more divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters. Yi Yuan's grand array also started to be in a precarious situation. After all, this was not a one-person battle, but a battle between populations, a super battle implicating tens of millions of people. Everyone, let's go and protect Second Sage. With him around, our survivability will greatly increase. That's right, Second Sage's combat power is extremely shocking, even above the divine race powerhouses. As long as he recovers his strength, our combat power will increase greatly. Everybody, attack together, alleviate Second Sage's pressure, let him be able to refine pills calmly. The human powerhouses clearly realized the seriousness of the problem. If they allow Yi Yuan to attract the others' attention at this time, after Yi Yuan was defeated, they still could not escape the fate of being killed. Hence, many human powerhouses swarmed over spontaneously, and they faced off against the divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters, alleviating Yi Yuan's pressure. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan sensed something, slowly opening his eyes. There were many human powerhouses around currently defending him tightly. Many people were even directly blown up by divine race powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's countenance also could not help to visibly change because of this. In his impression, human powerhouses were all selfish and did not care about others. He did not expect that today, under a life and death situation, they actually took the initiative to come and help him. Sure, it was them doing it for their glimmer of hope. But at this time, them being able to let go of their sectarian views indeed broadened Yi Yuan's horizons. Yi Yuan forcefully reined his mind and devoted his entire mind and body to the pill refinement process. At this time, him refining the medicinal pill at the fastest speed was the greatest repayment to the others. After several hours, a medicinal pill solidified inside the array formation. This was a Dao pill. While at this time, dead bodies were already lying all over the ground around Yi Yuan's array formation. Many human powerhouses perished in order to protect him. Yi Yuan directly swallowed the medicinal pill without the slightest hesitation. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's emaciated body immediately seemed to be filled with air, recovering to its original form very quickly. And his aura also skyrocketed, his cultivation realm directly rising by a lot. After 100 years of accumulation, Cloudheart Realm's powerful spiritual energy, plus the astonishing energy inside this Dao pill, Yi Yuan's realm rose once more. His current realm was already equivalent to Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan walked out of the formation, 1,000 over-flying swords danced around him, the killing intent awe-inspiring. You guys have worked hard. Leave the rest to this Yi. You all follow this Yi will take you all out. While talking, the sword formation flew out. The places that it passed by reaped the lives of divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters without restraint. With Yi Yuan's current realm coupled with his various powerful means, he looked down completely on middle-stage heavenly emperor powerhouses. Yi Yuan took the lead, opening up the way ahead, and the rest of the human powerhouses followed closely behind. With Yi Yuan opening up the path in front, the human powerhouses, pressure fell sharply. After all, even if it was the divine race and abyss fiend race, the powerhouses that could reach late-stage heavenly emperor could be counted on one's fingers too. This level of powerhouses, they all had their own opponents and could not divert too many people to deal with Yi Yuan and the people on his side. Furthermore, in this large-scale battle, the vast majority of the martial artists were all people with very low strength. The truly high-level combat power experts were just a minority after all. Origin-Guard launching this war, the ones he was truly targeting were still the high-end combat powers like Medicine Ancestor and Wing. After all, their threat was much, much greater than Yi Yuan. Targeting Yi Yuan with the extravagant combat power of 2 squads was already thinking extremely highly of him. But very clearly, Origin-Guard still underestimated Yi Yuan's combat power. He borrowed the power of a Dao artifact and forcefully killed all of these 2 squads. Right now, the places where Yi Yuan passed through were akin to no man's land. More than 1,000 flying swords were like one sickle after another, reaping lives everywhere. The current Yi Yuan had long hair fluttering while killing people, akin to a killing god descending personally. The powerful divine race and abyss monsters were like lambs awaiting slaughter in front of Yi Yuan. They were unable to withstand the power of his one sword at all. Yi Yuan brought the humans guarding him and plugged into the divine race army like a sharp knife. Very soon, he slaughtered his enemies until the divine race army was in chaos. This guy is simply a killing god. He's too strong. We can't stop him. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This person is invincible. This guy is too strong. We're not a match at all. Quickly go request for the lords to come over. More and more humans gathered around Yi Yuan, following him to break through. In the previous battle, the human powerhouses suffered heavy losses, casualties nearing half. But at present, after Yi Yuan joined the battle royale, the situation instantly reversed. Yi Yuan alone was like a fighting machine, steamrolling over all the way. His strength was sufficiently strong and he would not be overly cautious because of the other party's strength. For a moment, the balance of the war actually started leaning toward the humans. Chapter 2322, Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art. 2 armies fighting, the general could often play a decisive factor. A brave general could kill several rounds in the enemy army, directly killing until the other side's camp was in chaos. This point was similarly suitable in large-scale martial artist battles. Clearly, Yi Yuan was such a person. Originally, the divine race had too many of such people, killing in and out of the human camp, akin to a no-man's land. But now, the situation suddenly switched. Yi Yuan rushed all the way and was similarly akin to no man's land. The divine race was strong, but Yi Yuan was stronger. Very soon, Yi Yuan brought the human army and directly killed his way through. The divine race army suffered heavy casualties. It was originally a one-sided massacre on the human race by the divine race. But now, it reversed, becoming the human race's one-sided slaughter against the divine race. It was not that the humans' strength increased, but that the humans now had a pillar. Everyone's cohesion became different from before. A single chopstick was easily snapped, 10 pairs of chopsticks would hold strong. It was this logic. The humans were in a state of disunity previously, each fighting for themselves. There was no way to band together like strands of rope at all. But now, all the humans gathered around Yi Yuan, they viewed Yi Yuan as their spiritual leader. Wherever Yi Yuan fought, they would follow suit. Everyone had a clear goal. Therefore, their combat power rose straight up. At this time, the entire Cloudheart realm was already reduced to rubble. Whatever Feather Mountain, Cloudheart Mountain, Cloud Summer Mountain, all had long already turned to ashes at this time. The entire Cloudheart realm, the void shattered. The realm was already reduced to shambles. One had to know, the Alchemy Path powerhouses who came to Cloudheart realm this time, a large majority of them were Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. This level of a powerhouse, the moment they made their move, it would be earth-shattering. Let alone that there was still Origin Guard and Medicine Ancestor, this kind of sovereign-level powerhouses. Space shattered bit by bit, the entire Cloudheart realm gradually collapsed completely. At this time, everyone was already fighting in the dark spatial turbulent flows. In the void, motes of starlight looked just like one bright star after another. These stars were connected in pairs, forming an enormous web, completely covering Cloudheart realm. This was the divine races. Grand Xingtian heaven locking art. Several tens of thousands of divine race powerhouses already completely sealed off this region of space. Everyone was unable to escape this region of starry sky. Yuan did not lead the human army to rashly charge toward this starry web. Instead, he brought the human powerhouses to charge to and fro several times, killing until the divine race powerhouses were in a scattered mess. Even late stage 8 Mark's Heavenly Dao realm powerhouses did not dare to easily clash head-on too. Hence, more and more human powerhouses joined in. The human army was like a rolling snowball, growing larger the more it rode. Many late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also joined in, becoming the core power of this team. The powerhouses around Yuan got more and more, and their cultivation realms got higher and higher. No matter how high their realms were, how strong their strength was, after joining, they would spontaneously take Yuan as the center. A batch of late-stage Heavenly Emperor super powerhouses gathered around Yuan. They followed Yuan and charged everywhere, mowing down all resistance. Very soon, the divine race army was completely defeated. They fled in all directions, escaping in the direction of the starry web. Beside Yuan, Jimo said, "Lord Second Sage, the crux of the problem still lies on this starry web. The divine race's strength is too strong. After those supreme powerhouses recover, we're still turtles in a jar." During the chaotic battle, Jimo also saw the army led by Yuan. Hence, he immediately joined in. When he saw that Yuan was the leader of this army, he also got a big shock. One had to know, Yuan was besieged by 2 middle-stage Heavenly Emperor squads previously. He knew that Yuan's strength was very strong, but under the besieging of such scale of powerhouses, he thought that Yuan was dead for sure. But who knew that not only did Yuan not die, his strength improved even further instead. What was even more terrifying was that he actually led the human powerhouses and forcefully slaughtered out a bloody path. However, the crisis on hand had not been resolved yet. They were merely just ant-like existences in front of Origin Guard. Once the divine race's diva realm powerhouses triumphed all round, they would still be turtles in a jar. Yuan nodded slowly and said, "This grand Xingtian heaven locking art gained the essence of spatial law and is cast by several tens of thousands of 8 Mark's Heavenly Dao realm powerhouses. Its power is unimaginable. To crack this spell, one must find the weak point of this technique. Otherwise, there's no way to crack it at all." Jimo was shocked and said, "Second Sage is proficient in spatial law. Even you can't crack it too?" Yuan said, "This spell already touched the source power of spatial law. More than 30,000 powerhouses each performed their own function, forming an extremely powerful ensemble. With my current spatial law attainments, it's simply impossible to crack it." When everyone heard this sentence, each and every one of their faces could not help turning ashen. Among so many human powerhouses, Yuan's spatial law attainments were the highest. Even he could not do anything, then the current situation could only be waiting for death. Could it be that we can only wait for death? Jimo said absent-mindedly. Yuan said coolly, "I'll go and challenge this spell, do what you can and leave the rest to heaven." Jimo's expression turned somber and he said, "Second Sage, go ahead. Leave here to us, unless I die, otherwise, I absolutely won't let people come and disturb you." When the Heavenly Emperors heard that, they echoed one after another. Yuan nodded his head slightly, took a step out, and sprinted straight towards the starry web. Arriving above the starry skin, a surge of powerful enchantment force pounced over head-on. Yuan felt that this region of space was akin to a steel plate, unable to penetrate at all. Above the void, extremely powerful fluctuations even faintly exuded, akin to a sharp sword hanging high above, possibly dealing him a fatal blow at any time. Yuan was proficient in spatial law and was deeply aware of spatial law's prowess. It could attack when advancing, it could defend when retreating. It was extremely sharp when on offense, strong as iron when defending. Those few Heavenly Emperor powerhouses previously were garroted by the powerful spatial force. They could not even fight back. Hey, another one that came to die. Love to see the despairing faces of these humans the most. Under the Grand Xingtian heaven locking art, there's absolutely no one who survives. These humans probably don't know that the Grand Xingtian heaven locking art is our true trump card. When the group of divine race powerhouses saw Yi Yuan come over, they could not help revealing gloating expressions. They could not see what was happening inside at all from outside the void. As long as someone wanted to escape out of the void, they would give a fatal blow. Yi Yuan arrived below the starry net. Those divine race powerhouses were just about to launch an attack when Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. The position where he stopped was just right, the place that just happened to be out of reach of those divine race powerhouses. The divine race powerhouses were angered until they were almost stifled to the point of internal injuries. Yi Yuan stopped there, gazed upon this starry web, and carefully sized up the distance, feeling the spatial undulation of the starry web. Before long, he suddenly took a step out, entering the attack range of the divine race powerhouses. Suddenly, stars sparkled, countless streams of flowing light scattered down like a meteor shower, landing where Yi Yuan was standing. After countless explosions, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly returned to where he was. All of the attacks failed. Chapter 2323, proceeding without hesitation. How is this possible? He actually escaped. Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art can easily annihilate even Diva Realm powerhouses. He actually escaped. Who is this kid? How can he grasp such formidable spatial law? When the divine race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them stared dumbfoundedly, disbelieving faces. Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art was a spatial spell that a progenitor of the divine race created. Its power was unparalleled. With 36,000 people casting the spell at the same time, it could produce a catalyzing effect, pushing the spatial law power to the level of source. One had to know, this was one of the supreme laws, spatial law. Reaching the level of source, what kind of horrifying power was that? But this young man in front of them actually dodged it. And at this time, a wisp of fresh blood was left behind at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Even though he avoided all of the attacks, the powerful energy explosion still injured him. Well deserving of being a source-level spell. Indeed, rather interesting. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth smiled faintly, his figure moving, rushing toward the starry web once again. Humph, reckless and blind thing, you want to pry into the profound mysteries of the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art? Then pay with your life as the price. Yuan Zhen looked at that figure and said with a cold smile. He was one of the 12 hubs of the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art and could mobilize the power of 3,000 spaces, attacking the opponent. Of course, he had another identity. He was one of the profound lineage's 9 elders. Earlier, Yi Yuan escaped alive from under his hands. This made him feel very ashamed. He also saw through that Yi Yuan was attempting to find the weakness of the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art, trying to burst out of here. Toward this sort of ridiculous behavior, he naturally scoffed in derision. It was only to see the spells in his hands continue moving. Terrifying Dao marks instantly ignited the space. In an instant, several thousand stars lit up, and an even more terrifying spatial attack greeted Yi Yuan. The thunderous explosions flickered incessantly in the void, like fireworks going off, beautiful to the extreme. It was just that behind this beauty concealed terrifying murderous intent. Heh, extreme space annihilation. This move is a spatial attack with no dead angles. No matter how formidable your means, you'll die without a doubt too. Yuan Zhen let out a cold laugh. Haha, well done, Lord Yuan Zhen. Lord Yuan Zhen is well deserving of being one of the 9 elders, impressive. Lord Yuan Zhen's Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art is really becoming more and more complex. Above the void, the praises of a group of divine race members came over. Killing a human with meager strength was not worth mentioning, but this extreme space annihilation could not be executed casually. Under this move, even Diva Realm powerhouses would also turn to ashes. You guys, quickly look. That kid didn't die. He retreated again. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked over and discovered that Yi Yuan was actually standing in the same place perfectly fine again since no idea when. It was as if nothing had happened. Yuan Zhen's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "This is impossible. Under extreme space annihilation, how can he possibly escape? No, wait, he didn't avoid it completely, he got injured. He did not see it wrongly. Yi Yuan was really injured. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Extreme space annihilation was too strong. Yi Yuan unleashed all of his abilities and still did not avoid it completely. One had to know, this spell was at the level of source. Its power was unimaginable. If not for Yi Yuan being proficient in spatial law, even if a Diva Realm powerhouse came, he would also have to die nursing a grievance. It was already extremely impressive for Yi Yuan to be able to escape alive. The current Yi Yuan was very wretched, coughing up blood in his mouth non-stop, already being severely injured. But this clearly did not stump Yi Yuan. He started refining pills to heal his injuries. Except, continuously shooting the limitless god-killing bow previously made him expend a large number of rank 8 spirit medicines. He did not have many spirit medicines left at present. Rank 8 spirit medicines were not cabbages, each one was extremely precious. If not for Yi Yuan ransacking the hidden lineage, it would have been impossible to obtain so many rank 8 spirit medicines this time too. But even so, he did not have many ranks 8 spirit medicines left on him. After Yi Yuan consumed the rank 8 divine pill and recovered from his injuries, he challenged the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art again. This time, he did not charge from Yuan Zhen here but charged from other hubs. Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan was seriously wounded again. Feeling the terrifying undulations coming from the void, Ji Mo and the rest palpitated with anxiety and fear. These undulations were too terrifying. If it were them, God knows how many would have died already. Each time Yi Yuan ventured into the starry web, they were extremely worried, fearful that something would happen to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently the hope of all humans. If he died, it would basically sentence them to death. Being infected by Yi Yuan, the human powerhouses all dashed ahead regardless of their safety, desperately resisting the divine race army. Second Sage is dancing on the edge of the blade for us. We must protect him well. Kill, kill, kill. Fight it out with this bunch of monsters. Second Sage said before, he'll definitely bring us out. Even if I die, I also won't let this bunch of monsters charge over. Without Yi Yuan, the divine race army staged a comeback again. It was just that this time, it was much more taxing on the humans. Behind them was Yi Yuan, they could not give way. Hence, they could only toughen their scalps and fight to the death. If someone in the front died, the back would continue replacing. Each and every one of them was undaunted and did not fear death, frenziedly resisting the divine race's assault, refusing to take half a step back. The divine race powerhouses were all visibly moved. The combat power of the humans in their eyes was infinitely magnified, they were actually unable to enter. Very soon, the spirit medicines on Yi Yuan were depleted. But he still attacked the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art again and again. The injuries on his body got more and more severe, but he kept failing to find a breakthrough point. Ha, conceited and ignorant brat, so what even if you know spatial law? Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art is a source-level spell. No matter how you rack your brain, you can forget about escaping. Wait for death obediently. Yuan Zhen laughed loudly and said, reckless and blind thing, see how long you can still persist. Lowly human, your fate can only be death. Fool, you're a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art was a super spell that was jointly cast by more than 30,000 people. Yi Yuan was equivalent to facing 26 people by himself. What kind of difficulty was that? But he proceeded without hesitation. He attacked the starry web again and again, and the injuries on his body worsened again and again. He was covered in blood all over, his body already reaching its limit. But he was still persevering. Above the starry sky, waves of snickering came over, mocking him for overestimating his own ability. But Yi Yuan did not care. He said before, to bring these human powerhouses out, then he would definitely bring these people out. Kid, you come and challenge again if you have the capability. Next time, I'll definitely make sure that you don't make it back. Yuan Zhen's wild laughter came from above the void. Yi Yuan had already gone to and fro 100 times, but they were not able to kill Yi Yuan all along. This in itself was a disgrace to them. In Yi Yuan's current situation, if he challenged again, he would definitely die without a doubt. Yuan Zhen's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. He rushed the starry web once more. Chapter 2324, Provocation. A white phantom tore through the starry sky and went straight into the starry web. The white phantom glimmered, like a ghost, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Ha, bring it on. This time, I'll send you on your way. When Yuan Zhen saw Yi Yuan come over once more, he was not angry but was overjoyed instead. Yi Yuan challenged them continuously. Although he got seriously injured, it could still be regarded as that he retreated unscathed. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's approach of rushing looked like he was toying with them. No matter how your floodwaters surged, I remained steadfast and unmoved. The shame of the divine race powerhouses was successfully stirred up by Yi Yuan. One had to know, Yi Yuan was facing 36,000 people alone. Yuan Ji, you and I team up to cast hell-suppressing heavenly star. This time, we must eradicate this punk. Yuan Zhen said. Another one of the hubs, Yuan Ji, immediately responded, okay. This brat is too cocky. We must kill him this time. The large-scale spell jointly cast by two great hubs, that was the combined strike of 6,000 people. This level of power was simply terrifying to behold. Below the starry sky, an enormous cage suddenly descended, enveloping Yi Yuan all at once. Then, the entire cage was seen shattering into pieces, and space collapsed. Inside the cage, space shattered, forming one fragment after another, shimmering away like crystals. It was very beautiful. This was also the origin of the hell-suppressing heavenly star. But this scene was endless despair when it landed into the eyes of the human powerhouses. Second Sage, a feeling of sorrow spread in the human camp. The terrifying undulation coming from above the void made the human powerhouses quake in their boots. The power of the hell-suppressing heavenly star was likely several times greater than before. Under those attacks previously, Yi Yuan already sustained serious injuries, let alone this time. They saw it clearly. Yi Yuan did not escape that region of space at all, and that he was enveloped tightly by the hell-suppressing heavenly star. Under such circumstances, Yi Yuan had no possibility of escaping at all. Ha ha ha, this time, see if you still don't die. Yuan Zhen's laughter came from above the void. Who asked you to show off? Who asked you to posture? This time, see how you still posture. An ant-like human also dares to provoke the noble divine race. Death isn't regrettable. Yi Yuan's actions were actually merely in order to seek a path of survival. Even so, him assaulting the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art time and again looked more like posturing to the divine race. Killing Yi Yuan now was very satisfying in their view. But right at this time, amidst the luscious hell-suppressing heavenly star, a white figure slowly walked out. All of the divine race immediately shut up. The faces full of mocking smiles turned into shock. Yi Yuan was clearly already an arrow at the end of its flight previously. So how could he walk out of the hell-suppressing heavenly star? This question echoed in the minds of all the divine race powerhouses. More importantly, this scene was too pretentious in the view of all the divine race powerhouses. When the human powerhouses saw this scene, they were incomparably roused. As long as Yi Yuan did not die, they had a glimmer of hope. Yi Yuan took another step out and started moving about within the boundary of the starry web once again, the intent of provocation extremely strong. When Yuan Zhen saw this scene, his lungs were about to explode from anger. This time, Yi Yuan's intent of provocation was too obvious. That meaning was like saying, "You come and hit me, come and hit me." Yuan Zhen gnashed his teeth in hatred and shouted angrily, "Kill for me." Extreme space annihilation. The void exploded, terrifying energy and heavenly Tao power shook in the void. This time, Yuan Zhen was truly enraged. One terrifying attack after another exploded in the void. The grand Xingtian heaven-locking art's various spells were displayed, sending out astonishing undulations. And inside the void, a white phantom was indeterminate, shuttling back and forth inside. This time, Yi Yuan was not like before, retreating after charging once. Now he kept on swaying in front of the starry web. He shuttled back and forth in front of the various center pivot powerhouses. But no matter how terrifying the attack was, they were unable to touch him. The more Yuan Zhen fought, the more alarmed he got, and he said in fury, "Attack together, can't keep on letting him probe anymore." The other center pivot powerhouses were also extremely alarmed, immediately working in concert with Yuan Zhen. This grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, all of the center pivot powerhouses had their minds connected to know what the others were thinking. Yi Yuan's current actions made them palpitate with anxiety and fear. Hence, they no longer cared about other things and planned on joining hands to cast the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art's strongest move. Grand Spatial Rend Art. The power of this move was extremely horrifying. Once cast, even Diva 4th Blight powerhouses would need to avoid it. Of course, such a powerful attack also had huge disadvantages. Once this move was executed, everyone's strength would be drawn out too much. Within a short time, the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art would fall into a period of weakness. Of course, this weakness was relative. The power of over 30,000 people combined together, no matter how weak, would not be that weak. A burst of apocalyptic power oscillated endlessly in the void. The horrifying to the extreme spatial source power rose mightily amidst the spatial turbulent flow. This surge of horrifying power made the expressions of all the human powerhouses change wildly. Suffocatingly strong. This power was not even weaker than medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest they all. To these heavenly emperor powerhouses, this burst of power was too terrifying. Lord Second Sage, quickly come back. Ji-Mo roared wildly at the void. There was seemingly a pair of large hands continuously tearing at the spatial turbulent flow. Space shattered once more, a massive spatial storm surged up in the darkness, like a spatial tsunami was stirred. Unbelievably terrifying explosion sounds reverberated throughout the whole world. However, Yuan did not retreat. He was still dashing about amidst the spatial storm, like a surfer in a tsunami. However, the tsunami got larger and larger, and increasingly terrifying. Yuan's figure flickered inside, shaking people to the core as they watched. On the other side, Origengard sensed something and looked toward the starry web in surprise and said, "This kid is really amazing enough to actually force out the grand spatial rend art." Medicine Ancestor and Wing 2 people were currently already covered in blood all over, their injuries extremely severe. Seeing this scene, the two of their eyes lit up, revealing hopeful looks. Origengard looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, "Put away your unrealistic hopes. Once the grand spatial rend art is executed, the void will be annihilated and everything will return to silence. How can a mere brat like Yuan be able to resist it?" The spatial storm became more and more violent, and increasingly hair-raising. Yuan's figure was gradually engulfed by the tsunami, and never surfaced again. Yuan Zhen and the rest panted heavily, their complexions pale as they let out a long sigh in relief and said, "This guy is finally dead." On the human side, the hope that just ignited was utterly extinguished by the grand spatial rend art. But right at this time, a weak voice suddenly sounded out in the crowd. "Everyone, listen to my command. After 3 breaths of time, everyone must use their strongest move and attack the direction that I point at." The one speaking was precisely Yuan. Everyone did not know when he actually returned to their side, furthermore, appearing in the crowd. But hearing what he said, everyone's hearts turned somber, all getting ready. Yuan ignored others and began counting down. Chapter 2325, Breaking the Deadlock in Pursuit. Strike. Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly, a streak of sword light broke through the spatial turbulent flow and pointed at a star in the starry web. The human powerhouses had long already been accumulating power, waiting to release. For a moment, countless attacks cut through the sky, flying straight for that star. Yuan Zhen and the rest had not recovered to their senses from Yuan escaping the grand spatial rend art yet when they discovered countless powerful attacks tearing across the air and arriving. In the place where Yuan's sword pointed was precisely the weakest point of the grand Xingtian heaven locking art currently. A large-scale spell activated by several tens of thousands of people at the same time, it was impossible to be without flaws. Except, the grand Xingtian heaven locking art had always been in continuous operation. The weak spot also drifted from place to place. Coupled with that this spell's power was incredible, it could infinitely weaken the weakness of this spell. Wanting to find this spell's weakness was virtually impossible. But now, it was found by Yuan. Yuan suffered so many attacks and narrowly escaped death. It was for the sake of this moment. It was true that this spell was incredible, but it had one great weakness. It was that it was pieced together. With 36,000 people joining together, the spell's power was incredible and unmatched. To those who did not know spatial law, or with very weak comprehension of spatial law, this spell had no weakness. But Yuan was proficient in spatial law, his spatial law had long already reached peak rank 7. Plus, Yuan's array formation already reached the level of source. When he looked at this spell, it was completely different from the rest. Just one look and Yuan saw through that this enormous spell was constructed out of 12 center pivots. Hence, he entered the boundary of one of the center pivots. The place that he entered was actually very ingenious. It was a place out of the reach of other hubs. Hence, he kept testing this spell, in order to find the weakness of the grand Xingtian heaven locking art. During this process, Yuan deeply felt this spell's power and profound mysteries. A magnificent spatial world unfolded before him. To Yuan, this array formation seemingly analyzed spatial law piece by piece, revealing to him the profound mysteries of spatial law. Even though he got seriously injured, he glimpsed the profound mystery of spatial law. At the final juncture, Yuan's spatial law successfully broke through to rank 8. Furthermore, he also found its weakness. Quick, mobilize power to help him defend. Yuan Zhen yelled loudly in a panic. Having just executed the grand spatial rend art, it already drained a tremendous amount of their strength. There was no way to recover within a short time. Yuan grasped precisely this opportunity to launch a fatal blow. Above the void, the multicolored attacks arrived in an instant, erupting with an incomparably fierce sound. Puff! The divine race powerhouse in that position, having received countless attacks all at once, was directly shocked into spewing out fresh blood wildly. He kicked the bucket, dying until he could not be deader. This star was directly destroyed, while at this time, the human powerhouses could sense that the void which was sealed tightly finally revealed a trace of gap. It was precisely this trace of gap that made all human powerhouses ecstatic. Second Sage is mighty. Second Sage is mighty. Second Sage created a miracle by himself. Second Sage is a man of his word. He's really bringing us out. After this battle, we'll revere Second Sage as supreme. For a moment, sentiments were at a high. The human powerhouses were shedding tears of gratitude with regards to the miracle that Yuan created. Many people even cried bitterly. This process from despair to hope made many old things become melancholic and sentimental. Don't be happy too early. It's not over yet. Everyone, continue attacking with me. Right then, Yuan called out again in a clear voice. Another streak of sword light flashed across. This time, everyone's attacks became more orderly. Their power also became a magnitude greater. Countless attacks rumbled towards the starry web again. Another star was extinguished. Yuan did not hesitate, launching fierce attacks towards the starry web over and over again. The stars that were destroyed also got more and more. This starry web became a dreamcatcher. The sealed space had greater and greater undulations and was already unable to seal space anymore. The grand Xingtian heaven locking art collapsed with a loud bang. Yuan bellowed loudly, "Everyone, charge over together." These divine race powerhouses were still very formidable, their combat power was still extremely strong. It was just that without the grand Xingtian heaven locking art, they were no longer able to trap the human powerhouses anymore. They could kill a portion of the human powerhouses but were unable to make all of them stay. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were adept in spatial law. Wanting to kill them was too hard. This was also the reason why Origin Guard set up this grand Xingtian heaven locking art, trapping everyone in this manner. The humans could not win, but they could run. The Origin Guard, who was currently in a fierce battle, his expression suddenly changed wildly, a shocked expression on his face. This is impossible. The grand Xingtian heaven locking art was actually broken. Origin Guard lost focus and was also seriously injured by Medicine Ancestor 2 people. Medicine Ancestor 2 people sensed the loosening of space, faces revealing wild ecstasy. Not just them, those Diva Realm powerhouses similarly had the wild elation of having survived a calamity. Even though their opponent was extremely strong, they could run away now. Forcing Origin Guard back with one move, Medicine Ancestor did not say a word, and he directly shuttled into the void with a flash. Wing let loose a torrent of abuse when he saw the situation. "You shameless old thing. You have no sense of responsibility at all. Cloudheart Realm has so many people, yet you don't care about them." Originally, everyone was sealed firmly in this space and had nowhere to retreat, and they could only band up. Now, the grand Xingtian heaven locking art was broken, which also broke the unity of these human powerhouses. Now, they only had one thought, that was to run. Those Diva realms had monstrous strength. They were naturally the first batch to escape. Even Yuan this side also had many powerhouses who chose to escape straight away. The originally united army instantly became scattered and disunited. But those powerhouses that gathered around Yuan since the beginning, all of them did not leave. They still followed Yuan, retreating in an orderly manner. Yuan's injuries were extremely severe, forcefully hanging in there with a breath until now. Jimo as well as several experts guarded by his side, and let him consume several medicinal pills. Yuan's injuries were already brought under control. In this battle, the humans suffered great losses. The casualties of elite alchemists made up the most part. But the divine race was no better as well. Their losses were similarly tragic. Yuan's several rounds of charging killed large numbers of abyss monsters and divine race members. Except, Divine race powerhouses were low in numbers after all. The ones charging in front were mostly abyss monsters. Therefore, even though this battle was tragic, the divine race's losses were not very great. Although the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art was broken, these divine race powerhouses were still pursuing them. Because Yi Yuan cracked the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art, he also received heavy focus on his side. At the same time, countless powerhouses were chasing him. After Medicine Ancestor fled, Wing was alone and could not do much, and was no longer Origin Guard's match very soon. It was only to see Origin Guard send Wing flying in no time flat. However, he did not chase after. Origin Guard's current rage was already billowing to the sky. The scheme that he carefully designed was actually ruined by a brat. Origin Guard's figure moved, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 2326, Reinforcements Arrive. Yi Yuan was bringing along a wave of powerhouses and currently fighting while retreating when suddenly, a powerful to the extreme aura arrived from afar. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and immediately realized that Origin Guard had lost it. There was no time to think too much. Yi Yuan directly did a greater teleportation and left the team. Ji Mo, bring Yun Yi they all away. I'll go and lure that old fellow away. Yi Yuan threw behind this sentence and left in a hurry. Sure enough, the moment he left, the two did not say a word and chased right after. But currently, Yi Yuan already comprehended 8th Firmament Spatial Law. His speed of shuttling through the void was quick to the extreme. Origin Guard could not catch up in a short while too. Kid, no matter up in the heavens or down below the earth, this ancestor will tear your corpse to pieces. Origin Guard's voice revealed a bone-piercingly cold intent, exhibiting his current anger. Sensing the powerful aura behind him that got closer and closer, Yi Yuan could not help having the jitters. This Origin Guard was too strong. His speed was swift to the extreme. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended 8th Firmament Spatial Law presently, he was still far inferior to Origin Guard. Seeing the Origin Guard whose momentum was overpoweringly whizzing past, the faces of Ji Mo and the rest were extremely ugly. Not only is Second Sage extremely talented, but his character is also incredibly righteous. He did not hesitate to use himself as bait in order to protect us. Hey, Medicine Ancestor is the Alchemy Path's #1 person. When Second Sage broke the fetters of space, Medicine Ancestor was the first to run. It really makes people feel disappointed. If I can escape this time, this Emperor will only follow Second Sage's lead. It's just, I don't know, this Heavenly Emperor powerhouse said halfway and could not continue anymore. Origin Guard was too strong until he made them feel asphyxiated. Even Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest teaming up was not his match. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, could he return alive? Facing the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art, Yi Yuan created a miracle. But Origin Guard was not the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art. He could rival a Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art on his own. The Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art had weaknesses. Yi Yuan could find its weakness, but Origin Guard had no weaknesses. At least, at Yi Yuan's level, even if he knew Origin Guard's weakness, he did not have the ability to defeat Origin Guard. The two people, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the void. Origin Guard's speed was unbelievably fast. He moved among the spatial turbulent flows like it was flat ground. Those violent spatial storms did not have any effect on him at all. But within 2 to 4 hours, Origin Guard gradually caught up to Yi Yuan. Heh, see where you can still run to. Ruining this ancestor's plans, prepare to die. Origin Guard gave a cold laugh, a fist punched out with a rumble. Dao marks flickered. A horrifying to the extreme power directly split the spatial turbulent flow into two, tearing across the air and arriving. That appearance was like a punch split the sea into two, leaving people tongue-tied. Yi Yuan's hair stood on end, feeling that the entire world was collapsing. The horrifying power surged over toward him from all directions, completely sealing off his space, not giving him any room to escape at all. Origin Guard's punch was in anger and alarm. Anger was due to Yi Yuan ruining his plans, making him fall short of success at the last second. Alarm was due to Yi Yuan's talent being too terrifying. He already overestimated Yi Yuan's talent as much as possible. But in the end, he discovered that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. The existence who created the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art was not inferior to him. Once this spell was used, it could forcefully contend with Diva 4th Blight powerhouses. Him being able to launch the ambush this time, his biggest reliance was the Grand Xingtian Heaven Locking Art. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually cracked this invincible spell? Such talent, if he allowed Yi Yuan to continue growing up unchecked, it would be a devastating blow to the divine race. Hence, he had to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. He realized that compared to this Cloudheart realm's countless alchemy path powerhouses, Yi Yuan's threat was clearly greater. Letting the tiger return to the mountain, there would be no end to future troubles. This punch, Origengard did not hold back in the slightest, directly using his strongest strike. He planned on killing Yi Yuan with one punch, so as to end all future troubles. With this Armageddon-like punch being struck over, Yi Yuan did not have the strength to resist all. The force had yet to arrive and Yi Yuan already spewed fresh blood wildly. His entire body was like he was hauled out of bloody waters. This time, he was truly powerless. Origengard was not Ninja. This punch of his did not give Yi Yuan any chance at all. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan took Origengard into the Chaos World, it was also impossible to kill him. Just as Yi Yuan lost all hope, a figure walked out of the void. It was only to see him draw a circle in the void with both hands, directly covering Yi Yuan and himself. This shield emitted intense tremors, the spatial turbulent flow was directly blown apart. But this seemingly unremarkable shield actually defended against Origengard's fatal punch. A middle-aged man in coarse cloth was standing in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was certain that he had not seen this middle-aged man before. But he did not know why this person would come to save him. Origengard arrived with a howl. Seeing this middle-aged man, his face had a gloomy look. His certain kill strike was actually blocked by this middle-aged man. His irritation could be imagined. Who are you, to actually dare ruin this ancestor's plans? Origengard looked at the middle-aged man and said in a solemn voice. The middle-aged man said coolly, Jian family, Xianxia. This middle-aged man was shockingly the son of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Xianxia. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the one who saved him at the final juncture would actually be a member of the Jian family. Origengard's brows furrowed and he said, Jian family, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. I've long heard that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets calculated everything happening in this world. Attacking Cloudheart realm this time, I already request Ancestor to take action, to shield Heaven's secrets. I didn't expect that it was still divined by him. Looks like I underestimated members of the Jian family. Xianxia said coolly, your esteemed self indeed did it without a trace. But not long ago, Heaven's secrets suddenly had a change, letting Ancestor detect a trace of abnormality. When he said this, Origengard and Xianxia's eyes both landed on Yi Yuan. Clearly, this trace of Heaven's secrets change landed on Yi Yuan. Xianxia did not know the inner reason, but Origengard understood in his heart. Originally, this plan of his was indeed flawless. Logically speaking, it was impossible for everyone to escape the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. But Yi Yuan broke through right then, cracking the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, shattering this trace of Heaven's secrets. That was how it let Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets detect a trace of abnormality. This could be said to be a trace of coincidence, and could also be said to be Origengard's mistake. If Yi Yuan was not at Cloudheart realm, no one would have been able to crack the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art at all. Including Medicine Ancestor, everyone would have to die here. But Yi Yuan happened to be here. He was the greatest variable in this big event, but no one calculated his existence. Once Heaven's secrets moved, it made the outcome of the matter have an unexpected change. Origengard was livid with rage and said in a solemn voice, truly, considerations will have oversight. I didn't expect that this brat is already strong until the extent that he can influence Heaven's secrets. If I'd long known that it would be like this ancestor would have directly planned to kill off this brat first. Xianxia said coolly, saying more words is pointless. Does your esteemed self want a battle or to withdraw? Chapter 2327, Former Glory. Oh, you seem to be very confident, then this ancestor will size you up and see how much capability you have then. The divine race were all extremely confident in themselves. Furthermore, after this campaign, he was extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan and naturally not willing to let him leave just like this. Right away, the two people came to blows like lightning. Before that, Xianxia flicked his sleeves and swept Yi Yuan away. It was only to hear a series of explosions came from amidst the spatial turbulent flow. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. This level of battle was even more horrifying than Medicine Ancestor 3 people's battle previously. Yi Yuan was filled with fear. Only now he was aware that Origin was still hiding his strength. The divine race was really powerful until it made people despair. Yi Yuan understood that Origin only suppressed his strength in order to wipe out all of the alchemy path powerhouses. Otherwise, if he used his full strength, the grand Xingtian heaven locking art would not be able to withstand it at all. That way, whether or not he could eradicate medicine ancestor and wing was hard to say, but wanting to wipe out all of the alchemy path powerhouses, that would have been impossible. At this time, Origin did not have the slightest scruples, showing his full strength. It was truly heaven-shocking. But what shocked Yi Yuan even more was that Xianxia's strength was actually not the slightest bit inferior to Origin. These two people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open amidst the spatial turbulent flows, being locked in a tangled battle. No idea how long had passed. Xianxia appeared in front of Yi Yuan again, his breathing being slightly chaotic. Clearly, he did not occupy much advantage in this great battle. Of course, Origin withdrew at this point. Clearly, he could not do anything to Xianxia as well. Origin withdrawing, the other divine essence powerhouses naturally no longer stayed behind, and also retreated one after another. This astonishing assault ended here. In this battle, even though the humans cleared the ordeal narrowly, the losses were extremely heavy. The humans lost close to 60% of their elite alchemists. The entire Cloudheart realm collapsed completely, causing more than half of Medicine Ancestor's disciples to perish. Sacred Ancestor High Priest suffered heavy injuries, and his disciples also had 3 people who died. The various progenitors also sustained casualties. The whereabouts of the Alchemy Path's number 1 person, Medicine Ancestor, were unknown. The entire alchemy world virtually suffered a devastating blow. It could be said that Origin plan succeeded by half. After this battle, the world was shocked. A race called the Divine Race rose up from the abyss, and the disaster engulfed the entire Heavenspan world. Very soon, another explosive news broke out. The Divine Race's 8 lineages came out in unison, breaking the 3 abyss seals, and unleashed a horrifying confrontation with the Demon Race's 8 sacred clans. The abyss suppressing 8 realms returned in a miserable defeat. The powerhouses of the 8 sacred clans that perished were countless, the losses extremely heavy. But later, a little girl's crying suddenly sounded out. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Floodwaters surged massively and the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. It was as if the end had come. In an instant, countless Divine Race powerhouses and abyss monsters were exterminated before it repelled the Divine Race's attack. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire Heavenspan world was shocked. One had to know, the 8 sacred clans' foundation was extremely deep. Their strength was an apex existence when placed across the entire Heavenspan world, not just in the Demon Race. But who knew that they actually could not stand up to a single blow in front of the Divine Race army? Finally, the abyss suppressing 8 realms collapsed, turning into rubble. The Divine Race led the abyss army and officially stepped into the Heavenspan world. The curtains of the Doomsday battle officially drew. At the Heavenspan world's various places, the Divine Race emerged like groundhogs. The 2 worlds barrier already became riddled, being full of holes. Or one should say that the Divine Race already utterly grasped the method to pass through the barrier. They came and went as they pleased, causing great harassment to the Heavenspan world. At Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, Yi Yuan and Xianxia sat facing each other. In this battle, young friend Yi's merits are the greatest. Xianxia said, "Why does Senior say this?" Yi Yuan said, "In this battle, a slight tug in one area will affect the situation on the whole. The Divine Race has been silent for trillions of years. But this time, they prepared for everything. Young friend Yi disrupted Heaven's secrets and disrupted the Divine Race's overall plan. Therefore, I say that your merits are the greatest." Xianxia said solemnly. Once the Divine Race quietly wiped out all of the Alchemy Path elites, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. Once they launched a surprise attack and the human race was caught by surprise, the flames of war would burn across the entire Heavenspan world very quickly. That way, the losses would be much more terrifying than now. Currently, Origin plans were ruined, and the humans were prepared in advance. The losses had naturally been reduced significantly. Yi Yuan did not claim credit, but he frowned instead and said, "Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets has calculated everything in the world and grasps Heaven's secrets. Moreover, those major powers have long known about the Divine Race's matters perfectly clear. So why can't they prepare for the divine race's chaos early? Xianxia discerned Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction and could not help laughing as he said, "Young friend Yi, you take the divine race too lightly. This emperor knows that your combat strength is unparalleled, but the entire human race only produced you alone. You don't know what kind of terrible price the human race and demon race have paid for the sake of the heavenspan world today. In the last doomsday battle, even though the human race suppressed the divine race in the abyss world, they suffered a great loss in vitality too, 8 to 9 out of 10 top experts dying. Furthermore, in that battle, many Tao teachings went extinct, greatly limiting the human race's development. Even up till today, the human race hasn't fully recovered. Everyone says that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets knows everything, but these people don't know that Heaven's secrets are unfathomable. Especially concerning Doomsday Battle, this sort of major event, how could it be calculated accurately? Father has long said about to prepare to deal with today's change. It's just that he also didn't expect that the divine race came into being several thousand years earlier than he had calculated. With this, it disrupted all of his plans. Regarding this level of secrets, Yi Yuan really did not know much. It was just that the divine race was not that impressive in his view. He thought that as long as the humans dealt with it carefully, they would be able to defeat them. It was just that looking at it now, he was too naive. But hearing Xianxia's words, Yi Yuan remembered Origingard's words. The human race's former alchemy Tao was extremely glorious. It was just that presently, all of it had declined. Even medicine ancestor, this strength was likely a rookie when placed in the last epoch too. Looking at it like this, the former human race had indeed reached unprecedented glory. Most likely, powerhouses that had touched the power of Source were far from just one. Furthermore, when Yi Yuan was in the ancient god battlefield, the Empyrean vast universe who gave him the bone sword also once said that ancient geniuses were extremely strong. Each and every one of them was incredibly talented. Under the two-phase confirmation, the present human race was really weak to the max. He also gradually believed Xianxia's words at this time. It was not that the human race did not want to respond, but that they were powerless to respond. Then, what about those Tao ancestor powerhouses? Aren't they invincible existences? Could it be that even if they take action, they can't suppress the divine race too? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Xianxia laughed in spite of himself and said, "Tao ancestors. That's right, Tao ancestors indeed control the laws in an area. It's just a shame that they're the human race's Tao ancestors." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "What does this mean?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Do you know who shouldered the responsibility of Tao ancestor in the previous epoch?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said in shock, "Could it be the divine race?" Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right, it's precisely the divine race. The divine race powerhouses have unparalleled combat power. Coupled with the augmentation of laws, they were virtually invincible existences." Chapter 2328, Primeval War Realm. Since they were invincible, how did the human race defeat them? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, a look of incomprehension showing on his face. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, "There is no doubt that Tao ancestors are strong, but they have a fatal weakness. And our human race grasped precisely this fatal weakness. That's how we completely defeated them." Got to say, Yi Yuan's curiosity was completely aroused. This was the heavenspan world's top secret. He could not imagine it at all previously. It turned out that Tao ancestors actually still had weaknesses. What weakness? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Xianxia said, "The law blessing of Tao ancestors is periodic, and it is not eternal. Every epoch, the law blessing of Tao ancestors will be taken back by heavenly Tao. And in this period, Tao ancestors will return to their most primitive state, becoming ordinary people. And it's this period that's the weakest period of Tao ancestors. In the last epoch, the human race had been secretly accumulating strength all along, and exploited this weakness of Tao ancestors, dragging them down the horse." Yi Yuan's mind shook wildly when he heard. Only then did he know that Tao ancestors still had such a secret. He had always thought that Tao ancestors were eternal and invincible. He did not expect that they actually still had such a weakness. It was just that an epoch was too long. Hence, in the eyes of people like Immortal Grove and Dustless, Tao ancestors' invincibility was eternal. Since that's the case, why don't the present Tao ancestors take action to suppress the divine race? Right now, the human race's Tao ancestors shouldn't have been taken back by heavenly Tao, right? Yi Yuan asked. Speaking of this, Xianxia revealed a trace of disdain and said, the current Tao ancestors, heh, with the blessing of laws, they are indeed very strong. It's just that you're underestimating the divine race too much. You can imagine, if a cat is blessed by laws and a tiger is blessed by laws, can their strength be the same? The divine race's 8 lineages progenitors were former Tao ancestors. Although the power of law that was blessed on them was taken back by heavenly Tao, they could personally comprehend the power of laws. An epic of comprehension is no joke. Back then, the human race's top experts almost died out and failed to kill these ancestors too. They could only suppress them. Now, their strength is fully restored, each person's strength is not beneath Tao ancestor. In contrast, the present human race's Tao ancestors are merely a bunch of people who got hella lucky, obtaining the crystal of law in the heavenspan battle by chance. That's how they have today's glory. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath when he heard. He did not expect that the strength of the divine race's forefathers was actually strong to such an extent that they did not even fear Tao ancestors too. Furthermore, hearing Xianxia's tone, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's strength was likely not too far off from Tao ancestor even if he was not as good. His strength might even be on par with Tao ancestors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was indeed the most terrifying existence among the Diva Fifth Blights. Yi Yuan reckoned that he was likely an existence who could have a dialogue with Tao ancestors. But looking at it now, both races' top combat powers were both fearful of each other. Hence, they did not make a move. The divine race was clearly waiting for that moment when Heavenly Tao took back the power of law. At that time, the humans would no longer have powerhouses that could compete with the divine race's progenitors anymore. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Dameld and wondered if he could be the ancestor of one of the divine race's lineages. Hence, he opened his mouth and asked. Hearing Yi Yuan mention Dameld, Xianxia could not help getting a shock and said, there's actually still such a thing. Young friend Yi, you've rendered a huge contribution to the human race. This Dameld is the second-generation ancestor of the divine race's heaven lineage. Even though his strength isn't as good as a progenitor's, it's also not far away. Back then, the human race expended a tremendous price in order to suppress him. I heard that in order to suppress him, the human race lost many Diva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses. Once he comes into being, he shall be a major combat power of the divine race. Yi Yuan was also incredibly shocked after hearing it. Back then, he felt that those words that Dameld said were somewhat bragging. Looking at it now, what he said was not false. Dameld's strength was likely much stronger than Origengard. Alright, better talk about official business then. Even though young friend Yi's combat power is unparalleled, concerning the Heavenspan world's major matters, you still can't worry about them for now, Xianxia suddenly said. Yi Yuan raised his brows and asked curiously, oh, what is senior looking for me for? Xianxia said, actually, ever since father attained Tao, he calculated that the human race will have this calamity. Hence, in this epoch, he has been preparing for this catastrophe. When Yi Yuan listened to what Xianxia said, he was filled with deep respect in his heart toward Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. It turned out that ever since Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets attained Tao, he had been making plans for the human race's future. He spread the Jian family's forces throughout the Heavenspan world. It was actually to recruit talents for the human race. Except, even though the humans won the apocalyptic great battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory too. Countless Tao teachings became extinct. After the human race had been through billions of years of recuperation, they finally recovered some vitality. It was just that compared to their prime, this kind of human race was still not worth mentioning. The ancient god battlefield that Yi Yuan had gone to before, was actually the ruins of the Doomsday Battle. The area that he had gone to back then, was merely the tip of the iceberg of the ancient god battlefield. Although that place was a wasteland, there were countless soul treasures hidden. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets expended immeasurable effort, extracting the top 100 human legacies from the ancient god battlefield. Among them, there were 10 legacies that were left behind by the human race's top major powers back then, their power boundless, already reaching the level of law. Apart from this, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets even opened up a small world called Primeval War Realm with a great divine ability. This small world was used to select the most outstanding geniuses of the human race, entering the land of inheritance, and accepting the human race's top legacies. However, the divine races suddenly coming into being disrupted all of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's arrangement, making these geniuses have no time to grow up. But to act was always better than not doing anything. It was ultimately better than allowing one to be seized without putting up a fight. Taking advantage of the fact that Tao ancestors still had deterrent power, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had to carry out this plan in advance. Xianxia coming here was in order to invite Yuan to enter the primeval war realm and take part in the battle of geniuses. Yuan shuddered with fear when he heard it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually extracted 100 inheritances from the ruins of the war. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. However, this was a huge project. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets likely expended a tremendous effort on this. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets exhausted himself and racked his brains for the human race. This Yi has wronged him. Senior, please apologize to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets on this Yi's behalf. Yuan said sincerely. He previously thought that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and many others, these major powerhouses, hurtled up like turtles, each and every one of them being self-centered. That was how the human race fall into such a dangerous situation. Looking at it now, it was him who wronged Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was the human race's true hero, being worthy of Yuan's respect. Towards such a person, Yuan had never been stingy with his admiration. A mere apology was naturally nothing. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Young friend Yi's actions and behavior, this emperor has seen it. It's true that father's actions are worthy of respect, but you overturning the raging tides is similarly worthy of admiration." Xianxia said these words from the bottom of his heart too. Once Origin Guard's scheme succeeded, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. Chapter 2329, New Number 1 Holy Land. The Battle of Geniuses would begin a year later. Yuan and Xianxia agreed to head to the primeval war realm a year later. During this period of time, Yuan had too many things to work on. After the Cloudheart Realm battle, tens of thousands of alchemy path powerhouses gathered at Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. In this battle, Yuan cracked the Grand Xianxia Heaven Locking Art, saving countless alchemy path powerhouses. What was more respectable was that Yuan drew away the powerful Origin Guard by himself in order to protect these alchemy path powerhouses. This deed had already spread throughout the entire alchemy world. Coupled with Yuan's powerful alchemy path strength, he already became the new alchemy path leader of the Heavenspan world. Even Sacred Ancestor High Priest's prestige was also not as high as Yuan's currently. Not just some itinerant cultivators, even many major factions and major family clans came over one after another too, hoping to join Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. For some time, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma had as many powerhouses as clouds. By Tong, this number 1 powerhouse's strength already could not hold down the fort. Feeling helpless, Yuan simply invited Sacred Ancestor High Priest to garrison Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. After Sacred Ancestor High Priest recovered from his injuries, he also learned of the severity of the present situation and agreed without hesitation. Putting it another way, this life of his was also saved by Yuan. With his ability, he would not have been able to crack the Grand Xianxia Heaven Locking Art at all. Furthermore, him and Medicine Ancestor teaming up was also not Origin Guard's match at all. Continuing to fight, the two of them could only go down the path of demise. And later, Origin Guard also rushed to kill Yuan and ignored him because Yuan cracked the Grand Xianxia Heaven Locking Art. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to salvage the situation alone. He would likely have been killed by Origin Guard in a few moves. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest could not help feeling somewhat emotional. He provided a lot of conveniences to Yuan these few years, helping him to grow. He did not expect that the one who benefited in the end was him. Hence, when Yuan requested him to come out, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, when he came to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma and saw the Pill Tower's magnificence, Sacred Ancestor High Priest had been immersed in unbelievable shock these few days. It turned out that the powerful ones in Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma were not just Yuan Master and apprentices 3 people. The strength of each alchemist here was much stronger than same-rank alchemists in the outside world. It was also that Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's development time was too short. Otherwise, this place would be the true alchemy path's number 1 holy land. Cloudheart Realm was simply weak to the max compared to this place. Dao Realm powerhouses that were hard to come across in the outside world, were like cabbages in this place. Especially the alchemists that were the first batch to join the Pill Tower, their current strength already reached an inconceivable height. For so many years, Sacred Ancestor High Priest only paid attention to Yuan. In his view, only Yuan this person was worth him paying attention to. As for the Pill Tower, he thought nothing of it at all. He also never paid attention to it before. An alchemy path holy land that had risen for merely over 1,000 years was simply not worthy of his attention. Not everyone was Yuan. No matter how capable Yuan was at teaching disciples, in 1,000 years' time, the faction that he established also could not be very strong. Not just Sacred Ancestor High Priest, all the alchemy path powerhouses who came to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, each one was in shock. One person being a genius was understandable, a city full of geniuses, this was simply incomprehensible. How many geniuses could a mere imperial city gather? Being able to produce a heaven-defying Yuan, this was already a fortune that was cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But when they really came here, only then, did they discover that they were totally wrong. The cultivation method of the alchemy path powerhouses here was completely different from them. They immersed in the comprehension of Tao daily, but the alchemists here did not comprehend on Tao at all. They repeated the simplest and most basic practice day after day, year after year. Even the medicinal pills refined were very basic too. There were none of those seldom seen medicinal pills. These fundamental skills, they simply held them in contempt, and they never thought of practicing them before as well. If not for Yuan's 2 disciples being so heaven-defying, if someone said to cultivate like this in front of them, they would definitely have smacked the other person to death with one slap. Wasn't this sort of cultivation method purely a waste of time? But Yuan used facts to tell them that this was the correct way to cultivate. Sigh, this old man always thought that you relied on talent to have today's strength. At least, talent accounted for the absolute cause and effect, but didn't expect that you walked until today with such a method. Looking at it now, I was wrong, the world was wrong. Your Tao points directly at the source, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yuan smiled and said, it's not necessarily the case. The basic alchemy techniques that the Pill Tower cultivates, I've already improved them many times. Cultivating it now, it's easier to come into contact with the level of Tao. As Yuan's strength continuously grew stronger, his horizons also grew higher and higher. Hence, he continuously improved the basic cultivation methods, making it easier to come into contact with the level of Tao. It was also precisely this kind of improvement that made the Pill Tower's powerhouses became more and more. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a deep glance and said, before today, I'm afraid that if you went out and said that you attained Tao by cultivating like this, there's probably no one who would believe at all. Yuan smiled and said, it's not that no one would believe, but that they would laugh their heads off. Sacred Ancestor High Priest laughed and said, indeed so. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, and he said, Yuan, can this cultivation method be imparted to this old man? Yuan looked at the other party in slight surprise. He did not expect that a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest could actually let go of his self-esteem, and take the initiative to request to cultivate these most basic techniques. This was equivalent to starting over from the top. He could not help laughing as he said, Senior Sacred Ancestor worries too much. My Pill Tower doesn't have the idea of hoarding our own belongings. The alchemy path powerhouses who join my Pill Tower can all undergo this kind of cultivation. It's just that I'm afraid that not many can persevere with it. This kind of cultivation method was extremely dreary. At present, the powerhouses left in the Pill Tower were all leftovers from great tides washing away the sand. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Yuan with a look of surprise and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long time did he say, providing education for all without discrimination. This old man examines my own conscience and feels that I'm broad-minded, but compared to you, I'm far inferior. Yuan smiled and said, why does Senior Sacred Ancestor say this? At present, the human race is in imminent danger. An additional alchemy path powerhouse is an additional hope. You also heard what OriginGuard said. For the human race to be able to win in the last Doomsday battle, alchemy path powerhouses made tremendous contributions. Sacred Ancestor High Priest nodded heavily and said, what you said is right. If there are still any sectarian views at this time, then it's really seeking death. No idea starting from when, those alchemy path powerhouses who had once commanded the wind and clouds, all put aside their ego, and followed the Pill Tower's powerhouses to do their homework seriously. When they put down the pride of an expert, they suddenly discovered that the Pill Tower's powerhouses could actually do the basic training so well, and so solidly. And when they competed in alchemy with the Pill Tower's alchemists, they discovered to their amazement that many times, the quality of the medicinal pills that they refined was actually not as good as the Pill Tower's alchemists. One had to know, each and every one of them, they were 7-star alchemy gods. Some were even 8-star alchemy gods, while the Pill Tower's 7-star alchemy gods were extremely few. Chapter 2330, Developing Tao. Senior Apprentice Brother Yuan, my Cloud Moon Silver Ring pill is always lacking a little. Can you come and help me take a look at what the problem is? Senior Apprentice Brother Yuan, you look at my Purple Smoke Immortal Condensing Art. What shortcomings are there still? Senior Apprentice Sister Ning, your Gen Sui fire controlling technique has truly reached the acme of perfection. In the Pill Tower, a group of 8-star alchemy gods surrounded Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu, chatting and asking non-stop. Originally, they were all struck with reverence and awe. After all, these alchemy path powerhouses were all big shots who commanded a region. Which 8-star alchemy god was not looked up to by millions in the heavenspan world, an existence that had people cluster around them like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. But here, they were like elementary school students. When they just arrived, they naturally wanted to get Yi Yuan's guidance. But Yi Yuan very naturally threw it over to Yun Yi and Ning Xiyu. Very soon, they shut up collectively. They all, these 8-star alchemy gods, actually could not beat Yi Yuan's disciples. Only then did these big shots discover that Yi Yuan's cultivation method was indeed astonishing. Hence, they put away their pride and studied in depth with Yun Yi and the rest on a daily basis. But the more they communicated, the more horrified they got. The depth of Yun Yi and the rest's insights made them perspire from embarrassment. One had to know, Yun Yin's current realm was still low. After his realm came up, he could completely crush them, these big shots. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Several figures walked in. Yun Yi and the Ning Xiyu hurriedly got up and gave a bow to the arrivals. Master, Lord Sacred Ancestor. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, do you have any gains from communicating with seniors these few days? The two said, benefited a lot. Yi Yuan nodded and said, everyone present is a senior whose name shakes a region. You guys have to be more humble and learn more things from them. The two hurriedly said, yes. All the heavenly emperors perspired from embarrassment. Yi Yuan's words were simply face-slapping. These few days, they had long already been brought into submission by senior apprentice brother Yun Yi and willingly followed them to cultivate. To talk about learning, it should have been them who were learning. One of the heavenly emperors smiled bitterly and said, younger brother Yi, aren't you slapping our faces here? Young friend Yun's realm is just not there yet. Otherwise, what has it got to do with us, these old fellows? Second sage, we all, these old fellows, really didn't expect that even your disciples are so strong. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma being the #1 alchemy path holy land is true to its name. This heavenly emperor was called Heavenly Emperor Now Hua, a late-stage 8-star alchemy god. His seniority was extremely high and his influence in the alchemy world was also immense. But these few days, he was utterly convinced by the Pill Tower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Now Hua misunderstood. When this Yi teaches disciples, the first priority is to guard against arrogance and rashness, and to not to be self-conceited. No matter how high their realm, how strong their strength, they also can't underestimate their opponents. Stones from other hills may serve to polish the jade of this one. Learning from other people's strong points and making up our deficiencies are the right way. When everyone heard, they were slightly stunned in their hearts. It turned out that Yi Yuan was not being modest, he was just expounding on a fact. In Yi Yuan's heart, Yun Yi was stronger than them. But even if he was strong, he had to put aside his ego too, and learn from others. Thinking back now, these few days, Yun Yi had also indeed remained indifferent when granted favors or when subjected to humiliation, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Only then did the group of alchemy path powerhouses discover that this heavenly eagle Bodhidharma was truly different from the rest in all aspects. They all, these people, had been in high positions for too long. They were existences above the clouds, each and every one incomparably proud. To make them learn from people weaker than them, it was simply impossible. But now, they discovered that someone who was more outstanding than them was not only more hardworking but also more humble. This kind of humility was not verbal humility, but the modesty of mentality. Only when one was truly modest in mentality could one learn the shining points of others. As for verbal modesty, Yuan completely turned his nose up at it. Him being strong, that was natural and right. This point could also be seen from his words. Everyone, I've discussed with senior sacred ancestor and decided that starting from next time, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma will start a Tao sermon. It will be started by this Yi. After this Yi leaves, senior sacred ancestor will take over. He has also contacted several progenitor-level powerhouses. They have all agreed. Coming to find everyone today, it's hoping that everyone spreads the news. Anybody, as long as they have interest in alchemy Tao, can all come to Heavenly Eagle to listen to the Tao sermon. Yuan said. The moment the heavenly emperors heard, each and every one of their faces changed greatly. The so-called Tao sermon was to demonstrate and dissect their own Tao little by little and demonstrate it for the people listening to Tao. This was equivalent to saying that the core most part of one's great Tao would be displayed for the world. People who attained Tao had all blazed a path through all manners of obstacles and experienced countless hardships before they had today's accomplishments. Each person had their own non-transmissible secret. Even if teaching apprentices, they would also hold something back. The so-called teaching disciples would make the master starve to death. It was this logic. 1. Think about it, if your disciples are outstandingly talented and learned all of your things, and climbed on top of your head, what sort of feeling was that? Unless it was someone who was about to pass on, otherwise, who would be willing to do this sort of thing? The group of heavenly emperors was dumbstruck with amazement from listening, sucking in a cold breath. How broad-minded did one have to be able to do such a thing? Yuan's action was to teach all life, his merits the greatest. In the history of the heavenspan world, there had never been such a selfish figure who existed. Not only did he do it, he even made sacred ancestor high priest do it too. The reason why Yuan came to find these heavenly emperors, it was because of their influence in the alchemy world. In reality, he hoped for more people to come and listen to Tao. Without a doubt, the stronger the human race's alchemy path strength was, the stronger their confidence in contending with the divine race. Some inklings of this could be seen from Origengard's plan. When I heard this news, this old man was already stunned. But thinking about it, Yuan's present alchemy path realm is already not beneath this old man's. Even he isn't stingy, so how can this old man fall behind him? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a laugh. Heavenly Emperor Now Hua's expression turned somber and he said, Second Sage as a human is able to make such an astonishing move. How can Nan Hua's meager cultivation base be kept hidden? If you don't look down on me, count Nan Hua in. Count me in too, count me in. The heavenly emperors were infected by Yuan's breadth of mind and agreed one after another. Yuan's way of doing things was indeed majestic. He was like that previously in the Cloudheart Realm battle and was also like this now. In contrast, each and every one of them felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Even though their Tao was nothing in front of Yuan, but at this time they clearly could not fall behind others. Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, if the human race wins this battle, the world will definitely be everyone's righteousness. Everyone repeatedly said dare not. Now that Medicine Ancestor was missing, these two in front of them were the Alchemy World Summit. With their bit of strength, how could they dare show off in front of two great ancestors? The news swept throughout the entire alchemy world very quickly like the wind. Cloudheart Realm's alchemy path powerhouses were all elites among elites. Even those like Empyrean Piljade had to use connections before they could enter. The height of the threshold could be imagined. And in the entire alchemy world, there were God knows how many alchemy path powerhouses. Yuan made no distinctions in teaching, as long as one was willing to come, they could come. For some time, countless alchemy path powerhouses swarmed toward Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. This is more of a culinary world saying, if the apprentice knows how to cook every one of the master's dishes, the master may lose their job. Chapter 2331, conferred the status of an ancestor. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, the stream of people were as many as schools of carps crossing the river, countless alchemy path powerhouses gathering from all directions. On the day of the sermon, the noise and shouting were in great commotion. 1,000,000 alchemy path powerhouses gathered in Heavenly Eagle. It was a grand sight to behold. Of course, this was just a very small part. Even more alchemy path powerhouses were still on the way. Yuan was dressed in ceremonial clothes, sitting suspended on top of an enormous Tai Chi diagram. His eyes were shut closed, resting his mind. An aura of great Tao filled the entire space. That second sage's Tao, indeed extensive and profound. Just one look and I feel that it's unfathomable. Legends has it that second sage is already the alchemy path's #1 person. I didn't expect that he's actually going to spread his Tao to all life. Blessing all ages, truly a saint. As small fries really have a huge lucky chance this time. To the vast majority of alchemy path powerhouses, they did not know what it was at all. Alchemy was just refining pills. Only a handful of people could enter Tao. But Yuan hosting a sermon and spreading Tao would be a massive lucky chance to these people. Normally, forget about Yuan, even a 7-star alchemy god was also an existence that they could not touch. But today, Yuan's actions would benefit the world. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and his disciples, as well as a group of progenitors, were currently shockingly present, listening to Yuan spread Tao. These few days, Wing and Yuan compete in alchemy many times, being equally matched. While he benefited immensely, Yuan's Tao was different from Medicine Ancestor. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was unparalleledly tyrannical and overbearing. Alchemy path powerhouses who had fought against him before, it was hard for their Tao hearts to inevitably lose balance. Wing was a victim of it. Yuan's Tao was even and calm, exhibiting a majestic atmosphere. Debating on Tao with Yuan, Wing unknowingly actually recovered his own Tao heart, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. However, debating on Tao was one thing. That was just some small exchanges. While today, Yuan spreading Tao, that was elaborating his Tao teachings. It was the demonstration of the essence of his great Tao. This action absolutely held extraordinary meaning to progenitor level, and to those old fellows who had been stuck before Tao pill for countless years. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and started preaching on Tao. My Tao is not another path. Spreading Tao today, it's to open up your Tao hearts. A myriad great Taos, alchemy Tao is a special path. What is alchemy Tao? One pill, one world. Then today, we'll start with Divine Essence pill. Following Yuan talking tirelessly, below burst into an uproar. Divine Essence pill. The alchemy path's #1 powerhouse was actually talking about the Divine Essence pill. What was the Divine Essence pill? That was a rank 1 divine pill, the most basic divine pill. This level of medicinal pills, they could refine a large bunch with a wave of a hand. That was a medicinal pill that was given to rookies who just entered deity realm to eat. My pants were already taken off, you're making me look at this. For a moment, dissatisfaction, contempt, spurn, and cursing sounded out all around. High-sounding words, this was simply duping people. Wing's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, quiet. If there are any more noisemakers, die. An astonishing aura instantly covered the whole place. Once a diva fourth blight was enraged, it was not what they could withstand. Immediately, it became quiet. Wing gave a cold snort and said, Yuan preaching on Tao, this is the fortune of your lifetimes. Listen carefully, even if you just comprehend a fraction, it's also enough for you all to benefit for life. Even though everyone did not dare to speak up due to Sacred Ancestor High Priest's power, they were still disdainful. Divine Essence pill, this sort of thing, what was nice to listen. Toward these commotions, Yuan did not care at all. His time was limited, however much could be comprehended, it could only depend on these people themselves. Although the Divine Essence pill was shallow, it was the foundation of great Tao. Now that he had climbed to the summit, turning back to look at this kind of medicinal pill again, his opinion was naturally different. The current Yuan could casually refine rank 1 divine pills that were 100 times stronger than the Divine Essence pill. But why did he start with the Divine Essence pill? The Divine Essence pill was a pill formula that had been handed down from ancient times. After countless years of baptism, it was a pill formula that had been tempered endlessly. Even though the medicinal pill was simple, it contained the maxim of great Tao. Gradually, the expression on everyone's face changed. The original disdain, ridicule, conceit, turned into the current shock, admiration, and absorbed in thought. Only now did they know that turns out a tiny little Divine Essence pill actually contained so many truths. The things that Yuan talked about, they had never thought about them before. He refined a Divine Essence pill in front of everyone. Each step, he analyzed deeply, demonstrating his own Tao little by little. A tiny little Tai Chi diagram formed in the void. Everyone's expressions became incomparably shocked. But among them, Someone's shock was greater than the others. This person was Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It turns out that this is his Tao. A tiny little divine essence pill actually hides such a great Tao. Rank 1 divine pills, we already overlooked such pills much. Then what about rank 2 divine pills, rank 5 divine pills, rank 8 divine pills? Many geniuses are all rootless weeds. They seemed powerful but were no use at all despite looking good. But his strength is a strength that has been tempered endlessly. We have been searching for the fleeting and ephemeral Tao, but he has been focusing on every tiny bit. By now, he already became a C. I finally understand what the two races, Tao is missing. Of the people present, Wing was closest to Tao. Regarding Yuan's spreading of Tao, his thoughts and feelings were the deepest. Their Tao had indeed built a 100,000-foot building. But their 100,000-foot buildings lacked bricks and tiles. The buildings were full of holes. Such a building, the higher one built, the more dangerous it was. Therefore, his Tao failed in front of Medicine Ancestor, and he also lost himself. But, even if Yuan was defeated, he was the victor too. Because his Tao was too stable. Although the other progenitors did not feel as strongly as Wing, they also benefited a lot. Following that, Yuan gradually developed the entire system of rank 1 divine pills with the divine essence pill as the foundation. Only then did everyone discover that turns out among all the rank 1 divine pills, there existed all kinds of connections. The shock in everyone's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Yuan provided for them a brand new perspective. This was the perspective of God. They were currently standing at the perspective of God, re-examining rank 1 divine pills. Finding everything fresh and new. Being filled with wisdom, enlightening the benighted, they were more and more unable to describe their current feelings anymore. What Yuan exhibited for them was a brand new alchemy path cultivation system. If in the past, alchemy Tao relied on inheritances, today, Yuan's alchemy path was the great accomplishment of everyone gathering there. This was a complete, brand new cultivation system that could stand up to scrutiny and could create countless alchemy path powerhouses. Just like that, from rank 1 to rank 2, all the way to rank 8 divine pills. Yuan expounded his cultivation system little by little, spreading his Tao, clearly displaying the sequence of ideas in front of everyone. Many people still thought that it was simple at first. But later, they could not understand at all anymore. The further back, the more obscure and difficult it was to understand. The 1-year period arrived in a blink. That moment when Yuan stopped preaching on Tao, the tens of millions of powerhouses present were silent. Wing's gaze was deep and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Today, Yuan will be conferred the status of an ancestor." Chapter 2332, Ancestor of Alchemy Tao. Ancestor Yi started the paradigm of alchemy Tao, and is a man of great talent and virtue through the ages. Today, he shall be conferred the status of an ancestor. Today, spreading Tao and blessing all ages. If Yuan isn't conferred the status of an ancestor, heaven will not tolerate it. Regarding Yuan being an ancestor, no one had objections. Perhaps those people with meager strength did not understand the meaning of this spreading of Tao. But they all, these progenitors, were deeply aware of its profound impact. Prior to this, regardless of whether it was the human races or demon races' alchemy Tao, it was all scattered and disorderly. One could say that it was an act of hit or miss. You comprehend your Tao, I refine my pill. Even Medicine Ancestor was not able to distill it into a mature cultivation system. Not only did he do it, he even spread his cultivation gains to all life, demonstrating it to everyone. This merit was unprecedented since time immemorial. A year of spreading Tao, the merit led to 1,000 years' contribution. Among these progenitor-level powerhouses, each person's gains were simply immeasurable. As long as they went into closed seclusion for some time, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Especially the Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up a new door for him. Given time, as long as he digested the Tao that Yuan preached on, he had confidence on surpassing Medicine Ancestor. The tens of millions of alchemy path powerhouses present had tens of thousands who broke through. Some 8-star alchemy gods who had been stuck at peak ancestor realm for many years even faintly showed signs of touching Tao pill. Before long, a large group of alchemy path powerhouses would appear among these people. Yuan glanced downwards and could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. Oh, time. What he lacked the most right now was time. He needed time to grow up, These alchemy path powerhouses also needed time to grow up. But the divine race would not give him this time. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest clasped his hands to the sky and said in a clear voice, Demon race's priest temple will revere Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao today. The human race's sky below realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao. The human race's Nineran realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao. These progenitors, voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout the whole world. All of the progenitor-level powerhouses actually revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor. After the progenitors, it was peak 8-star alchemy path powerhouses. Purple Sandalwood Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao. Enlightened Day Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Dao. Each one that opened their mouth was a big shot of the alchemy world. The weight of their words was extremely heavy. With so many supreme powerhouses respecting Yi Yuan, it could be seen that this spreading of Dao already brought the entire alchemy world into submission. Those alchemists with meager strength still did not understand what was going on until now. But so many big shots suddenly respecting Yi Yuan as an ancestor, this matter made them incomparably shocked. My God, what's going on here? So many heavyweights are actually collectively revering Second Sage as an ancestor. Second Sage merely just entered Heavenly Emperor not long, he's actually conferred the status of an ancestor just like this. Furthermore, this still isn't an ordinary conferring as an ancestor. Even Medicine Ancestor didn't have this kind of treatment either. Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor was different from the other progenitors. Powerhouses who were able to become progenitors were at least Diva 3rd and 4th Blight sovereigns too. Even Diva 1st Blight and 2nd Blights did not have the qualifications to be called ancestors too. But Yi Yuan just entered Heavenly Emperor not long ago. At present, his strength was only comparable to Heavenly Emperor's 2nd firmament. Yet, he was actually collectively revered as an ancestor by so many sovereigns. It was being commonly revered as an ancestor. This was also to say that all alchemy path powerhouses, including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, were a status lower in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, this ancestor of alchemy Dao, surmounted above all progenitors. This scene, the vibe of ritual was extremely strong. Powerhouses able to be called progenitors all had their own pride. These progenitors all admitted that Medicine Ancestor was strong, but would not revere him as the ancestor above progenitors. You are strong, that's your business, nothing to do with me. But today, they put aside the pride of a progenitor towards Yi Yuan. This sort of thing could be said to be unprecedented since time immemorial. A mere Heavenly Emperor actually towered above all progenitors. This sort of thing, even thinking about it felt terrifying. They did not understand, but they knew that these progenitors were not fools. Being able to make these proud progenitors lower their heads, Yi Yuan's spread of Dao definitely held extraordinary significance. Their realms were too low and they were unable to detect the profundities within. But they understood that they had witnessed the arrival of a new era of the alchemy path world. Henceforth, Medicine Ancestor shall become a cloud that passed by, and what replaced him was the ancestor of the alchemy path, Yi Yuan. In the crowd, Piljade sighed despondently and said to the young Yi beside him, Yi, this old man apologizes to you. Circumstances change with the passing of time. Facts have proved that your choice is right. It's me whose eyesight was too shallow. Cloudheart Realms battle. Under Yi Yuan's protection, Piljade escaped with his life by a fluke. He and Yi Yuan fought for 1,000 years. Only now when Yi Yuan was conferred the status of an ancestor did he know what a ridiculous thing that was. Even when Yi Yuan spreading Dao, with his realm, he could not fully comprehend it. But he faintly understood that Yi Yuan really did a major thing that shocked heaven and earth. Forget about Yi Yuan, even this descendant of his, he had also surpassed Piljade all round in alchemy Dao presently. He personally saw those big shots whose fame shook a region, looking humble in front of Yun Yi. This level of existence, he did not even dare to think about it in the past. Yun Yi gave him a glance and said with a smile, what's great-grandfather say? You raised Yi, groomed Yi, Yi remembers it in my heart. Yi has never blamed great-grandfather, you don't need to worry about it. Actually, I followed Master just to seek out a higher level alchemy Dao too. It's just that I also didn't expect that Master could actually walk to this step presently, it's really like a dream. Piljade blushed with shame in his heart. He knew that if not looking on the account of Yun Yi's face, Yi Yuan would have long destroyed great imperial capital Piljade. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying great imperial capital Piljade was nothing at all. Heavenly Emperor Zhou Yun probably would not even dare to let out a fart. Above the void, Yi Yuan's expression was calm, remaining indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. Regarding the actions of the group of progenitors, he was indeed a little surprised. But he knew that he could shoulder it. What he was surprised by was that these progenitors would actually let go of their pride and revere him as an ancestor. 100 years of alchemy battle with medicine ancestor, Yi Yuan had truly scried the power of law. Even though that trace of power of law was extremely vague, it benefited him endlessly. At that moment, he finally integrated all that he learned and achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. That was how there was today's spreading of Tao. Yi Yuan glanced below and said coolly, "That day, in Cloudheart Realm, I believe that everyone has some understanding too. The human race's alchemy Tao has declined for a long time already, even the divine race looks down on it. Since everyone reveres me as an ancestor, then put aside sectarian views, and spread what you've learned to all life, and let everyone improve together." The divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy Tao. But in the last epoch, those alchemy sovereigns all perished for the human race. Now, even Origingard this fellow could look down on the human race's alchemy Tao already. As long as the alchemy path rose, it would definitely play a key role in the war between the human and divine, two races. What he lacked was still time. This old man will follow what Ancestor Yi says. After Ancestor Yi leaves, I'll spread the Tao. Sacred Ancestor. High Priest clasped his hands and said, "We honor what Ancestor Yi says." Regarding what Yi Yuan said, the group of progenitors concurred one after another. Chapter 2333, Fall of a Sovereign. Yi Yuan being conferred ancestor shocked the entire alchemy world. There was no idea how many human powerhouses, it was naturally impossible to all come to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. Concerning Yi Yuan spreading his Tao, there were still some who were disdainful. But when they knew that all of the progenitors including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, actually jointly revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor, their shock could not be any greater. A brat who was still wet behind his ears, actually became the alchemy path's common ancestor. No matter how great their influence was, they could not change this fact either. No matter how great their influence was, could it be greater than so many progenitors? The title of Ancestor Yi had already become an established fact. His limelight even overshadowed the medicine ancestor back then. During this period, inside a certain small world, above a quiet lake, a scrawny old man was sitting cross-legged. Streams of immortal chi coiled around him, forming a circular aura field. The circular aura field divided into two, circulating endlessly. That appearance was actually somewhat similar to Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram. No matter how the aura field revolved, the surface of the lake was calm from start to end. It could be seen that the old man was not ordinary. Before long, another figure landed on the surface of the lake. He gave a bow toward the old man and said, "Master." This old man was precisely the medicine ancestor who went missing after the Cloudheart Realm battle. And the person who just appeared was the eldest disciple who went missing along with him. It was Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy. Medicine ancestor nodded slightly and said coolly, "What events are there at the outside world?" Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy smiled and said, "The divine race army is bearing upon the borders. Yi Yuan is conferred the status of an ancestor." Medicine ancestor smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "A child also dares to conceitedly call himself as an ancestor." Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy said, "It was not that he proclaimed himself as an ancestor, but that all the progenitors exalted him as an ancestor. Now, he's already the common ancestor of the alchemy path." Medicine ancestor's entire body trembled, his eyes full of astonishment. One had to know, he had roamed the heavenspan world unobstructed for countless years, and also did not become the alchemy path's common ancestor. Immediately, an extremely complicated emotion welled up in his heart. Hey, terrific lad, fine means. However, he's also underestimating this ancestor too much. His Tao has inspired this ancestor greatly. As long as I digest his Tao, this ancestor will definitely be able to reach the true realm of Tao Pill. When this ancestor comes into being anew, I'll make the myriad regions tremble. This ancestor is the common ancestor of the alchemy path. Right at this time, a hand plunged into his chest. Medicine ancestor's entire body was paralyzed, immediately unable to move. At the same time, he felt his strength flowing away bit by bit. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy with a look of disbelief. In this world, the one that he trusted the most was Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy. But Lastingjoy struck a vicious blow towards him. He did not understand it. He did not believe it. He felt that it was inconceivable. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy's hand was thrust in Medicine Ancestor's chest, still smiling as he said, "If there's only one person in this world who can achieve Tao Pill, then it can only be me. I served you carefully, it's for the sake of today. Absorbing your Tao, I'll be the real Medicine Ancestor. Go in peace. Everything that you lost, I'll help you take it back." Medicine Ancestor's entire body was unable to move. He only felt that his Tao was slipping away little by little. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy. It was as if it was his first day knowing him. This guy could actually absorb his Tao. Medicine Ancestor discovered that he underestimated Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy too much. The anesthetic in Lastingjoy's hands, with his body that was close to Tao, he was actually unable to dispel it. Gradually, Medicine Ancestor's aura grew weaker and weaker. Finally, he turned into a pool of blood. A sovereign of his generation who had commanded the Heavenspan world for countless years, a figure almost like a Tao ancestor, actually died in a small world that no one knew just like that. While at this time, the great Tao aura on Lastingjoy's body gradually became thicker. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, "These countless years, I've concealed so bitterly. I devoured other people's Tao non-stop, continuously became stronger, and finally stepped into the realm of Tao Pill. Absorbing this old thing's Tao, I'll be the strongest alchemy path sovereign in this world. Yuan, that brat's Tao must be even more delicious. After I absorb his Tao, I'll be the alchemy path's #1 person since time immemorial. At that time, maybe I can reach Tao Ancestor that level, who knows?" Really looking forward to it. It turned out that Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy actually walked an extremely strange path of alchemy Tao. His Tao was to continuously devour other people's Tao. Heavenly Emperor Lastingjoy was a figure from the same era as Medicine Ancestor. His alchemy path talent was ordinary, but he was an eccentric genius-like figure. Following Medicine Ancestor, he had witnessed countless alchemy path geniuses. Hence, he devoured non-stop, continuously becoming stronger. He actually reached the realm of Tao Pill in the end. However, he concealed it extremely well. Even Medicine Ancestor did not detect it either. Medicine Ancestor trusted him immensely instead. Now, he even devoured Medicine Ancestor's Tao, truly becoming the alchemy path's #1 person. Even the current Yuan was inferior to him too. Now, he set his sights on Yuan again. During this period, the Yuan who had just been conferred Ancestor, already embarked on the road to the primeval war realm. Profound Secrets Heavenly Capital, the place where Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets stood toweringly. This was an enigmatic figure, and also a legendary figure. Of course, he was also a figure who was powerful until it made people despair. Arriving at Profound Secrets Heavenly Capital, Yuan was deeply shocked. The Jian family was too strong. Those walking around everywhere here were all at least true God realm powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor and Empyreans who were hard to come across in the outside world, could be seen everywhere here. Only then did Yuan know that it turns out that only those members of the Jian family who were second-rate, would be sent out. No wonder everyone says that the Jian family is the Heavenspan world's #1 family. This grandeur was indeed not boasted out. Yuan exclaimed, "Hoo-hoo, I've incurred young friend Yi's ridicule." At this time, a figure appeared behind Yuan. It was precisely Jian Yongsan. Yuan bowed and said, "Senior." Jian Yongsan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, congratulations to young friend Yi, for being conferred the status of an ancestor. Ancestor Yi is already a member of my generation now. You don't need to be so courteous." Yuan being conferred ancestor was a huge thing in the alchemy world. But in the eyes of a powerhouse like Jian Yongsan, it was nothing. Presently, the human race's alchemy path was too weak. It could not provide much help for the doomsday battle at all. What the Jian family thought highly of was still Yuan's unparalleled combat power. Hence, he still addressed Yuan as young friend Yuan. Regarding the matter of being conferred the title ancestor, it was merely just being polite. Yuan was aware in his heart but did not say much. It was a fact that the alchemy path had declined, it was pointless to say any more. Otherwise, how could it be him, this junior's turn, to be called ancestor? However, Yuan had confidence in being able to make the alchemy path regain its glory in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is jesting. Please bring me to the primeval war realm then. Xianxia smiled and said, no rush. Father wants to see you. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wants to see me. He thought that he was merely an ordinary genius in the eyes of the Jian family's people. After all, no matter how amazing he was, he should not have been able to enter Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' arcane sight. He did not expect that the human race sovereign, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, actually wanted to see him. Xianxia nodded and said, Father thinks very highly of you. He says that you'll surely make great accomplishments. Young friend Yi, this emperor has followed Father for close to 10 billion years. Yet, it's still my first time seeing him value a junior so highly. The battle of geniuses this time, you have to perform well and not let Father down. Chapter 2334, The Jian family's curiosity is innate. In front of him was an ordinary but hale and hearty old man. Yi Yuan even could not feel the undulation of divine essence in his body. Throwing him into the crowd absolutely would not arouse any attention. He was like air, clearly standing there. But it was as if he did not exist. It was seriously very hard for Yi Yuan to associate this person in front of him to the master whose name shook the world, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Very clearly, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had already reached the realm of returning to one's original simplicity on the journey of Tao. Yi Yuan was sizing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets up. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also sizing him up at the same time. Little fellow, you seem to be very curious about this old man, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a warm smile. When Yi Yuan heard that, he also smiled and said, Senior is probably the Heavenspan world's most mysterious diva powerhouse. Isn't it very normal for this junior to be a little curious? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said meaningfully, Hoo, little fellow, you're also very mysterious in my eyes. Yi Yuan's heart went cold. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words had an implicit meaning. Could it be that he discovered something? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed and said, You don't need to be so nervous. Geniuses who can reach unpredictable aura, which one doesn't hide massive secrets on them. It's just that you seem to be a little more mysterious compared to them. Hence, this old man is very interested in you. Unpredictable aura, Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Back then, Xianxia said that he was of the Emperor surmounting aura. What was this unpredictable aura? The Jian family's cultivation method was very mysterious. Yi Yuan did not know much about it either. Xianxia explained, Our human race's numbers are huge. With Father's means, the vast majority of people's fate can be predicted. But heaven's secrets are hard to predict. There will always be some people's fate that's beyond heavenly Tao. These people's fate, even Father finds it difficult to predict too. People possessing this kind of destiny have an unpredictable aura. Previously, RGN family members being unable to discern your destiny with the aura viewing art, it's due to this. Yi Yuan was enlightened when he heard that. No wonder the Jian family's members would go blind when they saw him. It turned out that it was actually due to this reason. Heaven's secrets could not be predicted. So how could it be measured with the naked eye? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, Unpredictable children are not within the operation of Heavenly Tao. Even Heavenly Tao can't grasp their destiny too. Their talent tends to be extremely astonishing, and they are distinguished talents of the current era. Yi Yuan frowned and said, According to what Senior said, there should be many unpredictable children. Our human race has huge numbers. Since there are so many extremely talented people, then our human race should be extremely strong. Why is it so weak now? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets sighed deeply and looked straight at Yi Yuan as he said, A destiny that even Heavenly Tao isn't able to control, how can Heavenly Tao allow it to live in this world? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, seemingly understanding something. Unpredictable children were incredibly talented, their destinies being extremely strong. But because of this, they were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao. Therefore, Heavenly Tao would obliterate these existences in all sorts of ways, to ensure the normal operation of Heavenly Tao. This way, wouldn't he have to face the sanction of Heavenly Tao? Therefore, over the past 10 billion years, the human race's geniuses have been abundant like schools of carps crossing the river. But those who could truly survive are scanty few. Of course, for those able to survive, each person's strength is immensely strong. Since you're an unpredictable child, I believe that you've also experienced it strongly. Your encounters were probably much more perilous than ordinary martial artists, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. Yuan recalled his encounters and thought that it was indeed the case. Walking all the way until today, the dangers that he had experienced were beyond count. Fortunately, he pulled through all of them. Senior didn't come to find me to tell me these, right? Yuan suddenly said. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, didn't I say just now that you're very mysterious too? During these 100 years, this old man has seen before no idea how many unpredictable children. But those who can have such accomplishments at your age, there is only you alone. Hence, this old man is very curious about you too. Yuan said hesitantly, does Senior want to use the aura viewing art on me? Hoo, the Jian family member's curiosity is innate. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, but didn't you say that I'm of the unpredictable aura? Will your eyes have any problem? Yuan asked rather worriedly. Only then did he understand where the Jian family's people's curiosity came from. It turned out that it was all inherited from their forefather. However, he was a little worried about Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Because he was different from the others. He was in possession of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Its power was boundless. Even though he was facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Yuan was also a little worried. But Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed loudly when he heard it and said, little fellow, you're still the first one who looks down on this old man like this. You have to know, the aura viewing art was created by this old man. Other people can't look at unpredictable aura. So you think this old man is not able to perceive it? Heavenly Tao is ethereal, but one can always discern some inklings. Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, since that's the case, Senior, go ahead and cast the spell then. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, the aura on his body suddenly changing. Yuan's entire body trembled, feeling as if he had arrived in another world. This world was the world belonging to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. In this place, he felt like he was stripped bare, all secrets unable to remain hidden. Yuan was shocked in his heart. Was this the strength of the strongest person who could pry into Heavenly Tao? A milky white light surfaced on Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' eyes. This light shone on Yuan's body, seemingly wanting to see through Yuan's secrets. But right at this time, a shocking change suddenly occurred. On a sunny day, a bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the sky, and directly slammed into this space. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed wildly, all the hair on his body standing on end. There was no time to think too much. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets suddenly pointed a finger at the sky. An astonishing aura erupted. At this time, the number one Heavenly Emperor's strength was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. The expression of Yuan who was in front of him similarly changed wildly. He felt as if this finger of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could pierce a hole in the sky. This finger was too strong. With a loud bang, space collapsed, and the mansion was directly turned into ruins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, looking toward Yuan with a shocked face, speechless for a long time. The scene earlier was too shocking. He looked at Yuan with the aura viewing art just now, but seemed to have seen an eye. That eye seemed to piece through the unreal, looking at him from some hidden place. Meeting eyes with that eye, he felt like he was going to die. He felt as if he met gazes with Heavenly Tao. How could such a thing happen? Unpredictable children were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao. But why did he feel like he was staring at Heavenly Tao? This kind of feeling was too contradictory. And this thunderbolt out of the clear sky was Heavenly Tao's warning. Prying into Heavenly Tao was treason and heresy. Heavenly Tao would naturally send down a warning. It was also that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's strength was fearsome. If it were others, they would have likely been directly smitten into flying ashes. How could he have known that the lesser Heavenspan mountain on Yuan could be said to be a miniature Heavenly Tao? Him prying into Yuan's secrets was equivalent to peeping at Heavenly Tao. How could this sort of action be tolerated by Heavenly Tao? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's strength was monstrous. Ever since he attained Tao, this sort of situation had never happened before. Today, he was really scared. Chapter 2335, Cludade City. One incomparably powerful aura after another arrived in an instant. The Jian family had many experts. Seeing such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of them was alarmed. Who dares to act wildly in the Jian family? To dare make a move against progenitor, got tired of living. Alarmed and angry voices came over one after another. But when they arrived here, they could not help having stunned faces. A handsome youth was standing in front of their progenitor. There was no one else. This youth's strength was only Heavenly Emperor realm, but their progenitor who was opposite him was heavily injured until he vomited blood. Could it be that it was this youth who hurt their progenitor? They wanted to berate this youth, but they felt that it was somewhat funny. How could their progenitor possibly be hurt by a Heavenly Emperor? Just as they were stunned, they saw Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wave his hand slightly and say, "It's fine. All go back." Everyone exchanged glances, being at a loss on what to do. Xianxia also woke up from the shock and said, "It's fine. All go back for now." Only then did everyone leave with puzzled looks. Yuan also had a helpless look and said, "Profound Secrets Heavenly Capital should have many spirit medicines, right? Why not? Let this Yi refine a medicinal pill for senior to heal your injuries." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, expressing his consent. He naturally knew about the matter of Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor. If anyone in this world could refine pills for him, it would be none other than Yuan. Xianxia sent Yuan to refine the pill and then turned back. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was well deserving of being the #1 Heavenly Emperor. At this time, he already recovered to normal. Seeing Xianxia looking like he wanted to speak, but swallowing his words back, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said coolly, "He's different from the rest." Unpredictable children similarly have the distinction of high and low. But no matter how high they are, they also won't provoke Heavenly Tao's warning. This old man has divined for 1,000,000,000 years and also can't see where the human race's way out lies. Perhaps this slight variable will fall on him for all I know. Xianxia's entire body trembled and he said, "This boy must be hiding a massive secret on him. Why don't Father replace him?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "It's been so many years. Don't you understand it yet? Every single being has its own destiny. That secret with him is a variable. Placed on me, it will become a fixed number. In this battle, the human race will definitely be defeated. If it becomes a fixed factor, then the human race will be ruined in this old man's hands. Putting aside merits and demerits, will the divine race let us, these existences, off?" Xianxia drew a breath of cold air and said in shame, "It was this child who was impulsive. But he's currently too weak. Can he really grow to the extent of influencing the battle situation?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed in spite of himself and said, "How can I know? If he can be divined, he wouldn't be an unpredictable child. It's precisely because he's unpredictable that the human race has a chance. Actually, the one who's curious isn't just you. This old man is very curious too." Several days later, Yuan refined a quasi-Dao pill. After Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets consumed it, his injuries immediately improved significantly. Except, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' realm was too high. Yuan's realm was not there yet currently. Hence, the medicinal pills refined could not let him recover fully. But with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ability, what remained was not that serious. With regards to Yuan's alchemy skill, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also lauded over and over again. After the matter, Xianxia brought Yuan into the Primeval War realm. The Primeval War realm's entrance was in Profound Secrets' heavenly capital. "Alright, I'll send you up too. Here, after you go in, you'll naturally know what to do," Xianxia said. Yuan nodded his head and entered the small world. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly appeared. Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and he entered a ball of light. Then a large amount of information entered his mind. It turned out that this Primeval War realm was actually a world like the Death Cultivation space. This ball of light could perfectly replicate his strength. Of course, this Primeval War realm was established by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets by expending great efforts. It was naturally God knows how many times more advanced than the Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yuan led the clone. Furthermore, all that this clone acquired in the Primeval War realm was equivalent to him obtaining it. This was also to say that when the clone cultivated in the Primeval War realm, the heaven and earth spiritual energy would be transmitted onto the main body. This was equivalent to the main body cultivating. This clone was actually equivalent to Yuan's own body. Furthermore, this clone could revive infinitely. This clone would enter the Primeval War realm to fight. In the Primeval War realm, there were 100 cities. Each city had 10,000 unpredictable children. The unpredictable children fought among each other or went out of the city to hunt all kinds of ferocious beasts. Fighting was not allowed in the city. Outside the city, there were hunting grounds. With each fierce beast hunted, one would obtain God of War points. Among unpredictable children, they were ranked based on God of War points. This primeval war realm was actually a virtual battle space. Hiss. 1,000,000 unpredictable children. Furthermore, they are all heavenly emperor powerhouses. When Yuan became aware of this information, he could not help feeling shocked. He did not expect that the human, demon, fiend, and various races actually had so many unpredictable children. This was still merely just unpredictable children. The human race's heavenly emperor powerhouses are probably numbered in the tens of millions. Yuan discovered that he still underestimated the human race. He used to think that heavenly emperors were paramount existences. The numbers must be extremely few. But reaching his present realm, the level that he came into contact with was totally different. Only then did he discover the strength that the human race concealed. The reproduction ability of these few races was too strong. Back then, the few races used human wave tactics and brutally defeated the divine race to death. If I could not beat you with one progenitor, then 3. If 3 could not beat, then 5. 10. The invincible divine race was suppressed just like that. But thinking carefully, Yuan felt at ease. The heavenspan world was boundless without horizon. The numbers of the few races could simply be calculated in billions of trillions. Even if one heavenly emperor appeared among 1,000,000,000 martial artists, the number that accumulated would also be very considerable. However, heavenly emperors were easy to obtain, while devas were hard to ask for. Diva realm powerhouses were truly rare. Those able to transcend the Diva Blight tribulation were 1 in 1,000,000. The vast majority of heavenly emperors all died in the Diva Blight tribulation. Hence, in the last Doomsday battle, the human race sovereigns virtually all fell. It was a destructive blow to the human race. After understanding the primeval war realm's information, Yuan's consciousness sunk into the light ball. He only felt a blur before his eyes and his entire person arrived at a prosperous city. Yuan, Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. City location, Cludade City. God of War points, 0. God of War ranking, 12,532. At this time, some more information appeared in Yuan's head. Very clearly, there were currently a total of 12,532 unpredictable children in this Cludade City. And his ranking was at the bottom. Another newcomer. Hoo, so weak, just Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This bit of strength also dares to come to the primeval war realm. Reckon that before long, he'll be frightened until he doesn't dare to go out of the city, right? The moment Yuan landed, he immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Of course, there was more disdain. Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor strength was not worth mentioning in the city. Yuan knew that the primeval war realm had already been open for more than a year. It was equivalent to him falling far behind the rest. Chapter 2336, Giving Away Heads. Looking at your appearance, you should have just come back from the dead, right? How many times have you died? Sorry about that. It should be how many dozen times. Yuan swept a glance over the few people's faces, his tone full of mockery. These few people's strengths were not very strong. The strongest was also merely Third Firmament Heavenly Emperor, but he was mocking him here. It was really ridiculous. Sure enough, the moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed. Several dozen times was a bit exaggerated, but they had indeed died more than 10 times already. But in such an environment, the mortality rate of weaklings was extremely high. The eyes of one of them, a youth in brocade, turned cold and he said, "Brat, newcomers got to have the awareness of newcomers. Being too arrogant, you'll die very miserably." The youth in brocade was called Xianxia, the leader of this group of people, a peak Third Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Their group had just encountered the ambush of an expert outside the city. In the end, their group was annihilated. At this time, this group of people was currently upset. When they saw Yuan, they could not help mocking him a little. Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "The moment I entered, you guys have been ridiculing me non-stop. Now, you're saying that I'm arrogant. Why has the side of reason been occupied by you?" Xianxia said in a cold voice, "In the primeval war realm, the words of the strong are the side of reason. Brat, if you dare to say this sort of words outside the city, you'd already be a dead man." Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll go out of the city right now. Do you guys dare to come? Yang Ke was stunned. Could this guy be a fool? They were apprehensive and did not dare to make a move inside the city. But leaving the city, they would be able to strike a fatal blow. This kind of thing was very commonly seen outside the city. Outside the city, not only did one have to be on guard against fierce beasts that might appear at any time, they even had to take precautions against humans who pop out from God knows where. Except, Yuan was a newcomer. There was no god of war points on him at all. Killing would be in vain too. According to the primeval war realm's rules, by killing the opponent, one would be able to obtain 10% to 70% of the god of war points on them. The higher the opponent's ranking, the more god of war points obtained, and the fewer conversely. In the beginning, some powerful people would intentionally wait for other people's ranking to get high before hunting them down. But over time, the rankings would also become more and more stable. Challenging people who ranked higher than them was equivalent to giving away their heads. Ha ha ha, are you challenging this emperor? Seen before those who seek death, but never seen before someone like you who's in such a hurry to court death. Just entered and you want to experience the taste of death. Rest assured, it's exactly the same as in reality. Yang Ke said with a loud laugh. Even though Yuan did not have god of war points on him, Yuan was so arrogant. How could he yield? Moreover, they had just been group annihilated. Finding a rookie to vent was also pretty good. Yuan said coolly, I'm eyeing your god of war points. Although it's a bit less, it's better than nothing. The moment the few people heard, they could not help bursting into laughter. When Yang Ke heard that, he laughed even harder and said, You, this newcomer, are really interesting. Good, very good. Then let's go outside the city and cross swords. Your grandpa Yang's god of war points are here. Take it if you have the ability. Yuan was not long-winded either, directly turning around and heading in the direction out of the city. In the city, many martial artists saw that there was a show to watch and could not hold back their curiosity, and also followed after. This newcomer is really interesting. A second firmament heavenly emperor is actually so arrogant. A martial artist said with vicissitudes of emotion, Hey, those able to enter the primeval war realm, which one isn't an astonishing talent outside? But after arriving here, only then will one know that there's a heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. This kid can probably jump ranks in battle outside, but he likely doesn't know that everyone here can jump ranks in battle. However, there's no use at all. Regarding Yuan's action, the group of unpredictable children was very disdainful. When they just entered, which one did not have their noses pointed at the sky? But along with the passing of time, their confidence was beaten down little by little. Until now, they already learned to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Accidentally offending an expert, that expert would chase after you, killing you all the way until you did not dare to go out of the city. But it was also not absolutely safe in the city, because there was a time limit in the city. Once the time was up, the primeval war realm's rules would directly obliterate you. Yang Ke's squad had a total of 6 people, 2 third firmament heavenly emperors, and 4 second firmament heavenly emperors. But even if they were second firmament heavenly emperors, they were peak existences too. They were only a step away from being a third firmament heavenly emperor. Arriving outside the city, they looked at Yuan like a big bad wolf saw a little white rabbit, having playful expressions on their faces. This kid actually really came outside the city. Peng Yang, go and teach this little brother of ours on how to behave in Cludade City. Yang Ke said to his companion. The companion called Peng Yang had a playful look on his face as he said smilingly, Okay, teaching newcomers this sort of thing, I'm most happy to do it. Brat, you must think that you're very amazing, can jump ranks and challenge opponents. But, each one of us can jump ranks in battle outside. Therefore, after you die, remember to tuck your tail and... Peng Yang's words had yet to fade and he was already dead. Yuan suddenly exploded with a punch, his speed unimaginably quick. Everyone did not react yet and Peng Yang already returned to the place of rebirth once more. Yuan had a calm and collected look. It was as if he did something very ordinary. While at this time, one gilded inscription text after another entered his body. This was God of War points. Casually killing Peng Yang, Yuan obtained 32. God of War points. Just this bit of God of War points. You guys are so weak. Yuan said with some dissatisfaction. Peng Yang's ranking was not high, but compared to Yuan, it was very high. He obtained 30% of Peng Yang's God of War points, which was also to say that Peng Yang's God of War points was just in the low 100s. Yi Yuan was just speaking his mind, but this was a great insult to Yang Ke and the rest. God of War points being low indicated that their strength was weak. Actually, their God of War points was not considered low either, especially Yang Ke, he could rank close to 10,000. But they had just experienced a group annihilation and lost a lot of God of War points at once. Hence, that was why it appeared little. Yang Ke's gaze was gloomy and he seethed with killing intent as he said, "Brat, you actually didn't follow the rules and sneak attacked Peng Yang." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "A fight means a fight. What's with so much crap? Moreover, isn't this primeval war realm a land of slaughter? Could it be that when killing people, we still have to bow to each other first and say hello?" Indeed, what Yi Yuan said made a lot of sense. They also saw that Yi Yuan's realm was too low, so they underestimated him. Otherwise, why would they be long-winded with him? Most likely, the moment they went out of the city, the 6 of them would have attacked together and besieged Yi Yuan. Yang Ke's gaze was cold, and he said in a low voice, "Attack together, kill him." Yang Ke's patience already reached its limit. He wanted to wreck this guy to death, and let him know the taste of being so overwhelmed with pain to the point where he wished that he was dead. In the primeval war realm, being dead was not scary. What was scary was the process of death. That process was the exact same as the real body. Except, the reality was quite different from what he imagined. The moment they came to blows, he discovered how strong Yi Yuan's strength was. Chapter 2337, Nightmare. That was right, these unpredictable children were all astonishingly talented, their law comprehensions extremely strong. They could indeed jump ranks and do battle. It was just a pity that their strength was still far lacking when compared to same-rank divine race powerhouses. But who was Yi Yuan? Back then, his realm was not as good as Divine Sun Shin's, but he was able to crush the other party. Now, his realm could be seen as comparable to a second firmament heavenly emperor. But the thickness of his divine essence was no idea how many times stronger than a second firmament heavenly emperor. It was not at all inferior when compared to a third firmament heavenly emperor as well. Such strength, even if he did not employ time freeze, this kind of heaven-defying divine ability, it would also be too effortless to deal with Yang Ke and company. Yi Yuan forcefully resisted Yang Ke two people's attacks. One punch each, in virtually a blink of an eye, he blew the other 3 second firmament heavenly emperors up. Perfect 8th transformation golden body was no joke. The heavenspan world's body refining powerhouses were countless. But a person who could cultivate the fleshy body to perfect rank 8 was one of a kind. Yang Ke two people did not hurt Yi Yuan but shocked themselves until their vital energy was in upheaval. This scared them badly enough. This is your strength to jump ranks in battle. It looks like the ranks that you're jumping isn't enough, Yi Yuan said with rather waned interest. He still thought how formidable these unpredictable sons were. In the end, they were weak to the max. Of course, Yi Yuan could feel that Yang Ke their strength was indeed very strong. With their strength, they could even rival 4th firmament heavenly emperors. Their so-called jumping ranks were only targeted at the most ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouses, that was all. Those who have fought with Yi Yuan before, which one was not a prodigy among geniuses? Yang Ke's expression was incomparably ugly. They were lecturing Yi Yuan earlier, making him tuck his tail between his legs and behave. Now, their face was really slapped burning hot. Yang Ke saw that the situation was bad and turned tail and ran. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's too late." It was only to see him punching a fist out, carrying a series of dragon roars, and tearing through the air. True transient heavenly dragon hand. Yang Ke two people felt their hearts drop and turned around to resist it. But the power of this punch already exceeded their limits. After resisting it slightly, they were directly decimated. From start to end, it was merely a dozen over breaths of time. By the side, all the unpredictable children were stunned from watching. The people who were somewhat looking down on Yi Yuan previously felt their faces were burning currently. He wiped out a squad in a few breaths of time by himself. How can he be so strong? Too scary. His fleshy body is actually able to forcefully contend with the attacks of a 3rd firmament heavenly emperor. Unless he's of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Heaven beyond heaven, there's always someone better. He's the heaven beyond heaven. He's the person who's always better. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan slowly entered the city. Encountering a few people who delivered their heads the moment he came in, Yuan was still in quite a good mood. Annihilating 6 people, his God of War points already rose to 247. His ranking also already rose to rank 11,328, rising more than 1,000 places at once. While at this time, Xianxia and the rest who returned to the rebirth point, all had hard to conceal depression on their faces. They were annihilated once more. Just returned to Cludade City, they were actually annihilated once more. With this, their losses were huge. Several people's ranks fell crazily. Especially the few second firmament heavenly emperors, it was virtually almost falling to their tails. Damn it, after I died the last time, I expended a Herculean effort before amassing several hundred God of War points. With this, it's all gone. Peng Yang said gloomily. He felt like there was a resentful lump in his chest, making his chest almost explode. Imagine that you were climbing a mountain and finally climbed halfway up the mountain. In the end, your hand slipped and you fell by more than half. Another slip and you fell to the starting point. At this time, whose mood could be good? Xianxia had a look of lingering fear as he said, "That punk is too strong. I feel like he didn't take out his true strength at all and easily wiped us out. I reckon that his true strength will likely rank within 8,000. Everyone's faces were startled and they said, "It's impossible, right? Within 8,000, that's middle stage first firmament heavenly emperor powerhouses already." Xianxia had a solemn expression as he said, disregarding other things, with just his perfect rank 8 golden body, there's absolutely no issue with being ranked in the top 9,000. If he's still concealing strength, he can absolutely be ranked in the top 8,000. When everyone heard that, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone smiled bitterly and said, "Why are we so unlucky, encountering such a jinx the moment we revived? This guy is simply like a nightmare, I don't want to remember it anymore." Including Xianxia, everyone had bitter smiles. It was really a memory that one could not bear to recall. Truly a magical world. The flow of time here is 100 times slower than the outside world. I entered a year late, but actually, 100 years have already passed in this place. With over 100 years' time, I'm afraid that a large group of powerhouses has emerged, right? Yuan discovered that the primeval war realm's flow of time was very slow. It was only 1% of the outside world. If he cultivated in here, it was equivalent to cultivating for 100 years in the outside world. This was simply a cultivation paradise to Yuan. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "If I can comprehend time law and create a space for heavenly eagle bodhidharma's alchemy path powerhouses to gain enlightenment on Tao, their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It's just that I don't know if there's an opportunity to comprehend time law here or not." Presently, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses were a little useless. Human leaders like Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not care about the alchemy path's existence at all. Because they felt that the alchemy path had declined and would not have much effect on the doomsday battle. But if there were several people who could comprehend the power of law and comprehend the true Tao pill, then the alchemy path would regain its glory anew, and make the divine race dread. Thinking up to here, Yuan was rather excited. But very soon, he became a little dejected again. Time law was too hard to comprehend. It was even harder than spatial law. Although he already entered the door, he had not been able to find a way to improve further all the way until now. Forget it, better don't think too much. Exchanging for some heavenly emperor spirit treasures and going out to earn God of War points are more realistic. Everyone who entered the primeval war realm came in all on their own. All the treasures on their bodies were unable to be brought in. Want to use treasures in the primeval war realm? One could only make an exchange with God of War points. There was a spirit treasure hall, medicinal pill hall, and so on and so forth in the city. They could all be exchanged for by using God of War points. Hence, God of War points was extremely important in the primeval war realm. "Sir, I wonder how I can help you." Yuan entered the spirit treasure hall and an enchanting woman in red clothes came up to greet him. "I need a sword," Yuan said. The woman in red smiled brightly and said, "Sir, please follow me." She led Yuan into a place called Sword Pavilion. There were all kinds of swords laid out inside in a dazzling array. The woman in red smiled and said, "Sir, there are tens of thousands of swords in all kinds of styles inside the Sword Pavilion. You can choose freely." Yuan nodded his head and casually circled one round, and could not help drawing a cold breath. These swords were so expensive. The roughly 200 God of War points that he had just obtained was barely able to buy 12. More importantly, there were no Empyrean spirit treasures here. Do you guys have Empyrean spirit treasures here? Yi Yuan asked rather embarrassedly. Chapter 2338, Prodigal Son. The woman in red's expression turned cold as she said, Empyrean spirit treasure. Sir, are you making fun of this girl? There were still some martial artists buying swords in the sword pavilion currently. Hearing these words, they could not help glancing over sideways with mocking faces. Those able to enter the primeval war realm were all heavenly emperor powerhouses. No one would use Empyrean spirit treasures. This guy asked for Empyrean spirit treasures the moment he opened his mouth. He was used to being poor. Right, but Yi Yuan asked with a serious look, not making fun of Miss. I'm serious. Either way, the swords here are all made of energy and laws. Since it's able to create heavenly emperor spirit treasures, then it can create Empyrean spirit treasures too, right? Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression did not seem to be fake, the woman in red said with a frown, can is can. It's just that, no one has ever bought Empyrean spirit treasures before. Furthermore, you're using Empyrean spirit treasures to deal with heavenly emperors, isn't this a joke? By the side, a burly man said mockingly, haha, Miss Redleaf, can't you tell yet? This kid is clearly a pauper who can't take out God of War points to buy heavenly emperor spirit treasures. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a nod, that's right, I just arrived today and can't take out too many God of War points. Therefore, I can only substitute it with Empyrean spirit treasures. Redleaf was enlightened and said, like this huh, then you can go outside the city to hunt down fierce beasts and obtain God of War points. Hunting those lowest grade azure light beasts, the money saved can still be used to buy a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Azure light beasts were one of the lowest level fierce beasts in the primeval war realm. Its strength was relatively weak, but the God of War points obtained from hunting it was also pitifully little. Every 100 azure light beasts killed would only obtain 1 God of War point. However, azure light beasts were actually not as easy to kill as Redleaf said. They appeared in groups and often went together in hundreds or thousands. Furthermore, the so-called weak was just relatively speaking. Even if it was the azure light beast, their strength was significantly stronger than ordinary first firmament heavenly emperors too. To martial artists who were weaker, wanting to obtain sufficient God of War points was not easy. Haha, Miss Redleaf, let him do what he wants. This kid is just a second firmament heavenly emperor. Wanting to get the God of War points for a heavenly emperor spirit treasure, who knows how many years he'll have to wait until. That burly man mocked once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he glanced at that burly man. Who knew that that burly man glared and threatened, what, brat? Not convinced. Keep staring. Do you believe that I will kill you every time I see you? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, very good, I've remembered you. When the burly man heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, haha, I am really so scared. Did you guys hear that? He's remembered me. Brat, then you remember my name, Qin. This name will become your nightmare in the primeval war realm. It's over. This kid probably doesn't know who Qin is, right? A young calf doesn't fear the tiger. Qin is a famous demon king. Furthermore, he likes to stir trouble a lot and already killed until many unpredictable children don't dare to go out of the city anymore. He's a 4th firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse. It's said that his ranking already reached the top 8,000. When everyone saw Yi Yuan's unconvinced appearance, each and every one of them could not help secretly shaking their heads. Newcomers should be more low profile, they could not afford to provoke everyone. But Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Qin, MN, I've remembered this name. This period of time, you don't go out of the city anymore. It's very dangerous. Qin face turned black, and he said with a cold smile, nice one, punk. Not many people dared to talk to me this way in this Cludade city yet. In order to reward your bravery, I will make your divine soul tremble. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him anymore and turned to Redleaf and said, Miss has misunderstood. This Yi doesn't want 1 sword, but 10-12 swords. Additionally, I need 12 heavenly emperor spirit treasures. Redleaf had a shocked face and said, you just came today and already have so many God of War points. The others, inclusive of Qin, all had suspicious faces. Clearly, they did not think that Yi Yuan had this strength. Hey, just you brag. You, a newcomer, can have so many God of War points? Qinhu said with a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and shrugged as he said to Redleaf, "This Yi isn't bored until the extent where I'll come and make fun of Miss Redleaf. However, I only have 247 God of War points, the remaining 7 God of War points, using it to exchange for 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures should be sufficient, right?" Yi Yuan thought so. After all, Empyrean spirit treasures were worthless in this place, being less than even trash. Apart from Yi Yuan, no one was interested at all. Redleaf's vermilion lips opened wide, unable to close her mouth for a long time. He only arrived at the primeval war realm today, and he actually already obtained 247 God of War points. God of War points were not so easy to get, especially to a martial artist who looked very weak like Yi Yuan. Redleaf said, "Sir, you might not know what God of War points means, right? 247 God of War points, to many people, that takes more than 10 years to obtain." She felt that Yi Yuan spending God of War points like this was too wasteful. Simply a prodigal son. Not just her, the other martial artists present also thought so. But Yi Yuan did not dare at all. Taking a look at Qinhu, he said, "It's fine. After spending them, there's still someone who'll come and give me more." In his heart, he already regarded Qinhu as a cash withdrawal machine. Qinhu's face turned black, the anger in his heart growing even more. He already made up his mind to make this punk not dare to leave the city again. When Redleaf saw that she could not persuade Yi Yuan, she could only say, "All right. Since Sir insists on doing so, then the 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures, I'll count it as 5 God of War points then. It's a total of 245 God of War points, sir, please pay the bill." Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Redleaf and arrived in front of a jade plate. He put his palm on it. One gilded rune after another was pulled out of his body, entering the jade plate. His God of War points was instantly only left with 2 pitiful ones. And his ranking also dropped to the last place at once. Seeing that Yi Yuan really paid so much God of War points, everyone could not help having shocked faces. But even more was still feeling that this guy was too prodigal. Other people's 10 years worth of God of War points, he spent it in one go. Moreover, he bought so many heavenly emperor spirit treasures, what was the use? Yi Yuan took the swords and was immediately satisfied. With the sword formation, his strength would be stronger. But he had his own plans. He planned on slowly exchanging these 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures into all heavenly emperor spirit treasures. At that time, the power of his sword formation would be extremely terrifying. This was actually very hard to realize outside. After all, the outside world's heavenly emperor spirit treasures were very rare. Wanting to collect 1,000 swords was very, very difficult. Killing people and seizing treasures, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it yet. But in this primeval war realm, it was very easy to do so. The heavenly emperor spirit treasures here were only composed of energy and laws. They could be supplied limitlessly. As for God of War points, he did not care at all. As long as his strength was strong enough, would he still be scared that there was no God of War points? Wasn't there going to be God of War points being delivered right away soon? Chapter 2339, Battling Qinhu. Yi Yuan put away the sword and slowly walked out of the city. Qinhu followed him from far away, but he walked very carefully, as if afraid of startling Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan discovered it long ago, but he could not wait for the other party to follow. He lacked God of War points very much right now. If Yi Yuan's plan was known to others, they would definitely scold him for being prodigal. Just take the lowest grade heavenly emperor spirit treasure to calculate it. 1,000 swords needed 10,000 God of War points too. This God of War points was sufficient to rank within 3,000 already. This guy was actually just using it to buy swords. Hey, there's a good show to watch. That newcomer brat offended Qinhu. Qinhu is currently planning on going to find him to settle scores. Poor thing, this kid doesn't seem to have detected it yet that a tail is following behind him. In the crowd, Xianxia's ears moved slightly, hearing this news. Especially, newcomer brat, these few words, it aroused his curiosity at once. Upon inquiring, there was a prodigal son who spent more than 200 points and bought 1,000 over swords in the spirit treasure hall. The moment Xianxia heard, wasn't this Yi Yuan? This guy, forget about that, he killed us, he also provoked Qinhu. Xianxia said in puzzlement. Heh heh, Qinhu is a powerhouse ranked within 8,000. That punk is dead for sure this time. Boss, let's go together to take a look. Peng Yang said excitedly. The brothers' 6 people could not hold back their curiosity and also followed after. After Yi Yuan left the city, he headed towards the wilderness. Before walking very far, a figure blocked his path. It was precisely Qinhu. Qinhu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of amusement and said, "Brat, you really have the guts to really dare leave the city so quickly." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "If I don't leave the city, how will you come and give me God of War points?" Qinhu laughed loudly and said, "Those who dare to speak to me this way are all already dead men. Punk, before long, you'll doubt life. I will kill you until you don't dare to leave the city." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Oh, then what are you still waiting for? Bring it." Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude made Qinhu greatly enraged in his heart. He gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly launching forward. A shocking aura suddenly erupted. At the same time, 4 power of laws added radiance and beauty to each other, reverberating between heaven and earth. A powerhouse who fused 4 powers of law. Qinhu, being so arrogant indeed, had his capital to be arrogant. Yi Yuan had seen before countless geniuses but had never met before a genius who fused 4 kinds of laws. Furthermore, the power of laws that Qinhu fused, their realms were all extremely high, already reaching the level of rank 8. One had to know, each additional power of law fused, the difficulty increased exponentially. Fusing 3 kinds could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But Qinhu fused 4 kinds, this kind of talent was extremely heaven-defying already. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally understood what was called an unpredictable child. With talent like Qinhu's, jumping ranks to battle was simply as easy as eating and drinking. Tisk tisk, really envy Qinhu's talent. This fellow looks boorish and is unreasonable, but actually, he's extremely talented. His sword Dao is fused with wind, fire, and water, 3 kinds of power of law. The power is irresistible. That kid thinks that he's a genius, but how can he know the horror of this primeval war realm? When the group of geniuses saw Qinhu take action, each and every one of them was incomparably envious. They were all geniuses too. But compared to Qinhu, they were simply even less than trash. Ha ha ha, punk, do you regret it very much now? However, you already have no chance. When Qinhu saw the surprised expression on Yi Yuan's face, he could not help being very pleased. He appreciated this kind of expression very much. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and smiling when he heard this. He said, "Regret, there's no such word in my dictionary. Humph, reckless and blind brat, go to hell." Qinhu roared loudly and raised his sword, rushing over. For a moment, sword energy intermingled with the other 3 kinds of power of laws. Its power was irresistible. Golden light shone brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. An astonishing dragon might similarly surge to the sky. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to clash together with Qinhu. In the wilderness, 2 figures crisscrossed, fighting until the earth shook and mountains swayed. The more Qinhu fought, the more alarmed he got. Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to fight with him until they were locked in a struggle. He fused 4 kinds of power of laws and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. One had to know, even in the primeval war realm, he was an existence who jumped ranks to battle. Everyone thought that his ranking was close to rank 8,000, but actually, his rank already rose to around 6,900. But he was actually unable to do anything to a second firmament heavenly emperor brat. This kid was actually of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Furthermore, he was of the dragon race. How could he know that Yi Yuan was an existence who obtained divine steel injecting spirit, a candidate for the dragon clan's progenitor? The dragon race was extremely talented, their strength far surpassed same-rank humans in itself. The elites among the dragon race could naturally contend with the human race elites. And Yi Yuan's talent was at the top of the pyramid in the dragon race. Coupled with the formidable strength of rank 8 golden body, fighting to a draw with him was nothing unusual. The geniuses who came to watch the battle were long already dumbfounded with shock from watching. Some people had already seen before Yi Yuan's battle with Xianxia's 6 people and knew about his prowess. But they did not know that Yi Yuan was actually so powerful. Xianxia's 6 people were not on the same level as Qinhu at all. Even if the 6 of them added up together, it was not even worthy enough to carry shoes for Qinhu. But Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw with him. Just where did this freakish brat pop out from? His strength is actually so strong. He can fight to a draw with Qinhu. Doesn't that mean that his strength can already rank within 8,000? Hiss. A second firmament heavenly emperor kid actually ranked within 8,000, simply dare not imagine. In the primeval war realm, jumping ranks and battling was a very indulgent behavior. Because the geniuses here were too many. Very unfortunately, Qinhu was that extravagant one. But today, the powerful Qinhu was actually leapfrogged and battled by someone. How could these geniuses not be shocked? This was also to say that their so-called geniuses, so-called unpredictable auras, were not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan at all. Qinhu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Punk, consider me to have erred in judgment. Your strength is, indeed very strong, but you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Suddenly, his figure retreated explosively. At the same time, the sword, wind, fire, water, 4 kinds of power of laws in his body, started revolving according to some sort of rule. Heaven and earth suddenly became berserk until the maneuvering of his power of laws. Everyone's hearts turned fearful, knowing that Qinhu was going to release a big move. This move, very few people could force it out of him. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Heavenly Tao combined spirit sword. A sword stabbed out, heaven and earth changed colors. The sharpness of this sword was unrivaled. Except, a hint of disdain showed on Yi Yuan's face, the dragon might on his body quivering once more. Behind him, the spirit of a true dragon suddenly appeared, being incomparably solid. It was as if it was a true dragon descending upon the world. Chapter 2340, Yi Yuan who keeps his word. The spirit of the true dragon overlooked the world from above the firmament, showing disdain over everything in the world. That kind of domineeringness carried the world before him. Taking a step out, the world was shocked. Hills toppled and the earth quaked. The void trembled. Everyone's countenances changed visibly. These two people's strength was really too fearsome. This clashing of major moves was actually evenly matched. Qinhu's strength was truly formidable, while Yi Yuan's innate divine ability was a top-notch existence even in the Dragon Clan. Yet he actually only fought to a draw with him. The strength of an unpredictable child was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on Qinhu. However, everyone's shock was due to Yi Yuan. The reason was very simple. Qinhu was defeated. The second firmament heavenly emperor Yi Yuan fought to a draw with the fourth firmament heavenly emperor Qinhu. This was enough to shock them. This innate divine ability is really terrifying. In the same rank, who can be his match? This is a spatial attribute innate divine ability, that's one of the supreme innate divine abilities. Most likely, it's a top existence in the Dragon Clan too. Qinhu even said that he was going to kill until this kid would not dare to leave the city. Looking at it now, it's really a joke. Looking at it like this newcomer kid, his strength should be ranked within 8000 at the lowest too. Just as everyone was exclaiming in amazement, Qinhu suddenly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. Under the two people's stalemate, it was finally still Qinhu who was defeated. This kind of confrontation had a tremendous impact force on the martial artists themselves to begin with. It was true that Qinhu was formidable, but how could he be as strong as Yi Yuan's body? Under the circumstances where their strength difference was not great, body-refining martial artists would almost certainly win. With Yi Yuan gaining momentum in one move, he immediately chased after. He pursued in haste and pummeled fiercely. Qinhu was seriously injured. So how could he withstand this bout of beating? In a few blows, he was on his dying breath. Everyone could not help feeling alarmed from watching. This kid was really vicious when making his move. But in this place, everyone existed for God of War points, not being viscous would not do. Hu, thank you for your God of War points. Yi Yuan looked at the half-dead Qinhu and said with a light smile. Qinhu said with his dying breath, "Brat, don't run if you have the capability. After I revive, I'll come to find you to settle scores." He lost and was unconvinced. His strength was clearly not weaker than Yi Yuan's, but Yi Yuan relied on the advantage of his body to defeat him. Moreover, with his God of War points, once he died once, the losses would be too great. He could not swallow this insult. Yi Yuan smiled slightly in his heart and was very satisfied with Qinhu's reaction. As long as he employed the sword formation, annihilating Qinhu would simply be effortless. Fusing 4 kinds of power of laws was indeed powerful. But no matter how strong, Could it be stronger than the combination of two great source powers? But why did he have to expend his strength and unfold a life and death struggle with Qinhu? He did it in order to make Qinhu feel unwilling to submit. It was in order to make Qinhu come out to take revenge. This way, he would be able to continue plundering God of War points. Wasn't he going to kill him until he did not dare to come out? Fine then, I'll kill you until you do not dare to come out. Furthermore, Yuan knew that Qinhu definitely would not come out alone this time. He would definitely find a helper. At that time, the current Yuan could already predict the scene of God of War points rising rapidly. Okay, I'll wait for you here, Yuan said with a calm expression. Finished saying, with a bang, he finished Qinhu off with a punch. One cluster of runes after another entered Yuan's body. Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. So many God of War points. Because Yuan's ranking was only 12,000 plus, but Qinhu's ranking was around 7,000. This huge difference let Yuan obtain 40% of the other party's God of War points. Right now, Yuan already had 1,480 points on him. And his ranking already rose to rank 8,941 too. Even Yuan himself was also shocked by the points. Tisk tisk, really awesome, Yuan exclaimed, truly becoming a tycoon in an instant. Seeing the expression on Yuan's face, everyone was incredibly envious in their hearts. They knew that Yuan definitely obtained a significant amount of God of War points. In this primeval war realm, the stronger the opponent killed, the more the God of War points obtained. But during these 100 years' time, the rankings were actually already relatively stable. Wanting to jump several thousand places to kill the opponent in front was simply a fool's talk. But Yuan killed the formidable Qinhu just like that and snatched so many God of War points like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. However, Yuan was currently meditating calmly on the spot and was actually really waiting for Qinhu to come out. This made many people extremely surprised. Was this kid a fool? Could it be that he really thought that Qinhu would fight one-on-one with him? Young man, hurry up and go. Qinhu has a buddy in the city called Mo Shi. His strength is even a notch above his. You're only waiting to die by being here. A kind-hearted person came forward to persuade him. Yeah, kid, don't get too greedy. You waiting for him here is equivalent to waiting for death. Yuan's gaze swept over and he said with a smile, many thanks for everyone's warning, but this he said to wait for him. I won't go back on my word and will wait here for him to come. When everyone saw that Yuan did not listen to advice, they could not help shaking their heads and sighing. This kid was really hopelessly headstrong. It was useless even if he was strong, being brainless was too scary. Except, the young K in the crowd was absorbed in thought. I really didn't expect that this kid would be so formidable. However, he's a fool, to actually really wait here for Qinhu to come back. Peng Yang said, but Yang K frowned and said, don't you guys find it strange? Everyone was taken back, uncertain what it meant. What's strange about it? This brat and Qinhu are about on par. If add in Mo Shi, this kid will be dead for sure. Yeah, his fleshy body is strong, but Qinhu's strength isn't weak either. If he doesn't leave now, it's tantamount to seeking death. But Yang K shook his head and said, I heard that he used all the God of War points that he snatched from us to buy swords. Furthermore, he bought over 1,000. But have you guys seen him draw a sword? The vast majority of the people neglected this problem. Not that they deliberately overlooked it, but that the combat strength that Yuan displayed made them believe in Yuan's strength strongly. They felt that Yuan's strongest trump card should be the perfect rank 8 golden body. Yuan relied on perfect rank 8 and could already defeat the Qinhu who fused 4 kinds of power of laws. It could be seen how monstrous he was. Then did he still need other means? But Yang K thought of this question. He did not know how strong Yuan's sword arts were, but in this primeval war realm, there definitely would not be someone silly enough to spend all the God of War points on them to go and buy something useless. Yang K's followers could not help being stunned, also discovering this issue now. But Yang K smiled strangely and said, I'm somewhat curious now, just how strong his sword arts are. An hour later, 2 figures came out of the city with a howl, arriving in no time. These 2 people were precisely Qinhu and his buddy, Mo Shi. The 2 people, one in front and one behind, blocked off all of Yuan's paths of retreat. Qinhu looked at Yuan and said with a loud laugh, Punk, you really keep your promises, to actually wait here to die. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2341. Qinhu, you've screwed me over this time. My greatest plus point is that I'm a man of my word. Furthermore, you seem to have forgotten. I said before to kill you until you don't dare to go out of the city. Yuan was very calm and did not feel surprised because Qinhu brought a helper. Furthermore, he felt very interested in this Mo Shi from listening to the other people's discussions instead. With regards to such a big point giver, it would not do if he was not interested either. Mo Shi looked at Yuan with a look of amusement and said with a light smile, "Hoo, kid, you really don't know about the immensity of heaven and earth. The primeval war realm's waters are much deeper than you think. You can't play just because you're talented." He naturally knew about Yuan's strength. It was just that fighting 2-on-1, it was useless no matter how strong Yuan was. Yuan looked at Mo Shi and suddenly said, "Your esteemed self is helping Qinhu. Are you also going to kill this Yi until I don't dare to go out of the city?" Mo Shi could not help laughing as he said, "Of course. Qinhu and I are extremely close friends in reality as well. You killed him once, so how can I make it easy for you?" Your question was very moronic. But Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, "That's good then. I can set my mind at ease." The others were all speechless. This kid was too defenseless, he could still smile at this time. Moreover, these words were indeed moronic enough. You could set your mind at ease. At ease about what? The two of you don't go out of the city anymore in the future. Otherwise, if I see once, I'll kill once. Yuan said with a faint smile. Ha ha ha, Mo Shi, this kid probably still hasn't figured out the situation until now. Looks like he's underestimating you. Showcase your strength and let him take a look. Qinhu said with a loud laugh. Mo Shi nodded his head and said coolly, "Okay." One mysterious and profound power of law after another suddenly descended, echoing around Mo Shi. Earth, fire, water, wind. It was another 4 kinds of power of laws. Furthermore, these 4 kinds of power of laws were different from Qinhu's. They could form a perfect closed loop, the power unable to be mentioned in the same breath. This Mo Zai's strength was much stronger than Qinhu's. At the same time, 4 beads of different colors slowly rose up, revolving around him. The power of the 4 kinds of laws suddenly increased significantly again and also emitted a rhythmic tempo along with the 4 beads. These 4 beads are called the 4 directional beads, a set of peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure. They correspond respectively to earth, fire, water, and wind, 4 kinds of power of laws, and are able to make my strength become a lot stronger. Kid, you try repeating those words earlier. Mo Shi looked at Yuan and said with a faint smile. While on the other side, Qinhu's power of laws had already been released. His entire cultivation was all on his sword, his strength also fearsome. It was just that compared to Mo Zai's 4 directional beads, it was significantly lousier. The two of them joining forces, it was hard to find a rival among this Cludade city's 4th firmament heavenly emperors. No matter how great Yuan's strength was, it was also impossible to be their match. Ha ha ha, kid, lost all hope, right? Mo Zai's strength is even above mine. With the two of us teaming up, are you still harboring hopes of getting lucky in your heart? Qinhu said smugly. Seeing Mo Zai's strength, everyone was incredibly shocked. Everyone only heard that he was impressive, but it seemed like his strength was very high. Earlier, they thought he was about the same as Qinhu. But looking at it now, that was not the case. So strong, I didn't expect that Mo Zai's strength is much stronger than Qinhu's. This kind of power of laws doesn't have the slightest flaws at all. Furthermore, with the augmentation of a peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure, its power is unimaginable. No wonder it's said that Mo Zai's ranking is actually above Qinhu's. Looks like his god of war points were all used on these 4 beads. This boy, not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead. Asked him to not get too greedy, but he wouldn't listen. Many people present all started gloating over his misfortune. It was true that Yuan's strength was strong, but he did not listen to other people's words. They clearly had good intentions but were treated as ill intent. Actually, it was them who were thinking too much. Yuan just wanted to get more god of war points, that was all. And right at this time, Yuan finally touched his swords. Suddenly, 1,000 over swords scattered all around, dancing wildly in the air. Seeing this scene, Yang Kei's entire body trembled, and he actually gave a low cry rather agitatedly. He finally deployed his swords. I indeed didn't guess wrongly. What he's strongest at isn't the physical body, but sword Dao. No, wait, there's also formation Dao. 1,000 over swords, it was impossible to just be sword Dao. A bunch of Empyrean spirit treasures smashing over, he could blast it to dregs with a punch. What was there still? At this time, Yang Ke had a strong feeling that he might be witnessing the birth of a miracle. This newcomer was too formidable. Boss, what are you agitated for? Even if he knows sword Dao and formation Dao, it's also impossible to be those two people's match, right? Peng Yang said. Another person said, yeah, these two are too strong. If that punk is the same rank as them, there's still a show. But his realm is too low. Yang Ke suddenly smiled and said, heh, you guys just watch. Yi Yuan's face did not show the slightest change in expression. He just said coolly, I said before, I will kill until you guys don't dare to go out of the city. Do you guys really think that this Yi is kidding? Ha ha ha, this is your trump card. This pile of metal scraps and you want to deal with us teaming up. When Qinhu saw the situation, he said with a loud laugh. Mo Shi also shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, hoo, kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Using a bunch of Empyrean spirit treasures and you want to deal with the two of us? Too naive. Yi Yuan gave them a cold glance and said coolly, is that so? Suddenly, the sword formation unexpectedly erupted. Sword Dao source and formation Dao source reverberated between heaven and earth, enveloping Qinhu and Mo Shi, two people inside all at once. All of a sudden, a feeling of immense danger welled up in their hearts, making the two people's faces change wildly. Two great source powers. Qinhu, you've screwed me over this time. When Mo Shi saw Yi Yuan take action, his mind shook heavily. He shouted at the top of his voice, roaring angrily. At the same time, Qinhu's expression also changed wildly, and he yelled, talk again later. Let's join hands first to repel the enemy. It was already too late to want to run. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast, the swords coming and going were merely a matter of an instant. In a blink, Yi Yuan's sword formation already covered Mo Shi. In an instant, he felt a huge cage covering him firmly, unable to break free at all. This sword formation was too scary. His four-directional beads, power was tremendous, but no matter how great his power was, in front of source power, it was too weak until it could not stand up to a breeze either. The power of source, that was an existence that only Diva realm powerhouses could touch. This guy was just a second firmament heavenly emperor. So how did he comprehend it? Even though Yi Yuan's sword formation was formed with metal scraps, his power was currently being divided on 1008 swords. He should not have much power left. Qinhu had a conflicted look. He wanted to run, but he still endured it. The loss outweighed the gain in doing so. Hence, he released his full strength and rushed over toward Yi Yuan. But he had yet to arrive when he saw the sword formation dice Mo Shi into minced meat as if chopping vegetables and cutting melons. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Chapter 2343, A Strange Couple. Just as Qinhu, two people were frightened until they did not dare to go out of the city, Yi Yuan had long already left Cludade City. He naturally would not really accompany these two people and keep on playing. Furthermore, he knew that with those few times, those two likely did not dare to go out of the city anymore as well. He had also earned enough God of War points from these two and there was nothing to mess with anymore. However, those two were intimidated from killing and did not dare to gamble at all. They would rather be killed by Heavenly Dao than be willing to give Yi Yuan God of War points anymore. Sun Moon Canyon was a relatively dangerous place around Cludade City. In the canyon, there were many middle-stage Heavenly Emperor realm fierce beasts coming and going. With Yi Yuan's current strength, this place was clearly the most suitable cultivation place. Before leaving, Yi Yuan made another trip to Spirit Treasure Hall and used Qinhu, two people's God of War points, and exchanged for 36 low-grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures. He made a slight modification to the sword formation, with 12 peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures as the core, 48 low-grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures as auxiliary, driving 1,000 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. This way, with the augmentation of peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures, the power of the sword formation grew even stronger. In the Primeval War realm, as long as one left the city, there was a possibility of encountering dangers at any time. Of course, the closer to the cities the place, the weaker the fierce beasts. The further away from the cities the place, the stronger the fierce beasts. Walking all this way, Yi Yuan killed many fierce beasts, but the god of war points obtained were not a lot. Only all the way until now did he know how hard it was to obtain god of war points. Killing low-level fierce beasts did not seem to have many gods of war points. While killing high-level fierce beasts, after your ranking became high, the god of war points obtained would get lesser and lesser. There would come a day where your bottleneck would arrive. So in this place, you needed to keep on getting stronger, before you could surpass yourself. Hubby, there's a young fellow here. You're not allowed to look. Keep looking and I'll kill him. Hubby, I just like your jealous appearance. Why not, we kill him together. Mwak, wifey, I also love your beautiful and charming appearance the most. However, this little fellow's realm is too low, there's also no benefit in killing him, spare him then. My hubby is the most kind. Love you. Mwak, wifey, I love you too. All of a sudden, a man and a woman walked over from not far away. The two people's conversation made Yi Yuan feel a chill. This was clearly a pair of Dao companions. It was just that the two were chummy until it made people despair when they were talking. Yi Yuan looked over, the man was unbelievably ugly, and the woman was well matched with him. Then the man said that the woman was beautiful and charming, while the woman said that the man was handsome and tall. He really did not know where their courage came from. These two people were really one family. Not entering the household door, they were quite a lively pair of living treasures. But such a pair of ugly man and woman, they were actually unpredictable children too. It still made Yi Yuan quite surprised. As the saying went, one should not judge other people based on their looks. It was probably like this. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the two either and planned on leaving straightaway. If they were to really make a move, he was naturally not afraid either. Who would have expected that he was about to leave when that woman suddenly said, "Little brother, your strength is too low. Why not come together with us? Us husband and wife will protect you." The moment the man heard, he was immediately enraged and said, "Arg, infuriating me to death, you still said that you didn't take fancy on this pretty boy." The woman rolled her eyes and said, "Silly darling. I saw that this babe is friendly and thought of our baby. If he was still alive, he'd probably be as handsome as him, right?" As she said, the woman actually shed tears. The moment the man heard, he also fell silent, and actually choked silently. Yi Yuan originally did not want to care about the two, but seeing the two get worked up, not seeming to be fake, he felt awkward to leave as well. However, when he was just about to open his mouth to refuse, the man suddenly said, "Kid, you heard it, my wife sees that you're pitiful. In this Sun Moon Canyon, stick around with us husband and wife then." Yi Yuan smiled and said with cupped fists, "Many thanks for your husband and wife's kindness, but I'm used to traveling alone and won't impose on you too." His words were said very courteously. After all, they had good intentions. So Yi Yuan naturally maintained some respect. It was just that the moment the man heard, he was indignant. His face turned sullen, and he said in a solemn voice, "Asked you to follow, just follow. What's with all the crap?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help shaking his head. They were truly a pair of weirdos. The moment the woman heard, she hurriedly said, "Goodness gracious, you silly darling. What will you do if you frighten that kid? Little brother, this place is really very dangerous. Furthermore, there are also a lot of bad guys in Sun Moon Canyon. You should follow us, we can share some god of war points with you." This woman was really protecting him like protecting a calf. However, Yi Yuan himself came to train in the first place. What the hell would it be if he followed these two? Hence, he could only refuse this kind intention. Yi Yuan cupped his fists once more and said, "Madam, this Yi really appreciates your kind intentions. It's just that this Yi came here to train. It's seriously hard to follow you two. Farewell, the two of you." But right at this time, there was suddenly a blur in front of his eyes, that man blocked in front of him. The man had a grim look, appearing very angry, and said, "You punk, don't know how to appreciate favors. Since you're not willing to follow us, then I can only use force." Yi Yuan could not help being unable to stifle his laughter when he heard it. Heard before forcing a sale, never heard before compelling to follow and cultivate. This big brother, if you can keep this Yi behind, then there's also no harm in this Yi follow you guys. Yi Yuan said coolly. The man said, "Heh, punk, what high-sounding sentiments. You still don't know the two of us husband and wife's titles, right? The two of us are Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck 1. We're very famous in the Heavenspan world too. Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent and said coolly, Senior Heaven Mandarin, please. Heaven Mandarin's face turned black. A punch suddenly struck over. But his attack clearly held back some strength. In his view, how could Yi Yuan's small body withstand his one punch? While Earth Duck smiled by the side and did not speak, an appearance of watching a show. Facing this punch, Yi Yuan did not avoid it and similarly threw a punch over. He understood that he could only talk to this Heaven Mandarin with strength. A loud bang came over. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, while Heaven Mandarin fell several steps back. A tremendous force transmitted into his bosom and he hurriedly revolved divine essence to dispel it. This punch, Yi Yuan similarly did not use his full strength too. But this husband and wife two people had surprised expressions, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Perfect 8th transformation. Kid, I couldn't tell that you still have some real skills. Heaven Mandarin said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Heaven Mandarin, can this Yi go now? Who knew that Heaven Mandarin shook his head and said, the two of us husband and wife mean what we say. Ask you to follow, you have to follow. Keep being long-winded and I'm going to be serious. Yi Yuan also had some anger aroused from being repeatedly harassed by these two people. These two were clearly harassing with unreasonable demands. Is that so? Then this Yi will have to witness Senior Heaven Mandarin's brilliant moves. Please, Yi Yuan said coolly. 1. A play on words, Mandarin ducks mean an affectionate couple. Chapter 2344. 8 Great Source Powerhouses. Upon exchanging blows, Heaven Mandarin let out all sorts of strange cries, making Yi Yuan's scalp tingle. However, these strange cries were extremely formidable. It actually contained sound wave attacks and achieved the same wondrous effect as the voice of the dragon god with different means. Furthermore, Heaven Mandarin's sound wave attack was already not far from the power of Source. Coupled with the strength of a 5th firmament heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan was actually not a match by just relying on the power of the fleshy body. Ha ha ha, brat, know my prowess now. Heaven Mandarin said smugly. But right at this time, a series of sword cries sounded out. Yi Yuan already brought out his sword formation. The moment the sword formation arose, Heaven Mandarin's expression suddenly changed and he cried out strangely, Boy, I didn't expect that you still had such capability. Wifey, quickly come and help. The Earth Duck by the side was also extremely surprised. Clearly, she did not expect that such a little fellow actually comprehended 2 great powers of Source. With her husband calling, Earth Duck joined the battle without the slightest hesitation. However, same as Heaven Mandarin, Earth Duck also emitted a series of strange cries the moment she came in. However, the power was completely different. The two people combining, their sound wave attacks actually miraculously stepped into the realm of Source. Coupled with the two people's strength of 5th firmament heavenly emperors, they actually fought on pair with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was greatly surprised in his heart. He really rarely ran into someone who could rely on the power of Source to fight with him until they were evenly matched. Want to deal with Yi Yuan, there was only by relying on powerful cultivation realm, to carry out an unreasonable suppression. Competing in power of laws was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan naturally did not know that the shock in Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck's hearts was 100 times than his. Just now, they were still boasting shamelessly, saying that they wanted Yi Yuan to stick around with him. But in a blink, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 2, and actually fought with them until neither could gain the upper hand. Hubby, this babe is so formidable, to actually comprehend 2 great powers of Source. Wifey, if our babe didn't die, he might also be so formidable now. That's for sure. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, You two, how about we just stop here? All right, not fighting anymore. You, this babe, are really strong. Let's stop fighting, can we talk? Earth Duck said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right. Earth Duck was overjoyed and dragged Yi Yuan to start jabbering away. One could tell that she genuinely liked Yi Yuan. Earth Duck was like a loudmouth, talking about the two of them husband and wife's anecdotes. It turned out that back then, they were also just a pair of very ordinary Empyrean husband and wife, and were not very outstanding. They even gave birth to a son and doted on their son a lot. Their son's talent was astonishing. The moment he was born, he was peak true god. He also cultivated very fast. Using only 10,000 years, he cultivated to peak Empyrean realm. Just a step more, he would be able to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. But something unexpected may happen at any time. Because his son offended a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he was killed by the other party. The husband and wife, two people, were overwhelmed with pain to the point where they wished they were dead. Hence, their temperament changed drastically. As the saying went, matters of the world were hard to predict, and this also paved open the two people's path of defying the heavens. Their son, dead, the two of them had all hopes dashed to pieces, and only had one thought remaining, that was to take revenge. But the Heavenly Emperor was too strong to them. As a result, the husband and wife, two people, supported each other and actually walked further and further on this path of sound law. Later, the both of them broke through to Heavenly Emperor, and even comprehended sound source. The Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, who was originally undefeatable in their eyes, already became unbelievably weak. The two killed the Heavenly Emperor and avenged their revenge, wandering the world ever since. Because these husband and wife, two people, had strange personalities, they provoked many powerful enemies. But their strength was formidable. Relying on the power of sound source, they even slew many powerful enemies. Later, they also earned their titles of Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Hearing these two people's stories, Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder, also filled with emotions at the unpredictability of Heaven's secrets. Under normal circumstances, these two absolutely would not have become such major powers. But because of their son's death, it became the current situation. Little guy, I found you agreeable the moment I saw you, feeling like you're especially like our son. Furthermore, you're also different from the rest. When others see us pestering like this, they will be killing intent aroused. But you didn't, Earth Duck said with a smile. Yuan smiled and said, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. You husband and wife didn't have ill intentions toward me, so this Yi naturally won't deal a killing blow either. Alright, many thanks for the two of your boundless hospitality. This Yi is really going to cultivate now, farewell. Earth Duck had a reluctant look, but they also knew that they could not keep Yuan behind, and could only let Yuan leave. Just as Yuan was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. A series of ripples suddenly surfaced in the surrounding space. One powerful aura after another came out of the void. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, I searched for you guys for a very long time already. This time, let's see what you guys run to. A man in black robes walked out of the void and looked at Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck as he said with a resentful look. At the same time, in the other 7 directions, 7 figures also appeared. These 8 people, the auras on each person was extremely powerful. They were not the slightest bit weaker than Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Heaven Mandarin's brows furrowed and he looked at the man in black and said, Zhang, you really linger on relentlessly. Also, you guys, you actually ran together. Hey, you two freaks, you don't know how many powerhouses you've provoked. Today, with us 8 great source powerhouses moving out in unison, see where you guys can still run. In the future, see you guys once, kill you once. Zhang said. Yuan's expression also changed when he heard that they were actually all source powerhouses. How capable at provoking were this husband and wife, two people, to actually draw 8 great source powerhouses to team up all of a sudden. However, with the two of their strange personalities, there was really the possibility. Now, these 8 people were clearly banding up to deal with them. Earth Duck frowned and said, fine, you let young friend Yi leave. We'll slowly settle our scores. Zhang gave Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, this little thing is together with the two of you, 2 old freaks, can he still be anything good? It's naturally, killing together. Buzz. While talking, Zhang snapped his fingers, a lightning ball that radiated electricity in all directions, flew toward Yuan, the speed inconceivably fast. Lightning source. Yuan's brows furrowed. Lifting his hand, it was a transient heavenly dragon hand. The lightning ball being punched heavily by Yuan was directly annihilated. Zhang underestimated Yuan too much. So this move was very casual. Yuan naturally resolved it very casually too. But landing in Zhang eyes, he was naturally somewhat surprised. A little interesting. This kid actually originates from the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, he's a perfect 8th transformation. Presently, in this heavenspan world, those able to cultivate the physical body to the perfect 8th transformation are rare. Kid, what's your name called? Clearly, Zhang became a little interested in Yuan. None of your business, Yuan said coolly. What annoyed him the most was Zhang Jie's appearance of arbitrarily deciding the life and death of others. Clearly came to find trouble with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, but wanted to implicate others. He did not even finish saying a sentence yet and he wanted to kill him. Therefore, Yi Yuan naturally would not show Zhang Jie any good attitude. Zhang Jie was first stunned when he heard that, then his face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, I originally wanted to spare you. Looking at it now, it's you who are seeking death yourself." Chapter 2345, Kindly Accepting. This sentence, "I'll return it to you as it is. I originally wanted to spare you, but now, prepare to die." Yi Yuan replied unceremoniously. These words immediately drew a wave of loud laughter from the 8 great source powerhouses. A second firmament heavenly emperor saying this sort of words was really very hilarious in their view. A middle-aged man in white robes could not help laughing as he said, "Hoo, you think that with a perfect 8th transformation, you can be invincible in this primeval war realm? Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Earth Duck said, "Young friend Yi, in a while, we'll hold these guys back. You go first. They are all source powerhouses. You're not their match by yourself. If I want to leave, just the likes of them can't hold me back still. If I want to stay, none of them can leave." Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Jie, his tone exuding domineeringness. It was just that this declaration sounded like childish words to the 8 great source powerhouses. Perfect 8th transformation, was it very impressive? Zhang Jie said to the white-robed male, "Lin Zan, this brat will be handed to you. Regroup with us after killing him. These 2 old freaks' source laws are rather formidable. They are not easy to deal with." Lin Zan nodded his head and said, "Relax, I'll dispose of him within 3 moves." Zhang Jie nodded and said, "Attack together. This time, we must make these 2 old fellows pay the price." The 7 great source powerhouses, powers of law, were released fully. One astonishing law undulation after another instantly reverberated inside Sun Moon Canyon. Even Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, 2 people, also felt tremendous pressure. "Young friend Yi, don't put up a bold front anymore. Find a chance and quickly escape. You don't need to care about us," Earth Duck said with concern. She knew Yi Yuan's strength. Dealing with 1 source powerhouse was not an issue. But if Yi Yuan did not leave and attract even more source powerhouses, that would not be good. In the beginning, Yi Yuan was still slightly critical of this strange husband and wife pair. But after listening to their tragic experience, Yi Yuan could not hate them anymore as well. That pain of losing a loved one, he felt deeply affected by it. The things that this husband and wife, 2 people, had suffered at that time, he could understand fully. Furthermore, this Earth Duck was genuinely concerned about him. "Heh, you guys had better worry about yourselves," Zhang Jie said with a cold laugh. 7 great source powerhouses attacking at the same time, the commotion was extremely shocking. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck cried strangely over and over again, letting out all kinds of sound martial techniques to deal with the 7 people. Yi Yuan could tell that these 2 still appeared rather strained under the pincer attacks of the 7 people. However, sound law was also an extremely high-level law. Coupled with these 2 people's tacit understanding and cooperation, their strength far surpassed those in the same rank. For some time, they were actually able to barely ward them off. "Brat, stop looking, this heavenly emperor will send you back to the city right now. This level of battle isn't what you can take part in." Lin Zan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smug look. Lin Zan's voice had yet to fade, only to see Yi Yuan nonchalantly spit a word out of his mouth. Heavenly Tao suddenly descended, locking Lin Zan firmly. His gaze was incomparably shocked, wanting to speak, but was completely unable to move. The sword formation suddenly arose, rushing over towards Lin Zan. In a breath, Lin Zan was diced into pieces. His source power had yet to be put to good use, and he was already slain by Yi Yuan. Unimaginably fast. "Since you're in such a hurry to go back to the city, then this Yi will give you a ride then," Yi Yuan said coolly, but sadly, Lin Zan already could not hear it anymore. Many runes entered Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan felt that his god of war points suddenly increased by more than 2,000. Source powerhouses were indeed different, their god of war points was also very abundant. Lin Zan could not hear it, but those powerhouses fighting over there felt this terrifying Heavenly Tao undulation already. Heavenly Tao true word. This kid actually knows Heavenly Tao true word. What he mobilized should be time law. To be able to mobilize a Heavenly Tao true word, that's of the 2 great supreme laws, too terrifying. Also, that sword formation. Two great powers of source. My god, just what kind of freak is this kid? Not just Zhang Jie, they all, Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, two people were also astounded. They thought that the sword formation was already Yi Yuan's final trump card. Did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a heaven-defying ace in the hole that was not used. If Yi Yuan flashed this trump card, killing the two of them husband and wife just now would be effortless. After Yi Yuan killed Lin Zhong, he slowly walked over to this side and said coolly, I originally came here to train, but there are always some people who feel that they have too many God of War points and insist on sending me some. Since that's the case, this Yi will kindly accept it. Not waiting for Zhang Jie and the rest to react either, the moment Yi Yuan's sword formation rose, he joined right in the battle. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck's combat power was actually higher than these source powerhouses. Yi Yuan was able to fight to a draw with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, but his strength was actually much stronger than them individually. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly using time freeze, immobilizing Zhang Jie firmly there. Zhang Jie was long prepared, the source power in his body surging wildly, attempting to break through time freeze. Additionally, another three people saw that the situation was not good, and rushed right at Yi Yuan, attempting to stop him. Yi Yuan's sword formation revolved crazily, hurting one of them in a blink of an eye. With the combination of two great powers of source, Yi Yuan's combat power was much stronger than ordinary source powerhouses. The only thing that he was at a disadvantage in was cultivation realm. In the fight with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck previously, he did not use his full strength either. At this time, he was truly enraged and went all out, hurting one of the source powerhouses in a twinkle. Under Zhang Jie's frenzied assault, time freeze was finally burst through. But he also broke out in cold sweat from shock. This move was really impossible to guard against. Unless one's strength reached the 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor realm, otherwise, there was no way to fight with this kid at all. With Yi Yuan joining the battle, the situation on both sides suddenly turned around. The 7 people diverted more than half of their power to deal with Yi Yuan, while the other 3 also started struggling in straitened circumstances under the teaming up of Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Originally, the 8 people came in a threatening manner. At this time, they were actually devastated until their helmets and coats of mail were lost. Yi Yuan fought 4 people by himself, even firmly suppressing his opponents in terms of momentum. At that time, Yi Yuan fought more than 20 divine race powerhouses alone in Cloudheart realm. The formidable aspect of the sword formation was this. When in a group battle, the power of the sword formation could be amplified infinitely. In terms of strength, the strengths of source powerhouses were much stronger than those abyss monsters. But no matter how strong, it also would not be stronger than those 20 people. Now, Yi Yuan exchanged for 12 peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures and 48 initial rank Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures. The power of the sword formation was more than a level stronger than back then. Therefore, there was more than enough to spare for him to deal with these people. The more Zhang Jie and the others fought, the more alarmed they got. Originally, when this 2nd firmament Heavenly Emperor was standing here, they thought that he was just a rookie. Who knew that this kid was actually even stronger than Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck teaming up? They kicked an iron plate. Leave. Zhang Jie saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. The others saw the outcome too and fled one after another. If a source powerhouse wanted to leave, nobody could keep them behind. However, Yi Yuan just smiled coldly, his figure immediately melting into the void. Zhang Jie's figure suddenly froze in the void. Chapter 2346, Time Law Fragments. Zhang Jie's pupils constricted, his eyes full of horror. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's spatial law was actually so formidable, catching up to him in a blink of an eye. Sword light flashed, Zhang Jie was directly killed. Following that, Yi Yuan took another step out and caught up to another source powerhouse. Once these few people's strength was scattered, how could they be Yi Yuan's match? Yi Yuan killed 4 people in a row like chopping vegetables, while the other 3 people were tied down by Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, and they were unable to get away for some time. Yi Yuan rushed back again and slew the 3 people together with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. 8 great source powerhouses, there was actually not a single one who escaped. In Cludade City, Zhang Jie and the rest had lingering fear in their hearts, having horrified expressions on their faces. Really damn unlucky, to actually encounter such a freakish brat. Zhang Jie had a grim look as he said, A source powerhouse said with a bitter smile. Where did this kid pop out from? He's also too monstrous, right? Other people spend their entire lives and only comprehend one power of source. But he's too talented. One person comprehended too. That's not all. He even comprehended spatial law to such a high boundary, and even comprehended heavenly Tao true word. Looking at his expression, it was obvious he suffered a tremendous blow. Even though they gathered 8 source powerhouses were also extremely rare existences among the unpredictable children. They could be said to be geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. However, these geniuses, monsters, all became dim and full under Yi Yuan's light. Damn it, really stepped on dog shit when we went out. This kid's strength can probably already rank in the top 4,000. It's also that his cultivation realm is too low, otherwise, even assaulting the God of War Golden List is also nothing difficult. Lin Zan said unhappily. God of War Golden List, it was released once every 100 years. This list only tabulated the unpredictable children within the top 3,000. Only people whose God of War points ranked in the top 3,000 had the qualifications to be tallied in. The unpredictable children who could enter the God of War Golden List, each one was an expert among experts, a genius among geniuses. However, this so-called God of War Golden List was just Cludade City's sub-list. Forget it, when we see this kid in the future, directly make a detour. Encounter the Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, also directly make a detour. Can't provoke, we can avoid. Zhang Jie said helplessly. Killing 8 source powerhouses in one breath, Yi Yuan's God of War points soared crazily and broke through 5,000 points very soon. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck husband and wife 2 people were also stunned. They said to protect Yi Yuan inside this Sun Moon Canyon. In the end, it was Yi Yuan who saved them. When Yi Yuan was fighting with them before, he did not even take out half of his strength. Otherwise, the result would be totally different. Young friend Yi, it was his husband and wife 2 people who didn't know what's good for us. This time, thank you very much for lending a helping hand. We're definitely becoming friends with young friend Yi. After going to the real world in the future, you must come and find the 2 of us to play, Heaven Mandarin said. Although the 2 of their personalities were peculiar, they were not unable to tell what was good for them. Yi Yuan clearly did not want to stoop to their level. If they went from bad to worse, that would not be good. The 2 of them did provoke many powerful enemies, but it was also not like they provoked everyone. Otherwise, they would have long kicked the bucket. Yi Yuan smiled and said, definitely. This Yi still has to go cultivate and will take my leave here. Bidding farewell to the 2, Yi Yuan headed toward the depths of Sun Moon Canyon. In the dense woods, a lion-shaped fierce beast came out with a roar. A battle Zon beast. Yi Yuan found intel about this fierce beast from the information. This battle Zon beast's strength was very strong and not weaker than source powerhouses. What was even more terrifying was that this battle Zon beast was able to control time law, extremely hard to deal with. Yi Yuan expended some effort before killing it too. Killing such a powerful fierce beast and I only got 3 God of War points. Looks like the God of War points obtained from Zhang Jie they all were too many. What's this? Yi Yuan was currently lamenting about the God of War points when suddenly, he discovered that some mysterious and profound thing entered his body. That's Law Fragment. A fragment of time law. Unfortunately, there are too few law fragments. I'm unable to comprehend them at all. Yi Yuan identified what this thing was very quickly and could not help being very excited. But very soon, he felt dejected. This law fragment was too small, it was simply impossible to be comprehended. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I wonder if the time laws in all of the battle Zon beasts are the same or not. If they are not the same, then can one piece together a complete time law? Getting to work at once, he started searching for battle Zon beasts to proceed with hunting. Battle Zon beasts were very rare, but one could always encounter them. After more than 10 days, Yi Yuan hunted another battle Zon beast. Then he became incomparably excited. It was because these 2 extremely tiny time fragments really merged together. Hey, excellent. This way, as long as I continue hunting battle Zon beasts, I can always piece together a small piece of time law. Yi Yuan said excitedly. Feeling the flow of time here, Yi Yuan became very covetous of time law. He did not expect that there was really an opportunity to comprehend it. Time law was very vague and insubstantial, but this small fragment was different. It was tantamount to a reification of the power of law and could let martial artists directly view the mysteries of time law. Of course, even so, wanting to comprehend time law was still as hard as ascending to heaven. After all, this was the heavenspan world's hardest law to comprehend, not one of. Even spatial law still had some disparity in front of time law. Yuan finally understood why there were so many source powerhouses here. Looks like these geniuses obtained the other party's law fragments after hunting fierce beasts, which allowed them to break through the shackle, reaching the realm of source. Yuan previously still found it strange. The source powerhouses here were a little too many. Starting from today, hunt battles on beasts. Yuan immediately decided, arriving at the primeval war realm, even if he did not gain anything, merely a time law was also worth it. However, Yuan discovered very soon that the number of battles on beasts was seriously too few. His efficiency of hunting was too low. Hence, he simply returned to Cludade City and released a mission. As long as someone could provide intel about battles on beasts, after confirming it, he would give the other party 100 God of War points. Very soon, the entire Cludade City knew that Yuan was hunting battles on beasts. But what followed was everyone's ridiculing. Heh. Truly a fool who overestimates his own ability. Does he really think that time law is so easy to comprehend? This kid actually released such a mission, what a moron. Who does he think he is? Something that even Wan Zhen doesn't dare to touch, he dares to touch too. I heard that Wan Zhen pieced together a whole piece of time law at that time and gained nothing after comprehending for several decades. In the end, he still gave up. This kid is also thinking too highly of himself. The Wan Zhen everyone talked about was the #1 major power on the God of War Golden List rankings. To be able to rank first on the God of War Golden List, his talent could be imagined. But even such talent also ended in failure. So what did Yuan count as? Chapter 2347, Golden List Powerhouse. Young friend Yi, are you still persisting? Do you know that you've already become Cludade City's laughingstock? Do you know what they are saying about you behind your back? Especially Zhang Jie, what he says is very unpleasant, Earth Duck urged painstakingly. For 3 years, Yuan had been persistently collecting time law fragments all this while. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck husband and wife naturally also knew about this news. Hence, they wanted to persuade him to dispel this idea. But Yuan was very stubborn. 2 seniors, Yuan's mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me any longer, Yuan said smilingly. These 3 years, Yuan practically did not go out to train. The majority of the time was staying in Cludade City to wait for news. As long as he received the news, he would head to the wilderness to hunt battles on beasts. However, it was also not without gains. Every once in a while, he would go out to hunt for a period of time. Primeval War Realm's heaven and earth's spiritual energy was extremely rich. In a short 3 years' time, Yuan's realm already closed in on peak initial stage world realm. This time, he just received the news that a battles on beast king appeared in Long River Forest. Yuan was just planning on going out of the city to hunt. Battles on beast kings were very powerful, their realm comparable to peak 6th firmament heavenly emperor, but their combat strength was far greater than that. More importantly, the time law of battles on beast kings was very strong, ordinary martial artists could not beat them at all. Yuan's current time law fragment was only left with the last tiny bit. After hunting this battles on beast king, his time law piece should be able to be pieced together. Hence, he did not hesitate in the slightest, directly getting ready and setting off. Yuan did not care about God of War points ranking at all. The God of War points that he hunted these few years was practically all exchanged for Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures apart from using to issue missions. Presently, Yuan's sword formation was already replaced with Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. The power of the sword formation was virtually unstoppable. Seeing Yuan's departing back view, Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This babe, it's true that his talent is high, but he's too stubborn. Earth Duck said. Heaven Mandarin nodded and said, yeah, this kid is a character who's hopelessly headstrong. We can't persuade him. Hoo-hoo, our genius went out to hunt battles on beasts again. Tisk tisk, after he comprehends time law, he'll definitely sweep across the entire primeval war realm. Remarkable, remarkable. From the back, came Zhang Jie's ridiculing laughter. Another person burst into laughter as he said, does this fool want to use this kind of method to prove that his talent is stronger than Wan Zhen? I only want to say that, very stupid and very naive. Ha ha ha, similar ridicules, Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck already heard too much. Either way, Yi Yuan's affairs had long already become the topic of ridicule for everyone after their meals. The two of them also could not be bothered to care. So they just snorted coldly and directly left. Leaving Cludade City, Yi Yuan sprinted straight for Longriver Forest. Longriver Forest's fierce beasts were extremely powerful. There were also a lot of powerhouses here. Yi Yuan arrived at the location of the intel and started searching for the whereabouts of the Battle Zon Beast King. After a bout of searching, Yi Yuan finally discovered traces of the Battle Zon Beast King. He looked overjoyed and stepped forward brandishing his sword. The Battle Zon Beast King was well deserving of being Beast King level. Just his figure was twice as large as an ordinary Battle Zon beast. The moment Yi Yuan approached its surroundings, he immediately felt like he had fallen into a time quagmire. Roar, roar, when the Battle Zon Beast King saw a human, it pounced over. Crazily, vile beast, you dare. Yi Yuan bellowed, spatial law and sword formation suddenly operating. Two great powers of source surged frenziedly in the quagmire of time law, attempting to cause trouble for the Battle Zon Beast King. However, Yi Yuan really met his match this time. Time law's power greatly exceeded his imagination. His sword formation operated very strenuously. His divine essence and soul force expenditure was practically several times the usual. But the efficiency was less than half of the usual. Coupled with that he was several minor realms lower than the Battle Zon Beast King, Yi Yuan virtually fell into a hard fight in an instant. Right when Yi Yuan fell into a tough battle, on top of the treetops of a distant forest, a middle-aged man in a sky-blue long robe was standing on top, his hands behind his back, currently watching the battle over there from a distance. Hee hee. What an ignorant little fellow, to actually really want to comprehend time law. Wan Zhen, are you afraid that he will beat you? Suddenly, another figure appeared on a treetop not far from the middle-aged man in a blue robe. This person had a beautiful face. If not for his Adam's apple, probably everyone would think that he was a stunningly beautiful woman. But his face made many peerless beauties feel ashamed of their unworthiness. This middle-aged man in a blue robe was actually Cludade City's #1 person, Wan Zhen. Wan Zhen's face had no joy nor sorrow. His eyes never left Yi Yuan. He just said coolly, Zhang Lian, you're thinking too much. If he can really comprehend time law, I'll be happy for him. Zhang Lian, if somebody was here, they would discover to their surprise that this beautiful man was actually Zhang Lian, who was ranked second on the God of War Golden List. Cludade City's #1 person and #2 person actually appeared in Longriver Forest at the same time, in order to watch Yi Yuan fight. Zhang Lian revealed a look of resentment and said with a grin, you this person, your words don't match what's in your heart. Wan Zhen had a deep gaze as he said coolly, Primeval War Realms training is nothing more than a game. That's all, the human race is imperiled. With Heavenly Emperor profound secrets opening up the Primeval War Realm, it's in order to let us increase our cultivation as soon as possible, and fight for the human race. At this time, the more the human race's powerhouse is, and the stronger, the happier I naturally am. Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? If the divine race is really going to attack Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' side, I'm afraid that the first batch they are going to kill is us, these so-called geniuses. Zhang Lian did not think that Wan Zhen would actually say such a thing. He and Wan Zhen had fought for 100 years. The two had always found it hard to determine the victor. It could be said that he was Wan Zhen's only opponent. However, his considerations were just inside this primeval war realm. Zhang Lian never thought that Wan Zhen was actually considering the matter of the doomsday battle. He frowned and said, is the divine race really so powerful? They will only be more powerful than you imagine. The Heavenspan world's former overlord, the existence that towered above all life, how could it be a trifling matter? Wan Zhen said. Zhang Lian was silent. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, that kid is going to die. But Wan Zhen said coolly, the Battle Zon Beast King is going to die. TCH, under time law, it's hard for you and me to escape too, let alone this brat. Zhang Lian said with a look of disbelief. Wan Zhen seemed to be very confident in Yi Yuan, and said coolly, he knows time law too. An incomparably shocked expression suddenly showed on Zhang Lian's stunning face and he said, how is that possible? Wan Zhen said indifferently, your understanding of him is too little. Right then, this word seemed to pierce the void, drawing down the paramount heavenly Tao. A powerful and unmatched power of heavenly Tao suddenly descended in the dense forest. Feeling the undulation of the power of heavenly Tao, Zhang Lian's shock could not be any greater. It turned out that the time law Wan Zhen was referring to was this. But very clearly, the power of heavenly Tao that heavenly Tao true word induced was even stronger than the battle Zon Beast King's power of law. Time suddenly solidified. Chapter 2348, Comprehending Time Law. Really died. What a powerful heavenly Tao true word. Zhang Lian was full of disbelief. On that beautiful face, it was full of shock. Under heavenly Tao true word, the battle Zon Beast King was annihilated by Yi Yuan just like that. He was merely just feeling the power of time law just now. That's why he would get into a dogfight with the battle Zon Beast King. If he really took action, he would have long since slain the battle Zon Beast King, Wan Zhen said. Zhang Lian was already speechless. He had been observing Yi Yuan the entire time just now and knew that Yi Yuan's talent could not be underestimated. But he did not think that Yi Yuan still had such heaven-defying means. A freak, truly a little freak. This boy's talent is too terrifying. If not for his cultivation realm being lacking, you and I are likely not his match anymore. Zhang Lian exclaimed. He finally somewhat understood now why Wan Zhen would specially come to see Yi Yuan. This kid would become the most threatening person to them. Two fellow Taoists have watched for so long. Aren't you showing yourselves yet? Right at this time, a voice came over leisurely. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Zhang Lian was taken aback again and said, how did this boy know that we were spying on him? How could he know that Yi Yuan could even detect Heavenly Emperor profound secret spying, let alone them? Wan Zhen was not too surprised and said indifferently, since we're discovered, go over and meet him then. Hearing Wan Zhen two people report their names, Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He had never heard of Zhang Lian before, but Wan Zhen's great name, he already heard no idea how many times these few years that his ears already grew calluses. These few years, he was constantly being compared to Wan Zhen, not wanting to know also he could not do it. Wan Zhen's great name was resounding like the roar of thunder to Yi Yuan. But upon meeting today, the other party gave him an unfathomable feeling. Cludade City's number one was indeed not boasted out. This Wan has paid attention to you for a long time already, Wan Zhen said straightforwardly. Yi Yuan was taken aback, then immediately smiled and said, does brother Wan hope for this Yi to comprehend time law or to fail? Wan Zhen thought about it and said, both I guess. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said with a nod, brother Wan is very honest. However, brother Wan actually hopes that I can comprehend it. This makes this Yi a little surprised. The impression that this Wan Zhen gave Yi Yuan was pretty good. At least, he was not condescending like other geniuses. Furthermore, he was very candid. The meaning of both was hoping, and also not hoping. As the number one genius, something that even he could not do, but others achieved it, it was hard for him to avoid feeling uncomfortable in his heart. This was human nature. Yi Yuan could understand it. If it were him, he would similarly inevitably feel dejected in his heart. But, while dejection was dejection, he would not be jealous of the other party with the heart of a despicable villain. Very clearly, Wan Zhen was also such a person. As for the reason that he hoped for it, Yi Yuan was rather curious. The human race needs a leader who can contend with the divine race. Wan Zhen said coolly, I didn't expect that brother Wan is actually concerned about the overall situation. This Yi admires. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. These two people were chatting ardently, giving Zhang Lian the cold shoulder, making him feel like he became an outsider. Brat, your spatial law is so strong. Even if you want to become the human race's leader, you should also push spatial law to the level of source first. You're biting off more than one can chew like this. Furthermore, you wouldn't really think that time law is so easy to comprehend, right? Wan Zhen, this guy's talent isn't ordinary. Zhang Lian suddenly spoke up. When Wan Zhen heard this, he also said curiously, what Zhang Lian says makes sense. With your intelligence, you shouldn't do such an irrational thing. Hence, this Wan is also very curious why you'd insist on comprehending time law. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this Yi naturally has my own reasons. If I succeed, the two of you will naturally know in the future. If I don't succeed, it's useless to talk about it. He wanted to increase the human race's alchemy path strength with time law. This was a sudden inspiration. Whether or not it could be realized was still hard to say. He was not willing to take it out to get laughed at. As long as he said it, these two would definitely turn their noses up in disdain and ask him to stop dreaming. But Wan Zhen's gaze flickered and he said, "Looks like what Brother Yi is planning isn't minor. Then this Wan will wish Brother Yi speedy success." After that day, Yi Yuan found a secluded place and laid down many large formations. Then he hid inside himself to comprehend time law. This small piece of time law was also just a segment of time law. But this segment was already sufficient for Yi Yuan to comprehend. Time law was extensive and profound, extremely fleeting and ephemeral. To the vast majority of martial artists, time was just a concept. There was no way to get started at all. Where time was, how it operated, and how to measure it, there was no way to ascertain. Even though Yi Yuan was considered to have learned the rudiments, it was also just a trace of sense from the unseen world. There was no way to get started with comprehending at all. This small piece of law fragment was actually a key. How to use this key to open time law, this door, was the question that Yi Yuan needed to comprehend. When he started comprehending the law fragment, he finally experienced the terror of time law. That sort of feeling was like dredging for a needle in the sea. Wanting to find an embroidery needle in the vast ocean, how difficult was that? When he comprehended spatial law back then, that was because his sword Dao reached the level of drawing parallels from inference, and coincidentally triggered spatial law. Yi Yuan could continuously comprehend spatial law through sword Dao. But time law was completely independent. There wasn't the slightest area to do things in an irregular manner or be opportunistic. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan's comprehension of the power of laws was still smooth sailing compared to other martial artists. But this time, he really ran into a problem. Time slowly trickled by, the seasons changed, spring left and autumn came. In a blink, it was already 100 years later. On this day, it was the day where the god of war Golden List was announced again. The entire primeval war realm was astir. Don't have that kid in the list. It looks like he's still comprehending time law. What did I say? How can time law be so easy to comprehend? Zhang Lian found Wan Zhen and said disdainfully. Wan Zhen nodded and said, "Looks like I overestimated his talent a little. Time law is too difficult. Even if he touches heavenly Dao, it's likely very hard to transform it into his own Dao too. Heavenly Dao true word touched heavenly Dao, its power boundless. But that was just guiding heavenly Dao for their own use and not grasping the way to utilize time law. He was interested in Yi Yuan precisely because of heavenly Dao true word. Looking at it now, he had indeed somewhat overestimated Yi Yuan. After that kid returns, he'll likely become the entire Cludade city's laughing stock, Zhang Lian said with a smile. Wan Zhen gave him a glance and said coolly, "Do you think that Yi Yuan will mind? He's someone with great willpower. So how can he possibly care about what other people think?" Time flew like a shuttle. In a twinkle, another 200 years passed. But merely 3 years had passed in the outside world. But in Profound Secret's heavenly capital, a mocking voice came over. An old man said with a disdainful look, "Profound Secrets, this is the human race's hope that you talked about. 3 consecutive seasons of God of War Golden List, he didn't even enter the top 3,000. If the human race were to rely on him, wouldn't we all be dragged into the ditch?" Chapter 2349, Yi Yuan returns. "I know about that kid you're talking about. Isn't he that ancestor of alchemy Dao who has been in the limelight recently? Heh. After the alchemy path declined, no one can lift up the big banner anymore. A bunch of ignorant fellows, they are playing very enthusiastically by themselves. There's not the least bit of help with regards to the overall situation at all. I know about Cloudheart Realms matters. This kid's talent is indeed pretty good. But unfortunately, he still can't stir up any waves among these unpredictable children. Speaking of which, I still feel more optimistic about Xiao Qingsong, Huang Lin, Pang Zhen, and Wan Zhen. They all. When they come out this time, they might become our human race's main pillars." The few old men looked at the newest release of God of War Golden List, all revealing looks of disdain. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was silent by the side, also not knowing what he was thinking about. However, being able to talk in front of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets like this, these people present were naturally all the human, demon, and fiend races, top major powers. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue Taoist robe suddenly said to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, "Profound Secrets, you take every conceivable possibility into account, but this time, you probably miscalculated. This boy isn't worth our grooming. There was a lightning mark at the glabella area of the blue-robed middle-aged man. There was no overly powerful aura on his body, but in his eyes, it was as if it was a vast sea of lightning. Inside, a powerful to the extreme aura faintly exuded, extremely terrifying. That look seemed to be able to destroy the world. This was the incomparably mysterious Tao Ancestor Lightning. His words could be said to hold tremendous weight. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets selecting the human race geniuses, it was impossible for Tao Ancestors to not pay the slightest attention. To them, the Doomsday Battle this time was similarly a life-and-death trial. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets just said coolly, "This old man absolutely won't be wrong in judging people. Lightning, I know that you harbor selfish motives, but with this old man's experience, Pang Zhen can't succeed your position as Tao Ancestor Lightning." During the primeval war realm struggle this time, the various major sovereigns all had progenies who were selected. The fifth blight progenitors present as well as Lightning, this spokesperson of the Tao Ancestors, all hoped that their offspring could obtain the final victory. The Pang Zhen that Profound Secrets spoke of was precisely Tao Ancestor Lightning's descendant. This Pang Zhen was of the innate Lightning Tao body. His comprehension of lightning law and his talent were extremely terrifying. Before entering the primeval war realm, he already comprehended the power of Source, and his combat power was unparalleled. Profound Secrets, can't you say something nicer sounding? Tao Ancestor Lightning said in a solemn voice. Everyone felt terrified. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually said that Tao Ancestor Lightning harbored selfish motives to his face. To dare talk to Tao Ancestor Lightning like this, there was probably only Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets alone. Profound Secrets said coolly, "This old man is just discussing the matter as it is. The few of you Tao Ancestors want to continue your glory. But first of all, the human race can't fall. Concerning this point, this old man hopes that you guys are clear. Therefore, the battle of geniuses this time, strength determines everything." Lightning sneered and said, "What a joke. With Pang Zhen's strength, can he still lose to a second firmament Heavenly Emperor brat?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets just smiled faintly and said, "Then, let's wait and see." In the primeval war realm, 100 years passed after 100 years. In a blink, it had already been more than 800 years. After more than 800 years, the competition of the God of War Golden List also became increasingly intense. 100 cities, only the God of War Golden List's top 10 had the qualifications to win in the end, and enter the Temple of Gods to accept the legacies. This was a massive lucky chance. For each city, the competition for the top 10 was abnormally fierce. Each time the God of War Golden List was released, the changes of the top 10 would be huge. Of course, there were also some powerhouses who stood out among the rest. They sat firmly in the top spot, their status could not be shaken by anyone. Such as Yuan Zhen, such as Pang Zhen, so on and so forth. These unpredictable children, in this close to 1,000 years, their improvement was so great that it was simply hard to imagine. Their strength already reached an inconceivable height. Except, among these people, Yuan seemed to have vanished. Even those guys who had once ridiculed him before, they already forgotten about his existence. The last 10 years, looks like Yuan that kid really failed. Yuan Zhen's words revealed a thick disappointment. Time law was too difficult. With his talent, he was unable to comprehend it. Primeval War Realm's cultivation was too hard to come across to them, these unpredictable children. Yuan spent all of his time on this kind of unrealistic action, it was equivalent to wasting this rare opportunity. Yuan Zhen felt that it was too much of a shame. Hey, it's that kid's own choice, who can it be blamed on? We all urged him back then, but he wouldn't listen at all. In this primeval war realm, how many have the talent that surpasses yours? Moreover, even if their talent surpasses yours, can they comprehend time law? Zhang Lian said disdainfully. Forget it, not talking about him anymore. In the last 10 years, the God of War Golden List is announced once every year. I plan on going to the Myriad Beast Battle Plane to train. Are you going? Yuan Zhen said. In Cludade City, the only one who could pose a threat to him was Zhang Lian. Toward this opponent, Yuan Zhen still regarded him very highly. Zhang Lian smiled brightly, his looks able to topple kingdoms, and said, "That's of course. This is my only chance to surpass you. So how can I not give it a shot?" Yuan Zhen nodded and said, "Okay, set off together. Myriad Beast Battle Plane, was the most dangerous place within Cludade City's territory. The fierce beasts there were not only huge in numbers, furthermore, each one was extremely powerful. Even with Wang Zhen's current strength, he also did not have confidence in coming out alive. Actually, not just them, the unpredictable children ranked in the top 50 would probably all choose the myriad beast battle plane as the final land of trial. Because this was their last chance. But not long after they left, a youth in white robes slowly entered Cludade City. Yo, isn't this our son of time? Spent more than 800 years, came back after comprehending time law. My heavens, impressive. The last 10 years, is our son of time going to defy the heavens? Tisk tisk, what a shame, the disparity is too great. That might not be it. He grasped time law, so his strength is definitely Cludade City's #1 already. 10 years is sufficient for him to charge for first place. Ha ha ha. Upon entering the city, Yuan heard a series of harsh ridicules. No one else, they were precisely Zhang Jie and company. As a source powerhouse, Zhang Jie's improvement in strength these few years was extremely terrifying too. His ranking already ranked around 2000, becoming a golden list powerhouse. Even though it was very hard to obtain God of War points, after more than 900 years of accumulation, the current God of War golden list's God of War points was already an extremely horrifying number. Especially those like Wang Zhen, their God of War points was unimaginably high. Assaulting the top 10 in 10 years' time was simply something impossible. Yuan did not care about Zhang Jie's mocking. He walked straight to Spirit Treasure Hall. It was still Redleaf, it was just that circumstances already changed with the passing of time. Sir Yi hasn't come for very long already. What are you buying this time? Redleaf said smilingly. Jade True Swords, 1,000 of them. Yuan said coolly. Chapter 2350, Entering the God of War Golden List. Redleaf did not know when Yuan left, her entire person was still in a dazed state. The price of one Jade True Sword was 300 over points. 1,000 over was more than 300,000. Yuan paid close to 400,000 God of War points in one go, and he purchased more than 1,000 Jade True Swords. This was really a huge splurge. This young man who had already disappeared for close to 890 years and had never appeared on the God of War points, where did he get so many God of War points? One had to know having 300,000 God of War points was already sufficient to rank in the top 1,000. The God of War Golden List's ranking, the closer to the front, the greater the difference in God of War points. Just like Wang Zhen who was in the first place currently, his God of War points reached more than 3 million. This was an extremely terrifying number, a figure that made virtually all of the unpredictable children feel despair. The only one who could threaten him was only Zhang Lian. But even Zhang Lian currently only had over 2.4 million, this was a full 500,000 over God of War points worse than Wang Zhen. The God of War points in the top 10 of the God of War Golden List were basically all above 1 million too. Existences like Wang Zhen had never died before since entering the Primeval War realm until now. 900 over years of accumulation, that was no joke. Actually, Yuan had merely only come out for 3 years. These 3 years' time, he was hunting fierce beasts in the myriad beast battle plane. Several hundred years of gaining enlightenment on Tao, Yuan's realm already broke through to middle stage world realm. If let others know that Yuan obtained 400,000 God of War points in a short 3 years, they would definitely be astounded with amazement. This efficiency was simply too terrifying. The myriad beast battle plane was a place that even the likes of Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian did not dare to easily step foot into. Yo, our son of time is going out of the city to earn points. Ha ha ha, having comprehended time law, you must be very formidable, right? Is 10 years' time enough? Impressive, our son of time is going to counterattack. With 1.3 million over points, you can definitely enter the top 10. Buck up, haha, son of time, 10 years is enough, it can be used as 1,000 years. Yuan went out of the city. It was all taunting voices everywhere around him. With regards to him, such a weird existence, everyone naturally turned their noses up in scorn. Everyone entered in order to improve themselves and fight for the qualifications to enter the top 10. But Yuan was good, to actually waste all of his time on time law. There were still 10 years now, he suddenly ran out to earn God of War points, it really made people laugh their heads off. As for time law, nobody thought that Yuan comprehended it at all. Want to comprehend, he would have long comprehended it. Yet, he comprehended it when it was about to end. After leaving the city, Yuan returned to the myriad beast battle plane once more. 1,000 peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures, under Yuan's control. How powerful was its might? Yuan already obtained 400,000 points here without these heavenly emperor spirit treasures, let alone now. After arriving at the myriad beast battle plane, Yuan started his crazy plan for earning points. There were very few people in the myriad beast battle plane. Those who dared to come here were mostly extremely strong, so not many people noticed Yuan's existence. If somebody was here, they would discover that the flow of time around Yuan was currently quietly changing. The moment those fierce beasts entered a certain range, it was like they had fallen into a quagmire, allowing Yuan to do as he pleased. That was precisely the sign of time law. Yuan was able to earn God of War points so quickly in the myriad beast battle plane precisely because of time law. Everyone thought that Yuan wasted these few centuries. Who could have expected that he really comprehended time law? With regards to the comprehension of time law, Yuan had an advantage that no one else had. He already learned the rudiments of time law to begin with. Coupled with heavenly Tao true word, Yuan was not absolutely ignorant about time law. But even so, time law was still the power of law that he spent the most time on so far. Around roughly 400 years, Yuan finally opened this door and started comprehending the law fragment. However, it was not smooth sailing for Yuan when he was comprehending time law. In the 400 years after that, only then did he slowly digest this small piece of time law. Using close to 900 years' time to go and comprehend a power of law, this was something that Yuan had never encountered before. It could be seen how great the difficulty of time law was. There were indeed many unpredictable children in the primeval war realm, but in terms of comprehension ability, none was superior to him. Regardless of the power of law, Yuan was the first to advocate it, comprehending the chaos heavenspan canon, this heaven-defying existence of a cultivation method. It was impossible for the likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen to be stronger than him too. No matter how powerful these geniuses were, their cultivation time was also several times, even several dozen times, several hundred times of Yuan's. But, Yuan used such a short time and comprehended a law that was even stronger than theirs. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. However, comprehending this small piece of time law fragment, Yuan's application of time law was only at the degree of 1 to 5 as well. Right now, he could speed up the surrounding flow of time by 5 times, or reduce it by 5 times. Although it was only this, Yuan's improvement in strength was far more than that. His sword Dao source, formation Dao source, plus spatial law, were incomparably swift and fierce in the first place. Now, with the addition of the application of the speeding up and slowing down of time, the variations of his means would become even harder to ascertain. When facing the enemy, his combat power would be even more terrifying. It was also precisely so that Yuan could be like fish in water in the powerful myriad beast battle plane. Very soon, the God of War Golden List was released once more. Because the time Yuan returned to the city was only less than a year, he still did not make the list this time. This way, it attracted even more mockery. Close to 1,000 years of accumulation, wanting to enter the rank of top 3,000 now, roughly requiring only 100,000 God of War points. Yuan merely entered the myriad beast battle plane for 4 to 5 months' time. It was naturally impossible to attain so many God of War points. However, it was already very close to. Hoo, only 9 years left, this guy didn't even make the top 3,000, what a joke. Zhang Jie looked at the God of War Golden List and mocked. After 9 years, I really want to take a look at his expression. This guy will be the laughingstock of the entire Heavenspan world. Lin Zan also said with a snicker. Very soon, another year passed. This time, Zhang Jie could not laugh anymore. My eyes aren't failing, right? This, 1 year's time, he earned more than 100,000 God of War points. It's too fake. Zhang Jie looked at the name on the God of War Golden List with a shocked expression on his face. Yuan, 159,842 God of War points, rank number 2,745. This name finally made it onto the God of War Golden List for the first time. Yuan's name had long been resounding like the roar of thunder in Cludade City. Everyone knew that there was such a fool who overestimated his own ability, spending all of his time on comprehending time law. Falling behind others by 990 years, how could it be possible to catch up within a short time? One had to know, the powerhouses who entered the top 3,000 had gone through close to 1,000 years of accumulation, before obtaining 100,000 over God of War points. But Yi Yuan only used 1 year and entered the top 3,000. Chapter 2351, Reality Mercilessly Slapping Faces. It's impossible, right? Why did Yi Yuan's God of War points suddenly increase so much? This Yi Yuan wouldn't be that fool who was comprehending time law, right? He has never entered the God of War golden list before. Heard that this kid's cultivation realm isn't high, but his combat strength is extremely formidable, having comprehended 2 kinds of power of laws. It's just that only focusing on strength now, doesn't he feel that it's too late? In Cludade City, everyone was discussing the Yi Yuan who just entered the God of War golden list. There was no choice, he was the focal point to begin with. Now that he appeared in everyone's field of vision again, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Reaching the last 10 years, those ranked towards the back basically all did not have hope anymore. Each and every one of them was bored out of their minds, and they naturally had to look for topics of discussion. Very clearly, Yi Yuan was this sort of explosive figure. Hence, everyone paid more attention to him. Especially Zhang Jie and his group, they wished for Yi Yuan to risk his life and fail to enter the top 10 in the end. That way, they would be able to mock to their heart's content. On the wilderness, 2 figures were currently advancing swiftly. One was calm as a mountain, the other was so beautiful as to cause the flowers to blush and the moon to hide. These 2 were naturally the Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian who were training in the myriad beast battle plane. How strange, we walked so far, but why didn't we encounter a single fierce beast? According to past experiences, there should be even more fierce beasts here. Zhang Lian said with a puzzled look. Wan Zhen's gaze was slightly sullen and he frowned and said, could it be that it has already been cleaned up by someone before? Impossible. The fierce beasts in this region are very powerful. Even if you and I enter, we'll have to be careful too. Once we fall into a heavy encirclement, it will be hard to escape death. In this Cludade City, apart from you and me, who else has this ability? Zhang Lian immediately denied it. Wan Zhen said, what you said is right, but it's indeed a little strange. There seem to be some activities over there. Go over and take a look. His perception was very keen, faintly feeling that there seemed to be significant undulations very far in front. The 2 people's movement techniques were extremely fast, rushing ahead very soon. Suddenly, the 2 were stunned by the scene before their eyes. In front of them was a sea of fierce beasts. There were at least several thousand fierce beasts roaring crazily, rushing towards somewhere in the sea of beasts. These fierce beasts seemed to be triggered by something. All of them were like they went mad. 7th Firmament and 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor fierce beasts. Furthermore, it was even fierce beasts with extremely high comprehensions in laws. There were several thousand of them bellowing in the wilderness all at once. That scene was too shocking. In the sea of beasts, there seemed to be a figure that appeared from time to time, unable to see clearly. Those fierce beasts seemed to be losing their shit at that person. The 2 people's complexions were somewhat pale. Those violent attacks made them somewhat shudder with fear. Wan Zhen, this scene, can you deal with it? Zhang Lian swallowed his saliva and said. Wan Zhen had a solemn look and shook his head and said, we'll die beyond a doubt. Zhang Lian said, you're the God of War golden list's number 1, and I'm number 2. Even you and I can't handle it, then, who's in the sea of beasts? Wan Zhen was silent. It was true that they were strong, but facing such a horrifying beast horde, it was impossible for them to survive too. These fierce beasts were of different types, the laws comprehended were different. Some laws just happened to restrain your law, which would make martial artists very uncomfortable. Moreover, being besieged by so many fierce beasts, divine essence was a huge problem. The divine essence of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses was extremely vast, but their moves likewise consume a lot of divine essence. Facing so many fierce beasts, their divine essence consumption speed increased sharply. These 2 people killing all the way over, they at most faced the besiegement of 30+ fierce beasts. Several thousand fierce beasts, they did not dare to imagine it at all. Suddenly, Wan Zhen's pupils constricted. His gaze turned intent, and he sucked in a breath of cold air deeply. What discovery did you make? Zhang Lian said. Wan Zhen said, have you noticed that the fierce beasts around that figure, their tempo is completely different from the outer peripheral. Zhang Lian focused his eyes and looked over, and discovered that it was really the case. Even though this range was not large, with his eyesight, he could naturally tell at a glance. Just now, it was because it was too shocking, resulting in overlooking this detail. It really is true. Zhang Lian was talking halfway, when suddenly, his expression changed wildly and he exclaimed, It wouldn't be him, right? This isn't possible. Wan Zhen's gaze became extremely solemn and he said, who else is there beside him? Actually, you yourself already have that thought, right? Zhang Lian said in shock, he really succeeded, but that's time law. A hint of melancholy suddenly flashed across Wan Zhen's face. Clearly, this conjecture made him feel somewhat of a loss. So what if time law? No matter how difficult it is, there's also someone who comprehended it. Heavenly Emperor profound secrets can, why can't he? It's a shame that there's no more time. Otherwise, I'd really want to comprehend time law, Wan Zhen said. It was not that he was unable to comprehend time law, but that time was too short. A short 1,000 years, want to comprehend time law, this was simply something impossible. Wan Zhen believed that Heavenly Emperor profound secrets must have also gone through countless years to comprehend time law. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to comprehend time law. Regardless of whether it was 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or hundreds of millions of years. But the divine race would not give him time. However, what he could not accomplish, Yuan did it. He only used a short 1,000 years' time and comprehended the time law which was known as the supreme law. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, Yuan came in 100 years later than them, which was also to say that Yuan only used 800 over years and achieved this great feat. We were still mocking him for clinging onto it previously. Now, what irony, it turns out that it's our talent that's too lousy, rashly discussing about people's talent. Zhang Lian said with a bitter smile on his face. To be able to rank second in Cludade City, it could be seen how confident he was in his own talent. One had to know, those able to enter the primeval war realm were all unpredictable children, their talents extremely terrifying. And he and Wan Zhen were the strongest ones among these unpredictable children. They had sufficient reason to be proud. Hence, when Yuan was persistent in wanting to comprehend time law, they were very disdainful in their hearts. The law that even they were unable to comprehend, what right did Yuan have to comprehend it? Even if he could comprehend, it was also impossible within a short 1,000 years. Wan Zhen similarly smiled bitterly and said, it's not just you. Every single person in the city was jeering at him, laughing at his ignorance, laughing at his overestimation of his own ability. I previously also thought that this kind of mocking made sense. But now, reality slapped faces mercilessly. Comprehending time law, his gains from this trip to the primeval war realm is greater than any one of us. During these several hundred years, they felt that Yuan's behavior was very naive. Knowing how to make one's choice was what defined a wise man, and only then could one achieve great things. Yuan clearly did not know how to choose. But now, Yuan used action to tell them that they were wrong. The two looked from afar just like that. They wanted to see how strong Yuan who comprehended time law was. The more they watched, the more alarmed they got. Chapter 2352, Soaring. How is he earning God of War points? It's simply snatching. Zhang Lian had a look of righteous indignation on his face, feeling that Yuan's way of operating was very disgraceful. Amidst the sea of beasts, Yuan relied on his powerful sword formation to kill his way in and out. The outcome was the place being akin to a no-man's land. Under the intertwining of time law and spatial law, it was very hard for the attacks of these fierce beasts to hurt Yuan. But Yuan's sword formation could cause a fatal blow to these fierce beasts. Therefore, this scene seemed like a grand sight, but actually, Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. But Wan Zhen's gaze was very solemn, and he said, although his realm isn't high, his strength is too formidable. Being able to control 1,000 peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures, his soul force is simply fearsomely powerful. Also, the application of various laws is utterly brilliant too. This guy simply has no weaknesses to exploit. Zhang Lian looked toward Wan Zhen in surprise. He did not expect that the proud Wan Zhen actually had such a high appraisal of a person. But hearing Wan Zhen's analysis, he also felt that this guy was too monstrous. Ignoring other things, just controlling 1,000 swords, the might of his soul force could be rated as terrifying. Zhang Lian suddenly gave Wan Zhen a glance, his eyes shimmering with water as he said, "At his rate, the two of our positions aren't safe." When Wan Zhen heard that, his expression could not help stiffening up. Wan Zhen's expression turned solemn, and he directly left. Who among these geniuses was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Even if Yi Yuan's talent was stronger than theirs, they did not want to lose to Yi Yuan too. Before this, Wan Zhen two people were still relatively relaxed, because there was already no one who could pose any threat to them. But now, when they saw Yi Yuan hunting fierce beasts with such high efficiency, the pressure increased sharply. After Yi Yuan finished dealing with this wave of fierce beasts, he would get thousands of God of War points no matter what. Another year passed in a twinkle. It reached the day where the God of War Golden List was released again. Cludade City immediately became lively. Early in the morning, it was already packed with people in front of Cludade City's central square. Zhang Jie was shockingly there. "Zhang Jie, do you think Yi Yuan that brat will enter the top 2,000 this time or not?" Lin Zan asked Zhang Jie. "Heh, do you really think that God of War points are cabbages? The higher the rank, the less the God of War points obtained from hunting fierce beasts. He already entered the ranks of 2,000 plus. Wanting to obtain a large batch of God of War points again, he'll have to hunt even more formidable fierce beasts. With his fourth firmament heavenly emperor strength, heh," Zhang Jie said firmly. "Indeed, just a fool. Originally, he was pretty talented. Why did he have to go and comprehend whatever time law? Now, there are just the last few years left. Then he came out, wanting to compete for it again. How could there be such an easy thing? Yeah, if he succeeds like this, then wouldn't the primeval war realm's millions of geniuses become a joke?" There were many people who agreed with Zhang Jie in the crowd. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things made many people feel inconceivable. He naturally became the object of ridicule too. Suddenly, a rift fissured apart in the void. An enormous golden book broke out of thin air. The book slowly unfolded. Everyone was brimming with expectations. Very soon, the page of the book revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. First place, Wan Zhen, 3,157,321 God of War points. Seeing this name, everyone had a look that it was only to be expected. Really impressive. 1 year's time, Wan Zhen gained tens of thousands of God of War points again. Reaching his ranking, he can still rise several tens of thousands in 1 year. His strength is really formidable. His position of first place really doesn't have anyone who can shake it anymore. Zhang Lian won't cut it either. Although they had already been amazed many times, when they saw Wan Zhen's ranking in God of War points, everyone still could not resist exclaiming with amazement once more. For 1,000 years, Wan Zhen already became a benchmark, becoming a phenomenon. From the first time the God of War Golden List was released, Wan Zhen had firmly occupied the first place. One had to know, the first time that the God of War Golden List was released, Wan Zhen spent several decades' time to go and comprehend time law. Later, when the God of War Golden List was released the second time, Wan Zhen already left people far behind in the dust, gradually shaking Zhang Lian off. Later, the gap between the two became wider and wider. The pages unfolded again, revealing the second place Zhang Lian. His God of War points also rose to more than 2.5 million. Further down, the third place dropped to 1.7 million all of a sudden. The gap grew wider and wider. Li Jin actually dropped out of the top 10. The competition for the top 10 is really getting more and more fierce. There's also Zhu Tian, he's already squeezed to 10th place, those at the back are hot in pursuit. 8th place to 15th place, the gap isn't very big. If anyone breaks through in terms of comprehension, they will probably surpass very quickly. As the pages slowly unfolded, everyone's discussion became more and more heated. The golden names of the top 10 shone brilliantly and were many sizes larger than the other people's names. Further back, there was actually not much viewing value anymore. Even though there were some fluctuations in ranking, not entering the top 10, everything was futile. However, there was another name that everyone was very concerned about, which was Yi Yuan. The last time the God of War Golden List was released, Yi Yuan entered the God of War Golden List for the first time, which already caused a great sensation. This time, everyone wanted to see whether Yi Yuan's ranking dropped out, or moved forward again. After that, The speed at which the pages unfolded slowly increased until it was fanned out in the end. Everyone habitually searched from behind. But after looking for half a day, they could not find Yi Yuan's name either. Anybody saw Yi Yuan's name? I already read until 1500th place from the back and didn't see it. Most likely fell out of the top 3000, right? Or maybe he already died and we just weren't aware. I found it. This. What's wrong? What place is it? 553rd place. How is this possible? What? 500 plus ranking. The crowd exploded all at once. Everyone looked in the direction of ranks around 500 and saw that Yi Yuan's name was surprisingly in the 553rd position. Promoting 2000 over places in a year. This was also too freakish, right? 553rd place, 634,365 God of War points. Hiss. He obtained 500,000 God of War points in this 1 year. This God of War Golden List wouldn't have made a mistake, right? When the God of War Golden List was released the first time, Wan Zhen used 30 years' time and only obtained 500,000 God of War points. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and achieved it. In the crowd, Zhang Jie was completely dumbfounded. Over 500,000 God of War points in 1 year, this force of explosion was simply like a sledgehammer, stunning his entire person. He was already prepared to taunt Yi Yuan, but this value of 500,000 shocked him. At the rate of this speed, wouldn't even Wan Zhen's position be threatened? In the next 8 years, 500,000 in a year, that was 4 million God of War points. This was a heaven-defying tempo. No, wait, the higher his ranking, the lesser the God of War points obtained when hunting fierce beasts. Now, even Wan Zhen's speed of getting God of War points had dropped, let alone Yi Yuan. Chapter 2353, Major Reversal. He must have gone to the Myriad Beast battle plane. Otherwise, it's impossible to get so many God of War points within a year. Bullshit. Don't you know that Wan Zhen is in the Myriad Beast battle plane too? He only obtained several tens of thousands of points. That can only mean that Yi Yuan's efficiency is too high. Could it be that he really comprehended time law? That's impossible. Even Wan Zhen couldn't comprehend it. So what right does he have? Over 500,000 God of War points in a year, this number shocked all of the unpredictable children in the city. Hence, Yi Yuan was speculating how Yi Yuan obtained so many God of War points. Everyone had different opinions about this matter. No matter who, they could not explain it either. Because apart from Yi Yuan, no one could achieve this. Wan Zhen could not as well. Hence, everyone waited to see, waiting for the update of the God of War Golden List next year. A year's time was merely a snap of a finger. The day when the God of War Golden List was announced again, arrived very quickly. I don't believe that this guy can really overturn the heavens. His ranking is so high now. The God of War points obtained will be greatly reduced. If he can get 200,000 this time, it will already be very impressive. Zhang Jie predicted very confidently. Everyone deeply felt that way too. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but that this was an inevitable trend. Along with the increase in ranking, getting God of War points would become harder and harder. Even if your combat strength surpassed all others, you would always run into the upper limits of your own strength. In a short 1,000 years' time, how could it be possible to continuously be improving, and challenging high-level fierce beasts endlessly? This was illogical. I also feel that the God of War points he obtained this time should be between 200,000 to 300,000. This time next year, it will definitely be even lesser, between 100,000 to 200,000. It should be like this. He hasn't taken action for so many years, having an outbreak period is a very normal phenomenon. But it also ends here. Later, it will get slower and slower. Top 10 is definitely enough to choke on. But within top 30 shouldn't be an issue anymore. Everyone was all discussing the limits of Yi Yuan's strength and calculated that Yi Yuan's final result would be between 1.2 million to 1.4 million. At the rate of the current trend, this God of War points was already sufficient to rank into the top 30. But wanting to rank in the top 10, there was basically no chance. Very soon, the Golden Book pages unfurled once more. Everyone had looks of anticipation on their faces. The first place impressively still was Wan Zhen, without the slightest suspense. But what surprised people was that Wan Zhen actually obtained a lump sum of 130,000 God of War points this time, reaching more than 3.28 million. This was a very horrifying number for his rank. In the second place, Zhang Lian actually increased more than 110,000 God of War points too. This chance made everyone rather surprised. How did Wang Zhen gain so many God of War points in this 1 year? Even if he casually hunted some fierce beasts now, it's also impossible for Zhang Lian to catch up to him too, right? There's also Zhang Lian. These two people are suddenly struggling fiercely. What in the world are they afraid of? Hey, maybe they know about Yi Yuan's sudden emergence. It's also not impossible that they are afraid of him catching up. Ha ha ha, how is that possible? Even if give him another 100 years, he can't catch up too. These words, everyone naturally just treated it as a joke. No one would really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan just started, while Wang Zhen's God of War points was 6 times of Yi Yuan's. How could this gap possibly be caught up to within a short 7 years? According to everyone's guesses, the greatest likelihood was still that these two people were going all out. How could they know that Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian's pressure came from precisely Yi Yuan? Ever since they saw that Yi Yuan comprehended time law, the two of them seemed to have gone crazy, desperately hunting fierce beasts. They continuously challenged their limits, carrying out a slaughter frenziedly. In this 1 year, the two people's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, increasing significantly. However, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Because there was someone chasing from behind. Looking further down, the top 30 was followed with close interest. But, when the pages opened to the 30th place, everyone was shocked. Only to see that on the 3rd place from the bottom of the page, a golden name was written impressively, Yi Yuan, 28th place, Yi Yuan. God of War points, 1,239,804. In this instant, the unpredictable children in the entire square felt that their breathing became somewhat labored. Those people who predicted Yi Yuan's God of War points previously all collectively lost their voices now. The originally noisy square instantly quietened down. Suddenly, someone said rather uncertainly, he entered the top 30 already. My eyes aren't failing me, right? 1 year, 600,000 God of War points, really blinded my eyes. Rising so many places in the ranking, his God of War points actually didn't drop, but increased instead. How did he do it? In the crowd, Zhang Jie suddenly yelled hysterically, the God of War golden list must have made a mistake. There absolutely must be a mistake. 1 year 600,000, how can someone possibly achieve it? Not knowing why, he suddenly rather a little flustered. 1 year 600,000 God of War points, this kind of thing simply subverted his understanding. Right, there must be a mistake. This guy must have found this world's loophole. Otherwise, how can this year be even more than last year? Someone immediately agreed, it must be like this. See his ranking next year then. When the matter exceeded everyone's understanding, they habitually let their imaginations run wild, finding all sorts of reasons to deny this phenomenon. Especially for these geniuses, they did not want to acknowledge that someone was so much stronger than them. In the 4th year, everyone already did not care about Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian anymore. Everyone's attention was all on Yi Yuan. After a year's time, what place would Yi Yuan charge to this time? When the golden book pages slowly opened, everyone's expression solidified once more, 13th place. Over 1.7 million God of War points. A year's time, Yi Yuan increased by another 500,000. Although it was a little less than last year, Yi Yuan still maintained the rapid growth momentum. He was only a step away from the top 10. As a result, the idea of a loophole in the rules caused a huge clamor once more. Zhang Jie already did not know how to describe his feelings. A few years ago, he ridiculed Yi Yuan over and over again, saying that it was laughable for Yi Yuan to make a frantic last-minute effort. But now, he already became the most laughable person. Yi Yuan used a rocket-like speed of rising to prove his ridiculousness. So what if there were only 10 years left? Insane, insane, insane. Really too crazy. In the last 10 years, could it be that Yi Yuan is going to make a major comeback? This guy wouldn't be aiming for first place, right? My god, close to 3.5 million God of War points, and it's still growing. If it's surpassed by him, wouldn't the heavens change? At this time, some people thought of this possibility. They could not help being filled with fear. Could Wang Zhen's throne of first place be protected in the final 6 years? Chapter 2354, Final Suspense. In the 5th year, Yi Yuan's God of War points grew by another 450,000, reaching 2.15 million. This way, Yi Yuan used 5 years' time and rose to the top 3 at a rocket speed. No one could have thought that in the last 10 years, the god of war golden list actually changed heavens. After close to 1,000 years, more than 12,000 unpredictable children fought hard before they had today's results. But who knew that Yi Yuan only used a short 5 years and climbed to 3rd place? The questioning voices grew louder and louder. The questioning of a loophole in the rules grew more and more. Clearly, everyone was very unconvinced by this result. But now, an even bigger question was placed in front of everyone. That was, could Yi Yuan surpass the top 2 on the ranking list? Could he make a heaven-defying comeback at the last moment? These two shook the rest off far behind them. Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian suddenly making a determined effort. It wouldn't really be because of Yi Yuan, right? Suddenly, someone said weakly. There had been this argument previously, but everyone felt that this argument was too ridiculous. But today, when Yi Yuan climbed to 3rd place, this notion suddenly popped up in everyone's heads once more. This time, everyone did not find it ludicrous anymore. Although this argument was still a little preposterous, Yi Yuan's speed of ascending was already sufficient to make the top 2 take it seriously. That's impossible. How would Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian know that Yi Yuan's god of war points will suddenly balloon? It can basically be confirmed now that regardless of whether it is Yi Yuan, Wang Zhen, or Zhang Lian, they are all at the myriad beast battle plane. Maybe they met. It's also not entirely impossible. Previously, Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian's god of war points clearly slowed down. These few years, they've made new heights year after year. Clearly, they are going all out. If there's no sense of pressure, how can they possibly work so hard? With drive and without drive, those were two completely different things. Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian already swept away all opponents 5 years ago. For 10 years, there was no one who could catch up to them at all. Hence, even if they worked hard, it was also just a challenge to themselves, and would not push themselves to the limit. But if they ran into Yi Yuan and witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength, that would be totally different. This kind of situation was very likely. For a moment, everyone fell into shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan really relied on his strength and obtained so many god of war points? The following few years completely became these 3 people's tussles. In the 6th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 points, reaching 2.55 million, that was only a step away from Zhang Lian's 2.8 million. Everyone's nerves were wound up tightly. In the 7th year, Yi Yuan still obtained over 400,000 god of war points, reaching more than 2.97 million. This year, Yi Yuan was still ranked 3rd. However, he was merely just a few thousand god of war points away from the 2nd place. Without any doubt, this time next year, Yi Yuan would replace Zhang Lian, who was at the 2nd place, becoming the god of war golden list's 2nd place. No one could have thought that Zhang Lian, who was as steady as Mount Tai, would actually be surpassed by someone one day. Sure enough, in the 8th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 god of war points, surpassing Zhang Lian in one stroke, becoming the god of war golden list's 2nd place. On this day, the entire Cludade city was seething with excitement. Damn it, even though I've been mentally prepared for a long time, when this day really arrived, it still feels unthinkable. What the fuck, I can't figure it out. Even Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian can only obtain over 100,000 god of war points in a year. So how did he achieve 400,000 a year? Zhang Lian has already been pulled down. Right now, there's only Wang Zhen left. Zhang Lian had already been surpassed. Yi Yuan was only left with a final opponent, Wang Zhen. This person was Cludade City's insurmountable existence. He was a powerful opponent that made everyone not dare to look directly at him. Starting from roughly the 200th year, there was already no one who dared to have the thought of surpassing him anymore. This notion became increasingly stronger towards the end. But no one could have thought that in the last 10 years, a guy who had never entered the God of War Golden List before, suddenly skyrocketed heaven-defyingly, arriving at the position of 2nd place. And now, Wang Zhen's God of War points was 3.98 million. Yi Yuan's God of War points was currently 3.42 million. There was a difference of 560,000 God of War points between the two. Could it be surpassed? Staying in the primeval war realm for close to 1,000 years, these unpredictable children had never discovered that they would get so nervous. Was it Wang Zhen narrowly defending his throne of number 1, or Yi Yuan making a heaven-defying comeback, rising up amidst insignificance, and climbing to the summit. This suspense would not be revealed until the final year. It was another year in a blink. On this day, the God of War Golden List was released. When Yuan Zhen's name appeared, everyone immediately seethed with excitement. Someone exclaimed, 170,000. This year, Yuan Zhen actually obtained 170,000. With this, the number 1 throne is secured. 4.15 million. This was Yuan Zhen's current God of War points. Following that, it was Yi Yuan. 3.83 million. This year, Yi Yuan obtained 410,000 God of War points. Now, the difference between the two was 320,000. Ha ha ha, indeed still couldn't make it. Yuan Zhen finally showed his stuff at the final juncture. At the rate of this speed, Yuan Zhen just has to obtain 150,000 God of War points next year and he'll surely win. When Zhang Jie saw this result, he could not resist laughing out loud. Finally, Yi Yuan still failed, even though he knew that Yi Yuan's current performance was already sufficiently heaven-defying. Even though he knew that it was only because Yi Yuan lacked time. But, for Yi Yuan to fail to get first place, he just felt happy. As long as Yuan Zhen got more than 150,000, that would be a gap of 470,000. According to Yi Yuan's current rate of speed, it was roughly a little more than 400,000 every year. It was impossible to defy the heavens next year. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Seeing this result, many people also let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, still unable to surpass. Yuan Zhen is so strong. He has always been sitting firmly at first place but was surpassed by Yi Yuan using 10 years. I'm really unable to accept this. There must be something fishy. He must have grasped a loophole in the rules. Otherwise, how can he possibly be so heaven-defying? Those present were all unpredictable children, all rare geniuses. Yuan Zhen being strong, that was having proceeded steadily step by step, and through 1,000 years of hard work. They could accept it, but Yi Yuan used 1,000 years to gain enlightenment on Tao, and suddenly jumped out in the last 10 years to compete for the rankings. Furthermore, he only used 10 years' time and reached second place. They were unable to accept such a thing emotionally. Maybe, they just did not hope to be crushed. 10th year, apart from the top 30, practically everyone returned to Cludade City. There was already no point in continuing to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the last release of the God of War Golden List. The release this time would determine who could get the final 10 spots. Suddenly, several beams of light flashed. There were suddenly several dozen additional people at the rebirth point. Clearly, the hour had arrived, and everyone was transported back. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.